Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 67 to Chapter 88. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat as she said, "You mean to say that using the same source of ice and fire as a foundation, I can mimic the other types of magic, right?" Garamantes laughed and said, "Theoretically, it is completely possible. As for whether it will really succeed, it will depend on how far you can cultivate the same source of ice and fire magic. This is not urgent, you can slowly cultivate it. The same source of ice and fire is not so easy to control, even I don't really understand the principle of this kind of magic. However, I will give you a suggestion, you have to study it more from the details. For example, although a magic element is very small, but a sparrow may be small, but it has all the essentials. If you can study a magic element thoroughly, then you will be able to see a lot of things from this single magic element. All magic elements have something in common, even the polar opposites of ice and fire, light and darkness are no exception. What is the common point of ice and fire? As long as you understand this point, everything in the future will be easier to achieve. Think of two opposing elements, under certain circumstances, can be transformed into each other. Consider this my first lesson to you. I also know that this is more profound, for a magic beginner like you to understand, but you don't have to be discouraged, take it slowly. Of course, you don't have to be grateful to me, even if you learn how to mimic magic, you still have a long way to go to catch up to my level. I am not teaching you this out of kindness, the more magic you grasp, the more dishes you can make to satisfy me. We are only using each other. Although Nian Bing did not have a good impression of Garamantes, she still recognized his understanding of magic. She completely remembered Garamantes' words in her mind, although she could not completely understand it, but she understood. This was the most useful thing for her after sales training. Who will thank you? You said it yourself, we are only using each other. Anyway, you don't like me, at most you can kill me, with your ability, you will definitely kill a small person like me in a second. However, there are not many people in the continent who can use magic in the kitchen. Stinking brat, you dare to threaten the great Garamantes? Do you really want to die? Garamantes suddenly sat up, his eyes blazing. She looked at Nian Bing angrily. Nian Bing smiled. He said, "All right. Stop pretending. You've lived for tens of thousands of years. If you really get angry because of a few words from me, you're not the great Garamantes." Garamantes was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Kid, are you flattering me?" However, it did sound quite comfortable. "How about this? I can't use you for nothing. What you said earlier makes sense. If he could find other magic knives of similar quality, it will greatly improve your magic and cooking skills." "Yes. I won't use you for nothing. Let me borrow something from you first." As he said that, he reached into his pile of treasures. With a shake of his wrist, a golden light fell into his palm. It was a knife. It looked like an ordinary knife, no different from the knives used by ordinary knights. The blade was wide, the back was thick, and the blade was about 4 feet long. The blade was as wide as a palm, and the thickest part of the back was close to an inch. This kind of thick-backed machete was undoubtedly the best for chopping the ground. The ordinary shape of the machete was not ordinary because of the golden luster it emitted. However, there were no decorations on this knife. Everything was so natural, there was not even a trace of a pattern. The hilt was shiny, there was no light fingerprints on it like the proud heaven blade. The soft golden light emitted from the blade made this originally lethal weapon emit a gentle aura. Garamantes stretched out his hand and flicked the blade. The blade immediately let out a pleasant sound. The golden light on the blade swayed, showing signs of breaking through the air. It seemed to be so gentle because of Garamantes' suppression. Glancing at Nian Bing, Garamantes asked, "What do you think of this blade?" Nian Bing nodded, exclaiming in admiration, "It's indeed a good blade. It's a special weapon for knights. If my guess is correct, the weight of this blade is extraordinary. The most precious thing about it is the light magic aura it carries. Generally, weapons like blades can hardly be classified as light magic items, because the light element is the purest and most sacred element of magic. It's incompatible with the killing intent of weapons. This blade can be recognized by the light element, and become a light magic blade. If my guess is correct, it wasn't originally a weapon for killing, but a sacrificial blade for light sacrifice? Garamandes laughed heartily. Well said. To have such an understanding, it's already very good for a weak human like you. Unfortunately, you're not right at all. Although this blade is surrounded by an enormous amount of light element, and is brimming with a sacred aura, it's still a war blade for killing, and not a sacrificial blade. Under this blade, tens of thousands of people have lost their lives. However, it's still a holy blade, and not a magic blade. The reason why it can carry the sacred aura of light element is not because of a light mage, but because the holy blade resonates with the heavens, and the light element automatically converges to form it. This blade is one of the most precious items in my collection. It has several pure heavens, and the most common one is the light of dawn. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was the light of dawn for all the poor and those who were forced to harm others. When the light of dawn arrives, all suffering will end. This holy blade's name is Dawn. It appeared in your human world for a total of 73 years. In these 73 years, the holy blade Dawn has been the nightmare of all the nobles and villains, the light of dawn for all the persecuted. Under this blade, tens of thousands of villains lost their lives. Even the murderous demon king heroic spirit didn't kill as many as it did. This blade doesn't only kill humans, but also other races. Even among us dragons, there was once a variant three-headed evil dragon that died under this blade. However, although this dawn blade took countless lives, it only killed the most evil and wicked people. The villains cursed it, but there were tens of thousands of commoners and oppressed races who praised it. When the dawn blade killed other creatures, it only needed a flash of light, and the blade never came in contact with the enemy. Just that irresistible white light alone was enough to be a nightmare for the enemy. Later on, when the dawn blade swept across the continent for 60 years, this white light changed, turning into a golden color. It wasn't the god's battle aura that you humans speak of, but the blade itself was baptized by the light element, turning into a holy radiant blade. Including me, no one knows what material this blade is made of. However, after 10,000 years, it didn't have the slightest trace of rust. The holy light element is forever protecting it, protecting this dawn blade that once pierced through the heavens and earth. Nianbing sighed softly and said, "There's no record of what happened 10,000 years ago in the history of the continent. However, after hearing what you said and looking at this blade, I can imagine the heroic bearing of that senior. He was born for justice. In this aspect, I will never be able to match him. My pursuit is only revenge and the peak of my culinary skills. Garamandes, can you tell me his story in detail? I am very curious about this senior who swept across the continent for 73 years and gave everything to justice. Can a person really be so righteous? Could it be that he didn't do a single dark thing? I really find it hard to believe that he could influence the entire continent with his strength alone." Garamandes snorted and said, "Idiot, when did I say he was alone? Whether he did evil or not can be seen from this blade. To be directly recognized by the light element, it already proves everything. Can you make the light element recognize you? Only a magnanimous heart. Only a saint who has a bright heart and is willing to give everything to help others can do that. There are very few humans I admire. However, I can't help but admire this person. In this Yangon continent, there were a few god-tier masters. They were so strong that they were close to the power of the gods. However, the only one who truly went to the god realm was the owner of this dawn blade. As far as I know, he is the only sacred teacher in the entire continent. The sacred teacher who was worshipped by all races at that time. He was also one of the few times that the Yangon continent was unified. He was the one who unified for the longest time and was the most loved by the people. At that time, the Yangon continent was completely free and democratic. The unity of humanity was at an all-time high. What a pity, what a pity. At this point, the humanoid Garamandes revealed a sad expression in his eyes. He gently shook his head and gazed at the dawn blade with blurred eyes. Nianbing's heart moved and said, "What's a pity? Could it be that something happened later? Didn't you say that this sacred teacher went to the god realm? What's a pity about such a perfect ending?" Garamandes stroked Dawn Blade and said, "Although the sacred teacher is admirable, he did not have good descendants. His descendants were not as good as the previous generation, and the perfect country was ruined just like that. In the end, it almost caused the extinction of humanity. The sacred teacher was forced to take the risk of being punished by the god realm and return to the Yangon continent. He used his endless life as the price to move the god race and completely seal the enemy. He was sealed in the 7 sealing bottles of Mordos and handed over to a 7-dragon king for safekeeping. Peace was restored to the continent. Although the scene of prosperity was no longer there, at least humanity was no longer in danger of extinction. His fearless spirit of self-sacrifice is what I admire the most. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, someone would finally come to plot against the sealing bottles of Mordos. Nian Bing's body trembled slightly and said, "Since the sealing bottles of Mordos are so important, then you should quickly find it." Find? Of course I have to find. However, it's useless to be anxious. That day, that despicable guy used a teleportation scroll to who knows where. Even if I want to find it, it's not something that can be found in a short time. What's more, it's almost impossible to get all 7 sealing bottles, so I'm not in a hurry. After we leave here, we can slowly look for it while eating your human delicacies. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes with a wry smile and said, "Your idea is really strange. Choosing you to keep this sealing bottle is definitely the mistake of those gods. Can you tell me what is sealed in those bottles? What kind of enemy almost destroyed the whole human race? The dynasty built by the sacred teacher was so powerful, could it be that there was an invasion of other races?" Garamandes snorted and said, "I said, it's better for you to know less about these things. If you know too much, you will only lose your life. I have no obligation to protect you. However, what I can tell you is that the only thing that can destroy human beings is human beings themselves. It has nothing to do with any other races. It's just like how the biggest obstacle to a warrior's cultivation is his own inner demon. If you humans don't get anxious, no one can help you. Okay. This dawn knife will be yours in the future. It will be your 4th kitchen knife. The pure light element on dawn knife will taste very good when used to cook." Hee. What? You want to give me dawn knife to cook? Although Nian Bing longed for a light attribute kitchen knife, dawn knife's origin was so mysterious. Moreover, it was the only thing left behind by the sacred teacher in the human world. Using it as a kitchen knife was really a bit strange. Of course, this was not the main reason. This dawn knife was longer than Feng Nu's parting heaven sword. Moreover, it was wide and thick. How could such a big knife be used as a kitchen knife? Whether he could even carry it was a problem. Therefore, he asked Garamandes so doubtfully. Garamandes gently waved dawn knife in his hand and said, "No matter how strong dawn knife's origin is, it still needs to be in the hands of the sacred teacher. It is the real dawn knife. Rather than leaving it in my pile of treasures, it is better to give it to you as a kitchen knife. Using it as a kitchen knife is not a bad thing. There is no problem. However, this knife is not light. If you want to master it, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Give me that light gem of yours. The holy blade has existed for more than 10,000 years. It is time to upgrade it. After all, without the control of the sacred teacher, it has already robbed its own soul. Dawn knife and holy light stone, wasn't this too powerful?" Nian Bing stared at Garamandes with wide eyes. Garamandes said somewhat impatiently, "Hurry up. If you want to leave this place quickly, give me the stone quickly. I know what you are worried about. In fact, don't you know that the gems on the 3 knives you already have were left behind by those gods in the human world? Without your light attribute gem, how can dawn knife compare to your knives? As long as you add the gem, if you can gain the ability to transform in the future, dawn knife will be the same as your 3 magic knives. It will become a top-grade magic staff, a light attribute magic staff. Kid, you just have to cook properly for me. There are many benefits. As long as you satisfy my stomach, everything else can be discussed. Who knows, if you work hard for 100 or 80 years, you might even have the hope of becoming another sacred teacher." Nian Bing smiled bitterly, "Don't try to coax me. I don't want to become a sacred teacher. I don't have such a good temperament, and I don't have such big aspirations. Can I not cook for you? I don't want to die." As he said that, he took out the holy light stone from his spatial ring and handed it over. After receiving the holy light stone, Garamandes's eyes revealed an intoxicated light. He looked up at the sky and said, Nian Bing, don't forget, I am the great Garamandes. What does the great Garamandes not know? You're a chef, and your mood will have a great impact on your cooking. It's not that I haven't eaten human food before. If it weren't for the fact that your food is incomparable, do you think I would waste so much effort on you? Playing tricks with the great Garamandes won't do you any good. Nian Bing was shocked. Just as she was about to say something, she felt her body tremble. Her body was wrapped in a scorching stream of air and sent to the edge of the cave. In the next moment, Garamandes held the blade in one hand and the holy light stone in the other. He began to chant in a low voice. The strange intonation was like a low buzzing sound that constantly drifted outwards. It wasn't loud, but it caused the entire cave to tremble slightly. Garamandes's hands turned into the color of red jade as he chanted the incantation. His translucent hands continuously poured red air into the holy light stone and the dawn holy blade. Back then, Feng Nu had to rely on the furnace left behind by Hua Tian to fuse the righteous yang blade and the divine stone of fire with a large amount of battle qi. However, everything was so easy for Garamandes. When the dawn holy blade and the holy light stone turned into the same color as his hands, the blade and the gem naturally fused together. The slender and strong hilt of the blade embedded with the holy light stone didn't look out of place at all. It was as if it was supposed to be there. Just as Nian Bing was sighing at Garamandes's strength, Garamandes suddenly screamed and threw the dawn holy blade. The blade turned into a streak of red light and arrived in front of Nian Bing in the blink of an eye. Before she could react, the activation magic scrolls on her body brought out beautiful colors one after another. A total of 4 protective scrolls were activated at almost the same time. However, their activation couldn't block the red jade-like light. That was the power of penetration. The magic scrolls couldn't block the penetration. Nian Bing didn't even change his position because of the magic scroll. A strong burning sensation spread throughout his body as the blade pierced through his chest. Nian Bing could clearly hear the sound of his sternum breaking, and the smell of burnt flesh was so unpleasant. At the same time, his life force was rapidly draining away, even though he was stabbed in the right side of his chest. However, the dawn holy blade was too heavy. Under Garamandes's strength, Nian Bing's body was lifted up like a piece of straw and nailed to the cave wall with the blade. Suddenly suffering such a heavy injury, Nian Bing didn't feel any pain. Because of the burning heat of the blade, the wound instantly froze and didn't even bleed. Her mind was in chaos. Why did he want to kill me? Am I going to die just like that? Everything is going to end like this. Just when I had the hope of leaving this place, my life was taken away. With a flash of red light, Garamandes appeared in front of Nian Bing. He smiled strangely and kept chanting. One of his hands was already holding the hilt of the dawn holy stone. The peaceful sound of the magic spell was like a wave of water that wrapped around Nian Bing's body. Suddenly, she felt her whole body tremble. The dawn holy blade that was constantly draining her life force was emitting a warm current. The wound that had just turned from numbness to severe pain became comfortable under the effect of this warm current. The pain quickly disappeared and the light flickered. Her life force stopped draining and was recovering bit by bit. Garamandes suddenly shouted in a low voice. The dawn holy blade was instantly pulled out from Nian Bing's chest. Under the cover of the golden light, no blood spurted out. His expression suddenly turned solemn. His left palm and his right saber were continuously chanting strange incantations, releasing golden and blue light respectively. The light and water elements were treating Nian Bing's injuries at the same time. Light and water had their own unique characteristics when it came to healing. Now that they had merged together, they fully displayed their powerful healing abilities. Nian Bing's injuries were miraculously healed without leaving a trace. Even the circulation of his blood and magic vortex in his body weren't affected at all. When the magic left her body and she slowly slid to the ground, she couldn't help but feel like she was reborn. From life to death, and then from death to life. This feeling greatly stimulated Nian Bing's nerves. Struggling to stand up from the ground and move her body, Nian Bing said in shock and anger, "Garamandes, are you crazy? Although my life is in your hands, if you play with me like this, you might as well kill me." She didn't try to fight Garamandes with her life, because she knew that it would be futile. She coldly looked at Garamandes, her eyes full of coldness. Garamendi snorted and said, "What's so fun about you? Do I need to play with you? Idiot, do you think that this Dawn Holy Blade can be used by anyone? Just now, when I forcibly fused your gem with it, I received a strong backlash from the Dawn Holy Blade itself. Fortunately, this gem is the purest light element gem, so the fusion was successful. But after the fusion, I need some spiritual aura to baptize it. The original owner of Dawn is a human, and I am a dragon, so of course I need your blood. You brat actually used a magic scroll to trigger it, almost spoiling my great plan. Fortunately, I used enough power. Now, your bloodline has been recognized by Dawn. In the future, this blade is yours. As for whether or not it can still release its ancient splendor, that will depend on you." Seeing Garamandi's hand over the Dawn Holy Blade to her, Nianbing received the hilt, half believing and half doubting. When Garamandi's let go, Nianbing felt her whole body sink. Because her mind was still thinking about the previous process of the long blade piercing her chest, her whole body fell forward along with the blade. With a puff sound, half of the blade was inserted into the ground, stabilizing her body. Garamandi's took joy in her misfortune. "Brat, wanting Dawn to be your kitchen knife is not an easy matter. Slowly enjoy yourself. Don't worry, there won't be any sequelae on your body. With my light and water magic of the 9th step, unless your head explodes, you won't die even if you want to." Looking at Nianbing evilly, he already thought of a way to deal with Nianbing. Nianbing looked at the long blade in front of him. Although he wasn't concentrating just now, his arms were much stronger than normal people due to his years of training with the blade. Even so, he wasn't able to hold the Dawn blade. It was obvious that the Dawn blade was much heavier than it looked. Holding the hilt with both hands, he used all his strength to pull Dawn up, barely holding it in front of him. Nianbing was surprised to find that Dawn's weight was more than 50 kilograms. Even with both hands, it was impossible for him to wield this heavy holy blade. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Great Garamandes, if you want to harm me, just say it directly. You don't have to beat around the bush like this, right? This blade is equivalent to trash in my hands. It's completely useless." The golden light of the blade was completely restrained. It didn't look as shiny as before, but Nianbing faintly felt that this holy blade seemed to have already broken away from the feeling of metal, as if it was composed of light elements. That pure feeling, coupled with the enormous holy aura, calmed his previously frightened mind. The heavenly flower tablet on his chest was emitting a more auspicious aura, which complemented the Dawn Holy Blade, making him feel exceptionally comfortable. The warmth brought by the light swept away the negative emotions in his heart. Everything returned to nature, and Nianbing's expression also became much more peaceful. Garamandes unhappily said, "You actually called such a treasured blade trash. You really don't know what's good for you. Let me tell you, this blade weighs 128 kilograms, which is several times more than an ordinary heavy sword that weighs 64 kilograms. It's classified as a heavy weapon. Moreover, with that gem of yours, this blade's light element aura is extremely rich. If you encounter any dark creatures or enemies like that bastard who stole Morta's sealing bottle that day, with the protection of this Dawn Holy Blade, the negative aura of darkness won't be able to harm your body. Such a good thing is priceless, yet you still don't want it." Nianbing smiled bitterly. "I also know that it's a good thing, but don't forget, I'm a magician, not a warrior. Even if I'm a warrior, I'm afraid that there aren't many people who can use this heavy blade that weighs 128 kilograms, right? How could it be comfortable to carry this thing on his body?" Although he was extremely unworthy of the holy brilliant stone, his rational self knew that this blade wouldn't be of much use to him. Garamandes gave a mischievous smile. "I'm doing this for your own good. You human magicians often put the cultivation of magic power and spiritual force at the forefront, but you don't know that you've already walked into a misconception. Everything has its limits, and so does the human body. Purely cultivating magic power and spiritual force will inevitably reduce the training of a magician's body to the lowest level. You're better off. As a chef, you can still move around, but ordinary magicians' bodies are much weaker than yours. That's because they simply don't understand that the body is the source of everything. When magic power and spiritual force reach a certain level, it will become an enormous burden on the body. This kind of burden will restrict your magic development. To give a simple example, you human magicians won't easily use forbidden spells, that is, spells of the 11th step. They clearly have that kind of strength, so why don't they dare to use it casually? If you ask them, they'll definitely tell you that it's because they're afraid of magic backlash. That's all bullshit. The magic they use is their own ability to communicate with the magic elements of heaven and earth. Apart from the sacrificial magic of dark magic, which sacrifices something of themselves for others to use, ordinary magic doesn't have any backlash at all. The backlash that those magicians speak of is only the resonance between the forbidden spell and the magic elements of heaven and earth. Resonance with the magic elements? Nianbing looked at Garamandes in astonishment. Ever since she met this great Garamandes, Nianbing discovered that she was constantly coming into contact with new areas of magic. Garamandes gave a mischievous smile. That's right, it's precisely resonance with magic. At that time, the magic elements will produce a very strong resonance. After all, it's a spell of the 11th step. The resonance has already reached a certain level, and the magicians are all old magicians who have cultivated for many years. With their old bodies, how can they withstand the resonance? It's undoubtedly suicidal, so they don't dare to use it. Think about it the other way around. If your body is healthy, the damage caused by the resonance when using magic will be much less. It can even be said that there won't be any harm at all. That way, not only can you use higher-level magic, but at the same time, it'll also make it easier to break through the bottleneck of magic cultivation. Didn't you want to learn more about magic from me? What I'm teaching you today is my own experience. So, as long as you use this Dawn Blade to train your body, then your magic future will be limitless. You can create a magic scroll that can trigger magic. It looks like you still have a future. Nianbing thought about it carefully. Even though Garamandes' words made sense, he could not help but feel uneasy when he saw the flickering look in Garamandes' eyes. He glanced at the dawn saber in his hand. He was reluctant to return it to Garamandes. After all, it was a magic saber that was on par with the morning dew, pure sun, and proud sky. At that moment, he nodded and said, "Since this saber is already mine, I want to change its name. I don't want to be a saint. This heavy saber will be named after my gemstone. It will be called the Holy Radiance Saber. In memory of that senior, I'll call it the dawn that runs through heaven and earth." Garamandes, with his hands behind his back, nodded in satisfaction and said, "The dawn that runs through heaven and earth, Holy Glory Blade, not bad, it's a good name. Let's do as you said." Okay, we should also set off. Nianbing, I'll help you train your body. I'll help you keep your ring, you can carry the Holy Glory Blade and walk out of the mountain range. I think, after leaving the Tianding mountain range, your body will definitely reach a new level. You've cooked for me for a few days, don't worry, I'll provide you with food along the way. Let's go. His figure flashed, without waiting for Nianbing to understand, the space ring on his hand had already disappeared. Then, Nianbing only felt her body flew up high, as if riding on the clouds, carrying the Holy Glory Blade directly towards the top of the cave. Garamandes smiled sinisterly, muttering to himself, "Nianbing boy, don't you get tired easily from cooking? This time I'll help you train your body, so that you won't be lazy and not cook for me in the future." Magicians train their body, and, not a bad choice, but what I said is also the truth, I'm not lying to you. Waha, the great Garamandes is really smart. My delicacies. I'm coming. Casually waving his hand in the pile of treasures, a shadow flashed. Just when Nianbing was about 100 feet in the air, he felt his body tighten. His body was already above Garamandes's head, and before he could figure out what happened, the two of them had already appeared outside the cave. Immediately, the leisurely air rushed to his face. Nianbing supported himself with a knife, his eyes suddenly opened up. He finally didn't have to suffer the sin of being a frog in a well in the cave. Garamandes played with the spatial ring in his hand, laughed mischievously, and said, "We can go now. Don't worry, these few days you only need to rush with all your strength, there's no need for you to cook for me." Nianbing looked at the boundless mountains, smiled bitterly and said, "Do you really want me to carry a knife and walk alone? Great Garamandes, are you sure this method is beneficial for magic cultivation?" Garamandes put on a serious look. Of course, the great Garamandes will not lie. Nianbing hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then according to what you said, aren't warriors more suited to cultivate magic?" However, magic warriors are very rare among humans. Garamandes snorted, and said, "What do you know? Warriors cultivate do-chi. Although do-chi and magic have some similarities, their cultivation methods and displayed results are after all different. One is internal cultivation, the other is external. If you cultivate do-chi, your body's perception of the magic elements in the air will greatly change. Even if you cultivate do-chi, there won't be any good results. Of course, powerful existences like us dragons are absolute exceptions. You humans can't reach that level. So, I only said to let you train your body, I didn't say to let you cultivate martial arts." Looking at the heavy holy brilliance knife in his hand, Nian Bing's face was bitter. Carrying this over the mountains and ridges, it was not an easy task. Garamandes kept a straight face. His right hand lightly waved towards a large tree at the top of the mountain. Immediately, a tough branch broke off. His right hand grabbed the air and the branch fell into his palm. The branch shook and crackled in the air. "Kid, it's not that easy to learn magic from me. I'll teach you well, don't even think about it. Otherwise, this branch of mine won't be merciful." As he said saying that, his injury. "Don't, great Garamandes, I'll go." "Okay." The knife, following the direction pointed in the direction pointed, following the path, and followed the direction, pointed, following the path, along the rugged mountain road, following the direction pointed the direction, following the direction pointed s. 128 kilograms might not be a big deal, but carrying such a heavy weight on his back was not an ordinary matter. Perhaps the fire dragon human race had been notified by Garamandes and did not appear again. As he continued to move forward, Nian Bing realized that the branch in Garamandes's hand was not simply there to urge him to move forward, but also became his life-saving straw. The mountain road was steep, and Nian Bing lost his footing more than once while carrying the holy brilliance knife, which weighed 128 kilograms. At this time, the soft branch would naturally wrap around his body and pull him back from the edge of danger. Garamandes followed behind him as if he was on a scenic tour. After being saved a few times, Nian Bing suddenly felt that he did not hate Garamandes so much anymore, and he also believed in what he said previously. Nian Bing's physical strength was greatly overdrawn, and the coarse clothes on his body had already become strips. Nian Bing could no longer care about this now. After leaving the mountain peak for 2 hours, Garamandes finally said to Nian Bing, who was moving forward step by step, "All right, it's been 2 hours, rest for a while." Upon hearing this, Nian Bing's first action was to slide to the ground. The holy brilliance knife fell to the side, but he did not care about it, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Pa! Amidst the crisp sound, Nian Bing, who was lying on the ground, sat up in pain. He said angrily, "Are you going to let me live? Didn't you say to rest for a while?" Garamandes squatted beside Nian Bing, chuckled, and took out a black thing the size of a child's fist and stuffed it into Nian Bing's mouth. Nian Bing only felt a fishy smell assailing his nose, and just as he was about to spit it out, a scorching current came from his body. He subconsciously opened his mouth, and Garamandes patted him. Immediately, the black thing went down his throat, bringing with it a hot air. Nian Bing looked at Garamandes in shock. "What did you feed me?" His chest and abdomen churned, and waves of nausea came, but under the effect of Garamandes's ability, he could not vomit. Garamandes said leisurely, "Of course it's poison. Do you think I can feed you anything good?" As he spoke, he removed the energy on Nian Bing's body. That thing had already been digested. Nian Bing pointed his middle finger at Garamandes. Anyway, he knew that Garamandes would not bear to kill him. Poison is poison. Anyway, with you by my side, sooner or later I'll be played to death by you, so it's better to poison me to death. Even if I'm going to die, I want to sleep for a while." With that, he lay on the ground again, and just as he was about to relax, the intense pain came again. Ouch! Nian Bing turned over and sat up, looking at the branch in Garamandes's hand that had just been retracted, his eyes almost spitting fire. "Why did you hit me again? Didn't I eat the poison?" Garamandes said slowly, "If you want to improve your magic, now is the best time. The more tired your body is, the easier it is to concentrate. Do you still remember what I said earlier? Feel the mysteries of magic from the smallest places. If you dare to lie down again, it won't be just a slap." A sinister smile hung on the corner of his mouth, the branch in his hand constantly crackling in the air. After listening to Garamandes' words, Nian Bing understood that he was giving him pointers. His mind suddenly became clear, as if he was suddenly enlightened. He looked deeply at Garamandes, his hands supporting his tired body as he sat cross-legged, trying to forget the tiredness of his body. Just like what Garamandes had said, Nian Bing focused all his attention on his mana and slowly absorbed the magical elements in the air. At the same time, he used his mental strength to pay attention to these subtle magical elements and feel their mysteries. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had an idea. Garamandes lazily looked at Nian Bing from the side, secretly thinking, this kid has some talent, he doesn't look so stupid. Train well, with the same origin of ice and fire as the foundation, maybe after a period of time, he can really grasp the ability to transform. If that's the case, he won't have to worry about not having a variety of dishes to eat. 7 Elemental magic, coupled with the cooking methods of various dishes, it will be difficult to eat the same dish. Haha. Thinking of this, Garamandes couldn't help but smile. Looking at Nian Bing, it was as if he was looking at a large pile of delicious food. At this time, sitting cross-legged, Nian Bing's body was surrounded by faint red and blue streams of air. The 2 streams of air were slowly revolving around his body. Although the magic elements were not strong, the pattern of the rotation was exactly the same as the ice and fire in his body. The speed of the rotation was very fast. Garamandes didn't care at first, but suddenly, he found that the speed of the air around Nian Bing's body was becoming slower and slower. Just when he wanted to remind Nian Bing, the 2 types of magic that were rotating suddenly stopped, forming red and blue, 2 dazzling balls of light on both sides of Nian Bing's body. Not good, this kid is crazy. Garamandes flashed in front of Nian Bing, at the same time raised both hands. The red light divided into 2, separately controlling the magic that was stagnating on both sides of Nian Bing's body. He really didn't understand what Nian Bing wanted to do. Why did the magic that was originally rotating so well suddenly stop? In fact, to him, this was completely equivalent to suicide. Through the feeling of the magic in Nian Bing's body, Garamandes clearly discovered that this situation was definitely not caused by going berserk during meditation, but by Nian Bing's own actions. Did he deliberately want to die? No, that's impossible. Garamandes immediately dispelled this thought, and continued to carefully control the 2 opposite types of magic in Nian Bing's body. He didn't believe that Nian Bing would choose to commit suicide. However, at this time, even someone as strong as him had no way to solve the current dilemma. Garamandes knew that as long as he helped Nian Bing's energy leave, the ice and fire in his body would violently collide. At that time, Nian Bing's body would definitely turn into ashes. Not to mention his own light and water-based recovery magic of the 9th step, even a 12th step super forbidden spell wouldn't be able to rebuild a destroyed body. For the sake of delicacies, he could only control Nian Bing's body. His dragon brain was constantly working, thinking of all kinds of possible methods. Time passed by minute, second by second. Garamandes had already been thinking for close to 4 hours. To him, continuously controlling the energy in Nian Bing's body didn't consume much, but he was getting more and more impatient with boredom. After 4 hours, he thought of countless possibilities. However, although he was the Fire Dragon King, he didn't know much about the magic of the same origin of ice and fire that appeared in the human body. He thought of trying to restore the rotation of the magic in Nian Bing's body, but he didn't have the slightest certainty about what would happen when the 2 opposite types of magic came into contact. Garamandes really couldn't bear to let Nian Bing die like this. Although they had only been in contact for a few days, Nian Bing's culinary attainments made him extremely satisfied. It wasn't easy to find such a special chef who came knocking on his door. Therefore, although Garamandes was frustrated, he didn't have the slightest intention of giving up on Nian Bing at this time. He could only control the 2 types of energy in Nian Bing's body. He found that Nian Bing's spiritual force seemed to have given up on controlling his own magic, and was completely concentrated in his brain. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Perhaps, he was also thinking of a way to get out of this predicament. What was Nian Bing doing? Of course, he had no reason to commit suicide. He naturally had his own reasons for stopping the rotation of the same origin of ice and fire and forcing himself into a desperate situation. After many years of magic training, the same origin of ice and fire had always been with him as he grew. However, he also deeply understood that this wasn't the true origin of ice and fire. The two magical elements of ice and fire were only maintaining a mysterious balance under a mysterious situation. In the process of using it, although he understood a little of the characteristics of the same origin of ice and fire, he still couldn't eliminate the hidden danger between ice and fire. Nianbing thought about how to solve this problem the most during his daily training. Through the guidance of Long Ji and Evernight, as well as his own experience from flipping through various magical materials, he already had some theoretical methods that could succeed. In addition, these few days, Garamandes enlightened him on magic. Nianbing was even more certain of his understanding of magic. This kind of training was undoubtedly very dangerous, and now that he had the Dragon King by his side to protect him, it was naturally the best time. Nianbing was betting that Garamandes wouldn't bear to see him die. He was very confident about this point. Therefore, after starting his training, he relied on his tyrannical mental strength to directly share the ice and fire. Did Nianbing really chase away all the magical power? Of course not. Although he gave up control of most of the magical power, he still left a fire element and an ice element in the spiritual brand between his eyebrows. Back then, when he was researching how to solve the problem of ice and fire being of the same origin, the biggest obstacle in his thinking was how to implement it. However, Garamandes' words of starting from a young age and feeling from one element made Nianbing's thoughts suddenly clear. He had now completely focused his mental strength in his mind, wholeheartedly feeling the similarities and differences between the two magical elements of ice and fire. From the start of his training until now, more than 6 hours had passed. They left the cave at noon, and Nianbing's understanding of the two magical elements of ice and fire was getting stronger and stronger. This kind of situation was very rare. Usually, in the process of training, tens of thousands of magical elements were absorbed and released, and the magical elements were always in the process of operation. Even if he wanted to, it was impossible for him to only observe one magical element. Now that he had given up his original magical power, he was able to enter this kind of situation. This was a mysterious feeling. With a deep understanding, Nianbing began to transform the ice and fire elements. He discovered that the ice and fire elements were both pure elements. It was just that they had different characteristics. Comparatively speaking, the ice element was a stable magical element, while the fire element was much more active. It was always restless and restless. The stable ice element was more convenient for control, and was also suitable for attack and defense. Moreover, it could be transformed into water, and at the same time, it had the life aura of water. The life aura was a common characteristic of water and ice, just like the holy aura of light. The active fire element, because of its violent characteristics, was more suitable for attack, and was the most unstable among the various magical elements. Its energy waves were also the strongest. The cold air of ice and the heat of fire, because of their opposite characteristics, would repel or cancel each other out when they met. If there was a common characteristic between them, it would be the origin. Not only ice and fire, but the foundation of all magical elements was the word element. Whether it was ice or fire, in Nianbing's mind, they were all a dot, an extremely small dot of light that could only be felt with mental strength. Although their attributes were different, the amount of energy they could translate was exactly the same, and the same was true for other magical elements. Thinking of this, Nianbing suddenly had a deeper understanding of magic to a certain extent. The basic amount of energy of any magical element was the same, but due to the different characteristics of each of the 7 basic magical elements, when magic was used, the characteristics of each magical element would be more clearly reflected according to the amount of magical elements. In addition, the 7 types of magic were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, which was why there were so many different types of magic. And the power of magic was related to the purity and quantity of magical elements. The so-called purity was that the more magical elements condensed in a certain volume, the higher the purity of the magic. And the quantity of magic was the embodiment of the amount of magic. Simply speaking, the smaller the volume of a fireball of magical elements, the more powerful it would be. The so-called compression of the volume of magic was to increase the strength of the magic, and mental strength was the most important factor that affected the purity of magic. The higher the level of magic, because of the size of the magic, the greater the difference between each element. And now, in Nianbing's mental imprint between her eyebrows, there was only one magical element each, ice and fire. At this moment, the difference between them was the smallest. If she let the ice element become more active, the fire element would become more stable. When the two elements reached an ingenious balance, they might not repel each other so much. And this balance was what she wanted to pursue now. Thinking of this, Nianbing's spirit was greatly lifted. Because, she thought, the reason why her ice and fire coexisted peacefully during the rotation was because in the process of rotation, the fire element's activity and violence were suppressed, and the ice element became more active because of the rotation. So, they could not invade each other and peacefully stay together. If the rotation could achieve such a balance, then could the control of mental strength also achieve such a situation? If it could, then, she would not have anything to worry about in the future. Thinking of this point, Nianbing's ice and fire coexisting magic had unknowingly entered the second stage, although there was still a certain distance to the point where the two opposite types of magic could be converted to each other. But, after thinking of this point, the danger of the ice and fire coexisting magic had also disappeared. Next, what she wanted to do was to experiment, using these two single magical elements to test out the point of balance. With the control of mental strength, suppressing the activity of the magical elements and making the stable magical elements active was not a difficult matter. At this moment, Nianbing could not help but be grateful to her first master, Zhaji. If not for Zhaji's supervision, which allowed her to greatly increase her mental strength in the process of practicing her culinary arts, causing her mental strength to far surpass that of a mage of the same level, how could she perfectly control the ice and fire coexisting magic? Late at night, the heaven-shaking mountain range appeared to be much quieter. The birds and beasts that were active during the day had already returned to their nests. The reason why the center of the heaven-shaking mountain range was like spring all year round was naturally due to the influence of Garamandes, the fire dragon king. The large mountain that he had lived in for thousands of years had long been infected by his fire element, becoming a true mountain of fire element. After 2 hours, Nianbing had not walked far. In this place where she was resting, the surrounding temperature was suitable, and along with the night breeze, it brought along the morning dew. Although the current Garamandes was in human form, the faintly discernible dragon aura on his body made no creatures dare to approach him. He was currently very depressed. After more than half a day, Nianbing's state still did not change at all. He did not want to give up on Nianbing, so after thinking for a long time, he still decided to try to rotate it. However, this required the cooperation of Nianbing's mental strength. Otherwise, even if the two magical elements of ice and fire were to rotate, without Nianbing's support, everything would still be in vain. However, Nianbing now seemed to be sleeping, her mental strength completely concentrated in her brain, without the slightest intention of spilling out. This made Garamandes more and more irritated. He could not wait to beat up Nianbing to vent his anger. Just when Garamandes wanted to take the risk of triggering Nianbing's mental strength, his mental strength finally reacted, and the reaction was very stable. The mental strength split into two and flowed out of his mind, respectively entering the two magical elements of ice and fire that were in a static state, as if trying to draw out some of these two magical elements. Garamandes felt Nianbing's greed, and subconsciously cooperated with her to release some of the magical elements of ice and fire. A strange scene happened. The two magical elements did not start to rotate to drive the other magical elements as Garamandes had imagined, but instead gathered towards his chest under the control of Nianbing. A gentle white light emerged from Nianbing's chest. That was the aura of the Heavenly Flower Token. The Heavenly Flower Token had chosen to complete the second stage of the fusion of ice and fire at his chest precisely because of the Heavenly Flower Token to stabilize the magic's agitation. The two waves of mental strength did different things under Nianbing's ingenious control. The fire became much quieter, while the ice became more active. When they reached a perfect balance, the two magical elements contained each other and completely merged together. The stable state shocked Garamandes. A rotation gradually appeared, but the rotation speed was extremely slow. The two magical elements of ice and fire slowly exchanged positions, circulating naturally, as if they were a pair of close brothers, close to each other without any trace of rejection. Time passed minute by minute. Nian Bing used her mental strength to mobilize the two magical elements that originally belonged to her, bit by bit, to carry out the fusion process. As the amount of fusion increased, the effects of the fusion became more and more perfect. Garamandes finally understood that the seemingly weak human in front of him was growing stronger. He never thought that in such a short period of time, Nian Bing could actually make such a big breakthrough. He couldn't help but secretly tell himself that, coordinating with his cultivation, he constantly controlled the magical elements to output. Of course, he couldn't possibly know that today's fusion was the result of Nian Bing's many years of hard work and research. Only someone like him who was born with an ice and fire constitution, coupled with his familiarity with the two magical elements of ice and fire, could complete the second stage of fusion. When Nian Bing woke up from the state, it was already the morning of the next day. The clothes on his body were mixed with sweat. It emitted an unpleasant smell. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the whole world seemed to have changed. Everything was so clear. He could even see the texture on the leaves in the distance, and see the changes in the feathers of the birds. Everything was so beautiful. As long as he deliberately paid attention, the amount of various magical elements in the air would be clearly presented in front of him. In his chest, a gentle ball of energy was slowly rotating. It was a completely liquid state. The red and blue appeared so calm. There was no conflict between them, and there was no rejection of each other. It was so comfortable that it couldn't be the sky. Feeling the capacity of his magical power, Nian Bing was surprised to find that after one night, his magical power had actually made great progress. He was only a step away from entering the realm of a sorcerer. The characteristics of ice and fire were deeply imprinted in his mind, so clear. Stinking brat, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my mental loss? Garamandes' strange voice sounded. Nian Bing turned around to look, only to see him leaning on a rock at the side and looking at him. Smiling awkwardly, Nian Bing said, "Great Garamandes, I didn't expect that I would rest for so long. You won't blame me for such a small matter, right?" Garamandes chuckled and said, "Just a little thing? I don't think so. After living for tens of thousands of years, it's the first time I've seen a human who dares to use me. Don't tell me that your actions yesterday were not intentional. Do you think I'll believe it?" After all, he was a dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years. When Nian Bing's ice and fire had completely entered the second stage, he immediately understood that he had been fooled. Nian Bing smiled slightly, the awkwardness on his face disappeared. He said matter-of-factly, "You can't blame me for this. Think about it, when I'm with you on the continent in the future, if my magic level is too poor, won't it be embarrassing for you? Moreover, you said that as long as my head doesn't explode, I won't die no matter what. I also want to master the skill of mimicry as soon as possible. This way, I can make more delicious food for you." His words could be considered to have spoken to Garamandes' heart. Garamandes was arrogant by nature. With Nian Bing's invisible support, coupled with the temptation of delicious food, it immediately reduced the anger in his heart by a lot. He casually picked up the branch from yesterday, pointed to the holy brilliance sword on the ground, and said, "Carry it and continue on with the journey. Yesterday, you still had the energy to use me. Obviously, you're not tired enough. Today, you have to walk for 4 hours before you can rest for a while. Every time you rest, you can't rest for more than 2 hours. If you dare to use me again, I'll directly detonate the magic in your body." After saying that, he walked directly into the distance. Nian Bing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Garamandes had already accepted the fact that he had to suffer in silence. 4 hours was fine. He was in a very good mood now. The ice and fire homology had a qualitative leap. Even if there was no fundamental increase in his magic power, his ice and fire homology magic was not as strong as before. He grabbed the holy brilliance sword with both hands and carried it on his shoulders. He strode out of the mountain range with Garamandes. As he walked, Nian Bing discovered 2 problems. The most direct one was that he realized that the holy brilliance sword did not seem to be as heavy as it was yesterday. Although it was still very uncomfortable, the overall weight seemed to be a lot lighter. Another one was that he realized that he was actually not hungry. One had to know that because of yesterday's cultivation, he had not eaten for an entire day. Magical elements could not be eaten as food. Nianbing was a smart person. When he thought of these 2 points, he quickly searched his brain. Soon, he thought of the poison that Garamandes gave him yesterday. Although he had long guessed that it was not a real poison, he did not expect it to have such an effect. Could it be that he was drugged? Nianbing secretly rejoiced. His gaze towards Garamandes's back became much gentler. Nianbing's relaxed mood did not last long. Although his body was not worse than an ordinary person's, this rugged mountain road was not something that an ordinary person could walk on, not to mention that he was carrying a heavy weapon on his shoulders. Perhaps Garamandes was still holding a grudge against him for using him yesterday. This time, he did not help Nianbing when he fell several times. It was only once when Nianbing almost fell into the mountain stream that he used the soft branches to pull Nianbing back. His magic had improved. Nianbing also thought of using magic to hold this heavy sword. However, he only tried once and gave up on this idea because there were 10 red marks on his body from the branches. Fortunately, Garamandes did not object to him switching from ice magic to water magic. Otherwise, Nianbing would have been covered in scars by now. Thinking back to the relaxing scene of sitting on the pole, Nianbing's heart shrank. The good days were gone. Now, he could only worship his own legs. For hours later, Nianbing was so tired that he fell to the ground like a dead dog. Before the branches hit his body, he quickly sat up. Before he entered the state of meditation, he also stuffed a smelly thing into his mouth. Since he had guessed that this was a good thing, he did not resist anymore. He obediently swallowed it and immediately entered the state of meditation. In the state of meditation, the recovery of the body's functions would be much faster. Days passed like this. In the first few days, Nianbing was basically in a daze other than in the state of meditation. The fatigue of his body often made it difficult for him to breathe. It felt as if he was hovering between life and death every time. However, after 5 days, Nianbing gradually adapted to this kind of life. As time passed, he was more and more certain that the thing that Garamandes gave him was some kind of tonic. Because every time he carried the Holy Glory sword for a few hours, his muscles and bones would be extremely sore. However, as long as he ate that smelly thing and woke up from the state of meditation, his body would at least recover half of its condition. His muscles and bones would not hurt as much, and he would not feel hungry. 5 days had passed. Not only did the Holy Brilliance sword feel lighter, even her footsteps were lighter. The most valuable thing was the improvement of her magic power. Just as Garamandes said, cultivating in an extreme state had great benefits for the improvement of her mental strength and magic power. Now, the condensed magic power in her chest had shrunk a little and felt more solid. Nianbing faintly felt that she seemed to have entered the realm of a magic shooter, but she was not sure yet. 15 days after leaving the cave, Nianbing carried the Holy Brilliance sword and followed Garamandes with a vigorous figure. She asked doubtfully, "Great Garamandes, we have been walking for half a month. Why do I feel that we should have walked out long ago? Why can't we walk out of the mountain range?" After 15 days of painful training, the originally handsome Nianbing had become like a savage. The beard on his face covered his handsome face, and his long golden hair was tangled together. However, the muscles on his body were much stronger than before. The dirty front hid his lustrous skin. The biggest change was his pair of deep eyes. They were like the stars in the night sky, shining with a frightening brilliance. His vision had greatly improved, making the whole world clearer. After 15 days of training, the Holy Brilliance sword could no longer be a burden to him. He could use it in his hand. Although he could not use it as he wished, at least its weight was no longer a threat. Garamandes said matter-of-factly, "Of course we can't walk out, because we have been walking in circles." Nianbing looked at him dumbfounded and said, "Walking in circles? Are you sick in the head?" No, great Garamandes, what I mean is, aren't you in a hurry to go out and eat delicious food?" The coldness in Garamandes's eyes faded. He said, indifferently, as the saying goes, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. "I will train you better so that you don't go out and embarrass me. In another half a month, we will leave here. However, from now on, the way we walk will change a little. You are now walking for 6 hours and you can rest once. This is too unfair to you. You've worked too hard. I've decided to change the 6 hours to 2 hours. What do you think? If that's the case, you won't say that I'm unkind, right? As he spoke, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Nianbing blinked. Did I hear wrongly? Changing from 3 hours to 2 hours, that's not your style. Garamandes gently waved the branch in his hand and said, of course you didn't hear wrongly. However, I have to add something. Within these 2 hours, you can choose any method to advance. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped Nianbing lightly with his palm. Nianbing had already used up all of her magic scrolls, so she had nothing to defend against Garamandes's dragon claws. The scorching heat instantly spread throughout her body, and Nianbing felt as if there was a huge gate that cut off the connection between her and her magic. However, she was already used to Garamandes's actions. She only looked at him suspiciously, waiting for him to speak. Garamandes chuckled and said, you can continue to advance. Remember, it's 2 hours. However, this time I will take good care of you from behind. The branch in his hand danced, and before Nianbing could react, there was already a mark on his body. The intense pain accompanied by the burning sensation made him jump up. What are you doing? Garamandes looked at him maliciously and said, nothing much. I'm just helping you train your body. Don't you want to improve your magic? Then you have to train your body for the next half a month. Come on, brat, if you have the ability, then dodge my attack. Of course, you can also use the Holy Radiance blade to block it. However, you have to be able to block it first. Why aren't you moving? Watch my whip. Nianbing enjoyed an inhuman life. Under the 2 hours of Fire Dragon King Garamandes's whip, there was almost no place on his body that was intact. Fortunately, Garamandes was still considered to be merciful. He did not harm the sensitive parts of his body. Ling Nianbing was not used to the sudden change in situation. Fortunately, there was still that stinky thing to eat to recover his strength. After 2 hours, Garamandes would first feed him this thing, then remove the magic seal on his body and let him heal his wounds. After the treatment, he could meditate for an hour. There was a limit to a person's patience. Even Nianbing, who endured humiliation for the sake of survival, was no exception. On the 3rd day of being whipped, Nianbing finally could not take it anymore. Damn it, Garamandes, you bastard. If you hit me again, I'll fight it out with you. Waving the Holy Radiance blade in his hand, Nianbing, who was unable to use magic, was about to spit fire from his eyes. The intense pain that came from his body made him feel like he was about to break down. Garamandes waved the branch in his hand. With a smack, another red mark appeared on Nianbing's body. I'm whipping you, so what? Do you still want to resist? Nianbing's eyes were red. The 20 days of abuse had finally pushed his patience to the brink of collapse. His mind was blank. He only wanted to tear this Fire Dragon King who had transformed into a human into pieces. His entire body rushed towards Garamandes like a whirlwind. The Holy Radiance blade in his hand was as nimble as the morning dew in his hand. The disdain in Garamandes's eyes suddenly turned into astonishment. This was because he realized that Nianbing had changed. Although he did not have fighting aura, the Holy Radiance blade in his hand had turned into a golden ball of light. Even with Garamandes's eyesight, he could not see any pattern in this golden ball of light. Every strike was as untraceable as an antelope's horn. However, every strike seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. It was no longer in the category of a blade. Garamandes actually saw a dragon-shaped airflow in that golden ball of light. A dragon-shaped airflow formed by light elements. While he was distracted, the Holy Radiance blade had already arrived in front of him. Garamandes was shocked to find that not only was he unable to dodge, he did not even know how to block it. Although he had lived for tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he had seen such a mysterious blade technique. Helplessly, a fiery red fighting aura surged out, forming a flame-like protective layer around his body. Since he was unable to dodge or block, he could only rely on his advantage in fighting aura. Although the Fire Dragon King's fighting aura was not golden, it was definitely not inferior to the fighting aura of a god-tier master. The shadows of the blade suddenly changed. The Holy Radiance blade actually disappeared into thin air in an instant, leaving only 9 angry golden dragons in the air. The golden dragons either pounced, rushed forward, or spat, each of them using different forms to rush towards Garamandi's defense. The most surprising thing was that the golden light of the blade actually directly penetrated the blade. It was an indestructible aura, an aura that made even Garamandi's feel apprehensive. He suddenly understood that although Nianbing didn't have fighting aura, from this moment on, he had grasped the soul of the blade. The Holy Radiance blade seemed to be held in the hands of its master, the sacred teacher. Although those golden shadows of the blade were not fighting aura, they were the combination of light essence and the soul of the blade itself. Its might was not inferior to that of aura at all. Concentrated sounds of friction were unceasingly heard. Garamandi's didn't know how many times Nianbing's blade had cut his defensive barrier. He could only feel an abnormal surge of light essence unceasingly surging inside, although it couldn't injure him. However, this light essence aura was filled with an indomitable will. If not for the huge difference between the energy impact and his fighting aura, this aura alone would have been enough to seriously injure him. With a cough, the fiery red radiance suddenly expanded, and Nianbing's body was sent flying, heavily landing 10 meters away along with the Holy Radiance blade. Although he was dizzy from the fall, his hand was still firmly holding on to the Holy Radiance blade. That round Holy Radiance stone emitted a layer of golden radiance that extended to Nianbing's entire body. Although this fall seemed very heavy, he wasn't injured at all. Nianbing crawled up from the ground, but didn't launch another attack at Garamandi's. Looking at the Holy Radiance blade in his hand in astonishment, he didn't know what to do for a moment. The Holy Radiance blade emitted a golden light in all directions, and that transparent feeling seemed to let Nianbing see the light of dawn. He knew what he had done. That's right, he had just used the Holy Radiance blade to display the Holy Radiance blade technique. If it was the Ghost Condor, Nianbing naturally had the confidence to easily control it. However, the Holy Radiance blade in his hand just now weighed 128 kilograms. The 4-chi long blade actually displayed the carving blade technique. What was the point of this? Just the flexibility and coordination of his body were far from comparable to before. The moment he displayed the Holy Radiance blade technique, his body and the blade were completely integrated, and there was no longer any distinction between the two. Naturally, the blade aura on the Holy Radiance blade was completely composed of pure light essence. Now that his magic was sealed, what was it that activated the Holy Radiance blade's aura? It was his determination, his indomitable determination. As expected of the peerless treasured blade that had accompanied the sacred teacher for more than 70 years. Holy Radiance, oh Holy Radiance, you've finally fully acknowledged me. Nianbing's eyes were filled with emotions as he looked at the blade. A layer of hazy mist appeared in his eyes. After 10,000 years, this sacred expert's treasured blade had a new owner. Good blade technique, what's the name of the blade technique? Garamandi's voice sounded. Nianbing murmured, the Holy Radiance blade technique. It's a blade technique that my first teacher imparted to me. You might not believe it, but it's used for carving in the culinary arts. To evaluate a person's culinary skills, one has to look at 5 aspects: color, aroma, taste, meaning, and shape. And the Holy Radiance blade technique is the peak of the word shape. Garamandi's, thank you. If not for your coercion, I definitely wouldn't have used the Holy Radiance blade technique to display the Holy Radiance blade technique. Thank you? No need, no need. In the future, just make more delicious food for me to eat. I don't have any good intentions, you can hate me as much as you want. However, it seems that revenge won't be easy. Garamandi's voice contained arrogance, as well as some humor. Nianbing raised her head and looked at him. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Nianbing glanced at the branch in Garamandi's hand. Do you still want to continue? Garamandi's shook his head and said, there's no need for that. Unless I use the absolute advantage of fighting spirit, otherwise, I won't be able to beat you with my speed. The training for your body can end early. In the future, when you have time, play with the Holy Radiance blade more. For a mage like you, this kind of physical condition is enough. We should leave this place. Nianbing stood up and was about to say something, but Garamandi's raised his hand towards her. A deep golden light entered the Holy Radiance blade. In an instant, the golden light from the blade enveloped Nianbing's body. Wrapped in the golden light, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Garamandes didn't put down his hand, but the golden light on his hand turned white. Like lightning, he drew a white hexagram and muttered an incantation. His magical power seemed to be limitless, and a 9th-level spell gradually formed. The white light expanded and enveloped Garamandes's body, as well as Nianbing's body. The white light disappeared in an instant, and the white hexagram turned silver, completely covering their position. The light suddenly disappeared, and the last thing that disappeared in the air was a silver dot. A strange feeling made Nianbing feel as if he was in another world. But in the next moment, when everything became clear again, he found that the surrounding mountains had disappeared. The piercing cold attacked him, who was not wearing any clothes. His whole body shivered, but the cold of winter didn't make him feel too uncomfortable. In front of him was a river, a wide river. He didn't know where it led, but the surface of the river had already frozen due to the cold of winter. From the warm valley to this ice river, the huge difference made Ling Nianbing feel very uncomfortable. Just as he was about to ask Garamandes for his space ring so that he could take out some clothes to protect himself from the cold, a huge fireball suddenly flew out from behind him. The same fireball, when used by the fire dragon King Garamandes, was definitely not the same. The fireball surged out with an ear-piercing roar, and with a loud bang, the ice on the river surface splashed. Under the influence of the scorching airflow, the river water under the ice surged out like a fountain, and even brought out a few fish that were cooked in an instant. A strong force came from his buttocks, and Nianbing once again experienced the feeling of riding the clouds. He danced with joy as he crossed a distance of several hundred feet. Before he could do anything else, his body had already fallen into the river with a splash. Garamandes's powerful fireball made the water boil, but the river water was flowing and always moving. When Nianbing fell into the water, the piercing water immediately made his whole body convulse, and the strong force of the river water carried his body downstream. A red figure appeared on the unbroken ice surface. Garamandes's body emitted a blue light, and the surging river water under the ice suddenly became still. Nianbing's body was thus able to remain in the ice-cave water. When he was learning cooking from Cha Ji, Nianbing often played in the Azure River, which wasn't very fast, but this didn't mean that he could swim in the ice river. When he came out of the water, he desperately swam to the shore, hoping to get ashore quickly. At this time, he didn't even have time to scold Garamandes. "Brat, do you want to come up? Stop dreaming, first wash your body clean, otherwise, don't think of leaving the river." The only thing Garamandes was kind was that when he kicked Nianbing, he left the holy radiance blade in Nianbing's hand. Otherwise, Nianbing would have sunk to the bottom. You lunatic, the river is so cold, do you want me to die?" In the extreme cold, Nianbing was already somewhat incoherent. Garamandes chuckled, and said, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't die, even if you want to die. Hurry up and wash. If you don't want to keep soaking in the ice water." The cold seemed to have frozen his blood. Not to mention bathing, even moving his body became a very difficult thing. Just when Nianbing despaired and thought that he was going to freeze to death here, a strange thing happened. A warm current suddenly came from his lower abdomen, and the warm current instantly filled his chest and abdomen, greatly reducing the cold in his body. When Nianbing's brain had just cleared up a little, the warm current gradually became stronger, and when he lowered his head to look, he discovered that his skin was actually suffused with a layer of lustrous red light, and his limbs and bones were constantly filled with that scorching aura. At this time, soaking in the ice river was no longer a painful thing, and the cold outside neutralized the warm current in his body, causing Nianbing to feel exceptionally comfortable. After moving his body in the water, he couldn't help but look at Garamandes on the shore in surprise. "Great Garamandes, what exactly are those stinky things that you gave me to eat?" The changes in his body could only be explained by those things that he had eaten for more than 20 days. Garamandes laughed mischievously. He said, "If I told you that it was my feces, would you believe me?" You. Nianbing discovered that no matter how he looked at it, he was always suppressed by Garamandes. A huge dragon that had lived for tens of thousands of years had almost no flaws in intelligence. "Don't worry, even if you want to eat my dragon feces, I can't bear to let you eat it. Hurry up and get rid of it. These days, you have been eating the iron thread snake's gallbladder, which is unique to the Tianding mountain range. It is specially used to change the quality of your body. The iron thread snake's natural disposition is cold, but its gallbladder is different from ordinary snake gallbladders. Instead, it is a very hot thing. It is very beneficial to your body. Now, wash in the ice river and get rid of the hot air, then you will be able to completely absorb it. The gallbladder of a 100-years-old iron thread snake is not something that ordinary people can eat. You must know that a 100-years-old iron thread snake can easily kill several iron northern earth dragons. I caught them while you were meditating. Actually, Nianbing didn't only eat the gallbladder of a 100-years-old iron thread snake. There were even a few that were over 1,000 years old. With such great nourishment, his body's toughness couldn't be compared to a magician, even a warrior couldn't compare. Although he had less scales than a dragon, the strength of his skin and meridians could already be compared to an ordinary huge dragon. This was also the important reason why Nianbing was later called an unkillable magician. Floating in the river, Nianbing was somewhat stunned as he looked at the indifferent Garamandis. Thinking back to everything that happened before, from the time they left the cave until now, although he always put her in incomparable pain, everything seemed to be for her own good. Nianbing was somewhat at a loss. What exactly did this great Garamandis want to do to her? After washing for a full hour, Nianbing finally completely washed off the dirt that had accumulated for a month. After going ashore, she used the Holy Radiance knife to shave off the beard on her face. The handsome and confident Nianbing reappeared. Here. He tossed the spatial ring to Nianbing and patted him on the shoulder. The magic seal in Nianbing's body was immediately removed. He changed into a set of dry, coarse clothes and sensed the power of ice and fire in his body. Nianbing could clearly feel that he was unprecedentedly powerful. The weather is cold, there is a river here, so naturally there are fish. I will help you make some fish soup to drink. After changing clothes, Nianbing looked at Garamandis and said calmly. Garamandis glanced at her and said, "What, are you trying to bribe me? I know what you're thinking. You don't have to be grateful to me. The reason why I'm helping you increase your strength isn't out of the goodness of my heart. You'll be able to cast magic better if you have more stamina. At the same time, you'll be able to make better food for me. That way, you won't be tired. Yes. Although you are not as handsome as me after cleaning, you will still be able to make do." Nianbing was almost angered to death by Garamandis. It seemed that it was impossible to hear a good word from him. She simply stopped talking and looked at the self-proclaimed Great Fire Dragon King with a gloomy face. "What are you looking at me for? Didn't you want to make me fish soup? I haven't eaten anything you made for almost a month, I am really craving it. Remember to make more, you know my stomach." Great Garamandis, I think, if you are going to die in the future, you will definitely choose to die from eating too much. Greedy dragon. After saying this, he walked towards the shore without saying a word. Garamandis touched his handsome face and said to himself, "Am I being too good to this kid? His chest is getting more and more unbridled. Forget it, who asked him to be so useful? It is only right to treat him a little better." Did he really help Nianbing increase her strength just for his stomach? As a fire dragon king with tens of thousands of years of wisdom, he had to weigh the pros and cons of everything. As for what he did, only he himself knew. Although Nianbing insulted Garamandis, she did not slack off in the process of cooking. Relying on the few materials left in the space ring and the extreme freeze spell from the frozen river, she caught a few fish with her increasingly nimble control of magic, and made a perfect ice fire octopole fresh. Wow, so fish soup can also be so delicious. Not bad at all. Garamandis drank a mouthful of hot soup. He only felt that his dragon body was refreshed and praised Nianbing's cooking. Nianbing did not stay idle either. She seemed to be venting all her dissatisfaction with Garamandis on the food, eating the delicious food she made. In the cold winter, eating fresh fish in addition to the delicious fish soup and supplementary ingredients, the taste was indeed the best in the world. Her tense nerves these days were very well relieved by her first-rate cooking. "Nianbing, we are now out of the sky-shaking mountain range. We are 20 kilometers away from the sky-shaking city. Where are we going? Where is there good food to eat?" Holding the iron pot, Garamandis asked after drinking the last mouthful of fish soup without any table manners. Hearing his question, Nian Bing became spirited, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Ever since he found out that Garamandes was not much of a threat to him, his heart had already become lively. It was very clear that this great fire dragon king was using him, whether it was using his cooking skills or other things. To get rid of a dragon, it would not be that easy. Since that was the case, he might as well use him instead. Having a dragon by his side was not necessarily a bad thing. Thinking of this, Nian Bing said, "Great Garamandes, there are 5 great empires on the Yangon continent. The most prosperous are the capitals of the 5 empires, and the closest one to us is the Ottoman Empire's capital, Alan City. I have never been there before, but I think that there must be good food in a prosperous place. Let's go to Alan City." Garamandes did not disappoint Nian Bing. He placed the iron pot to the side and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go to Alan City. Your human world is changing too quickly. I remember a few hundred years ago when I came out to play, the 5 great empires were not like this. You are more familiar with it than me, so I will let you arrange the journey for us to eat all kinds of delicacies." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will make the best arrangements so that your trip will not be in vain." Garamandes did not seem to understand the deeper meaning behind Nian Bing's words. He laughed and said, "All right, since we are going to your human world, you don't have to call me great anymore. Just call me by my name. This is the first time I have given this privilege to a human. You will follow me in the future. Maybe one day when I am happy, I will give you more benefits." Nian Bing said, "Garamandes, you also know that my ice and fire homology has improved a lot with your help. I also feel that my understanding of ice and fire magic has deepened. Can I learn your mimicry skill now?" Garamandes snorted in disdain and said, "It is still too early for you. If you want to learn my mimicry skill, you have to at least wait until you can change from ice to fire, then from fire to ice. What you understand now is only the surface of the magic elements. Every magic element has different characteristics. You already have 4 ready-made blades. When you have nothing to do, you have to feel the inherent characteristics of wind and light magic elements. Only then will you be able to practice mimicry. At the same time, mimicry requires a large amount of magic power to support it. Especially during the process of mutual conversion, if you don't have enough understanding of magic elements, using mimicry will not only not give you more power, but will instead consume your magic power several times over. Without powerful magic power, you don't even have the qualifications to practice mimicry. Looking at your current situation, you can only be regarded as barely entering the realm of what you humans call a high mage. High mages are different from each other. Can you use magic of the 9th step now? When can you use magic of the 9th step? You will have the qualifications to practice mimicry by relying on the ice and fire homology. I have to reach the level of being able to practice magic of the 9th step. Nian Bing's voice revealed a trace of disappointment. Garamandes laughed mischievously, and said, "Of course, this is not absolute. If there is external help, and the conditions are lower, you can also use it. It's just that this external help is not so easy to obtain." Nian Bing looked at Garamandes' unfathomable appearance, and hurriedly smiled apologetically, and said, "Of course, how can we humans learn mimicry so easily? Great Garamandes, what is the shortcut? Can you tell me?" Garamandes snorted, and said, "It's no big deal to tell you. In fact, it's very easy. As long as your magic power is a bit stronger and stabilizes in the realm of high mages, you can start to try it. This so-called shortcut is to rely on some special items to give you a basis to use when using mimicry. Of course, these special items must have an extremely pure magic element. Kid, you can be considered lucky. You already have 4 of them. Didn't I just say that in a few days, you can start to try to feel the 2 elements of light and wind?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up, and said, "You mean to say that the gem attached to my magic blade can help me complete the mimicry ability?" Garamandes said, "Of course, do you think that the word's best quality in those gems are just for show? As long as you can fully exploit the energy in any piece of the best quality gem, it can make a qualitative improvement in your magic. It's just that your current magic power is still too weak, and you can't really trigger its essence. But with the Holy Radiance Blade and your so-called Proud Heaven Blade as a guide, and with the same origin of ice and fire as the foundation, you can start to try to practice mimicry. Nianbing thought for a moment, and said, then, if I can have the 3 best quality magic blades of darkness, space, and earth, I can practice mimicry with the strength of a high mage? Garamandes nodded, and said, in theory, it's like this. Although it's not a true mimicry of your own ability, if you can use external items to practice mimicry, it will make it much easier for you to truly master it. However, do you think that it's so easy to obtain a best quality magic blade? Unless it's a coincidence, you might not be able to find one even if you spend your entire life searching. Nianbing smiled, it's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I still have time, and it's always good to have a goal. Great Garamandes, you're full now. Shouldn't we be on our way to Allen City? Garamandes rolled his eyes, and said, who said I'm full? We should have at least 3 more bowls of fish soup like just now. Nianbing. Setting foot on the road to Allen City, Garamandes didn't make things difficult for Nianbing anymore. The human and dragon walked slowly on the road like friends. Garamandes didn't have the concept of time at all. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he knew how to enjoy life very well. Nianbing originally wanted to use magic to hasten the journey, but was stopped by Garamandes, saying that it would be better to experience the beauty of the human world by walking. It was equivalent to the end of the month. The weather of March brought with it a trace of warmth. After a few months of rest, the Ottoman Empire, which had suffered great losses due to the war, was in the midst of recovering. At least, that was the case on the surface. Nianbing, how much longer until we reach Allen City? Garamandes looked at the buds on the trees on both sides of the road as he asked. Nianbing smiled and said, I just looked at the map. At our current speed, we will reach it in 3 days at most. Garamandes said excitedly, that means that I will have good food to eat soon? Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, great Garamandes, haven't you eaten enough along the way? Not to mention the cities, even if we passed by a small village, you would have to eat for a few days before continuing on the road. Along the way, he was more and more convinced that Garamandes was helping him improve his physical abilities so that he could cook better. As long as they reached a place where they could buy food, Garamandes would have to stop and let Nianbing cook for him for a few days. Although it was very useful for training his culinary skills, Nianbing was now more and more worried. At this speed, she wouldn't be able to make it to the Huarong Empire in time to participate in the new magician competition after delivering the letter to Allen City. However, what made him feel gratified was that ever since he left the Fire Dragon Cave, his body had improved tremendously. Just the improvement of his magic had made him wild with joy. The cultivation of magic power required time, but he had already gained a lot of experience in the control of magic, as well as the use of mimicry magic. It wasn't a bad thing that Garamandes was delicious. Every time Nianbing encountered a difficult problem, as long as she cooked for him wholeheartedly, she would definitely be able to get some information from him. For Nianbing. Right now, Garamandes was a moving magic treasure trove. Garamandes snorted and said, don't forget how big my real body is. Of course I have to eat more to maintain my good figure. Why? Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Nianbing said grumpily, there's nothing I'm not satisfied with. It's just that you, who have so many treasures, have been eating this insignificant human's money. My savings are already gone, so shouldn't you take out some money to continue our meal? Yeah, stinky brat, do you still want to eat the great Garamandes? I don't have any money, I didn't even bring a single gold coin. Didn't you say that you can sell magic scrolls for money? When we reach Allen City, you can just change some. Nianbing said with a bitter face, that can only be exchanged with magic scrolls. I have already used up all my scrolls in the sky-shaking mountain range, and all my money has been eaten by you. I can't even buy a blank scroll, how do you want me to sell them? Garamandes smiled like a child. Revealing his white teeth, he said, that's your problem, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, when we don't get to eat good food, you just have to be careful. I don't mind doing the training I gave you in the sky-shaking mountain range a few more times. Anyway, I have plenty of time to play with you. You. Looking at Garamandes's roguish appearance. Nianbing really couldn't do anything to him, meeting such a big shot, she could only endure. Just as they were walking, the sound of wheels grinding against the ground came from the front, the sound going from soft to clear. Nianbing raised her head and saw that a caravan was coming towards her and Garamandes. At the front of the caravan was the most popular part of the continent, mercenaries. More than 10 mercenaries were guarding the carriage at the front. The carriage looked very ordinary from the outside, but there were actually more than 100 mercenaries guarding it. From the looks of these mercenaries, their abilities shouldn't be bad, they were at least high-level warriors. It seemed that this caravan was very profitable. "Hey, Nianbing, this is your human caravan, right?" Garamandes saw what Nianbing noticed. Nianbing nodded. "It should be, otherwise there wouldn't be so many mercenaries." Garamandes laughed mischievously. "The problem is solved, aren't you poor? This caravan has so many people, there must be a lot of valuable things. If you rob them, won't we have enough food expenses?" Nianbing opened her eyes wide, looking at Garamandes, who was speaking in a relaxed tone, her voice raised a bit. "You want me to rob them?" Garamandes said as if it was a matter of course, if you don't have money, just rob them. In any case, money is spent in their hands, and it's also spent in our hands. Go quickly, as long as you rob enough money, I will tell you about the question you asked yesterday regarding the light element. How about it? This condition isn't bad, right? Nianbing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but, "Great Garamandes, I am a chef, or a magician. You want me to be a robber in broad daylight, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? If I encounter the soldiers of the Ottoman Empire, even if I jump into the Azure River, I won't be able to clear my name. We are now within the borders of the Ottoman Empire, and will become street rats in the future. How can we eat good food?" Garamandes snorted. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't talk to me about benefits and benefits, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that money can be used to buy food. Go quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Don't forget, I can take your little life at any time." Although Nianbing understood that Garamandes couldn't bear to kill her, she understood even more clearly that if she didn't follow Garamandes' wishes, her future days wouldn't be good. Sighing helplessly, taking advantage of the fact that the caravan hadn't noticed the two of them, she hurriedly took out the mage's outfit from her spatial ring and put it on herself. Wearing the mask, she finally felt a bit better. Looking at Nianbing's outfit, Garamandes laughed heartily. "Why do you look like a clown? Go quickly, I will wait for you here." "Look, what are you looking at? Don't tell me you think that the noble and great Garamandes would do such a shameless act of robbery?" Speechless. "You can't be shameless, so you want me to be shameless, what kind of logic is this?" "Oh, right, there is no logic to speak to him." Too lazy to say anything more, Nianbing cast a blizzard spell on herself. Now that she didn't have the protection of a magic scroll, she naturally had to be more careful in all aspects. The caravan and Nianbing were getting closer and closer. Nianbing walked in the middle of the road, blocking the caravan's path. Garamandes had already gone to the side of the road to rest and watch the show. The mercenaries naturally noticed this uninvited guest. They all took out their weapons. But after all, Nianbing was only one person, so they weren't too nervous. 3 of the mercenaries at the front suddenly sped up and rushed towards Nianbing. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of her. One of the mercenaries was tall and looked to be in his 40s. Wearing the mercenary's standard leather armor, he looked very imposing. His bald head shone under the sunlight, his appearance was rough, and one could tell at a glance that he was a forthright person. "Friend, we want to go through this road, please make way," he very politely said to Nianbing. After all, mercenaries were on a mission, no one wanted to cause trouble. Nianbing sighed in her heart. She deliberately made her voice hoarse. "Stop talking nonsense, just give me some money and I will let you pass. I am here to rob." This was the first time she did this kind of thing, so she could only say this kind of opening words. The 3 mercenaries opposite her were veterans in the mercenary industry. As soon as they heard Nianbing's words, they knew that they had encountered a rookie robber. The 2 mercenaries next to them were about to attack, but they were stopped by the mercenary who spoke before. The previous mercenary held up his shiny bald head and casually said to Nianbing, "This brother, at home you rely on your parents, but when you go out you rely on your friends. Our Blade King mercenary group has made friends with you. Everyone calls me Wanderer, and people give me the nickname Gilded Knife. Take this money." As he said that, he took out a dirty money bag from his chest and threw it to Nianbing. Nian Bing took the money bag and opened it. She was surprised to find that there were more than 10 gold coins in the bag. She couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Was it so easy to be a robber now? She could get money just by saying a few words. This was too easy. Although she thought so in her heart, she felt that it was also good. This way she didn't have to force herself to be a robber. When she was about to open the way, she heard Garamandis's voice, "Too little, it is not enough for me to eat my fill. Their caravan is so big, this little money is not enough. Do as you see fit." Although she didn't know where the voice came from, Nian Bing was sure that only she could hear it. Nian Bing cursed Garamandis's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart, but she couldn't resist. She could only brace herself and say, "Although Brother Wanderer is generous, but this money is not enough to buy the way." Wanderer frowned slightly. The reason why he chose to use money to buy the way was mainly because of Nian Bing's looming aura. Although he looked rough, his mind was very meticulous. He didn't want to make more enemies. At this time, seeing that the other side had accepted his money, but still didn't have the intention to let the caravan go, Wanderer couldn't help but secretly scold the rookie in front of him for not being sensible. He said indifferently, "So, you don't intend to let us go?" At this point, Nian Bing didn't have the idea of being lucky. She said coldly, 1,000 gold coins, and I will let you go. Think about it carefully." As he said that, he didn't recite the incantation. His right hand pressed to the side of the road. A red and blue airflow floated out. The difference between the colors of the airflow was not very obvious. Just when the three mercenaries were stunned, a loud bang sounded. The red and blue light instantly condensed into a ball of light on the side of the road. There was a violent explosion on the ground. 3 big trees were uprooted, and a large pit with a diameter of nearly 10 feet appeared. Although it was a little shallow, the power was still good. Some of the fallen branches on the ground were turned into charcoal, while others were sealed with frost. Nian Bing was slightly proud. The leap of the ice and fire source made it so that he didn't have to separately cast different spells from his hands and then collide with each other to display the power of the ice and fire source. He directly mixed the ice and fire source magic and output it without chanting the incantation. Coupled with the effect of the camouflage spell, he now didn't even need to chant the second step of the ice and fire source magic. Now, Nian Bing was a little suspicious. It seemed that she didn't seem like a magician, but more like a warrior. Something unexpected happened. Nian Bing's powerful attack didn't make the 3 knights change their expressions, especially the gold-plated sword in the middle. He still had a calm expression on his face. He sat on the back of the horse and looked at Nian Bing said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Are you done with your performance? This is the blazing ice palm, right? I haven't seen this kind of fighting aura for many years. Good, good, good. It seems that you are worthy of me relaxing my muscles." With a push of his hand on the saddle, his tall body leaped into the air and landed in front of Nian Bing. The other 2 knights looked like they were watching a good show as they looked at Nian Bing with relaxed expressions. Now that they were close, Nian Bing carefully sized up the mercenary in front of him. Vagrant was taller than him by half a head, and his shoulders were extremely broad. At this time, he had already taken a huge machete from his back. Nian Bing was surprised to find that this machete was exactly the same size and style as his holy glory. The machete in Vagrant's hand was as light as a feather. Vagrant raised the machete and pointed it at Nian Bing. "Kid, come. Let's see if you are worth 1,000 gold coins." Nian Bing's heart tightened when he saw the other party's calm and relaxed attitude. He wasn't a careless person. He put his hands together and separated them. The sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god were in his hands. 2 different auras of ice and fire pervaded his body. Vagrant smiled, revealing his big front teeth. "Not bad, good machete. It suits your blazing ice dochi very well. Come, let me see to what extent your blazing ice dochi has been trained." Nian Bing was speechless in his heart. The other party actually thought that he was a warrior. However, this was also good. The other party's misjudgment would bring more opportunities for him. The tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his body floated backwards. Due to his understanding of the ice element, the blizzard he used was already in an invisible state. Unless someone was beside him and felt the rapidly rotating dochi, no one would be able to discover that he had cast a blizzard spell on himself. Vagrant's expression suddenly changed. His right foot suddenly took a step forward, and he changed to holding his machete with both hands. With a loud shout, like a thunderclap in the air, the huge machete in the shape of holy glory chopped out like lightning. A faint golden light formed an arc of light and went straight for Nian Bing. The reason why he looked down on Nian Bing was actually because he recognized the blazing ice douqi. This kind of douqi really did exist. Although it was very overbearing, but because of the conflict between ice and fire, it was very difficult to train to a higher level. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Seeing the faint golden machete, Nian Bing was shocked. He had never thought that this seemingly reckless mercenary in front of him would actually be a knight of light. Light magic was a rare type of magic among the many types of magic. That was the privilege of the church's priests. And the light douqi was even rarer than the well of darkness. Not only because it was extremely difficult to train, but also because the restriction of the light douqi was too great. In order to train in the light douqi, the most basic requirement was to have a body of light. Just this point alone was already very rare among ordinary people. Moreover, this was not the key point. If one only had a body of light, it would be very difficult to train in the light douqi, and the speed of improvement would only be 1/5 of the normal douqi. Therefore, in order to have some achievements in the light douqi, one must obtain the approval of the light douqi. This was not something that ordinary people could do, because the prerequisite for obtaining the approval of the light douqi was to have a magnanimous heart, to do things in an open and aboveboard manner. As long as there was a trace of dirty thoughts in one's heart, one would not be able to obtain the approval of the light douqi. Once these two conditions were met, one could start to train in the light douqi. However, if a warrior who trained in the light douqi had darkness in his heart, the light douqi would not hesitate to abandon him. Without the support of the light douqi, the power of the light douqi would be greatly weakened. This was the only restriction of the douqi. Therefore, choosing to train in the light douqi not only required one to be extremely talented, but also to have a near-perfect state of mind. In the Yangon Dafa, anyone who trained in the light douqi would naturally receive the title of Light Knight, and would be a talent that every empire would fight to win over. Because there was no need to doubt the Light Knights, as long as they were subdued, they would definitely be the most capable subordinates, no matter when. There was no need to worry about them betraying him, and even more so, there was no need to worry about them doing anything that would harm him. Unfortunately, the number of Light Knights was extremely small, and the number of Light Knights who were able to train in the light douqi to a high level was even more pitiful. Of course, because the light douqi was difficult to train in, if it was truly mastered, its power would be above the other douqi, and its most obvious characteristic was that it was able to restrain the darkness douqi. Once they encountered a creature that possessed the darkness douqi, the Light Knight's strength would be extremely powerful. In front of the light douqi, unless there was a huge difference in strength, it would be very difficult to contend against it. Even if it was the other douqi, when encountering the light douqi of the same level, they would be shocked by the opponent's fearless spirit, and would only be able to display less than 80% of their strength. Therefore, when Nian Bing discovered that the opponent was actually using the light douqi, although he was surprised in his heart, he did not have the time to retaliate. His body floated backwards, and the two magic blades in front of him shone brightly. Just like before, the same magic of ice and fire intertwined. However, this time, with the amplification of the ice goddess's breath and the fire god's roar, the effect was much stronger than before. Moreover, this time, Nian Bing used a second-rank magic. Under Nian Bing's exquisite control, the moment the two energies of ice and fire came into contact with the opponent's light douqi, a triple explosion occurred. This was where Nian Bing was smart. Relying on the powerful magic after entering the magic realm, he could completely superimpose 3 spells. This was also the strongest attack he could release without chanting a curse. Although a lot of magic would be lost during the superposition, the power was still very amazing. The harsh friction sound and the violent explosion sounded at the same time. Ling Nianbing only felt that his whole body was shocked and warm. That was the aura of light. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After the opponent's blade broke through the strong explosion, the power of the opponent's blade weakened a lot. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat, so he was not touched by the dochi of the blade. Well, it's not easy to practice the ice and fire dochi to this level. Why be a bandit? Come and be a mercenary. Ha ha ha. Vagrant did not chase after him. He carried the huge blade on his shoulder and looked at Nian Bing with a smile. Nian Bing finally understood why Vagrant's nickname was Gold-Plated Blade. With the light dochi, his blade flashed with golden light. It was indeed like gold plating. Brother Vagrant, do you know that your smile is very ugly? Especially, you should brush your teeth. The laughter suddenly stopped. Vagrant closed his mouth so that his big yellow teeth would not be exposed. He said angrily, I hate it when people talk about my teeth. Little bandit, you can leave. I don't want to kill people. Nian Bing held the two magic blades on the ground beside him and said indifferently, but, I have to plunder. Vagrant's strength had already aroused his competitive spirit. Now, even without Garamandi's request, he also wanted to fight with this light knight. But I don't understand. You are a dignified light knight. Why do you want to be a mercenary? Vagrant said, I also don't understand. You are a dignified successor of the ice and fire dochi. Why do you want to be a bandit? As far as I know, your family should be rich. Nian Bing didn't bother to explain himself. Instead, he channeled his mana and began chanting an incantation. Although he wasn't able to chant a stronger incantation at this distance, he still had enough time to chant a tier 4 incantation. He chose to chant a fire-type incantation. Coupled with the blizzard under his feet, it was also a very good ice and fire-type attack. When the ice and fire-type attack reached level 4, the power was already quite impressive. In fact, on the surface, Nian Bing was still at a disadvantage. After all, he was a magician and not a warrior. When a magician and a warrior fought face to face, if they did not have the help of magic scrolls, it would be very disadvantageous for them. This was because the incantation took time. Nian Bing's incantation was very soft. Vagrant could only see his lips buzzing. The red air flow gathered in the direction of the righteous young sword. Nian Bing's eyes brightened. Two cold lights shone from behind the skull marrow mask. He raised his hands, and the blizzard under his feet appeared. Together with a single form of fire wall, he suddenly rushed towards Vagrant. Vagrant faced the attack head-on. His eyes showed a trace of surprise. When did the ice and fire dochi become able to be used like this? Boy. You are not bad. This time, he jumped up. The original golden light on the blade instantly spread to his whole body. The light dochi wrapped his body like a golden flame. He also went straight up and down, but this time, the earth dochi was much more tyrannical. The golden light seemed to have risen to the heavens and split the earth apart. Nian Bing only had time to control the explosion of the same origin of ice and fire before the golden light slashed down. He could clearly see that the golden light actually flashed with a hint of green when it came into contact with his magic. His heart shook. He did not have time to think. He did not even have time to turn around. His feet alternately touched the ground, and he quickly retreated. The air seemed to be frozen in an instant. The ice and fire type attack exploded at the same time and displayed the power it should have. However, whether it was the cold of the ice or the heat of the fire, when they met the silver golden light, they were automatically blocked. The huge sword actually cut Nian Bing's magic in half like cutting firewood. At the same time, the sword rushed forward and caught up with Nian Bing's body like lightning. What could Nian Bing do now? He could no longer rely on his own magic. Even if it was a first-step magic, he still needed to urge his magic, and he simply did not have the time. At this critical moment, his reaction was very fast. His hands made the same movements as the two magic swords. One blue and one red light gathered in front of him. Relying on the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god, he directly faced the opponent's sword. The ice and fire type attack was the combination of two extreme magic. The power that it could unleash was incomparable to that of a single elemental magic. Although the wandering light dochi managed to cut through Nian Bing's magic, it was not as easy as it seemed. The sword light that was shot out was already at the end of its flight. Nian Bing's hands trembled violently. The sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god were knocked out of his hands at the same time. The remaining golden radiance slashed into his chest, and he felt a warm sensation. The impact sent him flying 30 feet away, but he didn't spit out any blood. Nian Bing, who was familiar with the characteristics of his skin, was very familiar with the characteristics of Garamandi's. If it wasn't for that month of tempering, he might have been cut open. At the very last moment, the light Dochi only managed to cut open his clothes and left a faint mark on his chest. While Nianbing was rejoicing, the wandering light Dochi was shocked. He did not expect that even after using 70% of his strength, he still would not be able to finish off this bandit. His figure flashed, displaying a speed that was completely disproportionate to his size. In the next moment, he was already in front of Nianbing, his sword pointed forward, and placed it on Nianbing's neck. Just as Nianbing was about to retaliate, the wandering light Dochi suddenly retreated 3 steps as if he had met a ghost. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Nianbing's chest, and his body did not move at all. He did not attack again. Of course, Nianbing did not understand why the wandering light Dochi would stop, but he would not let this opportunity go. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and quickly launched a second great ice and fire attack. In the face of danger, the wandering light Dochi subconsciously reacted. He waved the sword in his hand, creating a barrier of light that blocked the ice and fire magic. Nianbing, of course, did not expect his attack to hurt the wandering light Dochi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he hurriedly got up from the ground and ran towards Garamandi's. The Great One, he is swordsman. If you still want to eat good food, quickly come and help me. A figure flashed, and Garamandi's finally appeared. But it was not enough, he blocked Nianbing's path. He raised his hand and knocked on Nianbing's head. Idiot, idiot, what are you doing? Nianbing angrily said, did you see his Saint Battle Chi? Do you think I can deal with a radiant knight with Saint Battle Chi? He is definitely not an ordinary mercenary. Garamandi snorted and said, you idiot, why don't you have any confidence in yourself? If you did not talk so much nonsense and directly used your strongest spell, then he might not be able to deal with the 7th grade ice and fire magic. A mage against a warrior in close combat, if you don't die, who will? You only know how to belittle yourself. Although it is only a 7th grade spell, don't forget that the ice and fire magic can greatly increase your attack power. You have the opportunity to suppress your opponent. Who can you blame for giving up the opportunity? I will not take action. The battles between you humans have nothing to do with me. Nianbing's heart was sweating. He just remembered that Garamandis could not casually take action against humans. But, what should he do now? Looking at the appearance of Wandering Dochi, he seems to be at the same level as Feng Nu. They have just entered the realm of swordsmen. It's just that he does not have a good weapon like Feng Nu, and his Saint Battle Chi is also worse than Feng Nu's. But, he is a mage. Even if Garamandis is right, can Wandering give him the opportunity to chant a spell? Turning back, Nianbing could only helplessly summon the Holy Radiance sword from his space ring. He can only take one step at a time and secretly chant the spell of Blizzard. At least this way he can run faster. But, to his surprise, Wandering did not chase after him. He raised his head and looked at Nianbing with a strange gaze. Suddenly, he turned around and walked towards his 2 companions and said in a deep voice, go and give him 100 purple coins. After saying that, he directly mounted his horse. Nianbing was stunned. Did he hear it wrong? He asked his subordinates to give him 100 purple coins. That is the 1,000 purple coins that he asked for before. He clearly has the upper hand, why does he want to give me money? Is it because he was shocked by Garamandis? That was impossible. Garamandis did not show his strength. Nianbing's thoughts were running wild. Wandering's 2 companions were also puzzled. The one on the left said, brother, are you sure? Why do you want to give him money? 100 purple coins is not a small amount. Wandering stared at him and said, I know what I am doing. Go and get it. I will pay for it. The subordinate seemed to be very afraid of him. He did not dare to say anything and turned around to run back to the caravan. Wandering raised his head and looked at Nianbing. His eyes showed surprise again because he saw the shining holy radiance sword in Nian Bing's hand. At this time, Nian Bing did not think too much about why Wandering did this. He was picking up his morning dew sword and righteous young sword. "Little brother, come here," Wandering said gently to Nian Bing. Nian Bing held 3 blades. Since Wanderer did not chase after her, he would not be a threat to her. She looked at Wanderer and asked, "How do you know that I am younger than you?" Wanderer laughed and said, "Your voice is obviously fake. You can fool ordinary people, but you want to fool me? It won't be that easy. If I tell you to come over, then come over. I will not harm you. This time I will consider your robbery a success. To think that this is the first time in my life that I have been robbed successfully. I have to give you face." After saying that, his gaze fell on Nian Bing's chest. Nian Bing subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. Only then did he realize that the heavenly flower token that hung around his neck was exposed after his clothes were torn. The white jade shone with a lustrous luster. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood something. He reverted to his original voice and asked in a strange tone, "You know the owner of this token?" Wanderer nodded and said, "This is my sister-in-law's thing. Kid, since you are humming this plate, you should recognize me. Why did you come to rob me? Tell me, what is your relationship with the owner of this plate?" Nian Bing snorted and said, "Aren't you afraid that I stole this plate? Since I am here to rob, I am not a good person." The vagabond laughed, once again revealing his big yellow teeth. "What a joke, this is the funniest joke in the world. In this continent, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can take my sister-in-law's things. You think you can? You can't even beat me. How can you take it? All right. Since you are not willing to say, I will not ask any more. Anyway, I will give face to the owner of this plate. At most, I will ask her to pay me back and leave." At this time, Wanderer's subordinate had already ridden back. His horse-controlling technique was extremely exquisite. He came to Wanderer's side and handed over a large leather bag. Wanderer did not even look at it and directly threw the leather bag to Nian Bing. "Take it and spend it. Don't be a robber in the future. This is not a good job. If you lose your life, your family will be sad for you." Nian Bing received the leather bag. The light in his eyes flickered continuously. Family area reminded him of his parents. At the same time, he also remembered the owner of this heavenly flower tablet. "I actually robbed a merchant caravan protected by Auntie Yu's friend. No, this won't do. How can I take this money?" In his heart, Xianxia, who had given him the heavenly flower token, was one of the few people he respected the most. Nian Bing had never been a dog, but the person who snorted to himself. But he cherished it very much. "Since you know the owner of this brand, I don't want the money. You can leave now." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Garamandes. A figure flashed. The vagrant, who had just received the leather pouch and was somewhat surprised, felt that the leather pouch in his hand was gone. Garamandes weighed the leather element in his hand and chuckled. "Not bad, not bad. That's a lot of money. It's enough to eat for a while. Why wouldn't they want it? It's a waste if they don't want it. If you don't want it, I want it." Nian Bing turned around and looked at Garamandes with a complicated gaze. Suddenly, as if he had decided on something, he resolutely said, "Garamandes, return the money to them. You can't take this money." Garamandes snorted and said, "When did it become your turn to ask me? You say I can't take it, so I can't take it? I want it. Garamandes, return the money to them. Even if I have to go begging on the streets, I will definitely let you eat your fill." Nian Bing's expression was very calm, but his voice revealed an unprecedented aura. Garamandes' heart shook. This was the first time he had seen Nian Bing with such a serious expression. Even when he had threatened his life, he had not seen him like this. He frowned and said, "Begging? How much money can I get from begging?" Nian Bing took a few steps to Garamandes and said in a deep voice, "You still want to pick them up? I'll sell Chen Lu. That should be enough, right?" Garamandes' eyes were filled with shock. After interacting with Nian Bing for so long, he knew that the morning dew and upright yang blades were Nian Bing's most treasured items. At this moment, he actually wanted to sell the morning dew for an outsider's money. It could be seen how important this matter was to him. Garamandes did not insist and threw the money pouch back to Lu Lang in disdain. Fine. If you want to be a good person, then do it. Just let me eat my fill. After saying that, he walked along the main road without looking back. The shock in Vagrant's heart was unparalleled. First of all, he did not have the time to see what Garamandes was doing. If the other party wanted to take his life, with that kind of speed, he would not even have the chance to dodge. What kind of power was this? Perhaps even his big brother would not be able to reach that level. Could it be that this red-haired young man was a god? Nian Bing bowed to Lu Lang and said, "I'm sorry. I did not know that you were Auntie Yu's friends. Please forgive me for offending you just now." After saying that, he chased after Garamandes. At this moment, he felt that he had done something that he was most proud of. Even Garamandes was moved by him. "Auntie Yu, you won't blame me, right? How are you now? Are you okay?" After the caravan left, Lu Lang did not chase after them to ask any more questions. He noticed that all the horses in the caravan were trembling slightly when Nian Bing and Garamandes passed by them. Only after they passed by did the horses regain their ability to move again. He could not guess the origins of Nian Bing and Lu Lang, but now he completely believed that these two people really had the ability to rob the caravan that he was protecting. Lu Lang shouldered an important mission. Although he was very curious about the origins of Nian Bing, now was not the time to ask more. Everything would wait until he finished this mission and went back to ask about it. Although Garamandes deliberately hid his begging aura, horses were psychic animals. The looming long qi on his body was still felt by the horses. Therefore, although these horses had been trained for a long time, they were still deterred by Garamandes's aura. "Nian Bing, do you know those people just now?" Garamandes finally spoke. After walking for an hour, Nian Bing remained silent. Naturally, the prideful Garamandes did not speak. However, in the end, he could not stand the loneliness. Nian Bing shook his head and said, "I don't know." Garamandes. "Do you still remember? I once told you that when I first cultivated the origin of ice and fire, I was saved by this heavenly flower token. Without it, I would have died long ago. It is impossible for me to cultivate the origin of ice and fire. The radiant knight who fought with me just now knew the owner of this token. Therefore, I really can't rob them. However, I lied to you about the pagoda. The ice goddess stone on the morning dew dagger is the last thing that my mother left me. I will definitely not sell it. But don't worry, I will definitely let you eat until you are full. After we arrive at Holland, I will find a restaurant to be a chef. It should be no problem for me to provide you with food." Garamandes suddenly patted Nian Bing's shoulder and chuckled, "I knew that you would not be willing to sell it. Forget it this time. Anyway, when the time comes, we will just have to eat. However, after not interacting with you humans for a few years, I didn't expect you humans to have become so strong. What level of warrior is that fellow just now? Looking at his attire, he should be a very ordinary warrior." Nian Bing glanced at Garamandes. She said, "If he is an ordinary warrior among the humans. Kupa, the realm of the gods that you mentioned will not be able to remain mysterious for long. There are less than 10 radiant knights of his level in the entire continent. His strength is close to that of swordsmen's. Although I don't know much about the continent's martial arts world, but until now, that wandering gilded blade is the third swordsman I have seen. What kind of position do you think he has among the human warriors?" Garamandes chuckled and said, "If that is the case, the caravan he led just now must have transported a lot of good stuff. Otherwise, why would swordsmen be mobilized?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "I'm afraid so. Being a mercenary is not a noble occupation on the continent. Warriors with high martial arts would usually not join a mercenary group. Just now, he called himself the Blade King Mercenary Group. I think, that might be a fake. As for what he was transporting, I can't guess. It should be very precious." Garamandes turned around and looked at the back of the caravan. "What a pity, what a pity. I'll give you some face this time. However, I still want to drink ice fire level 8 seafood." You know that I love eating fish the most. Sure, no problem. When we reach Alin City, I will definitely think of a way to let you eat your fill. As they got closer and closer to the Ottoman Empire's former capital, Alin City, the number of people on the road gradually increased. Most of them were poor people who always wore simple clothes. Most of them were disheveled and had a sallow complexion. Without a doubt, this was the result of war. As long as there was war, the unluckiest ones would naturally be the commoners. Nian Bing, I'm hungry. Garamandes was like a child as he leaned close to Nian Bing. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, then you can eat me. Didn't you say that there would be no problem if I didn't eat for a few months? I think you're not hungry, you're just craving food. Garamandes chuckled and said, you know me so well. Anyway, it's fine as long as you help me solve the problem. How about this, I'll help you catch some wild beasts and you roast them for me to eat. Nian Bing shook her head and said, no need. We should be reaching Alin soon. When we get there, let's eat something first. Just bear with it for a while. Bear with it? I, Si Qing, have been bearing with it for 3 days. You, on the other hand, are satisfied with just some dry rations every day. As for me, I haven't even eaten anything edible. Alin City, right? Let's go now. A familiar yet incomprehensible incantation sounded beside Nian Bing. Garamandes was completely oblivious to the fact that there were many commoners around him. Under the cover of the silver light, he and Nian Bing's bodies disappeared in a flash. This is the right direction, right? Garamandes' voice sounded beside Nian Bing's ear. Nian Bing discovered that she was currently in a strange space. Everything around her was silver, and nothing could be seen. How would I know? I can't even see clearly right now. Garamandes chuckled and said, it should be right. However, I've been using spatial magic for a long time, so I'm a little rusty. I hope we're not in the wrong place. With a flash of silver light, the surrounding scenery appeared. Nian Bing was surprised to find that there was actually nothing around her other than Garamandes. She subconsciously looked down and was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, a strong feeling of weightlessness spread throughout her body. Bang! She fell heavily to the ground, scaring the surrounding pedestrians and causing them to scatter in all directions. All of them looked at her in shock. After falling heavily, her entire body felt like it was falling apart. Nian Bing jumped up from the ground and cursed loudly, Garamandes, you bastard, what kind of lousy magic is this? The silver light once again wrapped around Nian Bing's body. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, she disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already in a deserted corner. Garamandes appeared in front of her and chuckled, sorry, my mistake. I forgot that you can't fly, so I teleported you into the sky. Fortunately, you won't die from a height of 10 zhang. It's hard to say if you want to walk 100 zhang. It turned out that when Nian Bing discovered that there was nothing around her, she was suspended in midair. Once she lost control of her spatial magic, her body would naturally fall. However, even she was very surprised. After falling from a height of 10 zhang, other than some pain all over her body, she didn't groan too badly. Is this still a human's body? Serves you right. Who asked you to not let me eat good food for the past few days? This is still considered light. Next time, I'll go higher. This should be the Alin City that you spoke of. You should think of a way to get me something to eat. Nian Bing calmed herself down and looked around. As expected, this was clearly a city. The architectural style of the city was completely different from the Ice Moon Empire. Most of the buildings in the Ice Moon Empire had pointed roofs, but here, there were very few tall buildings. Most of them were one-story houses. Looking around the corner, although there were many pedestrians on the road, there were also a frightening number of beggars. Almost every 3 or 4 zhang, there would be 1 or 2 beggars sitting on the ground begging. Is this the capital of the Ottoman Empire? How did it end up in such a state? Nian Bing didn't know that among the 5 empires of the Yangon continent, the Ottoman Empire was surrounded by 4 other empires. Other than the Ice Moon Empire, the Longmu Empire, Huarong Empire, and Kiru Empire all coveted it. They viewed the Ottoman Empire as the best piece of fat meat. However, the empires kept each other in check. Together with the Ice Moon Empire's inclination towards the Ottoman Empire didn't perish. However, the territory around it had decreased by a lot. Being harassed by the other three empires for many years, the Ottoman Empire focused most of its energy on war. Large amounts of the empire's resources were also used here, causing the development of the Ottoman Empire to slow down. Not to mention a powerful country like the Hwarong Empire, even the Ice Moon Empire was much stronger than it. Thus, Alan's wealth was differentiated by region. The closer to the 8 ice empires, the more prosperous it was. The closer to the south to the Hwarong and Kiru empires, the more barren it was. Alan City was located in the center of the empire. Compared to Ulan City, its conditions were slightly inferior. It was just that the area it occupied was much larger. What do we eat? If there's anything good to eat, hurry up and bring me there. Garamandes wasn't a dragon that liked to wait. Alright, eat. Eat until you die. I still have a dozen gold coins from that vagrant. It's enough for you to eat a few meals. Let's go and look for a restaurant. The two of them walked out from the corner. After identifying the direction, Nian Bing brought Garamandes to the center of Alan City. There should be a place to eat there. The closer they got to the center of Alan City, the fewer beggars there were. There were many shops in the surroundings. Although they weren't big, they still looked somewhat prosperous. After walking for a short distance, they finally saw a restaurant. Without waiting for Nian Bing to say anything, Garamandes had already walked over quickly. The restaurant looked ordinary from the outside. There wasn't even a receptionist for the 6 of them. When the 2 of them entered the restaurant, it was already close to noon. About 70% of the customers were already seated. Nian Bing pulled Garamandes to a table near the window. Garamandes had always been interested in human restaurants. He looked around, especially when he saw the food on the other tables. He was almost drooling. What would the 2 of you like to eat? A waiter walked over and asked politely. Nian Bing and Garamandes looked to be about the same age. Although their temperaments were different, the 2 of them were both handsome. Garamandes exuded a faint domineering aura. Nian Bing, on the other hand, was wearing ordinary clothes because she practiced magic. However, she exuded a high school aura. Garamandes said without hesitation, "Just serve whatever good food you have. It's enough for 10 people. 10 people? The waiter looked at him in surprise. Garamandes said impatiently, "Just serve when I tell you." 2. Hurry up. Are you afraid that we won't be able to pay? The waiter nodded his head. He hurried over. Nian Bing said in a low voice, "Great Garamandes, when you eat later, please be more refined." He had a deep understanding of Garamandes's table manners. Before coming here, they had once eaten in a restaurant in a small town. Garamandes's almost crazy table manners had scared many people. What's there to be refined about? Eat your fill first. Garamandes wouldn't listen to Nian Bing. Nian Bing was helpless. He had to tell everyone the truth. He didn't know this big eater in front of him. However, his life seemed to be more important. He had to endure. He didn't say anything else and turned his attention to the side. At this moment, the guests at the table closest to them were talking. Their voices were very loud, and Nian Bing could hear them clearly. Have you heard? Duke Bluefeather has already returned. Duke Bluefeather is back? Don't we need him to defend? Without him leading the army, what if Hwarong and Kiru attack again? Hearing these 2 sentences, Nian Bing couldn't help but perk up. Wasn't Duke Bluefeather's residence the target of Luo Ro's misfortune? Of course we don't need to defend. It's said that under the mediation of the Ice Moon Empire, the matter has been resolved. The Hwarong Empire and the Kiru Empire both agreed not to invade our country for 3 years. Of course, our island also paid a heavy price. The Hwarong Empire and the Kiru Empire are like a tiger and a wolf. Who knows how much of our country's resources they've stolen this time. Sigh, I knew the final result would be like this. It's either ceding land or paying reparations. Island is almost finished. Shoo, lower your voice. It won't be good if the soldiers hear you. Sigh, our Ottoman Empire is still supported by Duke Bluefeather. If he didn't lead the Silver Feather Knights to fight desperately, Huarong and Kira would have attacked long ago. We can't stay here anymore. If we can't, we'll all move to another place. That place is closer to the Ice Moon Empire. The Ice Moon Empire won't just watch as Holland is destroyed. If the Huarong Empire is a little stronger, the situation of the entire continent might change. You can't say that. I don't think the Ice Moon Empire has any good intentions. They only need to invite that ice goddess priestess to help them. The Huarong Empire wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Our Ottoman Empire has too few mages. We'll be bullied by the price. The Huarong and Kiru empires have already taken over so much land, yet they still want to expand. They're really ambitious. Actually, if Holland was ruled by Duke Bluefeather, we might be able to change the current situation. Unfortunately, Duke Bluefeather is too loyal to the royal family. It's almost impossible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Politics has nothing to do with us commoners. Let's drink. The conversation stopped for a moment. The guests at the table continued eating and drinking. From their words, it wasn't hard to tell the status of Duke Bluefeather in the Ottoman Empire. Nianbing thought to herself. Luo Ro, oh Luo Ro, you still expect the daughter of Duke Bluefeather to help you? The Ottoman Empire can't even take care of itself right now. Forget it. No matter what, I don't have to do what I promised. I've already completed my mission by sending the letter over. However, from the words of these people, it seems that this Duke Bluefeather is the commander of the Silver Feather Knights. Auntie Urian was protected by the Silver Feather Knights back then. Maybe this Duke even knows Auntie Urian. It would be great if I could meet her through him. After so many years, I wonder how Auntie is doing now. Thinking of Urian's kind smile, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but warm up. He stood up and walked over to the table of guests. Facing a man in a white robe, he asked, "Big brother, may I trouble you for a moment?" The man in white was drinking when he heard Nianbing's voice. He couldn't help but look up. Nianbing's handsome appearance gave people a good impression. Coupled with his sincere and polite tone, the man in white asked, "Little brother, what do you want to ask? Judging from your accent, you must be from another city." Nianbing nodded, "I'm from the Ice Moon Empire." "Can I ask how to get to Duke Bluefeather's residence?" The man in white was obviously shocked. He sized up Nianbing. "You want to find Duke Bluefeather? Little brother. I think you want to join the army. Then you should go to the military. Not just anyone can meet Duke Bluefeather." Nianbing put on a respectful expression and said, "Duke Bluefeather has always been my idol and the person I respect the most. I just want to know where his residence is. Maybe I can wait outside his door and see him when he comes out." The man in white heard Nianbing's words and his expression became much better. He nodded approvingly, "Not bad. Duke Bluefeather can be said to be the guardian of our Holland Empire. Without him, the Ottoman Empire wouldn't even be able to maintain its current state. There are many young people like you. However, whether you can meet the Duke or not depends on your luck. The Duke's residence is in the south of the city, in Holland City. Apart from the palace, Duke Bluefeather's residence is the largest. You can find it anywhere in the south of the city." Nianbing smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance." With that, he returned to his seat. "Nianbing, you didn't bring me to Holland City to eat good food, did you?" Garamandi's dissatisfied voice sounded. Nianbing smiled and said, "Of course. Why wouldn't it be? However, I have some personal matters to attend to. A friend asked me to deliver a letter." "Don't worry, it won't take up too much time." "Deliver a letter? That's fine, but you have to remember that you have my magic imprint on you. It's impossible for you to run away." Garamandi's eyes suddenly turned red. He looked at Nianbing with deep meaning, as if saying, "Kid, I'll eat you up in the future." Nianbing shook his head helplessly and said in a low voice, "It's my honor to be with the great Garamandis. Why would I run away? Don't worry. After eating, we'll find a place to stay. I'll deliver the letter in the afternoon. If you don't like it here, we'll go to the Huarong Empire tomorrow. The Huarong Empire is the strongest and most prosperous empire in the Yangon continent. There's no lack of good food there." 2 hours later. Nianbing walked out of the restaurant with Garamandes with a bitter face. Tui, 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 what kind of shitty restaurant is this? The food is disgusting. Nianbing. Your cooking is still better than theirs. Garamandes was extremely dissatisfied with the restaurant's food. Boss, you should hurry up and scold them. You didn't eat any less just now, and they were all the most expensive dishes. We only have 2 gold coins left, which is probably enough to stay in the restaurant. It seems that I really need to find a job to support you. Garamandes said as if it was a matter of course, although it's disgusting, I still need to eat my fill. If you want to find a job, go ahead. As long as there's good food, I don't care where you stay. Hearing Nianbing say so, instead of getting angry, Nianbing was overjoyed. She lowered her head, and a light flashed in her eyes that Garamandes was unable to detect. The word use continuously reverberated in Nianbing's mind. Although Garamandes had high requirements for food, he did not have any particular preferences for accommodation. As long as he could find a bed to sleep on, he would be fine. After eating his fill, sleeping had always been one of his favorite things to do. The two found the cheapest inn and settled down. Garamandes went to sleep, while Nianbing used one of the 2 gold coins she had on her to buy the cheapest 10 blank magic scrolls in a magic shop. Selling magic scrolls was probably the fastest way to earn money. With the way Garamandes ate, there were probably not many people who could afford to support him. Nianbing's attainments in magic arrays had also greatly improved due to the improvement of the ice and fire homology. Although the success rate of producing blank magic scrolls into magic scrolls was slightly lower, she only needed to produce a few ordinary Tier 4 magic scrolls. Including the trigger effect, it was not a difficult task. This Allen city was truly poor. She would just sell a few magic scrolls for some money. It would be fine as long as she had enough to spend. It only took Nianbing an hour to craft a few scrolls. Aside from one that failed due to carelessness, Nianbing had successfully crafted 9 Tier 4 trigger scrolls. Mandes's dragon snort was truly loud. Nianbing glanced at him before stealthily slipping out of the room. According to the information he had gathered, he headed towards the south of Allen City. There was no hurry to sell the magic scrolls. She would first deliver the letter. Just as the white-clothed man in the restaurant had said, finding the Duke of Bluefeather's mansion in Allen City was not a difficult task. After arriving at the southern part of the city, Nianbing only needed to ask one person to find her destination. 2 streets away, she could already see the Xianxia Crimson Courtyard wall. The Duke of Bluefeather's mansion occupied a large area. The Xianxia Crimson Courtyard wall was like a city wall. At the entrance, 16 silver feather knights dressed in silver light armor stood in 2 neat rows. The feathers on their helmets were all green, and each of them had their hands on their swords. Although their eyes were focused, Nianbing could clearly feel that they were constantly observing their surroundings. The moment there was any movement, these silver feather knights would be able to react quickly. 16 low-ranked silver feather knights. That was equivalent to 16 swordmaster-level warriors. Who said that the Ottoman Empire was weak? Just the 10,000 silver feather knights were probably only comparable to the Huarong Empire's Order of the Flaming Lion. No wonder the commoners said that the Duke of Bluefeather was the protector of the Ottoman Empire. The silver feather knights were definitely comparable to an ordinary army of 200,000, inside the Grand Duke's mansion. A handsome middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting behind the secretary's desk. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something troubling him. Although this person was sitting, he would inadvertently reveal a strong aura of agility and austere killing intent. The light in his eyes was constantly flashing, and the black robe on his body was unable to cover up his stalwart body. His hands on the desk were very unique. His palms were wide and thick, and his fingers were long and slender. Although the joints were not prominent, one could tell from the appearance that they were definitely a pair of very powerful hands. Outside the door, a person walked in. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded. "You're back. What did His Majesty say today?" The middle-aged man looked up. The person who walked in was a woman. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She wore a light blue dress with beautiful patterns embroidered on it with silver thread. Her eyebrows were arched, and her nose was delicate. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her long dark green hair draped over her back like a waterfall. It was tied up with a silver ring. Her blue eyes were crystal clear, and her beautiful face showed a bit of concern and worry. If Nianbing saw her, she might not be able to recognize her immediately. She was Yu Ruyan, the one who gave her the Tianhua token. 8 years had passed, but her appearance had not changed at all. Ruyan, come here. When the middle-aged man saw Yu Ruyan, his furrowed brows immediately relaxed. A gentle smile appeared on his face, and the love in his eyes was clear. He reached out and hugged his beloved wife, letting her sit on his lap. Breathing in her familiar fragrance, the middle-aged man's heart calmed down. What's wrong? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be going well. Did His Majesty not approve your request for military funds? Yu Ruyan's eyes revealed a trace of worry. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, how could that be? His Majesty has never had any objections to my requests for military funds. However, so what if the funds were approved? Right now, most of the southern regions of the empire are in a state of famine. If this continues, there will be unforeseen events. As the saying goes, when the people are rich, the country will be rich. I alone am not enough for the empire. Holland is so big, but there isn't a single person who can help His Majesty govern the empire. You also know that those despicable people in the court only know how to flatter him. If this continues, the empire will be no more. Yu Ruyan sighed softly and said, forget it. Lan Yu, no matter how much you worry, it's useless. The empire's drawbacks aren't formed in a day or two. You have to take care of your body and don't overwork yourself. Lan Yu took a deep breath and said, I also want to rest, but can I rest? After this battle, 3,000 of the Silver Feather Knights will never see their loved ones again. The entire Silver Feather Knights only have 10,000 people. If the Huarong Empire is ruthless enough to send the Order of the Flaming Lion, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to withstand it. Although the Ice Moon Empire is on good terms with our empire, they won't sincerely help us. As time passes, if our empire still doesn't undergo any qualitative changes, I'm afraid. Yu Ruyan hugged her husband's neck and said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Be happy. Oh, right, it's not all bad news recently. The Silver Feather Knights that I'm in charge of now have 5,000 men. 2,000 of them can go to the battlefield. Although their strength can't compare to your subordinates who have gone through countless trials of iron and blood. However, I believe that as long as they train more, they will be able to make up for this loss. In fact, the empire has no lack of knowledgeable people. A young brother and sister came a few days ago. The elder brother is an expert fighter. I think they can join the Silver Feather Knights. Lan Yu smiled and said, I'm at ease with you. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I've only been back for a few days and haven't spent time with you. Just as Yu Ruyan was about to say something, a respectful voice suddenly came from outside, reporting. Yu Ruyan frowned and asked, what is it? Reporting to Madam, there is a young man outside the manor, saying that he is looking for Mississippi. Yu Ruyan and Lan Yu looked at each other in surprise. Yu Ruyan said, looking for Chen Chen? What? What? Yu Ruyan stood up from Lan Yu's lap and said, bring him in. Come here to see me and the Duke. Yes. Nianbing stood at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. The 16 Silver Feather Knights stared at him with 32 pairs of eyes. It was an uncomfortable feeling. He had already shown them the bead given to him by Luo Ro, but the knights didn't let him in. Instead, they reported back to the mansion and sent someone to pass the message. The enormous vermilion door opened, and a servant in green clothes walked out. He glanced at Nianbing and said, please come with me. Nianbing heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could deliver the letter, his mission would be considered complete. He then followed the servant into the Grand Duke's mansion under the watchful eyes of the 16 Silver Feather Knights who were in charge of guarding the mansion. The first thing Nianbing saw when he entered was a spacious square. To be more accurate, it was a training ground. It occupied an area of about 2,000 square meters. In the center, there were more than 10 people fighting with each other. There were several weapon racks neatly placed next to the training ground. Doqi filled the area. From the looks of it, all of them were at least great sword masters. as expected of the Ottoman Empire's #1 military family. Although the way these warriors attacked was simple, their momentum was extremely strong. The fighting techniques they used were the most suitable for the battlefield. The Duke's mansion was very large. Going back and forth was like walking through a maze. The servant in green had a calm expression. He didn't say a word to Nian Bing and only led the way. After passing through 3 courtyards, the green-cloaked servant brought Nian Bing to a row of houses and stopped. He said to Nian Bing, "Please wait for a moment." With that, he turned to the door and said, reporting to the Duke, "I brought him here." A deep and vigorous voice sounded, "Let him in." "Yes." The servant in green nodded and stepped aside to let him in. Nian Bing gestured for him to enter. Nian Bing didn't stand on ceremony and pushed open the door. Just as he stepped into the room, he saw Yu Rian standing beside the desk. Nian Bing's blood rushed to his head. His originally calm eyes were filled with emotion. He took a few steps to stand in front of Yu Rian. His body was slightly trembling. Yu Rian saw Nian Bing quickly walking towards her. A trace of vigilance rose in her heart. Her eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted, "Stop." Nearly 8 years had passed and she hadn't changed much. However, Nian Bing had changed a lot. 8 years ago, Nian Bing was only a child. 8 years later, he had become a handsome young man. Adding on the changes in his figure, how could Yu Rian recognize him after 8 years? "Auntie, don't you recognize me?" Nian Bing knelt down on one knee and respectfully bowed to Yu Rian. His voice was trembling as tears flowed down his face. He never thought that he would be able to see the auntie he had been yearning for day and night. Yu Rian and Nian Bing looked at each other before turning to look at Nian Bing. She felt a sense of familiarity from Nian Bing's handsome face. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "You are?" "Mother, I once called you mother." As he spoke, Nian Bing pulled open the front of his shirt and pulled out the Hua Tian card. Yu Rian's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She stepped forward and pulled Nian Bing up. Nian Bing was now half a head taller than her. She carefully looked at the handsome young man and said in surprise, "Are you that little fatso from the Ice Moon Empire 7 years ago?" You are." "I'm Nian Bing." "Auntie. You haven't changed at all, you're still as beautiful as ever." Nian Bing held Yu Rian's hand, his voice full of emotion. Aside from her own husband, any other man who wants to touch her would only have one result, death. But now that Yu Rian's hand was held by Nian Bing, her heart was filled with love. She didn't feel the slightest bit of blasphemy. The pure love in Nian Bing's eyes deeply infected her. A cough sounded. If the Duke of Bluefeather had a weakness, it would be jealousy. After all, he had such a beautiful wife. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't allow another man to get close to their wife. Even if this handsome young man was less than half his wife's age. Still, the Duke's heart was filled with jealousy. "Rian, aren't you going to introduce me?" Nian Bing finally noticed that there was another person sitting next to her. The Duke of Bluefeather stood up. His height was about the same as Nian Bing's. Judging from his aura, Nian Bing immediately made a judgment. Retracting the emotions in her eyes, she respectfully said, "You must be the Duke of Bluefeather." "Nice to meet you, I'm Nian Bing." Yu Rian took the initiative to hold Nian Bing's hand. "Bluefeather, do you remember 7 years ago when I gave the Hua Tian token to Chen Chen on the way back from seeing her teacher?" "This is Nian Bing." "I didn't expect that after 7 years, Nian Bing would come looking for me. When he first saw me, he called me mother. I didn't expect him to be such a handsome young man." Bluefeather suddenly realized, "He's the little fatso you spoke of?" "Nian Bing, since you came looking for Rian, why do you have Chen Chen's token?" Nian Bing wiped away the tears on her face and smiled, "I didn't know Auntie was here. I was asked by a friend to deliver a letter to your daughter." "You and Auntie you are." Yu Rian smiled faintly and said, "Silly boy, he's my master. The Duke's daughter you want to see is our daughter. Didn't you see Chen Chen back then?" Nian Bing finally understood and couldn't help but praise the Duke of Bluefeather's good fortune. "So that's how it is. Auntie, is Miss Chen Chen here? A friend of mine asked me to deliver this letter to her." The space ring on her hand emitted a faint silver light and the letter Luo Ro gave her appeared out of thin air. Yurian took the letter and said in surprise, Nian Bing, you're a magician? Nian Bing smiled and nodded, yes. Yurian didn't open the letter and smiled, that's good. Our Holland Empire is currently lacking in mages. Is your teacher that old man from back then? But I don't feel any magic fluctuations from him. Chen isn't here. She's studying with her teacher and doesn't come back even once a year. I'll give this letter to her when she comes back this year. Nian Bing said, he's not the teacher who taught me magic. Auntie, this letter is quite urgent. It's related to my friend's marriage. The sooner it's resolved, the better. Yurian frowned, but this letter is for Chen. I can't open it. Who asked you to deliver the letter? Nian Bing said, it's the daughter of Ice Snow City's treasurer, Luo Ro. Yurian suddenly said, it's that girl. I haven't seen her in a few years. When Chen met Luo Ro, it was the same year I met you. When we passed by Ice Snow City, we were treated with hospitality. Chen and Ruru hit it off at first sight and became good sisters. They even exchanged tokens with each other. Do you know why Ro is here this time? Nian Bing nodded and said, I heard from Luo Ro that she's here because... Then, he recounted everything that Luo Ro told him in detail. After listening to Nian Bing's explanation, Yurian smiled and said, if that's the case, I understand Ro's meaning. Duke Bluefeather said, our Ottoman Empire is facing internal and external troubles. Your auntie and I are very busy. This Miss Luo Ro is also married to the Ice Moon Empire's royal family. This matter is not easy to handle. After all, our energy is limited. What he said was the truth. He was already busy with national affairs, how could he care about these personal matters? Nian Bing had already expected Duke Bluefeather's answer and didn't mind it. After all, he was just a messenger. Although he had a good impression of Luo Ro, they were just ordinary friends. He believed that with Luo Ro's intelligence, even without the help of Duke Bluefeather's family, she wouldn't compromise so easily. At this time, Yurian suddenly smiled and looked at Bluefeather. This letter came at the right time. The problem you mentioned just now can be solved with this letter. Bluefeather's heart trembled. He was an expert in war. In terms of war, there were not many people in the continent who could compare. However, in terms of intelligence, he had always admired his wife. Ruyan, what do you mean? Yurian smiled faintly and said, Brother Yu, have you forgotten about this Lady Ruru that I mentioned to you before? When she first met our daughter, she was already quite famous in Ice Snow City. She was known for her intelligence. To a certain extent, her father's position today is mostly due to her efforts. This girl's intelligence is far above mine, especially when it comes to handling various affairs. She is an expert. Although her father is much weaker, he has a good understanding of financial matters. He is also a good person. After his wife's words, Bluefeather immediately understood and said happily, if we secretly bring them to Holland and change their surnames for our use, Yurian smiled and said, it's good that you understand. What you need to do is to persuade His Majesty to put Ro in an important position. In these years, although I rarely go to the Ice Moon Empire, I am still familiar with Ro's situation. I can guarantee that if she helps His Majesty manage the various affairs of the Empire, it won't be long before the Empire shows a new face. Who said that women are inferior to men? We can't let go of a talent like Ro. This is a good opportunity. Actually, this is probably the reason why Ro asked Nian Bing to send this letter. This girl is very smart. Since she doesn't want to marry the Prince of Ice Moon, she will naturally find a way out for herself. Their family isn't prosperous, only the father and daughter. Thus, the problem isn't difficult to solve. If it really doesn't work, I will go personally. Nian Bing, don't worry, Auntie will take care of this matter. Nian Bing didn't know much about politics, but he was very smart. From the conversation between Yurian and her husband, he could already see some clues. He couldn't help but praise this Auntie Yurian's foresight. Luo Ro's reputation as a wise woman wasn't easily obtained. If she were a man, she would have been put in an important position by the Ice Moon Empire. If Bluefeather led Luo Ro to the Ottoman Empire, as long as she didn't look down on her because she was a woman, it wasn't impossible to improve the current situation of the Ottoman Empire. After all, the most important thing to the Ottoman Empire was talent. Auntie, then I will leave this matter to you. Nian Bing respectfully said. Yu Ruian combed her dark green hair, looking very beautiful. Nian Bing, you came all the way here to deliver a letter to a friend. Why don't you stay here for a while? Oh, right, you still haven't told me who taught you magic. Nian Bing said, my teacher is Archmage Long Ji of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. Blue Feather said, so it's Long Ji. I know him. His level of magic is very high. Unfortunately, the Ice Moon Empire has the Ice God Tower and doesn't care much about the guild. Since you are his disciple, your magic must be quite good. Nian Bing, do you have any family in the Ice Moon Empire? Nian Bing's heart trembled. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't have any family anymore. Blue Feather smiled, since you don't have anything to worry about and you are fated with Ruian, why don't you stay in Allen City? The guild here is in need of people. I have been discussing with the Empire's Magician Guild to see if we can form a team of knights like the Flaming Lion. Nian Bing said, Your Grace, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. According to what I know, the members of the Order of the Flaming Lion are all proficient in fire magic. Even if they join the guild directly, they will need a long time to train together to perfect their fusion. Otherwise, it will be easy to accidentally injure their own troops. I respect Auntie Yu very much, but I still have a lot of things to do. So, I can't stay. Blue Feather didn't mind Nian Bing's rejection and smiled, then forget it. However, if you don't have a good time outside, or if the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild doesn't accept you, I welcome you to Allen City at any time. Since you have come from afar, stay with us for a few days and let us play host to you. Nian Bing shook his head and said, I still have friends waiting for me. I'm afraid I can't stay in Allen City any longer. Duke Month, Auntie Yu, I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Yu Ruian smiled gently and said, if you have any requests, just tell me. Auntie will do her best to satisfy you. Nian Bing's eyes were filled with emotion as she looked deeply at Yu Ruian and said, Auntie, in my heart, I see you as my mother. Back then, when we met for the first time and weren't familiar with each other, you gave me the precious Heavenly Flower token. What happened next was the Heavenly Flower token in the process of my magic training. It used its gentle aura to pull me back from the danger of going berserk. You can say that you are my savior. I hope that you can give me a chance to repay you. One day, please give me 1 day to prepare. After 1 day, I hope to cook a meal for you, okay? Blue Feather and Yu Ruian were stunned. Yu Ruian thought she heard wrongly, cook? Nian Bing, Auntie doesn't understand what you mean. Nian Bing smiled confidently and said, Auntie, you will understand tomorrow. I will go back first and come back tomorrow. When the time comes, I can show the Heavenly Flower token and enter, right? Yu Ruian nodded and said, of course, but aren't you a magician? How did you become a chef? Nian Bing smiled and said, Auntie, I have always been a chef. Do you still remember the old man who was with me when we first met? He is the teacher who taught me cooking. To me, cooking and magic are equally important. Duke, Auntie Yu, farewell. Finished speaking, she bowed respectfully to the two and turned to leave. Seeing Nian Bing's back, Blue Feather frowned, Ruian, what do you think of this young man? Are you sure he is the child you met at that time? Yu Ruian nodded, and said, it can't be wrong. Not only does he have the Heavenly Splendor token, he can also accurately recount the events of when we first met. Most importantly, the emotions in his eyes are the same as back then, without the slightest change. However, this child has already grown up, and is much more rational than back then. Brother Yu, I still think this child is extraordinary and will have great achievements in the future. But I don't understand why he wants to be a chef. Blue Feather smiled, Ruian, don't look down on any profession, even if it is a chef. Let's wait and see what kind of surprise he will bring us tomorrow. From his confident appearance, it is clear he is confident in his cooking skills. If he is really a talent, I hope you can use his feelings for you to keep him. Right now, our empire is lacking talents. Yu Ruian frowned slightly and said, Brother Yu, how can you let me take advantage of Nian Bing's innocent feelings? If he is willing to stay, then that is good. If not, then let's not force him, okay? Blue Feather laughed, it is my fault, I misspoke. Let's do as you say. However, I can also feel that he is not ordinary. Especially his eyes, they are filled with wisdom. After leaving the duke's mansion, Nianbing did not return to the inn. Instead, he ran to the nearby magic shop and sold the 9 scrolls he had made. If he had not met Yu Ruyan, perhaps he would have only sold 3 or 4 scrolls. But now, it was different. He wanted to let Yu Ruyan taste the delicacies he made. Therefore, he now needed more money to buy various precious ingredients. Out of the 9 magic scrolls, Nianbing tested one on the spot and immediately sold the other 8 at a price of 250 gold coins each. After all, these magic scrolls that could protect one's life did not require any magic to activate. They were something that everyone wanted, especially nobles. Therefore, even though they were only tier 4 magic scrolls, it was inevitable that they would be sold at a high price. From the magic shop, Nianbing found out about the busiest area in Alan City. He took the 200 gold coins he got from selling the scrolls and bought a large amount of ingredients, as well as various seasonings and ingredients for cooking. The reason why he took a day to prepare was because seasonings were the most important in cooking. Seasonings could not only enhance the taste of the food, but also bring out the original taste of the food as long as they were used well. Truly good seasonings required a combination of different types of seasonings. This was a secret. After returning to the inn, Nianbing carefully opened the door. Garamandi's dragon snoring showed no signs of weakening. Dragons were not only the strongest creatures on the continent, they were also the creatures that could sleep the best. She heaved a sigh of relief. Nianbing secretly prayed that Garamandis would sleep until she finished cooking for Yu Ruyan tomorrow. She took out bags of seasonings from her space ring. She then took out the porcelain bottles she had just bought and marked them. She then began to skillfully mix the various seasonings. To Nianbing, there were only 2 things that could make him fully immerse himself in. One was the cultivation of magic, and the other was cooking. Cooking for Garamandis could be said to be a form of torture. It was completely not something he was willing to do. In that state, although Nianbing could still make delicious food, the quality of the food was much worse than his. Ever since leaving the peach blossom forest, Nianbing had never wanted to make a perfect meal as much as he did now. He was so focused on mixing the seasonings that he did not notice at all. Behind him, Garamandis was snoring as he opened his eyes to look at him. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a few drops of dragon saliva dripped down. Mixing the seasonings took Nianbing a full 2 hours. Looking at the nearly 30 porcelain bottles in front of him, Nianbing put them one by one into his space ring. He used his magic to activate them. He tried to take out one porcelain bottle after another according to his purpose. He accurately grasped the position of the porcelain bottle in the space ring, as well as the mark on each porcelain bottle. He nodded in satisfaction. He fetched a basin of clear water and bought a clean towel from the inn. He took out his 4 peerless blades and wiped them clean little by little. He did not want to make a single mistake when he cooked for Yu Ruyan tomorrow. After finishing everything, Nianbing sat cross-legged on the bed. Finally, he touched the warm heavenly flower tablet on his chest and entered a state of meditation. After evolving, he no longer needed to carefully restrain the absorbed magic elements. Relying on the coordination of ice and fire, the 2 magic elements were absorbed at a faster speed than before. His mental strength was completely released. Very quickly, Nianbing, who had abandoned all distracting thoughts, entered a state of deep meditation. His magic was advancing bit by bit. From the afternoon until the next morning, when the sunlight shone into the room, Nianbing opened his eyes. At this time even he did not notice that one of his azure blue eyes had become a scorching red, while the other was as clear as the blue sky. His magic moved with a thought, instantly flowing through his body. His whole body was filled with the aura of magic. It was so comfortable. Stretching his body, his gaze fell on Garamandis, who was beside him. Garamandis was still sleeping soundly. Everything was as beautiful as he had imagined. He quietly got out of bed. Although this inn was a bit simple, there was still a bathroom. Nianbing happily took a bath. Getting rid of the last trace of irritation in his body, he took out the clothes that Xuejing had given him from the space ring. The white robe and silver coins were embroidered with a dragon pattern. There was not much embroidery, but it played the role of a finishing touch, making the whole set of clothes luxurious and elegant. The belt at the waist was very simple. It was also white, with a wide silver line on both sides. In the center of the belt, there was a milky white jade. Stroking the soft white clothes, Nianbing could not help but think of Xuejing who he had driven away. Jing are you okay now? I hope you don't blame me, I also had no choice. Although your temper is a bit big, it does not affect that you are a good girl. I hope you can find your other half and live a happy life. Putting on this silver dragon white robe, coupled with Nianbing's originally handsome appearance, his high school temperament was even more obvious. His blonde hair and white robe outlined his slender figure, and a pair of deep blue eyes like the ocean faintly shone. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing strode out and left the inn. Just as Nianbing walked out of the inn, Garamandes, who had been sleeping in the room, sat up from the bed. Good boy, you actually went to make walnut cakes for others without calling me. Humph, I'll also go and have a meal. Nianbing, oh Nianbing, do you think the spiritual imprint I left on you only knows your location? Hee hee. Walking on the streets, Nianbing felt more and more awkward because the passers-by would take a few careful glances at him, especially the young girls. Those looks made him feel uneasy. Is the Ottoman Empire so open? It seemed that he should have worn coarse cotton clothes. What can he do in this situation? He could only quicken his pace and arrive at the Duke's mansion as soon as possible. Showing the sky token, the silver feather knights at the gate happily let him in. Under the guidance of a servant, he walked towards the Duke's study. Usually, when the Duke was not in court, he would take care of his affairs in the study. Arriving at the door, he could hear a clear conversation from inside. Duke, this is the news we sisters have received for the past half a year. Do you have any other instructions? Duke Bluefeather replied, it has been hard on you these past few days. There is no need to go back this time, I still need you to carry out other tasks. Rest in the mansion for now. Upon hearing this, the servant who had brought Nianbing into the residence had already stepped forward to report. He shouted from outside the door, Duke, Sir Nianbing is here. Oh, let him in. Hearing the conversation from before, Nianbing felt that the female voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but it was not Yu Ruyan's voice. While he was puzzled, the servant gestured for him to enter. Pushing the door open, he saw the Duke of Bluefeather sitting behind the desk like he did yesterday. Yu Ruyan was standing beside him with a smile on her face. Two other women were standing respectfully in front of the desk. When they heard him enter, the two women subconsciously turned around to look at him. Nianbing's eyes widened in surprise, Ah. Why are you here? At the same time, they exclaimed, Why are you here? Who were the two women that appeared in Duke Bluefeather's study to make Nianbing so surprised? They were Rui and Rumeng, whom Nianbing met in the brothel of Ice Orchid City a few months ago. After a moment of blankness, Nianbing immediately understood the identity of the two sisters. He already knew that the sisters were spies sent by other countries to the Ice Moon Empire and the Ottoman Empire. Since they appeared in the residence of the head of the Ottoman Empire's military, it was obvious that they were the Duke of Bluefeather. As for the daughter of the benefactor, it should be Lan Chen, who was not in the residence. Now, he was only missing a certain someone. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The Duke of Bluefeather looked at the new Nianbing in surprise and asked, Do you know him? Rui coldly snorted, Your Excellency, the strange young man I just told you about is him. The demon killer is also harmful to us because of him. Don't let him go and lure out the demon killer behind him. With that, she raised her hand and pulled out her sword. Sister, he is not a bad person. Rumeng quickly held her sister's hand. When she was reporting to the Duke, it was Rui who was speaking. Rumeng wanted to intervene several times but couldn't find a chance. Rui angrily said, How can a man in a brothel be a good person? Get out of the way. If you didn't let him go that day, maybe I wouldn't have been humiliated by the demon killer. Bluefeather said in a deep voice, Rui, stop. Don't be presumptuous. Rui might not listen to others, but her respect for Bluefeather was completely from the heart. She quickly withdrew her sword and retreated to the side. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Bluefeather's eyes turned to Nianbing and frowned, Young man. As a man, you can be romantic but not vulgar. In the future, it's better not to go to brothels. I want to know what is the relationship between you and the demon killer mentioned by Rui. Nian Bing indifferently said, I'm afraid what you want to know is not my relationship with him. I'm afraid you want to know the origin of the ice and fire magic. If someone else asked, I wouldn't say it, but you are Auntie Yu's husband. I don't want to hide it. Actually, I am the Masha envoy, which is also me. At that time I only pretended to punish Miss Rui because she had indiscriminately tried to kill me. Frankly speaking, if it wasn't for Miss Ru Meng pleading for elder sister, perhaps she would have already died at my hands. Bluefeather's eyes lit up, you are demon killer envoy. I hope you can explain. Rui and Ru Meng's eyes were also filled with surprise. Nian Bing puffed out her chest and said coldly, I have nothing to explain on this matter, and I don't need to explain anything. Miss Rui is your subordinate, so it's only right that you believe her words. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. The pain was unbearable because he saw coldness and a trace of desolate killing intent in the eyes of his most respected aunt, Yu Ruyan. Yes, although Auntie Yu has a very high position in my heart, but after all, I've only seen her twice in so many years. What right do I have to make her believe me? Nian Bing smiled, but the deep sadness in his eyes made Yu Ruyan's heart tremble. Nian Bing's heart was very, very cold. Ever since he left the peach blossom forest, he had always been vigilant and reserved towards everyone. Even Feng Nu was no exception. But after seeing Yu Ruyan yesterday, he finally let go. Losing his parents was the greatest pain in his heart. In his heart, Yu Ruyan was gentle and kind like a mother. Although he knew that it was normal for Yu Ruyan and Blue Feather to suspect him, the pain in his heart was still very strong. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. He didn't even look at Rui. Auntie, no matter what you think of me, in my heart, you will always be someone I respect. I will leave, and I will never come back again. But I hope you can give me a chance to cook a meal for you. I will leave immediately. As he spoke, he took off the heavenly jade token that had never left his neck for more than 7 years. When he walked past Yu Ruyan, he took a deep look at the red gem on the jade token. With a sigh, he placed the heavenly jade token on the table. Yu Ruyan indifferently asked, do you really have no explanation? Nian Bing shook his head, to you and the Duke, I am just an outsider. Our meeting that year could be said to be a kind of fate. Perhaps, our fate has come to an end. Yu Ruyan's eyes were cold. Nian Bing, in my life, I hate fickle men the most, especially men who inflict pain on women for their own desires. I watched Rui grow up. She has a strong character and will never lie. Yes, I choose to believe her. You have a very good appearance, but if you use it to bully women, then you are worse than a dwarf with a congenital defect. You can go, I am not in the mood to eat right now, and I don't want to eat what you cook. Auntie, you really can't give me a chance to repay you? Nian Bing suddenly felt that his breathing was a little difficult, and his eyes were a little blurred. Yu Ruyan was just about to speak when the Duke of Blue Feather spoke up, Ruyan, let him do it. I think this child is not that kind of person. Maybe it was just a slip of the tongue. Yu Ruyan looked at her husband, then looked at Nian Bing. The coldness in her eyes faded a little. She snorted and didn't speak again. Nian Bing's expression was calm as she bowed to the Duke. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can I trouble you to set up a stove in the martial arts field outside? If it is in the kitchen, it will not be easy to use. Just get a big table to put the food. I have already prepared the other ingredients and cabinets. Blue Feather nodded. Good, Rui, you go prepare according to Nian Bing's instructions. We will go to the martial arts field together. Rui nodded and gave Nian Bing a cold look before leaving the study. Nian Bing followed behind her. He didn't say anything to Rui. At this time, he didn't want to say anything. Besides, Rui is also a pitiful person. Seeing Nian Bing leave, Ru Meng was a little anxious. Duke, madam, you have all misunderstood. In fact, Nian Bing is not that kind of person. Blue Feather and Yu Ruyan were stunned at the same time. Yu Ruyan frowned. You mean, Rui was lying to us just now? Ru Meng's whole body stiffened. No, actually, sister is just a little extreme. Then she told the story from beginning to end according to her own opinion. After hearing Ru Meng's words, Blue Feather frowned. No. From what I know, although Rui has a strong temperament, she is still a person who understands the big picture. Otherwise, I wouldn't let her be in charge of the Northern Intelligence System. I really can't believe that her personality will change so much. Ru Meng, are you hiding something from me? What happened to Rui? His wisdom has already seen some flaws. A person's personality change is definitely not without reason. Ru Meng knelt on the ground with a plop. Duke, madam, I can't say. This matter concerns sister's reputation. Sister is already very pitiful. Please don't pursue it, okay? Yu Ruian's whole body trembled, and her eyes flashed. I understand, so it was him. I was wondering why Rui changed a lot in these 2 years and even took the initiative to ask for a transfer. Humph, I won't forgive that kid. Ru Meng was shocked and hurriedly said, Madam, in fact, this matter can't be completely blamed on brother Lan Sun. He also has his own difficulties, emotional matters. Just as she said this, she suddenly noticed the change in Yu Ruian's eyes. Only then did she realize that she was fooled. Madam, Yu Ruian's body flashed with a layer of silver light. Lan Sun, it's actually Lan Sun. Good, you really hid it from me. Ru Meng, tell me everything you know. Do you know that your sister treated Nian Bing's life like grass? If you don't tell me, I will punish her. As the wife of the Duke of Blue Feather, Yu Ruian was not comparable to a little girl like Ru Meng. Ru Meng finally understood the look in Nian Bing's eyes just now, and her heart was filled with regret. However, she urgently needed to know what had happened to Rui. Arriving at the training grounds, Nian Bing walked to a shady area and stood alone. Today, no one was practicing martial arts here, and the training grounds were empty. Only the servants of the Duke's mansion would occasionally pass by. He suddenly recalled what Cha Ji had said to him when he was teaching him culinary skills. At that time, Cha Ji had said that there was a very important thing that an ordinary chef had to pay attention to during the process of cooking, and that was to control their own emotions. When cooking, they should try their best not to let their emotions affect their culinary skills, so that they could fully display their own skills. However, when a chef's skills reached the pinnacle, it was the exact opposite when it came to emotions. Instead of controlling them, one had to fully express their emotions and use their emotions to influence the food they made. For a top-notch chef, food made with different emotions could taste different even if it was the same dish. Emotions were what a top-notch chef needed to learn the most. Right now, his heart was filled with sorrow. What kind of dish could he make? He didn't know, and he didn't know either. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Anyway, after this meal, his relationship with Yu Ruian would come to an end, and they would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Brother, I don't think I've seen you before. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. Nian Bing's whole body shook. He was so careless that he didn't even notice that someone had approached him. He was too careless. Turning around, he saw a young man wearing a blue warrior's uniform with a long sword hanging from his waist. This person was very handsome, and his body exuded an exuberant heroic spirit. It was easy to see that he was at least a great swordsman, or even a martial artist. Hello, I've just arrived at the Duke's mansion. Nian Bing's reply was calm and polite. When the blue-clothed warrior saw Nian Bing's appearance, his eyes couldn't help but flash with surprise. He had always prided himself on his appearance, but compared to the blonde-haired silver-clothed youth in front of him, he paled in comparison. Brother, you're so charming. My name is Lan Sun, and I'm the Duke's bodyguard. How may I address you? Why have you come to the Duke's mansion? Nian Bing smiled calmly and said, My name is Nian Bing, and I'm the chef who came to cook for the Duke and Duchess. Chef? Lan Sun's eyes shone with surprise. He sized up Nian Bing and asked with a strange expression, You're a chef? Nian Bing smiled and said, What, don't I look like one? I'll prove it in a moment. Just as he said this, Rui had already brought her people to the practice field. She was instructing the servants to set up the stove. When she raised her head, she inadvertently saw Nian Bing and Lan Sun together. A layer of frost appeared on her face as she cursed in a low voice, birds of a feather flocked together. Nian Bing wasn't far from the center of the practice field. In addition, after eating so many iron thread snake gallbladders, his hearing and eyesight had greatly improved. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at Lan Sun. At this time, Lan Sun's expression changed. His black eyes revealed a complicated expression. You're the man who let Miss Rui down? Nian Bing's voice was even colder. His relationship with Yu Rian had become so tense because of what Rui had said to the Duke. And Rui's change was because of that heartless man. Lan Sun's expression changed. What are you saying? I've never let Rui down. She was the one who insisted on leaving me. It seems like you know quite a lot. Nian Bing was a little surprised. You've never let Rui down? Then why did I hear that you let her down for an even prettier girl? Lan Sun's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. I don't know what Rui said to you, but my feelings for Rui are absolutely true. Sigh, Rui is good at everything, but she's too stubborn. Nian Bing continued to ask, since you were together with Rui back then, why did you try to court another girl? Lan Sun frowned. Court her? It seems that Rui still doesn't believe me. That's right, I used to like Miss Chen, but when I was at my lowest point, Rui walked into my world. It was her meticulous care that helped me recover from my heartbreak. Only then did I realize that she was the most suitable woman for me. So, we were together. I truly loved her. At the same time, I recognized my position. Even if we don't talk about status, just her character and appearance were far from my match. So, I let go of my past feelings long ago. After Miss Chen returned from her master's residence, I could already see her as a younger sister. The Duke raised us orphans since we were young. As his bodyguard, I was concerned about Miss Chen's daily life and made all kinds of arrangements for her. What was wrong with that? In the past, I was the one who did all the work. But Rui didn't understand. She thought that my feelings for Miss Chen had rekindled, and that I was interested in her. No matter how I explained, she wouldn't listen. Every day, she would pester me and argue with me. I am a man, and I still have a lot of things to do. One day, I was really annoyed by her pestering, so I said a few hurtful words to her. As a result, the next day, she asked the Duke for a transfer and refused to talk to me anymore. Sigh, I was too impulsive back then. Although Rui is a girl, she's very stubborn. I tried all kinds of ways to get close to her, but she was always like an iceberg. Nian Bing stared at Lan Sun with wide eyes. She couldn't be so unlucky, right? She actually became the victim of a misunderstanding. Brother Lan, when you hurt Miss Rui, did you tell her that you only had lust for her? That Miss Rui was only a substitute for Miss Chen, and that you only loved Miss Chen. Lan Sun's eyes widened. That can't be. You even know this. Tell me, what's your relationship with Rui? Seeing Lan Sun's unkind expression, Nian Bing hurriedly said, I have nothing to do with Miss Rui. Miss Rumeng told me all this. Brother Lan, how could you say that back then? Don't you know how much it hurts a girl? Lan Sun sighed in relief. Do you think I wanted to say that? But Rui's parents died when she was young. She's too self-conscious. She likes to think the worst of everything. Ever since we started fighting, she would ask me every day if I was with her because she slept with me. She would ask me if I still loved Miss Chen, and if I saw her as a substitute. Think about it. I work so much every day, and she pesters me every day. How can I stand it? That day, I was blinded by anger, so I went along with her and said those words out of anger. Now Nian Bing understood everything. So Lan Sun wasn't a heartless person. The real problem was Rui. She patted Lan Sun's shoulder and said, Then do you still like Rui? Lan Sun said bitterly, If I didn't like her, would I be in so much pain? As the saying goes, a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. We've already done it as husband and wife. I truly love her. How can I not worry about her? Nian Bing nodded and said, Since you truly love her, then take out your courage. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The fact that Rui still hates you proves that she can't forget you. Since that's the case, you have a lot of opportunities. It all depends on whether you can grasp them. She's had low self-esteem since she was young. She needs your patience to gradually change. I think you two must have had too little interaction in the past. That's why there's a crisis of distrust. You're a man. Take the initiative. Lan Sun nodded and smiled. I think so too. This time, Rui finally came back. I've already decided that no matter what, I'm going to make her stay this time. Brother, although this is the first time we've met, we hit it off very well. Thank you for your help. Sigh, but now I don't know what's the best time to get close to her. Nianbing smiled and shook her head. Brother Lan, you're welcome. Actually, it's not hard to find the right time. If you want Rui to change her mind, the first thing you need to do is get the support of the Duke and Duchess. I can tell that they're the people Rui respects the most. Since you've decided to be with Rui, why don't you start with the Duke and Duchess? Hearing Nianbing's words, Lan Sun's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Nianbing, you've really woken me up from my daze. Alright, I'll go ask the Duke for her hand in marriage. As long as the Duke agrees to our marriage, everything will be much easier. With that, he turned to leave. What's the rush? Nianbing grabbed Lan Sun. The Duke and Duchess will be here soon to taste my cooking. Isn't it better if you ask for her hand in front of Rui? It'll show your sincerity. Look, they're here. At that moment, Duke Bluefeather, Yu Ruyan, and Ru Meng arrived at the training grounds from the rear courtyard. Bluefeather and Yu Ruyan's expressions were unusually gloomy. Ru Meng, on the other hand, had her head lowered. She looked troubled. Nianbing didn't know that her misunderstanding had been cleared up. When she saw their expressions, her heart sank. She nudged Lan Sun. What are you waiting for? Lan Sun only had Rui on his mind. He didn't notice the Duke and Duchess Bluefeather's expressions. When Nianbing nudged him, he hurried over to them. Yu Ruyan had a belly full of anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. She felt someone approaching, and when she looked over, she saw that it was Lan Sun, whom she had been looking for. She was about to speak when Lan Sun knelt on the ground. Lord Duke, Duchess, Lan Sun has something to report. Lan Yu raised his hand to stop Yu Ruyan, who was about to explode, and said indifferently, What is it? Just say it. Lan Sun swallowed his saliva and glanced at Rui. Your Excellency Duke, Lan Sun has been taught by you and your wife. That's how I am today. Although Lan Sun knows I'm not worthy, I've always treated you as my father. There's something I haven't reported to you and your wife. Actually, 3 years ago, I became friends with Rui. I hope that your Excellency Duke and your wife can allow me to take Rui as my wife. My feelings for Rui are sincere. Lan Sun respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Lan Yu and Yu Ruyan's eyes, which were originally filled with anger, were instantly filled with shock. Ru Meng, who had her head lowered, raised her head and looked at Lan Sun, who was kneeling on the ground, in astonishment. None of them had thought that Lan Sun would say such a thing at this moment. Rui, who was standing not far away, stiffened and her gaze instantly became lifeless. Lan Yu's state of mind was the most stable. He calmly asked, You want to marry Rui? Lan Sun nodded firmly. Your Excellency Duke, please grant my wish. Bluefeather frowned. As far as I know, your relationship with Rui isn't as simple as just being friends. Rui, come here. Rui snapped out of her daze. Her beautiful eyes revealed a complicated expression. She glanced at Lan Sun and quickly walked over to Bluefeather. She respectfully said, Your Excellency Duke, the kitchen table and stove are ready to be used at any time. Although she spoke of the task Bluefeather had given her, her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Bluefeather nodded. He turned to Nianbing and smiled. Little brother, please wait for a moment. I have some private matters to attend to. Nianbing nodded. Your Excellency Duke, there's no need to be so polite. You can talk about it. I'll start cooking now. He walked over to the kitchen table. Yu Ruyan wanted to say something, but when she saw Lan Sun and Rui, she held back. She gave her husband a look, indicating for him to get straight to the point. Bluefeather's voice deepened. Lan Sun, I want to hear your explanation of your relationship with Rui. Rui glared at her sister. Your Excellency Duke, there's no need to explain anything. I have no relationship with Lan Sun. I will never marry him. Rui is willing to serve your Excellency Duke and Madam for the rest of my life. I will never marry. Please grant my wish. Her tone was resolute. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Lan Sun's heart sank. He knew Rui was stubborn, but he didn't expect her stubbornness to be even harder to understand after 2 years. Lan Yu smiled, and his voice became much gentler. Silly girl, I raised you and Lan Sun since you were young. Lan Sun was right. I have always treated you as my own children. To me, you are not my subordinates, but my family. Child, do you think a father would be willing to watch his daughter grow old alone for the rest of her life? No, of course not. If that happened, it would be unbearable for a father. Even if you don't want to marry Lan Sun, you don't have to be so resolute. I'll find you a good husband in the future. Hearing Bluefeather's kind words, Ruyi's eyes reddened. She choked. Thank you, Your Excellency Duke. Bluefeather stopped Rui from speaking. He turned to Lan Sun and said coldly, you don't need to explain now. I just want to hear about your relationship with Rui. Speak. I believe you won't lie to me. Lan Sun was still kneeling. Without Bluefeather's permission, he would never stand up. He respectfully said, Your Excellency Duke, Rui and I have been friends since 3 years ago. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. Originally, I liked Miss Chen. Although I knew I wasn't worthy, my subconscious had always wanted a chance. So I've always tried my best. Bluefeather nodded. We all know how much you care for Chen. There's no such thing as whether you're worthy or not. If Chen really likes you, I won't stop her. However, you know Chen's situation. Even Ruyan and I are worried about her life. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Speaking until here, the Duke's face had a hint of sadness. Yu Ruyan helplessly shook her head. Whenever she thought of her daughter, she felt a little regretful. If it weren't for those people chasing after her, she wouldn't have given her daughter to that person as a disciple. Bluefeather continued. But you should have felt it. Chen has always treated you as an older brother. Although she's usually cold, she's the closest to you in the family. Lan Sun said, Your Excellency Duke, later on, I understood this problem. That day, Miss Chen told me the same thing. She said she's always treated me as an older brother. She also said she can't easily marry a man because of special reasons. Although her voice was cold, I could feel the sincerity in her heart. At that time, I felt like I was freed from the shackles of love. It was also from that moment on that I truly gave up on pursuing Miss Chen. Miss Chen was gone. The hope in my heart for so many years disappeared in a single day. Although I felt relieved, I was still filled with disappointment. It was at that time that Rui walked into my world. She cared for me, accompanied me, and sat silently with me for an entire night. That night, we sat in silence. Although she didn't say anything, I could feel the emotions in her heart. Only then did I realize that the most suitable person for me was by my side. My heart was moved. My feelings for Miss Chen turned into that of a sibling. I faced my feelings for Rui and began to pursue her. Your Excellency Duke, Rui can't marry anyone else. That's because we've already done the deed as husband and wife. Nianbing had already walked to the kitchen table and was preparing to move. When she heard Lan Sun's explanation, she couldn't help but stop. She wanted to hear his explanation. As a bystander, he could see that Duke Bluefeather and Yu Ruyan already knew something. Ru Meng's expression was strange. It was very likely that she told them about what happened that day. As for their anger, it was clear that it was directed at Lan Sun. It seems that they already knew about Rui and Lan Sun from Ru Meng. Lan Sun's luck was pretty good. Just as Duke Bluefeather was about to denounce him, he proposed marriage. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better. Right now, the key is still Rui. But looking at her frozen expression, it won't be easy to change her mind. Lan Sun, let's see what you can do. When Lan Sun said that he and Rui had already done the deed as husband and wife, even though Duke Bluefeather and Yu Ruyan already knew, they couldn't help but turn pale. Lan Sun stole a glance at Rui. He saw that her expression didn't change because of what he said. She continued to coldly watch everything as if she didn't hear him at all. Lan Sun sighed inwardly. He then repeated what he said to Nianbing. He added even more details. As he narrated, his emotions were gradually influenced by his words. When he talked about the misunderstanding between him and Ruyi's expression finally changed. The ice on her face turned into a volcanic eruption. She suddenly became incomparably agitated. Nonsense. Back then, you clearly said that you've always treated me as a replacement. Now, you're saying that you're just saying that out of anger. You're clearly trying to use flowery words to deceive the Duke and Madam. Scram. I don't want to see you and I definitely won't marry you. Lan Sun's expression changed. Rui, can't you calm down and think about it? I've waited for you for 2 years, hoping that you'd calm down. But you're still so stubborn. Do you think it's good for you to continue like this? Why can't you be more rational? The Rui I knew wasn't like this. Rui, we grew up together. Although I don't dare say that I'm a gentleman, I've never lied to the Duke. I can swear in front of you that I'm speaking the truth. Otherwise, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Rui was stunned for a moment, but the anger in her eyes did not subside at all. Then what do you mean today? Anyway, I have nothing to do with you. You proposed to the Duke today. Aren't you deliberately insulting me? Lan Sun sighed. Rui, why would I think that? You've always held an important place in my heart. You're my lover. For 2 years, you were away on a mission. There wasn't a day when I didn't think of you. I proposed to the Duke because I love you. What do I have to do to make you believe that I'm sincere? Rui's heart trembled. She looked at Lan Sun's handsome and sincere face, and the anger on her face gradually disappeared. She stared at him blankly. She couldn't believe that it was all a misunderstanding. Lan Yu spoke up. Enough. You two don't have to say any more. I understand. No matter what, it's Lan Sun's fault for using words to hurt Rui. Lan Sun, you've been with me for so many years. You know my temper. Rui, you've been wronged. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. How about this? Rui, from now on. I'll take you and Ru Meng as my goddaughters. Lan Sun hurt my daughter, so he must pay the price. Lan Sun, you don't have to explain anything. Rui went to the border for you for 2 years and suffered so much. She doesn't have any feelings for you now, but the hurt you've caused her can never be erased. I don't want to say anything else. You can end it yourself. What? 3 people cried out. One was Rui. The other 2 were Yu Ruyan and Nian Bing. Yu Ruyan said anxiously, Brother Yu, you can't blame Lan Sun for this. He's been with you for so many years. Don't you know his temperament? How could you decide to punish him so hastily? Brother Yu. Nian Bing walked over to Lan Sun's side. He was the one who advised Lan Sun to propose marriage to Bluefeather Duke. How could he not be anxious? Yes. Duke, even if Lan Sun was in the wrong, it shouldn't be to the point of death, right? How can you disregard human life like that? Duke Bluefeather's rash decision caused his impression of the Duke to plummet. Even his good impression of the Duke's mansion had disappeared. Ru Yan, I can listen to you on other matters, but not this one. Duke Bluefeather's expression turned frosty. I can listen to you on other matters, but not this one. Do you think Lan Sun is right? Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. But, as a man, if he knew it was a misunderstanding but did not explain it to Rui, what did that mean? This showed that he had the intention to play with Rui and that he placed his dignity above all else. If he had explained it to Rui earlier and been patient with her, would she have suffered for the past 2 years? Rui is already pitiful enough. Now that she's been hurt like this, how can I tolerate this? We have wronged you before, but this is an internal matter of the Duke's mansion. Please don't interfere. Lan Sun, do it. Duke Bluefeather's tone was extremely resolute, but Nian Bing was surprised to find that there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Was he hallucinating? No, it was definitely not an illusion. He really was smiling. Nian Bing's mind spun rapidly. In a flash, she understood what was going on. Glancing at Duke Bluefeather, she sighed and took a step back. Lan Sun raised his head to look at Bluefeather, then at Rui. His expression was unusually calm as he respectfully said, Your Lordship, Lan Sun was raised by you. My life is yours to begin with. Lan Sen will not disobey your orders. I only have one last request before I die. I hope you can agree to it. Lan Sen knelt on the ground. His courage to face death with equanimity impressed Nian Bing. Speak, Duke Bluefeather said indifferently. Since you've been with me for so many years, I'll do my best to help you. Lan Sen did not panic at the prospect of losing his life. When he heard Duke Bluefeather's agreement, his face lit up. Your lordship, I truly do love Rui. You're right. I can't let go of my pride, which led to Rui's suffering over the past 2 years. It cast a shadow in her heart that she can't forget. Everything is my fault. I should be punished. My last request is that you take good care of Rui and find a good husband for her. Someone who can love and care for her. That way, even if I die, I can rest in peace. Your lordship, madam, please take care of yourselves. Lan Sen is gone. Even if I'm in hell, I'll pray for your safety. Lan Sen's sword left its scabbard in a flash of cold light. He didn't hesitate in the slightest as he gripped the hilt with both hands and brought it down on his neck with all his might. Under the sunlight, the sword glinted with a blinding light. Although Lan Sen didn't use his fighting aura, anyone could see that he was determined to die. Yurian closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. Lan Sen was usually obedient to her, but if he was serious, Yurian wouldn't object. She had watched Lan Sen grow up. Now that he was about to die, she couldn't bear it any longer. She raised her right hand, wanting to use her fighting aura to save him. To her, there wasn't much difference whether her eyes were open or closed. However, just as she was about to raise her hand, Duke Bluefeather grabbed it with both hands. Yurian tried to struggle but gave up immediately because she knew she didn't have enough time. Her heart throbbed. It was over. No. A demonic cry rang out. Yurian opened her eyes to see Rui clutching Lan Sen's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with grief. No. Don't die. Lan Sen was dejected. Rui. Why do you have to do this? You should understand that to us, every word of the Grand Duke is an order. Don't stop me. Promise me that you'll live well. Rui ignored Lan Sen. She gripped his hand with all her might and turned to Duke Bluefeather. Duke Bluefeather, oh. No. Godfather, please let Lan Sen go. Bluefeather's voice was cold. Rui, he hurt you so deeply. How can he let you go? You're my daughter. No one can bully you. Get out of the way. Godfather will find you a good husband in the future. Rui shook her head vigorously, and her tears scattered in all directions. No. You're right. No. No. Godfather, I don't want anyone else. I only want Lan Sen. Please let him go. He's the only one I love in this life. Bluefeather's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Rui was too emotional to notice, and Lan Sen was too depressed to take his own life. Rui, didn't you say you don't love him anymore? You just said you'd never marry him. You should know that military orders are like mountains. I've already given the order. I can't take it back so easily. Rui knelt beside Bluefeather and sobbed. Godfather, I said those words out of anger. I've always loved Lan Sen. I've thought it through. It's all my fault. I was too extreme. If I hadn't been jealous, if I hadn't pressured Lan Sen, he wouldn't have said those words out of anger. Lan Sen isn't in the wrong. I'm the one in the wrong. Godfather, if you want to punish someone, punish me. I beg you, don't kill Lan Sen. He's a good person. He's been so loyal to you. Even if he hasn't done anything, he's done some hard work. I beg you. Bluefeather sighed. But the order has already been given. It can't be changed so easily. If you are willing to marry him, I will spare his life for the sake of him being my adopted son-in-law. Otherwise, he has no reason to continue to live. You are right. Rui, are you willing to marry Lan Sen? I'm willing. Godfather, I'm willing to marry him. Please don't kill him. Rui blurted out without thinking. Lan Sen loosened his grip on the sword. The sword fell to the ground with a clang. Yurian looked at her husband in shock. Bluefeather laughed. that's right. It's good to be harmonious. You children only know how to make me worry. Now, Lan's son, I'll betroth my precious daughter, Rui, to you. You have to take good care of her and love her. If you dare to bully her again, don't blame me for being rude. Although Lan's son was willing to die for the Duke, even ants would drag out their lives, let alone humans. It would be best if he didn't die. Furthermore, he was able to reconcile with Rui. Everything was so wonderful. He couldn't believe that he had gone from great sorrow to great joy. However, his mind was still clear. He quickly took Rui's hand and bowed to Blue Feather. Ouch! The Duke, who had been so dignified just a moment ago, suddenly let out a cry. Both Lan's son and Rui jumped up from the ground in fright. However, they saw Yurian grabbing Blue Feather's ear. She said unkindly, "All right, Blue Feather. You were acting just now, weren't you? You even tricked me. Tell me, what should I do if you made me cry so much?" "Gentle, Ruyan. Gentle. I know I was wrong. Listen to me. If I didn't act just now, how could I make Rui reveal her true feelings? Do you think I'd be willing to kill Lan's son? Although both of them are in the wrong, Lan's son is still a man. Letting him suffer a little in exchange for a beautiful wife is too good for him." Only then did Lan's son and Rui react. They looked at each other and couldn't help but blush. They knelt on the ground again and said respectfully, "Thank you, Duke." Ruyan let go of Bluefeather's hand. "Are you still calling me Duke? You'll have to call me Godfather and Godmother from now on. I'm really happy that you two children can be together. Rise." Nian Bing, who was standing behind Lan's son, felt a trace of envy. If only she could marry Feng Nu with the help of her elders. How wonderful would that be? Duke Bluefeather was indeed the most powerful person in the Ottoman Empire's military. No one could compare to his ability to control and correct the situation. If she hadn't seen through his eyes, she would have been fooled as well. His acting skills were truly superb. Rui and Lan's son stood up. Rui shook off Lan's son's hand. At this point, the knot in his heart had been untied. The coldness in his eyes had turned into a warm spring. He turned to Nianbing and said, "Mr. Nian, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive last time. I didn't understand the situation clearly and tried to kill you. Please forgive me. Actually, I can tell that you're not that kind of person. You just didn't want to admit defeat. I'm sorry." Nianbing smiled and said, "Although it feels bad to be wronged, it's all in the past. Let's forget about it. Congratulations to Miss Rui and brother Lan's son on your marriage. I don't have anything valuable on me. Today, I'm going to cook a meal for Auntie Yu. Come and have a taste. It'll be a congratulatory gift from me." Using a meal as a congratulatory gift was too cheap for ordinary people. No one present thought much of it. They only took it as Nianbing's goodwill. However, they didn't know that a meal from Nianbing would be worth more than 1,000 gold taels in the near future. Ice and Fire Chef's cooking wasn't something that just anyone could taste. Yurian walked to Nianbing's side and said apologetically, "Nianbing, I've wronged you. It's Auntie's fault. Can you forgive Auntie?" Nianbing shook her head and smiled. "Auntie, you didn't do anything wrong. After all, we've only met twice. If it were me, I would also believe my own people. Auntie, are you still willing to give me the heavenly flower token?" Facing this beautiful auntie, Nianbing didn't have any intention of blaming her. At this moment, he was only thinking, what's wrong with a mother blaming her child? Of course. Yurian took out the heavenly flower token and put it around Nianbing's neck again. The heavenly flower token carried Yurian's body temperature. Ling Nianbing's body and heart felt very comfortable. "Auntie, I'll cook for you now. It's about time for lunch. Please sit at the table for a while. I'll try to hurry." As she spoke, she walked towards the stove. Yurian and Lan Yu looked at each other and smiled. They were also very curious. If Nianbing insisted on cooking for them, what could the space make? The two of them led Lan's son and the others to the table next to the stove and sat down. Rui had prepared 10 chairs earlier, so there were more than enough to spare. Lan Yu held Yurian's hand while Lan's son held Rui's hand. The 5 people's gazes were all focused on Nian Bing. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing calmed himself down. At this moment, his heart was abnormally calm. With a wave of his right hand, 9 cucumbers appeared from his spatial ring and were placed on the chopping board. For today's meal, Nian Bing had not only prepared the condiments, but he had also prepared the utensils to hold the dishes. A large plate with a diameter of 1 meter appeared along with 9 cucumbers. Nian Bing held the plate in his left hand, and with a wave of his right hand, the proud heaven blade, which was like a pool of autumn water, appeared in his palm with the aura of the wind. He smiled at the people in front of the stove and said, "On to you, I'm sure all of you are thirsty. My first dish is the embodiment of ice. It's also one of my best ice dishes in the Ice and Fire 9 Heavens cuisine, 9 pure divine dragon ice cloud hidden." The proud heaven blade stuck close to the table and gently lifted the 9 cucumbers at the same time. Nian Bing placed the large plate with a diameter of 1 meter on the table. The 9 cucumbers fell to the ground with the same distance between them. The cucumbers were less than a foot long, so the 9 cucumbers looked a bit out of place on the meter-wide plate. Nian Bing picked up a cucumber with lightning speed. Just as he was about to move the proud heaven blade in his right hand, the sound of hurried footsteps broke his concentration. A silver feather knight rushed in. Report. The knight knelt on one knee, diverting the attention of Duke Lan Yu and the others from Nian Bing's dish. Lan Yu said, "Speak. Duke Lan Yu, there are 4 people outside. They claim to be acquaintances of Madame. They want to see her." "Oh?" Lan Yu was a bit surprised. Normally, people rarely came to see his wife. What kind of people are they? What are their characteristics? The knight replied respectfully, 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 women were very young, and both of them were extremely beautiful. The 2 men were old men, and they looked to be in their 70s or 80s. What they had in common was their clothes. They were all dressed in red, and they looked like flames. The one who spoke was one of the women, and they should all be warriors. Each of them is carrying a long sword. I can't tell their level. But they shouldn't be weak. They have a dignified bearing. As expected of a silver feather knight, his answer was concise and described the basic characteristics of the other party. Yu Ruyan's expression changed, and she said to Nian Bing, "Looks like it wasn't easy to eat your meal. What's supposed to be here is finally here. Nian Bing. Go to the back and rest. Auntie needs to take care of something." Duke Lan Yu's expression changed at the same time. "Ruyan, you mean to say that there are people coming from that side?" Yu Ruyan's eyes flashed with cold light. "Yes, it's not necessarily them. Otherwise, which 70 or 80-year-old man would wear red? 4 people. I'll have to see who it is. Back then, all of our daughters were executed by them. It's time to settle the score. Brother Yu, let's have our people withdraw." Lan Yu nodded and said to the knight, "Bring those 4 people in," at the same time. "Pass down my orders. Without my permission, no matter what happens in the arena, no one is to disturb us." "Yes, Your Grace." The knight replied and got up to leave. Lan Yu turned to Lan Sun and Rui, "You're my children. You're not outsiders. It's time for you to see what the peak of a warrior is like. You and Nian Bing, back to the wall. Remember, no matter what happens, don't make a move. Understand?" Lan Sun and the others followed Lan Yu's orders unconditionally. Lan Sun pulled Nian Bing, who was still wielding the proud heaven blade, to the side of the courtyard. Nian Bing faintly sensed that something was about to happen. Before retreating to the side, he didn't forget to put away his plate and cucumber. He was determined to cook for Yu Ruyan to repay her kindness. He wouldn't leave until he was done. The door opened, and a moment later, under the lead of the 4 silver feather knights, 4 people in red walked in. Just as the previous night had said, these 4 wore red shirts and pants. They also carried long swords on their backs. 2 old men walked in front. Both of them were tall and thin. Their white hair contrasted with their red clothes, making for a strange sight. Their bodies were straight, and an invisible aura emanated from them. One didn't need to look carefully to see that they were extraordinary. The 2 of them looked 80% similar. They seemed to be brothers. Their cold eyes locked onto Yu Ruyan as soon as they walked in. Behind the two old men, there were two young girls. The girl on the left had a head of long green hair, which complemented her red warrior outfit. She was very eye-catching. Although the red and green colors didn't match well, this girl had a different kind of charm. In addition to her dark green eyes, her beautiful face was like a gentle breeze. Her slender figure was very well proportioned, and her gait was very light. Her green hair and red clothes left a deep impression on others. Although she was very beautiful, she paled in comparison to the girl on the right. The girl on the right looked younger. Her pink hair was neatly combed behind her back, and in the middle of her long hair was tied with a blue hairband. Her blue eyes were as deep as the blue sky, and her slender figure was almost flawless. Among the people present, only Yurian could barely compare to her. Yurian had a bit more charm, but she lacked the youthful aura. After the 4 silver feather knights brought the 4 red-clothed people into the courtyard, they quietly retreated. Yurian took a few steps forward, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Feng Nu Nianbing's pleasantly surprised voice broke the austere atmosphere in the martial arts field. The pink-haired girl in red clothes trembled. When she saw Nianbing, she was so excited that her body flashed, and with a speed that was almost indiscernible to the naked eye, she rushed in front of Nianbing. This girl was Feng Nu, who had just left the dragon cave not long ago. "Nianbing, is it really you, Nianbing?" Her originally calm face was already wet with tears. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her hands were tightly holding Nianbing's hands. Her body was slightly trembling because of excitement. Feng Nu was excited, but how could Nianbing not be? At this moment, there was no room for anyone else in his eyes. He had forgotten everything. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged Feng Nu tightly. That moving body was slightly trembling in his embrace. At this moment, Nianbing felt that his heart was so full. There was only Feng Nu in his heart, and he couldn't suppress his emotions. He knew that in this world, Feng Nu was the first person he fell in love with. If it could be said that his feelings for the dragon spirit still contained pity, then his feelings for the phoenix maiden were pure love. Love without any reason. After the pain of being separated by life and death, whether it was Nianbing or Feng Nu, both of them clearly saw each other. In their hearts, each other's silhouettes had become clearer and clearer. They hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's heartbeat. Ru Yan said coldly, "It seems that I'm not the only precedent for the Feng people. Elder Feng Su, Elder Feng Kong, your ability to control your people seems to be getting worse and worse." On the left, the elder Yurian called Feng Su's eyes glowed brightly. It was a solid red light. "Feng Nu, what are you doing? Who is he?" Feng Nu's entire body shook. Only then did she remember where she was. She pushed Nianbing away and looked back at Feng Su. "First Elder, Nianbing is a friend of mine. Please listen to me." Feng Su's eyes burned. "Feng Nu, you should remember the rules of the clan. I don't need your explanation. Do it, kill him." Dang, nothing happened. Yurian yelled, "Feng Su, don't forget that this isn't Fengqi Mountain. It's my husband's Duke Manor. If you dare to kill people here, don't blame me for being rude to the Feng people." Feng Su said coldly, "Little Yan, when your father passed away, he gave you to us to raise. We raised you and taught you the secret arts of the Feng people. However, you betrayed the faith of the Feng people and married a human. Today, let alone that brat, even you and your husband won't be spared. Feng Nu, aren't you going to do it?" From the moment Feng Nu left his arms, Nianbing had already woken up. He carefully observed the situation in the arena and listened to the conversation between Yurian and Feng Su. He immediately understood many things. His respected Aunt Yurian was clearly from the Feng people like Feng Nu. She left the Feng people because of Duke Bluefeather. And now, the elder of the Feng people was here to cause trouble for her. That elder Feng Su actually wanted Feng Nu to kill him. How laughable. He smiled and looked at Feng Nu. "Will you kill me?" Feng Nu's expression changed. She suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Nianbing. She pressed her palm against Nianbing's chest. Nianbing felt a scorching current wrap around his body. He flew into the air. At the same time, Feng Nu's voice sounded in his ears. "Hurry up and play dead. Otherwise, the elder won't let you go." The Feng people aren't like the Fire Dragon clan. Don't come out again. Nian Bing's body slammed into the wall of the courtyard, and his body slowly slid down. At the moment of impact, the scorching hot air rushed out from his back and dissipated the impact like a cushion, leaving Nian Bing unharmed. Although Nian Bing was shocked, he was smart enough to follow Feng Nu's instructions. After sliding to the ground, he immediately closed his eyes and remained motionless. The silver airflow spread out like smoke. Suddenly, the Phoenix girl felt suffocated. Her heartbeat quickened. The parting heaven sword was unsheathed without any hesitation. She didn't even have the chance to turn around. It transformed into a fiery red shadow and tried to resist the attack that was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Su roared at the same time. How dare you! A few explosions sounded in the arena. Lan Yu stood in the middle of the arena, facing the two Feng people elders. His chest heaved and his breathing became uneven. Yu Ruian had already come to Nian Bing's side and felt his pulse. Feng Nu's blood was in turmoil. He was brought back to Elder Feng Su's side. Both Elder Feng Su and Elder Feng Kong's expressions changed. They were shocked. Elder Feng Kong frowned. Little Yen, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. You've become quite strong. Little Yen. Yu Ruian ignored Elder Feng Kong. Seeing that Nian Bing was fine, she instructed Lan Sun and the other two. Protect Nian Bing. Remember the Duke's words. Don't interfere. With that, she flashed back to her husband's side. It has indeed been more than 10 years. If our daughters were still alive, they would be almost 19 years old now. Hearing Yu Ruian's words, Lan Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two Feng people elders couldn't help but be shocked by the bloody killing intent that had been honed on the battlefield. Feng Su said coldly, it's a pity that she's already dead. Little Yen, you hid for many years and even had a child. Although you're the daughter of the previous head elder, the rules of the Feng people are not to be violated. Today, we're here to solve this problem. As long as you kill the man beside you and hand over your other daughter, not only can I allow you to return to the Feng people, I can also appoint you as an elder of the Feng people. You should know how great of an honor this is. Yu Ruian's eyes flashed coldly. I do know. When I was young, it was my goal to become an elder of the Feng people. However, that's not important to me now. I only know that you're the enemies who killed my daughter. From the moment you cruelly killed my daughter, I no longer have anything to do with the Feng people. We're just enemies. On account of the fact that you raised me since I was young and taught me the skills of the phoenixes, I didn't seek revenge. I didn't expect you to come looking for trouble again. Alright, since you want to settle it, I'll settle it together today. The four of you, go ahead. Brother, you and I are enough to avenge our daughter. Yu Ruian's slender white hand touched her waist and a silver light appeared like a spirit snake. It was a soft sword about 3 feet long. The body of the sword was silver. Yu Ruian's wrist shook slightly and the soft sword became hard. The body of the sword emitted a silver light. It was a treasured sword. Lan Yu also moved. He also touched a soft sword, but his was blue. Compared to Yu Ruian's silver sword, it was wider. The soft sword was straight and pointed at the two elders of the Feng people. Do it. Don't worry. Ruian and I won't win with numbers. Feng Su. Feng Kong and the elders' eyes flashed red. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk. Feng Nu, Feng Xiang, 9 leaves soaring to the sky. Fiery red duki filled the air. Feng Nu and the girl around the same age exuded a scorching 9-lead duki at the same time. The two girls shouted at the same time and their delicate bodies soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of fire. At the same time, Feng Su and Feng Kong also pulled out the fiery red longswords from their backs. Their duki instantly turned silver. They stepped forward at the same time and made a simple chopping motion. Although the distance of the sword wasn't large, the sword made an ear-piercing sound. Clearly, their duki had reached the limit. Lan Sun and the other two stood in front of him while Nian Bing leaned against the wall. At this moment, he had secretly opened his eyes and saw Yu Ruian and Lan Yu emitting a silver light at the same time. In addition to the two Feng people elders, they were clearly 4 swordsman-level warriors. Nian Bing groaned in his heart. Why did he always encounter such experts? At this moment, his heart was filled with a thirst for power. The four swords clashed without any fancy moves. Doqi broke through the air and soared into the sky. In an instant, the difference in strength was obvious. Lan Yu was forced back a step by Elder Feng Su, while Elder Feng Kong was forced back 2 steps by Yu Ruyan. It was obvious that the strongest of the four was the only peerless beauty. At this moment, Feng Nu and the green-haired Feng Nu had already pounced forward. When Feng Nu's parting heaven godly sword was about to reach Lan Yu, it instantly emitted a silver light. Lan Yu was obviously shocked. He twisted his soft sword and clashed with Feng Nu's attack. Feng Nu flew up with the help of the recoil and landed to the side. However, Feng Xiang's situation wasn't so easy. She was facing the strongest, Yu Ruyan. Yu Ruyan's killing intent surged and she didn't have any intention of holding back. She didn't even look at Feng Xiang. She raised her left hand and her silver doqi condensed into the shape of a sword. When it collided with Feng Xiang's longsword, there was a metallic clang. Feng Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. If Elder Feng Kong hadn't distracted Yu Ruyan in time, she would have been severely injured. Lan Yu and Yu Ruyan didn't expect Feng Nu to be this strong. Although Lan Yu was able to send Feng Nu flying, he was also attacked by Elder Feng Su like a storm. Elder Feng Su let out a phoenix cry and attacked Lan Yu, who had just sent Feng Nu flying with his red longsword. The sound of clashing doqi and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Lan Yu grunted and took a few steps back. The front of his shirt was torn and there were traces of blood. His face was already a bit pale. Feng Su was about to continue his attack when a silver light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yu Ruyan's power was unleashed. With a circle of her soft sword, she actually trapped both Elder Feng Kong and Elder Feng Su in her doqi. Clashing sounds could be heard continuously. Facing 2 elders at the same time, Yu Ruyan didn't retreat at all. The situation was evenly matched. Not only did her strength surprise the 2 elders, even Yanbing couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He didn't expect the auntie he called mother to be this strong. One swordsman wasn't at a disadvantage against 2 swordsmen. Yu Ruyan's strength couldn't be described as strong. Rank didn't mean everything. Even people of the same rank could be divided into strong and weak. A thunderous roar suddenly rang out. Lan Yu, who had been injured earlier, suddenly changed. The warrior attire on his upper body was torn apart, revealing his firm muscles. The sword wound on his chest was clearly visible, but at this moment, his body was shining with a strange blue light. That bone-deep wound was healing at a rapid pace. Furthermore, Lan Yu's body was constantly expanding. His muscles were like granite. His eyes had turned completely blue, and his short hair was standing on end. His body was twice as big as before. Even his height had increased by a few centimeters. His handsome face was filled with a murderous aura, and his iron-like aura was constantly revolving around his body. "It's the body of the Thunder Dragon," Lan Sun whispered. Nianbing stood up and whispered, "What's the body of the Thunder Dragon?" Lan Sun looked at Nianbing, who had regained consciousness, in shock. However, he still explained, "Among the ancient dragons, there is no such thing as a Thunder Dragon. The Duke's Thunder Dragon body is actually a form of berserk. It can also be said that it is an advanced form of berserk. By stimulating the changes in the body, coupled with the changes in the combat aura and bloodline, the Duke's defense and body's recovery ability will increase by several times. His attacks will also become more ferocious. Although he will be weakened for a period of time afterwards, this is the strongest physique of a human warrior. The reason it's called the body of the Thunder Dragon is because of the powerful defense after the transformation. His muscles show the effects of dragon scales. The Duke's doqi is of the rare thunder attribute, so it's called the body of the Thunder Dragon. The biggest advantage of berserk is his consciousness. There are very few normal berserk warriors, and they can only maintain a certain level of consciousness after berserk. It's very difficult for them to distinguish friend from foe. However, the Duke's body of the Thunder Dragon can maintain his consciousness. Its strength is beyond my comprehension. While Lan Sun was explaining, Lan Yu had already made his move. Although his doqi had turned blue from swordsman Saint Doqi, its power had multiplied. He abandoned his flexible sword and used his fists as his weapon. Every punch was like a thunderclap. 2 punches in a row forced Elder Feng Su and Elder Feng Kong back. Feng Su coldly said, "Good. Your body of the Thunder Dragon has entered a complete state. No wonder you're so famous in the Ottoman Empire." However, the real battle has only just begun. A loud phoenix cry came out of Feng Su's mouth. Then, Feng Kong, Feng Nu, and Feng Xiang all let out the same cry. 4 phoenix cries intertwined with each other and soared into the sky. The first to change was Feng Xiang. She raised both her hands to her sides, as if flapping wings. Red Dochi instantly expanded, and even the long sword in her hand turned golden red. Her burning red eyes were emotionless. In a flash, she appeared beside Lan Yu and Yu Ruyan. A trace of surprise appeared in Yu Ruyan's eyes. "You're only in your 20s, but you've already reached the first transformation of the Phoenix transformation. What a promising girl. Unfortunately, you're my enemy. When I was your age, I could only use Phoenix flames more easily than you. It seems you're this generation's Phoenix of hope for the Feng people." Feng Su sneered. "Lil Yan, you're wrong. Feng Xiang is only the protector of this generation's Phoenix of hope. The real Phoenix of hope is Feng Nu." As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of giant red wings that had left a deep impression on Nianbing appeared, along with Feng Nu, Feng Su, and Feng Kong's golden eyes. The giant wings brought with them a scorching hot air. The powerful aura caused Yu Ruyan to take a step back and stand beside her husband. Royal wings. Yu Ruyan's eyes met with Feng Nu's golden eyes. Astonishment appeared in her eyes. "You're this generation's Phoenix of hope for the Feng people. How old are you this year?" Feng Nu said coldly, "I'm 19 this year." "Traitor, die." With a flash of red light, the parting heaven godly sword emitted a fiery light. The Phoenix woman's body transformed into a red cloud as she spread her wings. At this moment, she really looked like a fiery phoenix as she charged towards Yu Ruyan. Nianbing couldn't help but be shocked. He had seen Feng Nu use royal wings before. At that time, Feng Nu had told him that she would need to rest for a long time to recover her strength. But now, it seemed that not only had she recovered, she could even use the second transformation of the Phoenix transformation. Her attack and defense had both increased. "What was going on?" Yu Ruyan coldly snorted. Her figure was like a ghost as she took a step forward, leaving behind an afterimage. The flexible sword in her hand soared into the sky. She directly struck parting heaven godly sword in Feng Nu's hand. With a pu sound, Feng Nu flew back and was caught by Feng Xiang. Yu Ruyan's expression didn't change as she looked at the 4 enemies from the Feng people. "The royal wings aren't enough to threaten me. Little girl, we're originally from the same clan. Do you really think that the clan's rules are correct? We're originally humans. Why can't we love humans?" Feng Nu stabilized the churning blood in her body. When they fought before, she deeply felt Yu Ruyan's ocean-like doqi. Even with the help of the royal wings and phoenix flames, she still couldn't break through Yu Ruyan's defense. Hearing her words, Feng Nu couldn't help but steal a glance at Nianbing. Seeing him stand up again, she couldn't help but panic. Feng Su and Feng Kong roared at the same time. The royal wings on their backs instantly expanded and the 2 of them flew up at the same time. The golden red flames on their bodies rapidly burned, and their silver-white hair had already turned a fiery red. Their golden eyes shone brightly as they shouted at the same time, "Phoenix, illusion, demon, body." Their originally corporeal bodies became illusory as if they had merged with the flames. A scorching current swept out, and the monstrous flames gathered in the air to form a fiery tornado that directly attacked Yu Ruyan and Lan Yu. Just like her name, Yu Ruyan's body turned into a wisp of smoke. The soft sword in her hand trembled slightly. Lan Yu roared and punched out with both fists. 2 streaks of azure light roared as they attacked the fiery tornado. The fiery tornado was greatly weakened amidst the thunderous rumbles. Just as it was about to reach Lan Yu, the silhouette blocked it like a breeze. Silver light instantly exploded, and the soft sword in Yu Ruyan's hand blossomed like a flower. Every strike produced a powerful explosion. The red and silver light instantly dazzled Nianbing and the others who were watching the battle. With a loud boom, cracks appeared on the ground with the battle as the center. The 4 of them separated. Yu Ruyan's voluptuous chest heaved up and down, and her clothes were a bit messy. Lan Yu supported her arm and barely managed to steady herself. Feng Su and Feng Kong were also forced back. They stood in a row with Feng Xiang, who was burning with phoenix flames, and Feng Nu, who was spreading her royal wings. Yu Ruyan snorted in disdain. Still no improvement. Although the two elders have cultivated for many years, their talents are limited. I'm afraid they can only reach the illusion demon body of the phoenix. Feng Su snorted coldly. Then what about you? If you don't use your phoenix transformation, you have no chance at all. Lil Yan, I'll give you one last chance. Kill the man beside you and come back with us. Yu Ruyan coldly snorted, that's impossible. Brother Yu is the person I love the most. If I could return with you all, I wouldn't have left with Brother Yu back then. Ever since you all killed my daughter, I no longer admit that I'm a member of the Phoenix clan. Seeing that you all raised me up, I've always tolerated it. But since you all insist on killing me, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll let you all see what the true Phoenix transformation is like. Without talent, without good comprehension, even if you all cultivated for twice as long as me, it's impossible for you to defeat me. As soon as she finished speaking, the silver light around her began to fluctuate like flames. Just like Feng Su and the others, the silver light flickered and turned into a golden red. This was the unique phoenix flame of the Feng people. A pair of giant wings broke out of her clothes and spread to both sides. In the blink of an eye, Yu Ruyan had completed her second transformation. Her speed was so fast that the two Feng people elders couldn't help but change their expressions. Brother Yu, this is between me and the Feng people. Please don't interfere. Yu Ruyan's voice was cold, but full of confidence. Lan Yu glanced at her with a complicated look in her eyes. However, her figure still flashed as she appeared in front of Nian Bing and the others and escaped from the battle. Feng Su was stunned. Lil Yan, you want to fight 1 against 4? Yu Ruyan said proudly, what's wrong with that? Even if the 4 of you come at me together, you won't be my match. Flapping her wings lightly, her body floated up into the air. Her body swayed left and right as her illusory form appeared. It was the third transformation of the Phoenix clan, the illusory Phoenix demon body. Back then, when I left the Phoenix clan, I had only completed the second transformation of the Phoenix clan and possessed the royal feathers. At that time, I was far from being your opponent. Therefore, Brother Yu and I could only flee. Even after we had a daughter, we didn't dare to keep her by our side for fear of repeating the same mistake. But now, it's different. Not only do I have the ability to protect my daughter, I also have the ability to destroy you. Elders, if I remember correctly, the most outstanding person in our clan had once cultivated the 5th transformation of the Phoenix clan. However, after hundreds of years, the royal members of the Phoenix clan had only managed to complete the 3rd transformation. Raising her head, Yu Ruyan let out a long roar. Golden flames instantly engulfed a radius of 10 meters and soared into the sky. Under the red light, the clouds in the sky were completely dyed red. The edges of the red wings on her back shone with a faint golden light. Strangely, the flames didn't seem to be scorching hot at all. Only Feng Su and Feng Kong knew that this was because the flames were extremely condensed. There was no leakage of energy at all. Phoenix, Shadow, 3, Fen with a flash of red light, 3 silhouettes appeared in the golden red sea of flames. 3 completely identical illusory jade-like smoke, with the same fiery red wings and the same golden eyes. The Phoenix Maiden knew that the 3rd transformation, the illusory Phoenix demonic body, was a preparation for the 4th transformation, the Phoenix Shadow 3 Fissures. The 3 phantoms had the same powerful attack power. Going from the 3rd transformation to the 4th transformation was also a qualitative leap in the strength of the Phoenix clan. Feng Kong's voice trembled as he said, the 4th transformation, it really is the 4th transformation. Little Yan, you're indeed the most outstanding talent of the Feng people. Give up everything you have in the human world. I'll ask Big Brother for mercy for you. As long as you're willing to come back with us, we won't kill your husband and daughter. The 3 Yu Ruyan spoke at the same time. Elder Kong, you've always been the one who cared about me the most. You're also the most benevolent person in the clan. Thank you for your kindness, but I've said it before. Brother Yu is the person I love the most, and I'll never leave him. You don't understand. Feng Su said coldly, Brother Kong, why waste words with her? So what if it's the fourth transformation? She might not even be able to use a third of the Phoenix Shadow's power. Although we can't reach the fourth transformation, the 9 abandonment dochi we've cultivated for many years isn't something she can compare to. Once we use the illusory Phoenix demon body, her previous techniques will be useless. If we attack together, we'll definitely be able to destroy her. Urian coldly snorted, is that what you think? If the fourth transformation doesn't work, then what about the fifth transformation? The golden red flames instantly retracted, and the golden red light slowly moved. The true color of a phoenix isn't red or gold. According to the legends, our ancestors had the head of a chicken, the neck of a snake, the chin of a swallow, the back of a turtle, the tail of a fish, and the feathers of a rainbow. 8 years ago, I finally broke through the fourth transformation and reached the fifth transformation. I'm afraid none of you could have imagined this. The first thing that changed was the wings on the backs of the 3 Yuruyans. The original golden red light started to show 5 colored ripples, although it was still golden red as the foundation. However, the 5 colored wings looked much more beautiful. Yuruyan flicked her wrist, and her silver sword was thrown to the side. The 3 bodies reached out their right hands at the same time, and 5 colored flames condensed in their hands. The 5 colored light condensed into a feather-like object about a meter long. The 3 bodies and 6 wings flapped at the same time, and an impassioned voice resounded through the earth, fifth transformation. Phoenix, Phoenix, wing, 5, colors, move. The hearts of Feng Su and the other 3 trembled at the same time. Feng Nu stared at the traitorous elder in front of her with wide eyes. Within the Phoenix clan, she was the youngest to have attained the royal wing transformation. However, she didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that she would be able to attain the fifth transformation of the Phoenix transformation at Urian's age. That dazzling 5-colored radiance, that abnormally powerful aura caused her to feel suffocated. Urian moved, and the 3 figures charged at the 4 people in front of her at the same time. The phoenix feather in her hand flashed as if it was flying through the 9 heavens. The solid 5-colored light swept towards the powerful enemies in front of her. At this critical moment, the 2 Feng people elders, Feng Su and Feng Kong, displayed their many years of cultivation. Although they were only at the 3rd transformation, when their Diki completely erupted, they weren't weak at all. However, she was not weak at all. She barely blocked the 2 Yuruyan's attacks while the other Yuruyan forced Phoenix Lady and Phoenix Xiang to retreat. For a moment, the 8 figures were locked in a fierce battle. It was impossible to tell who was who. The surging aura was completely suppressed in this small space. The golden red light and the 5-colored light intertwined and collided repeatedly, causing the ground to tremble. In the arena, the one with the most complicated feelings wasn't Lan Yu, but rather Nian Bing. Both sides of the battle had people he cared about the most. He was afraid that Feng Nu would hurt Feng Nu, but he was also afraid that Feng Nu and the others would hurt his aunt, who was like a mother to him. He subconsciously took a step forward. He muttered an incantation. A large hand appeared on Nian Bing's shoulder. I know you care about Ru Yan, but don't interfere. This is a grudge between Ru Yan and her people. I believe that Ru Yan has the strength to defeat them. Although the one holding Nian Bing down was Lan Yu, and he was in the state of berserk, he still revealed a faint smile on his face. But // no buts. Ru Yan is the most outstanding genius among the Feng people. At the same time, she is also the #1 expert in our Ottoman Empire. After the Feng people used the Phoenix transformation, even if I went up, I might not be able to help Ru Yan much. Just watch, I believe in Ru Yan's strength. Although Lan Yu said this, Nian Bing noticed that his firm hands had already clenched into fists. Should he really just watch and wait until the victor was decided? No matter which side was hurt, Nian Bing didn't want to see it. His eyes lit up, and he retreated to the side of the courtyard wall. Suddenly, he shouted, Galamans, stop watching the show, come out and help me. Lan Yu and the others looked at Nian Bing in astonishment, not understanding what he was doing. Nian Bing didn't have any intention of stopping, and continued to shout, Galamans, stop hiding, I know you are here. Look, they've cracked the ground, and the stove over there is about to break. If you don't come out and help, I won't have a place to cook. Don't you want to eat the food I made with all my heart? The 8 figures in the battle were all focused on their enemies, and no one paid attention to Nian Bing. Although Lan Yu, Lan Sun, and Rui saw him shouting, none of them understood the meaning behind his words. At this time, a change occurred. A lazy voice came from all directions. It's not just one meal, it's 3 meals. You have to remember that, Nian Bing brat. A red figure appeared like a ghost, and like a needle or a breeze, it rushed into the battle circle that even Lan Yu wasn't sure if he could break through. Violent bangs sounded one after another, and the 8 figures separated one by one after the red figure appeared. Everything was calm again. In the center of the previous battle, Galamans, dressed in red, floated with an evil smile on his face. He looked at the people around him. Urian's 3 figures had merged back into one. Her face was very pale, and only half of the phoenix feather was left in her hand. On the other side, Feng Nu, Feng Xiang, Feng Su, and Feng Kong all had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in the battle just now. Garamance's eyes finally landed on Urian. Little girl, that strike of yours hurt me so much. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Oh, right. And the rest of you, each more ruthless than the last. Do you want to break my bones? Whether it was Urian, Phoenix Maiden, or the others, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Only they, who were directly involved, understood what had just happened. In the fierce battle, they had already set up powerful duki around their bodies. When the 5 top masters of the Feng people were fighting with all their strength, even a god-tier master would have a hard time interfering. However, this red-clothed young man in front of them easily rushed into their battle circle. From the moment he appeared, his hands were crossed in front of his chest, and he didn't attack at all. What he did was to use his body to block all the attacks from Urian and the others. Urian and the others clearly felt that they weren't attacking a human body at all, but a solid mountain. However, even if it was a real mountain, it would probably turn into powder under their attacks. However, this person was fine. Not only was he fine, but he was also floating there and making sarcastic remarks. Lan Yu sucked in a cold breath. God-tier master. In his imagination, other than a god-tier master, no one could do what he just did. Galaman snorted and said, "What is a god-tier master? I don't care about this title." Urian said coldly, "This is our business. What right do you have to interfere?" Galaman smiled, "I didn't interfere." He said, "I didn't interfere, I just stepped in. You little lousy birds' descendants seem to be stronger than the previous generations, especially you. You could have killed him long ago, but you hid your 6th transformation and didn't use it. Even if you don't use it, I remember that the little lousy birds' 5-colored feathers have a move called the 5-colored sky soar. Isn't it easy to kill them? But the 6th transformation is your limit. Unless you have a miracle, you will never be able to reach the 7th transformation. It doesn't matter if you fight, go outside and fight. Don't destroy the stove. Nian Bing, don't forget that you have to cook 3 meals for me wholeheartedly." "But, how did you know I followed you out? With your cultivation, there's no way you could have discovered me." Urian was shocked that this unfathomable youth could see through her. Feng Su and the others were even more shocked. They knew the 6th transformation of the Phoenix transformation. Not only did it mean that Urian had reached the half-phoenix body, but it also meant that her strength was infinitely close to the god-tier master realm. As long as she broke through to the 7th transformation, she would be a true gentleman. It seemed that she had been holding back before. Otherwise, if she used the 6th transformation, they wouldn't have been able to block it. Nian Bing walked out with a smile. "Galamans, don't worry. I will do what I promised you. As for how I discovered you, it's too simple. Although I'm not strong enough to sense your presence, how could I not hear you swallowing your saliva so loudly when I was arranging the spices? I'm not deaf. And you, let's not fight anymore. Since you don't want to kill them, let them go." Garamantis was stunned for a moment, and his face turned red. He said to himself, "Is it really that loud?" Urian forced herself to calm down and smiled. "Nian Bing, you're worried about your little girlfriend, aren't you?" As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Feng Nu. Feng Nu blushed and lowered her head. Feng Su was furious. With a flick of his wrist, the longsword in his hand flashed and arrived at Nianbing's chest. Fuck, whoever dares to kill him is going against my stomach. That high-quality longsword somehow fell into Galaman's hands. At this time, Yu Rian stood in front of Nianbing. Galaman's fiddled with the longsword in his hand. With a casual wave, the longsword turned into molten iron and flowed to the ground. He looked coldly at Feng Su and the others. Let me tell you, although Nianbing isn't a strong person, he is my chef. He is under my protection. Whoever dares to touch him is going against my stomach. Whoever dares to touch my stomach is my greatest enemy. You have already attacked me. Don't blame me for not warning you. With your little strength, I can turn you into ashes with a raise of my hand. Feng Nu suddenly exclaimed, You are that dragon. How is this possible? How did you turn into a human? From the moment Galamantes appeared, she felt that his voice was very familiar. In addition, Nianbing called out Galamantes' name and the tone of Galamantes' voice. She finally confirmed that the red-robed man in front of her was the fire dragon in the cave. Only he could block their previous attack with his body. This could explain why Nianbing was here. Dragon? Everyone exclaimed at the same time. Galaman said proudly, That's right. I am the great fire dragon King Galamans. Alright, you little lousy birds can scram now. Nianbing, cook. I have slept for 2 days. I am very hungry. Feng Su looked at Galamans with uncertainty. He immediately determined that this was not a good place to stay. Even without this dragon, Yu Rian was not someone they could deal with. Let's go. He took the lead and walked out. Feng Kong, Feng Xiang, and Feng Nu quickly followed behind him. Yu Rian did not stop them. She frowned as she watched them leave. Nianbing wanted to stop Feng Nu, but when he thought of their conversation and Feng Su's attitude towards him, he held himself back. He did not want to cause trouble for Feng Nu. Alright. Let's go. Since I am your chef, I will help you clean up. Yellow light rose around Garamandes's body, and circles of yellow halos continued to merge into the earth. In the flickering light, the huge cracks from before slowly closed under the effect of the yellow light, and the earth returned to its original state in the shaking. Blue Feather exclaimed in a low voice, Earth magic. Galamans clapped his hands and walked to a chair beside the table as if nothing had happened. He patted his stomach and said, I'm so hungry. Nianbing, hurry up. Yu Rian did not understand what was going on, but since Galamans admitted that he was a dragon, she could not be careless. As a member of the Feng people, she knew how powerful the dragons in Yangon were. Nianbing nodded and smiled. This senior dragon likes your cooking so much. Auntie wants to try it too. Nianbing, I will have to trouble you. Nianbing smiled and said, What's the trouble, Auntie? I was going to cook for you anyway. Please take a seat, I'll be done in a moment. Reluctantly suppressing his concern for the Phoenix girl, he walked to the back of the stove. The stove had almost turned into charcoal during the battle between Yu Rian and the others. Fortunately, Garamandes had appeared in time and used the earth magic to restore the earth's calmness. At this time, Yu Rian had calmed down a lot and her pale face had regained some color. She naturally walked to Garamandes and sat down beside him. Lan Yu removed the Thunder Dragon's constitution and put on a coat before sitting on the other side of Garamandes. He also had the Rui sisters sit beside him. Nianbing was about to move when Yu Rian suddenly said, Nianbing, how do you know that? Feng people girl? Nianbing was stunned for a moment and said, Are you talking about Feng Nu? We got to know each other in the Ice Moon Empire. It's been about half a year. Yu Rian said, Then you also know that she's from the Feng people? Nianbing nodded and said, She just told me not long ago. She couldn't help but look at Garamandes. Garamandes snorted and said, What are you looking at? Hurry up and cook. Yu Rian looked at Nianbing said with deep meaning, I can see that she cares a lot about you, and you seem to care a lot about her too. But there's something I have to tell you. The Feng people are not allowed to marry outsiders. You saw the situation just now. It was because I married Brother Yu that I attracted all this trouble. I don't regret it, but I have to remind you that if you really want to have a good relationship with that girl, you have to become stronger. Otherwise, the Feng people will not allow another Phoenix of Hope to marry a human. Why don't you cook first? We'll have a good chat after dinner. Nianbing was overjoyed. As an expert among the Feng people, if she could learn more about the Feng people from Auntie Yu, it would undoubtedly benefit her relationship with Feng Nu. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai took out the large plate with a diameter of 1 meter from his space ring. Upon seeing the plate, Garamandis's eyes lit up. Good stuff, really good stuff. This is what I should use. Hee hee. Yu Ruyan looked at Garamandis and said with a smile, looking at your attire, you must be Lord Fire Dragon. Garamandis snorted and said, it's the Fire Dragon King, not the Fire Dragon. You need to be clear about that. Yu Ruyan laughed in spite of herself. It's the Fire Dragon King. I've long heard that the dragons are not only the most powerful race, but also the most arrogant race. It seems that it's not wrong at all. If there's a chance, I would like to exchange pointers with Lord Fire Dragon King. Garamandis looked at Yu Ruyan and said, exchange pointers? No need. Your level is too low. Unless you reach the 9th transformation, you don't have the strength to exchange pointers with me. However, reaching the 9th transformation is not so easy. The strength of the 9th transformation is close to that of Lord Dragon God. You're still too far away. You should also know that the last transformation of the Phoenix transformation is the essence. Yu Ruyan nodded and said, of course I know that. Unfortunately, even though I've reached the 6th transformation, the last 3 transformations are too difficult for me to complete. It's practically impossible for me to complete them. If I can reach the 7th transformation, I can actually transform into a phoenix. That way, even if I can't defeat you as the Dragon King, I can at least put up a fight. Although you are the Dragon King, and although you have an arrogant temperament, you have to admit that the phoenix is actually the most powerful creature on the continent. Nonsense, the most powerful are us dragons. When did it become the little rotten bird? Garamandis said angrily. Yu Ruyan still had a smile on her face, is that really the case? If my ancestors could maintain the same numbers as the dragons, I don't know if you would still say such words. Lord Dragon God is indeed powerful, and my ancestor can't be compared to him. However, when you reach his level, you can no longer be described as a dragon. A real dragon like you can't compete with my ancestor. Even if you are the Dragon King, at most you can only be on par with the Phoenix transformation, right? The so-called 9th transformation can exchange pointers with you, seems like you're exaggerating a little. Garamandis' face turned red, and said, exaggerating my ass. The little rotten bird's biggest advantage is that it's not afraid of dying together. With that skill, I'm naturally not its opponent. I'm not like him, who can't even be beaten to death. Yu Ruyan didn't provoke Garamandis anymore. She turned her gaze to Nianbing, and nodded at him with a smile. Nianbing listened to their words and suddenly realized that although Yu Ruyan had already separated herself from the Feng people, she still considered herself a member of the Feng people. Otherwise, why would she argue with Garamandis, who was obviously much stronger than her, for the sake of the Feng people's dignity? Restraining his thoughts, Nianbing suddenly felt a little dejected. Compared to these strong people, the difference between him and them was really too big. If he wanted to avenge his parents, how long would he have to wait? 10 years, although it sounded very long, would he really be able to reach the level where he could contend against the Ice Goddess in 10 years? That was just a dream, nothing more. Even Garamandis didn't have the confidence to defeat her, so what did he count for? Under the influence of the decadent feeling, the 9 cucumbers that he had just thrown into the air were slightly unbalanced when they landed on the plate. Garamandis' senses were very sharp. He immediately discovered that Nianbing's state was not right. He said with dissatisfaction, Nianbing stinking brat, I just finished helping you. You said that you would make delicious food for me with all your strength. Don't tell me you want to go back on your words? Garamandis' words woke Nianbing up from his decadent state. A cold feeling spread from his brain to every part of his body. Nianbing, Nianbing, how can you be discouraged? No matter how strong the Ice Goddess priestess was, she still cultivated with a human body to that extent. For father and mother, you have to be strong. Even if you know it's impossible, you still have to do it. Even if there's only 1 in 10,000 chance, you can't give up. This is your eternal goal. When he raised his head again, Nianbing's gaze had already changed. It became incomparably firm and incomparably persistent. He didn't say anything. His right hand directly lifted up the big plate, while his left hand pressed down on the stove. An ice-cold aura was emitted from the hollow of his palm under the effect of the frost technique. A circular block of ice immediately condensed on the stove. He quickly placed the plate on the ice, which happened to be in the center. With a twist of his right wrist, the wind of freedom softly hummed. The proud heaven blade had already appeared in his hand. The wind of freedom drifted under the guidance of the proud heaven blade. Nian Bing's hand moved. With a light flick of his left hand's fingertips, a cucumber flew from the plate. As the cucumber continued to rise, Nian Bing recalled Camel Chef Xiao's jade screen condensation blade technique. At this very moment, his eyes were only focused on the cucumber flying in the air. When the cucumber had just flown to the highest point in the air, the proud heaven blade in his hand moved. A cyan light shone through the blade. That was the innate ability of the proud heaven blade. The airflow of the wind left a clear mark on the cucumber. However, in terms of strength, Nian Bing controlled it perfectly, just enough not to cut the cucumber in half. At the same time, under the effect of this blade, the originally falling cucumber paused in the air. Just at this moment, Nian Bing's second blade just happened to arrive. A strange scene occurred. The cucumber that was originally thrown up seemed to be suspended in midair. With the naked eye, one could only see that the cucumber was continuously growing. The thin, connected slices slowly floated towards the plate. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the cucumber had already reached the center of the plate. The cyan light faded, and the cucumber in midair unconsciously fell towards the plate. Nian Bing stretched out 2 fingers of his left hand and just happened to clip the end of the cucumber. With a twist of his wrist, the cyan cucumber accurately rotated 3 times and appeared steadily on the plate. Among them, the head of the cucumber happened to be in the middle of the plate, and the tail of the cucumber was sticking out of the plate. Good blade technique. Yu Ruyan and Lan Yu praised at almost the same time. They were both martial arts experts. Although they were confident that they could reach Nian Bing's level, they definitely couldn't cut the cucumber as evenly and completely as he did. Furthermore, they definitely couldn't cut the cucumber so evenly and completely without breaking. They could faintly sense that Nian Bing's left hand would release an icy stream of air every time he swung his blade, freezing the falling cucumber. Otherwise, the cucumber would have snapped long ago under the influence of gravity since there was only a small gap between the 2 ends of the cucumber. Nian Bing didn't seem to hear anything. The second cucumber flew up into the air. 9 cucumbers flew up into the air 9 times. When everything was completed, the entire 1-meter wide plate was covered in green cucumbers. The cyan light completely disappeared, and the proud heaven blade disappeared into the spatial ring. Looking at his masterpiece, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little excited. After these days of training, his body and magic had greatly improved, and his blade technique of cutting cucumbers had become even more skillful. No, this wasn't just because of his body and magic. His consciousness seemed to have improved as well. Although this kind of quick blade cutting cucumber couldn't compare to Xiao's jade curtain dual congealing jade curtain, after the battle with him, his cooking skills had greatly improved. Master was right. Reading 10,000 books was not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Only by constantly comparing notes with experts in cooking could his cooking skills reach a higher peak. He waved his right hand lightly. The ghost eagle turned into a blue light and jumped into his hand. The scene from the breeze room appeared in the Duke's mansion. Nian Bing used his thigh to support the edge of the stove. His body bent forward at a 90-degree angle, and with a twist of his left hand, the entire plate spun rapidly. At this moment, the ghost eagle had already turned into a ball of blue light in his 5 fingers. After seeing the 2 giant dragons of the wind and fire element, the impression of dragons in Nian Bing's mind was already deeply ingrained. He didn't hesitate too much. His hand, which was wrapped in that ball of blue light, had already touched the center of the plate. His hand moved slightly. Even experts like Garamandes and Yu Ruyan couldn't see clearly what he was doing. Nian Bing's left hand didn't remain idle. He kept accelerating the rotation of the plate. When the plate spun to its fastest speed, he actually closed his eyes. His hand that was pressed in the center of the plate finally moved again, slowly drawing circles on the plate. Each circle was slightly larger than the previous one. This time, Garamandes could see more clearly. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. This was because he discovered that for every inch Nian Bing's hand moved, there were at least 10 slashes on the rapidly spinning plate. The fragments flowed, but everything was so orderly. A faint icy mist rose from the plate, bringing with it the powdered cucumber fragments, forming a layer of green mist. It was so magical that it made people gasp in amazement. When Nian Bing's hand reached the outermost circle, the icy mist had already blocked everyone's view. This time, Nian Bing spun faster. After 3 circles, his body, which was bent at 90 degrees, was completely lifted up. Ghost Condor Concealment. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. With a flick of his wrist, the white powder merged into the plate that was completely enveloped by the green mist. His right hand waved again, and a lychee appeared in his hand. Nian Bing calmly peeled the lychee. Looking at the sparkling and translucent skin of the lychee, he smiled. Perfect. He could only use this word to describe his dish. Because of the melting of the ice in front of the plate, the stove became moist. Nian Bing's right hand grabbed the edge of the plate, and the rotation finally stopped. However, the green mist on top of the plate was still there, dense like a cloud. If one breathed in close, they would clearly feel a fresh and cold air, as if they were in the fields, would assail their nostrils. It was very comfortable. Holding the plate, Nian Bing came to the front of the table and carefully placed the large plate in the center. Garamandes said with some dissatisfaction, "What are you making? How can 9 cucumbers taste good? No matter how you make it, they are still just cucumbers." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Garamandes, let me teach you the first lesson of tasting food. A good food does not only have to taste good, but it also has to be distinguished from 5 aspects. That is color, fragrance, taste, meaning, and shape. At the same time, it has to be creative and creative. This kind of dish is a good dish. My 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bing Yan's concealment is such a dish." "Oh, that's right, I still have to teach you something. Before you taste a dish, you must not easily determine whether it is good or bad. After all, you can only determine whether it is good after you eat it. Don't you think so?" Garamandes was stunned for a moment, but he still nodded subconsciously. Yurian couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. For a proud dragon like Garamandes to be taught a lesson by Nian Bing without retorting, this was really a strange skill. However, she really wanted to see what kind of delicacy was hidden behind the green mist. Nian Bing carefully put the lychee into the ice mist and gently stirred it with her right hand. The mist immediately scattered in all directions, and everyone sitting around the table smelled the fresh air at the same time. Everyone unconsciously took a few deep breaths, and Yurian seemed to feel that the injuries in her body were alleviated. Suddenly, when the green mist completely dissipated, there seemed to be a large glaring green light rising from the large plate with a diameter of 1 meter, stimulating everyone's eyes to feel as if the world had completely turned green. The sparkling light constantly reflected under the sunlight, coupled with the fresh aura from before, everyone couldn't help but continuously reflect under the sunlight. Coupled with the fresh aura from before, everyone couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks, but when they saw the food on the plate, no one could bear to use their chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate. It was the same 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bing Yun, but this time, it was very different from the time at the Clear Wind study. At a glance, in the center of the plate, there were 9 emerald green dragon heads. They were of different shapes, and each dragon head looked different. Perhaps at a glance, it would seem a little messy, but if one looked closely, they would find that the distance and posture between them were very harmonious. In the center of the 9 dragon heads, there was a sparkling lychee. At this moment, the lychee was like a pearl, and it was like 9 dragons holding a pearl. Extending down the dragon heads, there was the dragon body. Yes, it seemed to be the body of a real dragon. The cucumbers were densely covered with scales. Now, they could finally understand what the blue light in Nian Bing's hand was doing. No one would say that Nian Bing had made 9 cucumbers. Those were clearly 9 dragons that stood out from the clouds. The 9 dragons were vivid and lifelike. Although they were not the slightest bit similar, they could still feel the harmonious relationship between them. When a flawless dish was presented in front of them, it was like a work of art. Garamandes raised his head to look at Nianbing, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps you are right. A delicacy is not only satisfying in terms of taste, but also in terms of visual satisfaction. Nianbing, I've finally learned this lesson. At this point, he suddenly paused and smiled awkwardly. But, no matter how I look at your dish, it seems like you want me to eat my own kind. You can't be thinking of doing that, right? Nianbing laughed. She said, didn't you just say that no matter what you did, it would be 9 cucumbers? Since they are cucumbers, what's the point of eating them? Let's do it. If we don't eat them now, when the ice disappears, the taste will change. And you, Duke, please have a taste. In the end, Garamandes was an impatient person. He was the first one to eat. He closed his eyes and imagined that it was 9 cucumbers. He reached into the plate and picked up a small part of the dragon body. Although the cucumbers were closely connected, breaking their connection was an easy matter. With a light pinch, the cucumbers were already broken. He directly put the cucumbers into his mouth. The first feeling was the coldness. Following that, it was an incomparably fresh taste. Under the effect of the ice element, the sweetness of the cucumbers was completely stimulated. In addition, with the sugar powder that Nianbing sprinkled, the taste was very unique. After eating a mouthful of the cucumbers, he felt as if he was floating. Everything was so wonderful. Although he only ate a small mouthful of the cucumbers, Garamandes found that he had reached a feeling that he had never felt before. That was satisfaction. Absolute satisfaction. He was full. It was not that his stomach was full, but that his taste organs had completely entered a special realm. It was so wonderful. Garamandes couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. Garamandes's chopsticks also ruined the overall atmosphere on the plate. Although they were reluctant, the other 4 sitting at the table couldn't help but put the cucumbers into their mouths. Lan Sun was lucky. He had just rushed back. When he saw the strange cucumbers on the plate, he couldn't help but put a dragon head into his mouth. Wow, this is so good. This dragon head is so delicious. It's so cool, so frosty, and so fragrant. It's so fresh. After eating the dragon head, Lan Sun let out a heartfelt praise. A low voice suddenly sounded in his ear. What did you just say? Is it good to eat a dragon head? Lan Sun turned around and saw Garamandes's face beside him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Only then did Lan Sun remember that there was a giant dragon sitting there. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Garamandes harumphed rudely. He lifted the plate. At this time, the others had only taken a bite. He couldn't wait to put the 9 cucumbers on the plate into his mouth one by one. He didn't even leave the tail of the cucumber behind. Even if I'm eating a dragon, I'm the only one who can eat it. Yes, it's really good. I feel so much better. But Nianbing, I'm a fire dragon. I'm not interested in this cold thing. Do you have any other good food? Nianbing smiled bitterly. If you're not interested, why did you eat it all? If you were interested, wouldn't you have taken the plate with you? Garamandes's face reddened. All right, you can say that. But I just realized that you don't have to eat until you're full to feel good. Really good food can be satisfied with just one bite. I can tell that this dish of yours is filled with reverence. It's reverence for me, the great Garamandes. Nianbing said in annoyance, reverence your head. Everything I cooked today was for Auntie you. Who do you think I'm reverence for? Garamandes said angrily, what, you think I'm not as good as her? Do you want to fight me? Nianbing frowned. What fight? I respect Auntie you because she looks like my mother. What? Do you want to be my mother too? Garamandes's expression changed instantly. His facial muscles twisted as if he had eaten a fly. Mother, Nianbing, I'm going to kill you. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Nianbing wasn't afraid of Garamandes at all. She smiled and said, kill? Then go ahead and kill me. But I have to remind you that although I'm not as strong as you, when it comes to cooking, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire continent who are better than me. Even if you're stronger than me, without the support of magic, it's impossible for you to make as many changes as I do. Garamandes, you don't have to show me that ugly face. You're the one who won't kill me. Garamandes was stunned at first, but then his expression became calm. He sat back in his seat and muttered to himself, a great person won't hold a grudge against a petty person. I didn't hear anything. Nianbing shook her head helplessly. She found that Garamandes was getting cuter and cuter. As long as it involved food, he was like a child who could be manipulated by her. She turned to Yu Ruyan and Duke Bluefeather. Auntie, what do you think? Yu Ruyan smiled. That gentle smile made Nianbing feel as if she was looking at her mother again. Nianbing, now I believe that you're really a chef. Moreover, you're a top chef who can integrate magic into your cooking. Auntie has eaten many good things, but this is the first time I've tasted such delicious cucumbers. Duke Bluefeather nodded. Yes, I've tasted many delicacies, but this is the first time I've tasted such a unique dish. Magic and cooking can be combined so perfectly. It's amazing. Rui and Rumeng's eyes were filled with surprise. Although they had only taken a bite each, Nianbing's culinary skills had left a deep impression on them. Before Nianbing officially demonstrated her skills, none of them believed that Nianbing was a chef. But now, they had no choice but to believe because everything was so real. Magical knife skills, dreamy dishes. All of them proved his words. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, I've always been a chef. My magic is all for the sake of my culinary skills. Auntie, Duke, please continue to taste. Today, I prepared many dishes for you. The next dish is the ice aspect, which is fire. As he spoke, he had already walked back to the stove. This time, the roar of the god of fire appeared, the Xingyang saber. As a former member of the Feng people, Yu Ruyan, who was of the fire attribute, was undoubtedly the most sensitive to the aura of fire. When the sword appeared, she immediately stood up from her seat. This is the aura of the divine stone of fire. Nianbing, how did you get this sword? As far as I know, the divine stone of fire has only appeared once on the continent. Our Feng people once wanted to intervene and snatch it, but failed. It was. Just as she said this, she saw a strange light in Nianbing's eyes. The huge spiritual power seemed to resonate with her consciousness. Her voice stopped and she couldn't continue. Nianbing smiled and said, Auntie, I know what you're saying. However, it belongs to me now. This knife of mine is called Righteous Yang. It's just my kitchen knife. With a muffled sound, the roar of the fire god was nailed to the table. Under the control of Nianbing's spiritual power, the divine stone of fire only emitted a weak light. A big pot appeared out of thin air. Nianbing's left hand held the edge of the pot. Her right hand took out 3 green onions from the space ring and placed them on the table. The Righteous Sun knife flashed and the clean green onions were cut into neat pieces. They were placed flat on the table. The Righteous Sun knife slanted and sent the green onions directly into the pot. Her right hand moved again and a net made of steel wires appeared. It was just the right size to be placed flat on the pot. Nianbing smiled slightly and said to the people around the table, the best way to show the aura of fire is to barbecue. This dish was given to me by my master many years ago. It can only be fully displayed with the help of fire magic. As she spoke, a fresh and tender leg of lamb appeared in her right hand. She placed the pot on the stove and muttered a few incantations. A scorching flame came out of her palm and went straight into the pot. Under the influence of the flame, the entire pot turned red. The onions in the pot were immediately charred under the extreme heat. Plumes of thick smoke came out of the pot. The Righteous Sun knife moved, and the tender leg of lamb continuously fell under the influence of the red light. Strips of meat about 2 fingers wide fell neatly onto the steel net on the pot. The red light flickered, but when the steel net was fully covered, only the bones of the leg of lamb remained in Nianbing's hand. Placing the Righteous Sun knife to the side, Nianbing's right hand began to make strange gestures. Every time her wrist turned, a porcelain bottle would appear in her palm. The powder kept falling onto the steel net. Without waiting for the pot to cool down, Nianbing poured a scorching flame into it. The Righteous Sun knife moved again. This time, she flipped the lamb slices over and sprinkled more than 10 condiments. The Righteous Sun knife shone with a fiery red light. the lamb slices were completely lifted up. The light of the knife faded away, and a large plate appeared. When the lamb slices fell onto the bottom of the plate, the lamb slices fell flat on the bottom of the plate. The originally red lamb slices now looked a little black, but the rich aroma could not be concealed. Nianbing walked out from behind the stove and placed the plate on top of the 1-meter-wide plate. She smiled and said, "Please try my ice and fire 9 heavens extreme fire scallion roasted lamb leg." This dish looked very simple, and Nianbing only used a third of the time it took to make the frozen cloud of the 9 azure divine dragon. Garamandes wanted to snatch the plate, but he realized that Nianbing's righteous young saber was placed in front of him. "Great Garamandes, if you want to taste the essence of this dish, you can only eat 1 slice. If you eat too much, you won't be able to find the feeling. In this roasted lamb leg, there are a total of 81 flavors. Try and see how many flavors you can taste." Garamandes was stunned for a moment before he retracted his hand. He used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of lamb from the plate and put it into his mouth. Yurian and the others also used their chopsticks to pick up a slice of lamb. Even if they didn't eat it, the rich aroma was enough to whet their appetite. Nianbing didn't hide the rank odor of the lamb. Instead, she brought out the rank odor of the lamb. The moment the lamb entered their mouths, there was a spicy aroma. Immediately after, the rich aroma of scallion mixed with the rank odor of the lamb exploded. The rich aroma filled everyone's senses with a burning sensation. The lamb slices were about 1/3 of an inch thick. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taste of the seasonings was completely integrated into it. Every time they chewed, the aroma seemed to change. Nianbing wasn't exaggerating when she said there were 81 flavors. It was a delicacy that made people forget to return. Compared to the sweet and refreshing taste of the 9 azure divine dragon hidden ice cloud, this dish was like a scorching flame. Although the spicy taste caused a great stimulation to the taste buds, the rich aroma made them full of appetite. Looking at everyone's satisfied and surprised expression, Nianbing smiled and said, "Although this dish looks simple, it's not easy to make. Similarly, magic is the foundation of this dish. I put spring onions in the iron pot, but not the water. When the pot is heated up by fire magic, the spring onions will become blurry and emit the fragrance of spring onions. At this time, the lamb meat is spread out on top of the pot, and with the addition of chili powder, cumin powder, salt, and 9 types of medicinal powder, the fragrance of the lamb meat is perfectly preserved. The most important part of this dish is actually the process of cutting the lamb meat. Every time the Xingyang saber cuts a piece of lamb meat, the fire element on the saber will change 9 times under my control. Every inch of the lamb meat will have a different amount of fire element attached to it, from shallow to deep. This way, under the roasting of the spring onions, more changes will occur. The oil of the lamb will overflow under the extreme roasting, making the fragrance even richer. To be precise, this extreme fire scallion roasted lamb leg has more than 81 types of leaf transformations. Lamb meat has a nourishing effect, and is most suitable to eat in this kind of weather. It has the benefits of nourishing the body. Don't be shy, everyone eat the rest." Hearing Nianbing's last sentence, Garamandes realized that he had been tricked. However, when he tried to snatch it again, there was only 1 left on the plate for him. However, he had to admit that Nianbing's previous words made some sense. Only by carefully tasting it could the changes of this roasted lamb leg be achieved. The satisfaction of the taste made him not get angry, and he waited for Nianbing's next dish to arrive. Walking back to the stove, Nianbing took a deep breath. At this time even he was immersed in the process of making food. Although he didn't eat, when he saw the satisfied expressions of Yurian and the others after they stopped eating the food he made, his heart was also satisfied. After all, as a chef, being recognized by the dishes he made gave him the greatest sense of accomplishment. The proud heaven saber jumped into his hand again. Nianbing said, "Today, I prepared 9 dishes. The first 4 dishes all have a special characteristic. The first dish is the breath of ice, the second dish is the extreme of fire. After tasting the spicy aroma, your taste buds must have been stimulated quite a bit. On the positive side, I will use the freedom of the wind to help you baptize your dryness." The first 9 azure godly dragon, Bing Yun, had used the proud heaven blade and the ghost carving godly blade, but he had displayed the characteristics of ice. Now, when he used the proud heaven blade again, he had the true aura of wind. Extreme freezing ice, scorching fire, with your diametrically opposite auras as the guide. Wind of freedom, please heed my call. Condense in space and release your aura of freedom. Under the chanting of the incantation, the first thing that appeared was a red and a blue light. The red and blue light emitted a slight resonance as they entangled. Suddenly, the light transformed into a red and blue magic array and floated into Nianbing's body. He raised the wind of freedom in his hand, and it suddenly emitted a strong green light. The gem at the end of the blade was like a bright star, and the other magic elements in the whole courtyard were completely replaced by the wind element. Fine green light continuously condensed in Nianbing's direction. The breath of wind, under the guidance of Nianbing's proud heaven blade, quickly revolved around his body. That was the true breath of wind. Lan Yu and Yu Ruyan were somewhat confused. The two of them looked at each other, and in their hearts, they were wondering what kind of magician Nianbing was. From the beginning of ice, then earth fire, and now earth wind. All of this revealed a strange color. In their hearts, Nianbing, who was both a magician and a chef, was filled with a mysterious color. The proud heaven blade in Nianbing's hand made a downward and upward motion. Under the guidance of the blade, the whirlpool revolving around his body turned into a small tornado and jumped onto the kitchen table. The green earth wind spun rapidly, stimulating Nianbing's golden hair to flutter behind him. Under the contrast of his silver dragon robe, he looked even more handsome. Mimicry, he was using mimicry. However, his mimicry magic was very different from Garamandi's. Garamandi's had carefully taught him according to his situation. If he wanted to use magic of other elements, he first had to understand the structure and characteristics of the various magic elements. In fact, it was necessary to know the source of the magic. However, it was very difficult to activate the magic of other elements. Garamandi's could rely on his dragon body, just the body of a fire dragon, to do it. However, as for the production of ice, it required two processes. Using the energy of the same origin and the rejection of each other as the source, coupled with the activation of a peerless treasure blade, he was able to complete the mimicry. Although this type of mimicry magic was much more difficult to cast and consumed a lot of magic power, there was an advantage. The mimicry magic would only be one level lower than ice and fire magic. This was the case at all times. When Nianbing completed his first mimicry magic, he was wild with joy. These days, he had been constantly thinking about the use of mimicry magic. Not only did he want to use it in battle, but he also wanted to use it in cooking. Today was the first time he used mimicry magic to cook. At this time, the ability that appeared was the ability of wind. Wind was free. Only by fully displaying its characteristics of freedom could it truly display the effects of wind. Looking at the fifth step wind magic in front of him that was completely under his control, Nianbing did not stop. In order to maintain this magic, he was afraid that his magic power would be consumed at every moment. Time did not allow him to hesitate. Taking off the spatial ring from his right hand, he put it on his left hand. With a wave of his left hand, a cucumber appeared first. The proud heaven blade in Nianbing's right hand turned into a green ball of light with a diameter of 3 feet. He directly threw the cucumber into this green ball of light. Immediately after, fine cucumber shreds floated out from the green ball of light. Without needing Nianbing to deliberately control it, the green wind on the kitchen table had already sucked the cucumber shreds into it. Immediately after, a carrot appeared. Nianbing's actions were the same, and the carrot also turned into fine shreds. After that, onions, green peppers, green radishes, and 6 kinds of green vegetables were quickly absorbed into the whirlwind. The originally green whirlwind, after being absorbed by the shreds of vegetables, became extremely eye-catching. Small porcelain bottles appeared in Nianbing's hands one after another. These were all sauces that he had concocted. First, he used a bottle of red juice. When the juice was spilled out, it was sucked into the whirlwind. Leaf Dowdenier did not scatter, and was instead completely blocked by the whirlwind. Immediately after, he used a golden juice, as well as a small amount of vegetables and grains. Nianbing's actions came to a halt. The proud heaven blade returned to its original state from the ball of light, and the green light disappeared. Under Nianbing's command, the whirlwind left the kitchen table and rose up. Another large plate appeared. When the whirlwind stopped spinning, it was as if a colorful rain was falling from the sky, and the shreds of vegetable slowly floated down. The plate in Nian Bing's hands trembled slightly, and not a single shred of vegetable was left behind. When all of the shreds of vegetable fell down, it was perfectly stacked on top of the plate. He walked out from behind the stove and placed the plate on top of the roasted lamb leg. He smiled and said, "Please try this." Wind demons dance of the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Garamandes was a bit puzzled. Nian Bing, this dish is a bit lacking compared to the previous two. It's just shreds of vegetable that can be eaten raw. What's so special about it? Nian Bing smiled. This dish is mainly for the taste. If there's anything special about it, it would be the 2 sauces that I sprinkled in. My master has immersed himself in decades of culinary research. When he taught me this dish, he told me that it was a true treasure. I used the whirlwind to perfectly fuse the shreds of vegetable with the 2 sauces. In addition, I added a small amount of vegetables and grains, so that every single shred of vegetable can be evenly nourished by the seasoning. I also infused some of the wind element into the shreds of vegetable. Leaf dao denier is unique. Although it looks simple to make, it is definitely not easy. The 2 sauces I used were not freshly made yesterday. They were the ones I brought with me when I left my master. If I really wanted to make these 2 sauces, I would need at least several months to succeed. Garamandes looked at Nian Bing in surprise. You make it sound so mysterious. What exactly are those 2 sauces? Nian Bing smiled. They are vinegar and soy sauce used to make cold dishes. What? Garamandes looked as if he had been played. Nian Bing. Are you trying to trick me? Although I'm not human, I know that soy sauce and vinegar are the most basic condiments you humans use. It's just soy sauce and vinegar, yet you make it sound so mysterious. Are you trying to trick me? Nian Bing proudly said, Do I need to trick you? You're not human, so you don't understand the great food culture of humans. Duke, you're one of the upper echelons of the Ottoman Empire. I don't know if you've heard of Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Are you talking about the Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar that are more valuable than gold? Nian Bing nodded. When I was young, I heard that there are these 2 condiments on the continent. They are made through a very special process. Even the most common food will become a delicacy if you add one of these 2 condiments. The Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar are also known as purple gold soy sauce and diamond vinegar. A small bottle of this soy sauce or vinegar is worth hundreds of purple gold coins. Moreover, it's priceless. It's the delicacy that all the nobles of the continent desire. It's also the best dish that all the chefs yearn for. These 2 condiments can only be made by one chef. That chef won the title of God of Cookery 5 times in a row. His culinary skills are unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Nian Bing laughed self-deprecatingly. If his skills are truly unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, he wouldn't have lost. Although he lost due to carelessness, he still lost. From then on, he completely withdrew from the culinary world and retired in the mountains. Even when he died, he was still thinking about how to reach the peak of his culinary skills. Duke, the person you're talking about is my teacher. He was once the head of the 5 God of Cookery, the Ghost Chef. Silence. The entire martial arts arena was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Nian Bing. After a while, Yu Rian said, This Ghost Chef is the one I saw last time? Nian Bing slowly nodded and said to Garamandes, Now, do you still think that this vinegar and soy sauce are ordinary? It's the fruit of my teacher's many years of research. It's also his most prized treasure. After my teacher passed away, only I know how to make the Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar. Perhaps this dish isn't considered precious, but it's one of a kind. Garamandes said foolishly, Since they're both soy sauce and vinegar, what's the difference between these 2 and ordinary ones? Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, Ordinary soy sauce and vinegar are made through fermentation. But the one my teacher developed is not. As for the specifics, it's a secret. I can't tell you. Garamandes picked up his chopsticks and muttered to himself, Then I want to have a taste. What's so good about your soy sauce and vinegar? Under his lead, everyone began to move their chopsticks and taste this Nian Bing's dance of the wind demon. Various shredded vegetables were mixed together, crisp and crisp. The different fragrances of various vegetables brought a different flavor. When the vegetables entered the mouth, it was as if there was wind flowing. Slightly salty, slightly sour, slightly sweet. Each taste was not rich, but when combined together, it was surprisingly harmonious. When a mouthful of vegetables was swallowed into the stomach, the last remaining taste was fresh. Yes, it was fresh and delicious. It was as fresh as if one had just eaten the best seafood. Garamandes realized that even the snowfish soup he drank before couldn't compare to this fresh taste. However, there wasn't a trace of the fishy smell of seafood. That was such a touching feeling. The fresh taste completely dispelled the dryness of the roasted lamb leg, filling the taste buds. It was so magical. Was this still ordinary shredded vegetables? No, it wasn't. Nian Bing was right. Although this dish looked the simplest, its taste had already overshadowed the previous two dishes. There was only one explanation, and that was the miraculous effect of the Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "Garamandes, how do you feel?" Garamandes's face turned red. How can this thing taste fresh and delicious? Your soy sauce and vinegar are really good. Can you give me some? Nian Bing said unhappily, "No. It's a waste of a gift. If it can't be used properly, then even the best seasoning will be wasted. Ghost King soy sauce and red soul vinegar are the most suitable for cooking two kinds of food. One is to make cold vegetables, and the other is to be used as seasoning for seafood. I mean the kind that is dipped in it, and not directly used for cooking. You'll have the chance to eat it again in the future." Bluefeather smiled. "I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to taste this lost seasoning." Nian Bing. "I want you to continue cooking, but I also want to stop you. Because if I eat more of your food, I'm afraid I won't find anything delicious in the future." Suddenly, when the green mist completely dissipated, from the large plate with a diameter of 1 meter, there seemed to be a large glaring green light rising up, stimulating everyone's eyes to feel as if the world had completely turned green. The sparkling light continued to reflect under the sunlight, coupled with the fresh aura from before. Everyone couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks. However, when they saw the food on the plate, no one could bear to use their chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate. It was the same 9 azure dragons Bing Yun, but this time it was very different from the time at the Breeze sect. At a glance, there were 9 emerald green dragon heads in the center of the plate. They were of different shapes, and each dragon head had a different appearance. Perhaps at first glance, they looked a little messy, but upon closer inspection, they found that the distance and posture between them were very harmonious. At the center of the 9 heads was a sparkling lychee. At this time, the lychee was like a pearl, in the shape of 9 dragons holding a pearl. Below the dragon's head was the dragon's body. Yes, it seemed to be a real dragon's body. The cucumbers were densely covered with scale-like patterns. Now, they finally understood what the ball of blue light in Nian Bing's hand was doing. No one would say that Nian Bing's dish was 9 cucumbers anymore. It was clearly 9 enormous dragons that stood out from the clouds. The 9 dragons were extremely lifelike. Even though they did not have anything in common, one could still feel the harmonious relationship between them. When the flawless dish was presented in front of them, it was like a piece of art. Garamandes looked up at Nian Bing, his eyes flashing with a deep light. "Perhaps you're right. A delicacy is not only satisfying in terms of taste, but also in terms of visual satisfaction. Nian Bing, I've learned this lesson." At this point, he suddenly paused and smiled awkwardly. "But no matter how I look at your dish, it seems like you want me to eat my own kind. You can't be thinking of doing that, right?" Nian Bing laughed and said, "Didn't you just say that no matter what, these are 9 cucumbers? Since they're cucumbers, what's the point of eating them? Let's eat. If we don't eat now, the taste will change when the ice disappears. On to you, Duke, please try it." Garamandes was an impatient person. He was the first to eat. He closed his eyes and imagined that it was 9 cucumbers. He reached into the plate and picked up a small part of the dragon body. Cucumbers were closely connected. However, it was easy to break their connection. With a light pinch, the cucumbers were already broken. He directly put the cucumbers into his mouth. The first thing he felt was the coldness, followed by an incomparably refreshing taste. Under the effect of the ice element, the sweetness of the cucumbers was completely stimulated. With the addition of the powdered sugar sprinkled by Nian Bing, the taste was very unique. After eating a mouthful of cucumbers, he felt as if he was floating in the air. Everything was so wonderful. Although it was only a small mouthful of cucumbers, Garamandes found that he had reached a feeling he had never felt before. That was satisfaction, absolute satisfaction. He was full. It wasn't that his stomach was full, but that his taste buds had entered a special realm. It was wonderful. Garamandes couldn't help but smile. Garamandes's chopsticks also destroyed the overall atmosphere of the plate. Although they were reluctant, the other four couldn't help but put the cucumbers into their mouths. At this time, Lan Sen had just rushed back. When he saw the strange cucumbers on the plate, he couldn't help but put a dragon head into his mouth. Wow, this is so good. This dragon head is so delicious. It's so cool, so frosty, and so fragrant. It's so fresh. After eating the dragon head, Lan Sen let out a heartfelt praise. A deep voice suddenly sounded in his ear. What did you just say? Does it feel good to eat a dragon head? Lan Sen turned around and saw Garamandes's face beside him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Only then did he remember that there was a giant dragon at the table. He couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Garamandes harumphed rudely and lifted the plate. At this time, the others had only taken a bite. He couldn't wait to put the 9 cucumbers on the plate into his mouth one by one. He didn't even leave the tail of the cucumbers behind. Even if I'm eating a dragon, I'm the only one who can eat it. Yes, it does feel good. My heart feels better. But Nian Bing. I'm a fire dragon. I'm not interested in this cold thing. Do you have any other good food? Nian Bing smiled bitterly. If you're not interested, you're eating it all. If you were interested, wouldn't you have taken the plate with you? Garamandes's face reddened. All right, you can say that. But I just realized that you don't have to eat until you're full to feel good. Really good food can be satisfied with just one bite. I can tell that this dish of yours is filled with reverence. It's reverence for me, the great Garamandes. Nian Bing said unhappily, reverence your head. Everything I've cooked today is for Auntie you. Who do you think I'm reverence for? Garamandes said angrily, what, you think I'm not as good as her? Do you want to fight me? Nian Bing frowned. What fight? I'm reverence for Auntie because she's like my mother. What? Do you want to be my mother too? Garamandes's expression changed instantly. It was as if he had eaten fly feces. His facial muscles twisted. Mother, Nian Bing, I'm going to kill you. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Nian Bing wasn't afraid of Garamandes at all. She laughed and said, kill? Then go ahead and kill me. But I have to remind you that although I'm not as strong as you, when it comes to cooking, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the entire continent who are better than me. Even if you're stronger than me, without the support of magic, it's almost impossible for you to make as many changes as I do. Garamandes, there's no need to show me that ugly face. You're the one who's unwilling to kill me. Garamandes was stunned at first, but then his expression calmed down. He sat back in his seat and muttered to himself, a great person won't hold a grudge against a petty person. I didn't hear anything. Nian Bing helplessly shook her head. She found that Garamandes was becoming more and more adorable. As long as it involved food, he was like a child who could be manipulated by her. She turned to Yu Ruyan and the Duchess of Blue Feather. Auntie, what do you think? Yu Ruyan smiled. That gentle smile made Nian Bing feel as if she was looking at her mother again. Nian Bing, now I believe that you're really a chef, and a top chef who has integrated magic into her cooking. Although this auntie has eaten many good things, this is the first time I've tasted such a delicious cucumber. The Duchess of Blue Feather nodded. Yes, I've eaten many delicacies, but this is the first time I've tasted such a unique dish. Magic and cooking can be combined so perfectly, it's amazing. On the side, Ru Yi and Ru Meng were surprised. Although they had only taken a bite each, Nian Bing's culinary skills had left a deep impression on them. Before Nianbing officially demonstrated her skills, none of them believed that Nianbing was a chef. But now, they had no choice but to believe because everything was so real. Miraculous knife skills, dreamy dishes. All of them proved his words. Nianbing smiled faintly. I'm a chef to begin with. My magic is all for the sake of my culinary skills. Auntie, Duchess, please continue to taste. Today, I prepared many dishes for you. The next dish is the opposite of ice, which is fire. As he spoke, he walked back to the stove. This time, the roar of the god of fire appeared, the righteous Xianxia. As a former member of the Feng people, Yu Ruyan, who was of the fire attribute, was undoubtedly the most sensitive to the aura of fire. When the righteous Xianxia appeared, she immediately stood up from her seat. This is the aura of the divine stone of fire. Nianbing, how did you get this saber? From what I know, the divine stone of fire has only appeared once on the continent. Our Feng people once tried to steal it, but failed. It was. Just as she said this, she saw a strange light in Nianbing's eyes. Her huge spiritual power seemed to resonate with her consciousness. Her voice stopped, and she couldn't continue. Nianbing smiled slightly. Auntie, I know what you said, but it now belongs to me. My saber is called the righteous Xianxia. It's only my kitchen saber. With a thud, the roar of the god of fire was nailed to the table. Under the control of Nianbing's spiritual power, the divine stone of fire only emitted a weak light. A big pot appeared out of thin air. Nianbing's left hand held the edge of the pot, and her right hand took out 3 green onions from the space ring and placed them on the table. The righteous Xianxia flashed red, and the clean green onions were cut into neat pieces. They were placed flat on the table. The righteous Xianxia slanted and sent the green onions directly into the pot. Her right hand moved again, and a net made of steel wires appeared. It was just the right size to be placed flat on the pot. Nianbing smiled slightly and said to the people around the table, the best way to show the aura of fire is to barbecue. This dish was taught to me by my master. It can only be used to its fullest potential with the help of fire magic. As she spoke, a fresh, fat leg of lamb appeared in her right hand. She placed the pot on the stove and muttered a few incantations. Scorching flames came out of her palm and went straight into the pot. Under the effect of the flames, the entire pot turned red. The onions in the pot were immediately charred under the extreme heat, and thick smoke came out of the pot. The righteous Xianxia moved, and the tender leg of lamb continuously fell under the effect of the red light. Strips of meat about 2 fingers wide fell neatly onto the steel net on top of the pot. The red light flickered, but when the steel net was completely covered, only bones were left of the leg of lamb in Nianbing's hand. Placing the righteous Xianxia to the side, Nianbing's right hand began to make strange gestures. Every time her wrist turned, a porcelain bottle would appear in her palm, and powder would continuously fall onto the steel net. Without waiting for the pot to cool down, Nianbing injected a scorching flame into it. The righteous Xianxia moved again. This time, she flipped the lamb slices over and sprinkled more than 10 condiments. The righteous Xianxia shone with a fiery red light, and the lamb slices were all lifted up. The light from the saber faded, and another large plate appeared. When the lamb slices fell, they were perfectly placed on the bottom of the plate. The originally red lamb slices now looked a little black, but the rich aroma could not be concealed. Nianbing walked out from behind the stove and placed the plate on the 1-meter-wide plate. She smiled and said, "Please try my ice and fire 9 heavens extreme fire scallion roasted lamb leg." This dish appeared to be very simple, and Nianbing had only used a third of the time required to make the 9 azure divine dragon's frozen cloud. Garamandes wanted to snatch the plate, but he realized that Nianbing's righteous Xianxia was placed in front of him. Great Garamandes, if you want to taste the essence of this dish, you can only eat 1 slice. If you eat too much, you won't be able to find the feeling. There are a total of 81 flavors in this roasted lamb leg. Try and taste how many flavors you can taste. Garamandes was stunned for a moment before he retracted his hand. He used his chopsticks to pick up a slice of lamb from the plate and put it into his mouth. Yu Ruyan and the others also used their chopsticks to pick up a slice of lamb. Even if they didn't eat it, the rich aroma was enough to whet their appetite. Nianbing didn't hide the smell of the lamb. Instead, she brought out the smell of the lamb. As soon as the lamb entered their mouths, there was a spicy aroma. Immediately after, the rich aroma of scallion mixed with the smell of the lamb exploded. The rich aroma filled everyone's senses with a burning sensation. The lamb slices were about 1/3 of an inch thick. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taste of the seasonings was completely integrated. Every time they chewed, the aroma seemed to change. Nian Bing wasn't exaggerating when she said that there were 81 flavors. It was a delicacy that made people forget to return. Compared to the sweet and refreshing taste of the 9 azure divine dragon's hidden ice cloud, this dish was like a scorching flame. Although the spicy taste caused a great stimulation to the taste buds, the rich aroma made them full of appetite. Lan Yu laughed heartily as he stood up. Good, good, good. Nian Bing, this is your home from now on. Yu Ruyan gave Nian Bing a look. Nian Bing originally only wanted to acknowledge Yu Ruyan, but in order to give her face, she could only brace herself and call out awkwardly, foster father. Yu Ruyan glanced at Garamandes. Nian Bing said, are you in a hurry to leave today? What's the matter? Stay in the manor for a few more days. Nian Bing also looked at Garamandes with a questioning gaze. Garamandes stretched comfortably and said, don't look at me. I don't care as long as there's good food. Yu Ruyan smiled slightly and said, no matter what, Aolan City is the capital of the Ottoman Empire. There are some famous snacks that are worth tasting. Then, you can stay here first. Sooner, arrange a room for Nian Bing and the others. Garamandes yawned and said, why do I feel sleepy when I'm full? Nian Bing, I'm going to sleep first. Call me when it's time to eat. Nian Bing thought to herself, sleeping after eating? Isn't that a pig? However, he also hoped that Garamandes would leave for a while. There were many things that he still didn't understand that he wanted to ask Yu Ruyan. Garamandes left under Lan Sun's lead. Rui and Ru Meng were overjoyed as they left. At this moment, Rui was no longer cold. A trace of shyness could be seen on her face from time to time. Yu Ruyan called out to Nian Bing and brought her back to the study with Lan Yu. After closing the door, she pulled Nian Bing to sit down. Child, this is only the second time we've met. Can you tell your mother about you? Perhaps it was because of Yu Ruyan's kind and gentle voice, but Nian Bing's emotions were exceptionally weak today. Her eyes reddened as she slowly nodded and said, Mother, I was originally from the Huarong Empire. Yu Ruyan didn't reveal any surprise. She stroked Nian Bing's long blonde hair and smiled. Blonde hair is the symbol of the Huarong Empire. However, the Huarong Empire people's eyes are mainly brown. You don't look like that. Nian Bing nodded and said, I'm of mixed blood. My mother is from the Ice Moon Empire and my father is from the Huarong Empire. Due to some special reason, they were separated. My father trained hard in magic to save my mother. However, when I followed my father to save my mother, we discovered that the difference between us and our enemies was so great. Not only did we not manage to save my mother, my father was also captured by my father. Only I was able to use the space magic scroll that my father had prepared in advance to escape. At that time I was only 10 years old. Under the pursuit of my enemies, I had no choice but to jump into the rapid Azure River. Fortunately, I was lucky and hugged a large piece of wood. It just so happened that I fell into the fishing net that my teacher had cast. That was how I managed to survive. My magic was taught by my father when I was young. Later on, for some reason, ice magic appeared in addition to the original fire magic. I could only fumble around and cultivate. Until I met Garamandes. Only then did I finally find a way to truly enter the realm of ice and fire. Yu Ruyan sighed softly and said, Child, do you have any difficulties that you can't speak of? Why don't you tell me about your enemies? Since I've already acknowledged you as my son, your enemies are naturally mine. Nian Bing slowly shook her head. With a firm tone, she said, No, mother, I can't implicate you. My enemies are powerful, but their existence is also the motivation for me to work hard. If I rely on external help to achieve my goal, I'm not worthy of being called a son. I want to rely on my own strength to achieve everything. Mother, don't worry, before I have enough strength, I won't face my enemies. Yu Ruyan could see that Nian Bing had a deep worry in his heart. But since he was unwilling to say it, she couldn't force him. She smiled and said, Mother only wants to tell you that no matter when, as long as you need my help, I will definitely appear by your side. I believe that one day, you will tell me the truth, right? Nianbing nodded and said, Mother, I heard the conversation between you and Feng people. I can roughly guess the conflict between the two of you. Is it true that the Feng people are not allowed to marry outsiders? Yu Ruiyan's eyes darkened. If there was a trace of accommodation, then the tragedy wouldn't have happened. Since you're already my child, there's no harm in telling you. I'm 51 years old this year, and your adoptive father is 53 years old. My real name is Feng Yan. 30 years ago, when I was 17 or 18 years old, I was the most outstanding of the younger generation of the Feng people. Because of my talent and deep understanding of the 9-lead battle qi, I was appointed as the Phoenix of Hope on the day of my 18th coming-of-age ceremony. The Feng people are the same as the Dragon people and are governed by an elder system. The Feng people originally had 5 elders. Not only were they the top experts of the Feng people, but they also had the bloodline of the royal family. Back then, my father was the leader of the 5 elders of the Feng people. His Phoenix transformation had reached the 4th transformation, but on the day he completed the 4th transformation, he was too impatient in his cultivation and suffered from qi deviation. Before my father died, he entrusted me to the other 4 elders. Because of my father's death, the Feng people needed a new elder to take over the position of the elder. The selection of the new elder was made from the bloodline of the Feng people. Whoever had the most talent would become the Phoenix of Hope and would be the successor of the Feng people's elder. When the Phoenix of Hope reached the age of 40, he would directly become an elder of the clan. And I was that generation's Phoenix of Hope. Unfortunately, I didn't become an elder of the Feng people in the end. That was all because of me? Ruiyan, I've always regretted it. Was our meeting the right thing to do? If I hadn't appeared, you wouldn't have been in such a difficult position. You wouldn't have had to go through so many hardships later on. Perhaps, under your leadership, the Feng people would have already flourished. Duke Bluefeather said somewhat sadly, but his eyes were full of affection as he looked at Yu Ruiyan. Yu Ruiyan smiled and said, Brother Yu, our meeting was the arrangement of the heavens. No one can change it. Although we've gone through many hardships, our feelings have never weakened. I've never regretted it. If I could choose again, I would still be willing to lead the Feng people with you. Ruiyan. Bluefeather's voice was trembling. He stood up and went to Yu Ruiyan's side. He opened his wide arms and hugged Yu Ruiyan and Nianbing. At this moment, Nianbing clearly felt the long-lost warmth. Her vision blurred. Father, Mother, how good would it be if you were still alive? Can you see? Nianbing was very happy now. After a while, Bluefeather opened his arms. Looking at Nianbing's red eyes, he said, When I was young, I was just a commoner. It wasn't a hereditary title. At that time, if a commoner wanted to become a noble, the only way was to join the army. There's one thing I'm like you. When I was young, I lost my parents. It was my master who raised me. However, when I was 13, my master passed away due to a serious illness. Before he died, he told me to join the army. Truly powerful martial arts can only be felt on the battlefield filled with blood and iron. So I joined. I grew up tall. When I was 13, I already looked like a 14 or 15-year-old. In addition, I practiced martial arts since I was young and my body was strong. So, I easily entered the Ottoman Empire's army. With my own efforts, I spent 10 years. It took me a full 10 years. I worked my way up from an ordinary soldier to a general who can command 5,000 men. At that time, my martial arts had also entered the realm of a martial arts master. I was the youngest martial arts master in the Ottoman Empire. After another 10 years, I was promoted to a deputy general. My prowess is already very famous in the Aland Empire. At that time, I also started to form the predecessor of the Silver Feather Knights. In one of the missions, the army that I led successfully attacked the enemy's storehouse where they were storing their rations, killing 10,000 of them. By the time we returned, less than 500 of our original 5,000 men were left. However, due to our sacrifice, the situation on the battlefield was reversed and the enemy fled in defeat. At that time, I was promoted to a general and was bestowed with the title of Viscount. At this point, he paused. His eyes were filled with confusion. It was as if he had returned to his military career. The iron and blood on the battlefield left an indelible impression in his heart. I should be thankful for that battle. After that battle, the military gave me a long holiday to rest and reorganize. I was all alone and had no relatives. Since it was a holiday, I chose to go on a trip. The destination of the trip was the Longmu Empire, which was right next to the Ottoman Empire. It was this trip that led me to meet Ru Yan in the forest. Sigh, I am ashamed to say that I have always thought that my martial arts were outstanding. However, from the day I met Ru Yan, I still couldn't compare to her. The first time we met, Ru Yan treated me as an intruder. Using her strength that was close to that of a swordsman, she captured me and brought me back to the Feng people. The Feng people are actually a peace-loving race. They didn't kill me. After asking clearly that I was here for a trip, they prepared to let me go. However, at that time, I discovered that I, who was 33 years old and didn't have any feelings, had already fallen in love with the girl who captured me. Ru Yan was already a core member of the Feng people at that time. However, even though she was already 30 years old, she was still so pure and beautiful. She looked like a girl in her early 20s. Her beauty hadn't changed in the slightest. What attracted me the most was her long dark green hair and clear eyes. I was reluctant to leave. I had studied in the military academy before and had good military knowledge. I stayed in the Feng people and passed on my military knowledge to them. I only stayed in order to have more opportunities to interact with Ru Yan. As time passed by, I and Ru Yan developed pure feelings for each other. Before my vacation ended, I brought Ru Yan to the Feng people's elders, hoping that they would allow Ru Yan to marry me. However, at that time, I didn't know the rules of the Feng people. As soon as I made this request, I was immediately rejected by the Feng people's elders. Furthermore, I was heavily injured and chased out of the Feng people. I didn't leave because I couldn't bear to part with the love of my heart. Even if I had to give up the title that I just received for Ru Yan, I definitely wouldn't regret it. I was waiting. I believed that Ru Yan also loved me. My wait wasn't in vain. 3 days later, Ru Yan finally found an opportunity and ran away from the Feng people. When we were young, we were easily impulsive. Under the influence of love, we eloped and ran back to the Ottoman Empire. Yu Ruyan continued, when we returned to the Ottoman Empire, Brother Yu and I held a wedding ceremony. A year later, we had our first daughter. At that time, we were really happy. We were looking forward to a beautiful future together. I naively thought that since Brother Yu and I already had a child, even if we went back, the elders wouldn't blame us. However, when our child was just half a year old, we didn't expect that a crisis would befall us. The elders of the clan finally found our whereabouts. Although Brother Yu and I weren't weak, how could we be a match for the elders? Normal soldiers weren't a threat to the members of the Feng people. We could only run like crazy with our child. The elders chased after us relentlessly. It was during this period of time that my phoenix transformation entered its third transformation. In the end, running wasn't a solution. In a mountainous region not far from the Ice Moon Empire, we were successfully intercepted by the elders. The 4 elders attacked us with all their strength. Not long after we fought, our child was taken away by the elders. Elder Feng Su, the one who had watched me grow up, used the 9 heavenly fire to burn our daughter to ashes. At that time, Brother Yu and I were both dumbfounded and crazy. That was the fruit of our love. At that time, we no longer had any misgivings. Our minds were blank. It was as if the flames of our lives were going to burn out at that moment. Because Brother Yu was too sad, he actually stimulated the potential in his body and used the lightning dragon physique. His dochi completely merged with the heavenly lightning and reached a new level. At that time, we only wanted to put our lives on the line and die together with the elders. We completely lost our minds. After that, we all fainted. I only remember that the 4 elders all suffered different degrees of injuries. Perhaps they thought that we had died from our injuries, so they didn't take away Brother Yu's and my bodies. When we woke up, it was already 3 days later. We had to recuperate for an entire month before we fully recovered. However, the trauma to our hearts was irreparable. Our first daughter died just like that. Do you know how cute she was? Even now, I still remember her pair of big blue eyes. I believe that if she was still alive, she would definitely be more beautiful than me. However, she died just like that. She died in the cruel flames. At this point, Yurian clenched her fists tightly. She was already sobbing silently. Mother, don't be sad. The past is the past. You still have Xianxia and me. At this time, Nianbing didn't know how to comfort Yurian. Lan Yu sighed deeply and said, Nianbing, perhaps you don't believe it. Although our child is gone, Ruyan and I don't have a deep hatred for the Feng people. After all, Ruyan was raised by the elders of the Feng people. It was the Feng people who raised her. Although the hatred was deep, the gratitude was also deep. Therefore, even when we had enough power to take revenge, we still didn't take action. In order to not let Ruyan be too sad, we had Xianxia a year later. We were afraid that the tragedy would repeat itself. When Xianxia was 1 year old, we sent her to be a disciple of an important person. At least she would be safe there. Every year, we would secretly bring her back regularly. Until now, we were confident that we could protect her from harm. I didn't expect them to come again today. However, this time, they were taught a lesson. Even if the 4 elders of the Feng people came together, they might not be able to defeat us. In order to protect Xianxia, Ruyan didn't slack off for a single day. With her talent, she was able to reach the 6th transformation of the Phoenix transformation. This is what happened between us and the Feng people. Now, I just hope that they won't come and disturb our lives. We don't want to have anything to do with the Feng people. Nianbing used Yurian's handkerchief to wipe the tears on her face. She said softly, Mother, I know that you still can't forget everything about the Feng people. But it has already happened. Everything is in the past. Let go of your feelings. The Feng people now have a new phoenix of hope. I know Feng Nu. She has already entered the swordsman realm at such a young age. Her future achievements won't be low. Yurian sighed softly and said, This is what I am worried about. When that girl called Feng Nu excitedly held your hand, it was as if I saw the scene from 20 years ago repeat itself. Once a girl truly loves, she will never give up. It was very difficult to give up. The love that was engraved in one's bones was not something that time could dilute. Nianbing, can you tell me how you two met? Nianbing nodded and said, Feng Nu and I met in Ice Snow City. There, I went to Ice Snow City to find a famous blacksmith to fuse the divine fire stone into the righteous young saber. But I didn't expect that the blacksmith had already passed away. Only his disciple was left, Feng Nu. He immediately recounted everything that happened between him and Feng Nu in detail. He didn't leave out anything that happened in the Fire Dragon Cave. Duke Bluefeather and Yurian listened carefully. When Nianbing said that he sacrificed his own freedom so that Garamandes would let the others go, their expressions changed. Yurian frowned and said, Nianbing, although your uncle and I combined our strength can't compare to that Fire Dragon King, you are already our child. We can ask Xianxia's master for help. Perhaps there's a chance. As long as you want to leave Garamandes, it's not impossible. Now I understand why Feng Nu was so emotional when she saw you again. You sacrificed yourself to save others. You chose to save others even when you might lose your life. This noble character has moved her heart. I'm afraid that my worries are correct. Feng Nu is already irrevocably in love with you. But I'm afraid that you will suffer the same pain as brother you and I did in the past. To be honest, I don't want you to marry Feng Nu. Not only for you, but also for Feng Nu and the Feng people. As the former Phoenix of Hope, I have already left the Feng people. If Feng Nu also leaves the Feng people because of you, the impact on the Feng people will be immeasurable. After all, even in the Feng people, raising a swordsman was not easy. Nianbing nodded and said, Mother, I understand what you mean. But you also know that when feelings come to a point, it's not something that can be resisted by humans. But I can promise you that before I can take revenge and have the strength to protect Feng Nu, I will not really be with her. Also, I will respect Feng Nu's choice. If she doesn't want to be with me and chooses to inherit the position of the Feng people's elder, I will not force her. What do you think? Actually, I really don't understand why the Feng people don't allow the royal family members to marry humans. The Feng people themselves evolved from humans. Is the so-called bloodline so important? Urian smiled bitterly and said, this is the rule passed down from the Feng people. If the royal family members are just ordinary Feng people, maybe the elders can make an exception. But the Feng people only have a few dozen royal family members. Every loss of one is a huge blow to the Feng people. You won't be able to make an exception. Fortunately, you have that giant dragon by your side, so I can rest assured. But is it really okay for you to stay by his side? After all, he has restricted your freedom. If you want to leave him, we will do our best to help you. Nianbing smiled and shook her head. No, mother. I will never leave Garamandes. Nianbing's determined tone surprised Urian and Lanyu. After all, Garamandes had restricted Nianbing's freedom. But why was she so determined to stay by Garamandes' side? Seeing the surprise in her new parents' eyes, Nianbing said, that's right. When I first saw Garamandes, most of my feelings were of fear. After all, humans can't resist a giant dragon. I am not a selfless person. On the contrary, I value benefits more. In that situation, if I didn't stand out, I'm afraid that no one would be able to leave the fire dragon cave. In that case, I would still stay. Instead of that, why didn't I be more generous and use my cooking skills to attract Garamandes to let the others go? At the very least, it would be easier for me to escape when I was alone. At that time, Garamandes was a cruel giant dragon in my eyes. He could end my life at any time. Eating was his only weakness. However, as I continued to interact with him, I realized that Garamandes wasn't as scary as I thought. At least, from the time I met him until now, he hasn't killed a single person. He is very cunning. However, cunning requires intelligence as a foundation. His tens of thousands of years of wisdom and profound knowledge is something that we humans can't compare to. I've been with him for about 2 months now. Not only did he not harm me, he didn't even restrict my freedom. Furthermore, being with such a powerful dragon creates an invisible pressure on me. Under the influence of this pressure, I naturally put in more effort in my cultivation. I have learned many things from Garamandes. This includes the mimicry magic that you saw earlier. If I hadn't been with him, if he hadn't helped me with all his strength, I wouldn't have been able to reach my current level of strength. For most mages, becoming a magic shooter was out of their reach. However, with the help of Garamandes, in just over a month, not only had my physical fitness improved greatly, but my level had also improved qualitatively. Without Garamandes, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to reach the small success that I have now. If I was only a slave in the beginning, I now view Garamandes as a friend. Perhaps, he is also my teacher. In a certain room in the Duke's mansion, a certain fellow who was salivating muttered to himself, at least you still have some conscience. After Urian and her husband chatted for a while, Nianbing left. Lan Sun had already arranged a room for him to stay in. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his room to rest. Instead, he quietly left the Duke's mansion. Feng Nu's appearance messed up Nianbing's heart. While thinking about her, he strolled around Alan City. Although he had a flute in his spatial ring that could call out to Feng Nu, he didn't dare to play it now. After all, Feng Nu was with the 2 elders. After hearing Urian's words, he was already very wary of the elders of the Feng people. The afternoon sun in Alan City was still bright and beautiful. Nianbing walked for more than an hour, but he still couldn't find his target. He sighed helplessly and thought to himself, Feng Nu, are we really not fated to be together? At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly sounded in Nianbing's ears. He raised his head in surprise. The people around him were still bustling about, but there didn't seem to be any changes. That sharp voice also seemed to be directed at him. Just when he thought that he was being oversensitive, a red light flashed across his eyes. At the corner of the street, a figure in red attracted his attention. He looked over and saw a head of familiar pink hair fluttering in the wind. Before he had time to confirm, the figure in red and pink disappeared around the corner. It's Feng Nu. Nianbing was overjoyed. After all, people with pink hair were too rare. Nianbing's eyes were sharp. That red dress was the dress that Feng Nu had worn to the Duke's mansion today. Without any hesitation, he immediately followed her. When he turned the corner, he didn't see Feng Nu's figure. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. Feng Nu must be afraid of being discovered by her clansmen in a noisy environment, so she wanted to lead him to a quiet place. At that moment, he hurriedly walked along the street. After turning a few corners, he still didn't see Feng Nu's footprints. Just when Nian Bing was doubting his own judgment, the sharp voice sounded again. The source of the voice was very obvious. He knew that Feng Nu was summoning him. He didn't hear wrongly. In his joy, he hurriedly walked towards the direction of the voice. The sharp voice continued to sound. In his anxious mood, Nian Bing had unknowingly been lured out of Alan City. At the city gate, he finally saw the familiar figure in the distance. Her pink hair fluttered in the wind. It was so moving. With a flash, she had already entered the forest beside the main road. Nian Bing looked around and silently chanted an incantation. Using the same origin of ice and fire, he drew upon the wind element. With the help of Proud Heaven Blade, he cast a rank 2 Gale spell on himself and quickly rushed into the forest. With the help of the Gale spell, his body was as light as a leaf. A few breaths after Feng Nu entered the forest, he also entered it. The sharp voice sounded at the right time. Nian Bing identified the exact direction and hurriedly ran over. Finally, following closely all the way didn't go to waste. When he ran into the depths of the forest, the red figure appeared again. This time, she didn't run away. She stood there with her back facing Nian Bing. Silence, she waited for his arrival. Feng Nu. Nian Bing called out excitedly. His figure quickly floated behind Feng Nu and reached out to grab her shoulder. At this moment, the Tianhua token on his chest suddenly emitted a hot message. Nian Bing felt a strong sense of unease. He forcefully retracted his right hand and quickly floated backwards. A red light that seemed to come from hell swept past his position. The hot flow made Ling Nian Bing feel suffocated. If he was still in his original position, he would have been cut in two by that red light. The pink-haired girl in red turned around. How was this Feng Nu? It was clearly the beautiful Feng Xiang who was with her today. Because she and Feng Nu were both from the royal family of the Feng people, their temperaments were very similar. Coupled with the pink wig used for disguise, if one didn't look carefully, it was impossible to tell them apart. The red light on Ling Nian Bing's sword jumped. Her cold face made Ling Nian Bing feel a chill in his heart. An intense killing intent covered every corner of the surrounding Tianzhong. Although Feng Xiang's cultivation was inferior to Feng Nu's, Nian Bing didn't doubt that she had the strength to kill him with her phoenix flames. Stabilizing his mind, Nian Bing calmly said, "So it's Miss Feng Xiang. I wonder why you led me here." Feng Xiang coldly snorted and said, "You don't know why? I led you here for only one reason, and that is to kill you. Don't think about how to escape. In this place, you don't have any chance." Nian Bing coldly said, "Miss Feng Xiang's words are too big. Could it be that you have forgotten what Garamandi said?" Feng Xiang's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. "You are a dignified man, yet you need to rely on others to protect you. What's more, we Feng people have never been afraid of anyone. Even dragons are no exception. If I kill you today, we will leave this place. It won't be easy for that dragon to find trouble with us. With our ancestor Phoenix protecting us, no difficulty can stop us. For the sake of the Feng people's future, I must kill you." Nian Bing smiled. His handsome face revealed joy from the bottom of his heart. Feng Xiang couldn't help but be stunned by his sunny smile. She angrily said, "You are about to die, yet you are still smiling?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Miss Feng Xiang, do you know why I am smiling? There are two reasons. The first is naturally because of Feng Nu. Your Feng people's elders sent you to kill me because they are afraid that the Feng people's Phoenix of Hope will become another Urian like before. In fact, you are telling me that Feng Nu has me in his heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't care so much. Am I right? To be able to obtain Feng Nu's love, don't you think I should be happy?" Feng Xiang rarely left the Feng people. Although she had powerful martial arts skills, how could she be compared to Nian Bing in terms of scheming? Thinking of the elder's orders to kill Nian Bing at all costs, the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. Without waiting for Nian Bing to say another reason, she immediately rushed forward. The long sword in her hand brought along a red shadow as it wrapped around Nian Bing's waist. The scorching hot air caused the surrounding vegetation to dry up. Nian Bing's figure suddenly swayed to the left and appeared on the right in the blink of an eye. He miraculously dodged Feng Xiang's attack. Golden light and green light flashed at the same time. The proud heaven blade and the holy radiance blade appeared in his hands. Strangely, he did not use these two treasured blades. Instead, he stabbed them into the ground in front of him. The light flashed again, and the morning dew blade and the righteous yang blade appeared in his hands. This series of actions was completed in the time of 2 breaths. Looking at Feng Xiang, who obviously did not expect that he could dodge the attack, Nian Bing said indifferently, "Miss Feng Xiang is really impatient. You didn't listen to what I had to say before attacking? The other reason is very simple. It is because you are the only one who came to kill me. If the 2 Feng people's elders were here, there is no doubt that I would die. However, even if you are the only one, it doesn't mean that you can kill me." It turned out that when he realized that the opponent was not Feng Nu, Nian Bing was talking to Feng Xiang while releasing his spiritual power. After this period of cultivation, his spiritual power had greatly increased. Especially his sharp observation skills. Even if it was Garamandi's, once he came within 10 meters of his body, he could easily detect him. After careful investigation, Nian Bing discovered that the only person who came to kill him was Feng Xiang. The 2 elders were not here. This discovery. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. There was only Feng Xiang. Although he didn't have absolute confidence, there was always a chance. Feng Xiang was indeed the only one who came to assassinate Nian Bing. The Feng people were similar to the dragons in that they were also a proud race. As a proud member of the Feng people, Feng Su didn't see anything strong about Nian Bing and thought that Feng Xiang could easily complete the mission. Nian Bing's guess was right. The Feng people wouldn't allow someone who could threaten the Phoenix of Hope to exist. The Feng people could not afford any more losses. If the Hope Phoenix that he had painstakingly nurtured was once again seduced by a human, that would be a devastating blow to the Feng people. Feng Xiang said proudly, "Brat. Don't think that you won't die just because you've practiced martial arts for a few days. That's right, I'm the only one here to kill you today, but that's enough. Watch out for my sword." The sword in his hand glowed with a bright red light. He stood still and suddenly slashed his sword towards Nian Bing. The red light formed a crescent-shaped slash in the air. This kind of attack that consumed a lot of qi wasn't difficult for Feng Xiang to use. At this moment, Nian Bing was abnormally calm. Although a mage was at a disadvantage when fighting a warrior, it didn't mean that he had no chance. The sigh of the snow goddess pointed forward and a cold light came out of the blade. The condensed mana formed an ice wall in front of Nian Bing. In the next moment, his body moved to the side and he swung the righteous yang blade in his right hand. However, the blade he swung was very strange. It wasn't an attack. The righteous yang blade, known as the god of fire's bite and roar, drew a red triangle in the air. The ice wall wasn't a tier 4 ice wall. This tier 2 ice spell was like paper in front of Feng Xiang's tyrannical 9 abandonment qi. When the red light flashed, the ice wall didn't even have a chance to shatter and melted into water. But at this moment, the red triangle that Nian Bing drew with the righteous yang blade started to spin rapidly. The blade that was originally aimed at Nian Bing suddenly shook and actually slashed towards the red triangle. The red light flashed and a loud sound was heard. A deep gully appeared on the ground and the blade disappeared. Nian Bing used the righteous yang blade to guide the red triangle that had been slashed by the qi. A large hand burning with raging flames appeared at the red triangle. It was the tier 5 fire spell, Fire God's left hand. The magic's transformation was so miraculous that Feng Xiang forgot to continue attacking. Originally, the Do Qi slash was completely under her control, but at that moment, she suddenly felt a strong suction force pulling her Do Qi slash to the side. Most of the Do Qi slash landed on the ground, but about a third of it was still sucked out. That uncomfortable feeling of not being able to use her strength made her involuntarily take a step forward. Feng Xiang was uncomfortable, and so was Nian Bing. Under the resonance of their minds, his mind was dizzy, and his handsome face paled. He was now less than 10 feet away from Feng Xiang. With Feng Xiang's cultivation, there was no way she could give him a chance to chant a high-level spell. So, he couldn't help but try out the spell that he had just researched. He didn't expect to actually succeed. The two spells from before had cost him a lot of effort. Just the calculation of the magic elements was already extremely difficult. The purpose of Ice Taboo was not to block the enemy, but to act as a catalyst for the fusion of ice and fire. When the ice was broken, the weak ice element scattered around, and the red triangle drawn by the righteous young saber began to rotate under Nian Bing's control. Ice and fire were two different elements. Nian Bing deliberately used the ice element to stimulate the fire element, causing the fire element to go berserk. In the sudden rotation, the berserk flame triangle produced a strong suction force that diverted Feng Xiang's chi slash, and absorbed some fire element to replenish itself. The most difficult part of this spell was controlling it. After the ice wall was broken, the scattered ice element couldn't stimulate Feng Xiang's chi slash. Instead, it had to be used on her own flame triangle. Otherwise, not only would the spell fail, it would have the opposite effect. In addition, although the suction force of the flame triangle was somewhat reduced, Feng Xiang's attack was too strong. Under the guidance of her mental strength, Nian Bing's mental strength was greatly impacted. Fortunately, this freak's mental strength was much stronger than a normal magician's. Otherwise, he would have fainted from the impact of the mental strength. Nian Bing understood the saying, "Opportunity knocks but once," and the righteous young saber flew out of her hand. Under the control of her mental strength, the Vulcan's left hand grasped the roar of the fire god. Under the effect of the pure fire god stone, the magic system of the Vulcan's left hand was immediately upgraded to level 6. The righteous young saber released a flaming blade that looked like a skyscraper. It slashed towards Feng Xiang with a threatening aura. At this time, Feng Xiang realized that she was facing a powerful magician. Her initial underestimation of her opponent was greatly reduced. She soared into the sky with a phoenix cry, and the sword in her hand released a large amount of chi slash towards the Vulcan's left hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nian Bing quickly chanted a spell while controlling the Vulcan's left hand. Great Ice Element. Condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river. Become the ice of the moon, the fusion of ice and ice, appear. Dual color ice sphere. With the sigh of the snow goddess, the ice element condensed at an extremely fast speed. The yellow light continued to condense in front of Nian Bing. The dual color ice sphere, a level 6 spell, was completed in an extremely short time. At this time, the righteous young saber controlled by the Vulcan's left hand had also clashed with Feng Xiang. Nian Bing's control of magic was very skillful. She knew that Feng Xiang's chi slash was overbearing. When the righteous young saber clashed with Feng Xiang's chi slash, the Vulcan's left hand suddenly flashed to the side. The flames on the righteous young saber instantly disappeared and slid past the chi slash on Feng Xiang's sword. The flames reappeared and swept towards Feng Xiang's lower body. In this crisis, Nian Bing no longer cared about the difference between men and women. However, his attack completely enraged Feng Xiang. Feng Xiang's face was flushed red. Her beautiful eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Her delicate body twisted strangely in the air, and the sword in her hand transformed into countless sword shadows that swept towards the Vulcan's left hand. With a boom, the Vulcan's left hand that had been upgraded to level 6 was forcibly twisted into a rain of light by Feng Xiang. The explosion of a level 6 spell was actually unable to push her back a single step. However, she didn't completely have the upper hand. The righteous young saber's sharpness was something she didn't expect. In the instant that her chi burst forth, the righteous young saber had already chopped off a section of her sword, drawing an arc in the air as it flew back towards Nian Bing. At this moment, Feng Xiang's heart was filled with a strong desire to kill. She chased after the righteous young saber and rushed towards Nian Bing. The power of the broken section of her sword didn't decrease in the slightest. She waved her sword in the air like a phoenix. As a magician, the most important thing was to remain calm. On this point, Nian Bing did very well. When Feng Xiang rushed towards him with the righteous young saber, his dual ice sphere had already been completed. With a flip of his hand, he merged the sigh of the frozen goddess into one. The short blade was like a thorn in the dual ice sphere. Nian Bing used both hands to guide the dual ice sphere, and the dual ice sphere immediately flew out in a violent rotation. With the sigh of the frozen goddess as the core of the spell, the dual ice sphere, like the Vulcan's left hand, was upgraded by a level. A level 7 spell contained a peerless blade. Nianbing gave this spell a very good name, Strangulation Ice Sphere. Almost at the same moment that the dual ice sphere rushed forward, Xianxia had already attacked with her enormous 9 abandonment chi. With a loud boom, the Strangulation Ice Sphere followed in the footsteps of the Vulcan's left hand, turning into a rain of ice that filled the sky. The Morning Dew dagger flew high into the air as it spun, falling towards Nianbing. Nianbing's whole body shook, and he took a step back. His mind was confused, but he knew that he couldn't be the slightest bit careless at this time. Otherwise, his life would definitely end. He patted his head hard, and pulled out the righteous young saber that had fallen in front of him. In the explosion of magic and dou qi, Xianxia wasn't as relaxed as before. A level 7 spell was already much stronger than a level 6 spell, and in addition, the dual ice sphere was originally a condensed solid ice. In terms of impact and hardness, it wasn't something that the Vulcan's left hand could compare to. Although she used her dou qi to break the spell, her body was greatly shaken. When the dual ice sphere collided with her dou qi, it spun rapidly. Under the powerful control of Nianbing's spiritual power, the Morning Dew dagger that was fused into the dual ice sphere naturally took care of Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia had noticed Nianbing's movements when she rushed over. With the righteous young saber as an example, she wasn't confused by the dual ice sphere and injured by the Morning Dew dagger. Even so, the phenolic longsword in her hand had already been twisted into pieces. Xiang's body that was originally charging forward flew backwards. The sigh of the snow goddess transmitted a sharp, cold air current that clashed with the 9 abandonment dou qi in her body, causing Xiang's expression to change greatly. She fell to the ground on one knee, panting heavily. She desperately controlled the 9 abandonment dou qi to counterattack, and only then did she gradually force the extreme cold air out of her body. However, the internal injuries that she had suffered in the afternoon showed signs of restlessness. After all, among the 4 people of Feng People's group, her injuries were the most serious. Only with the help of the 2 elders had she recovered by 70%. Now that her dou qi had been depleted and the magic had invaded her body, the suppressed injuries were showing signs of erupting once again. Generally speaking, mages had very strong beliefs. In this aspect, Nianbing was especially attentive. Seeing that Xiang had been forced back, she immediately caught the Morning Dew dagger that was falling from the sky. Suppressing the dizziness, she chanted an incantation. Ice, you are the representation of cold. Fire, you are the source of scorching heat. The aura of ice and fire. Please allow me to fuse your characteristics. With your common source as a guide, resonate. Light humming sounds sounded from the roar of the god of fire and the sigh of the snow goddess at the same time. In the flickering light, the aura that had been suppressed by the 2 peerless divine blades was completely released, dyeing both sides of Nianbing's body red and blue respectively. They each drew a triangle, and the red and blue intertwined to form a magical hexagram switch. Surging magical aura quickly revolved around Nianbing. With the common source of ice and fire as a guide, all kinds of magical elements quickly condensed around Nianbing's body. Faintly, a 7-colored light could be seen. Unfortunately, Nianbing could only control 4 types of magical elements. After all, without a top-grade magical blade, even Nianbing, who had the common source of ice and fire, couldn't use the dragon's mimicry special skill. Wind of freedom, you are gentle and soft. When facing friends, you are as warm as the spring breeze. When facing enemies, you are as cold as the winter sun. Please lend me your extreme cold. The wind, however, was here. The green light of the proud heaven blade instantly rose. The green light of the blade broke through the bindings and soared into the sky. The wind of freedom's soft cries caused the aura of the wind to change from gentle to rapid, causing the vegetation in the forest to violently sway. Proud and aloof ice, coldness is your character, hardness is your aura. Please fuse your coldness and hardness, and transform them into an indestructible sharp blade. The blue light condensed in the rapid wind, transforming into solid sharp blades. These weren't second-rank ice blades, but real ice blades. The solid ice blades flickered with an austere radiance. The 7th-rank ice-shattering rain was continuously forming. The wind became stronger and stronger, and the number of ice blades continued to increase. They filled the air, and under the sunlight, these unmeltable ice swayed with the wind. Feng Xiang had just forced the cold air out of her body. As she felt the changes in nature, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in her heart. She could faintly feel that the magic that Nian Bing was completing was not something that she could resist. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she suppressed the internal injuries caused by the cold air. Resonant phoenix cries continuously sounded from her mouth, and the extinguished flames were reignited. The color of the flames gradually changed from red to gold. This was the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the phoenix flames. Nian Bing's eyes were still cold. Condensing enough magical elements, he began the final chant of this magic. Wind and ice, you both possess the aura of nature. Your teacher is a part of nature. Using the same origin of ice and fire as a guide, erupt, hurricane ice rain technique. 2 crisp clangs rang out. The sigh of the snow goddess and the howl of the wind of freedom floated in front of Nian Bing amidst the brilliance of the red and blue hexagram. The wind changed, becoming so berserk. The aura of ice and the wind fused together, just like a biting cold current in the winter. The ice spikes, which were only 3 inches long, but were exceptionally solid, unceasingly weaved and swayed in the wind. Like hail, they were swept into the vast sky by the wind. A cold glint flashed in Nian Bing's eyes. The ice blades in the wind were like a part of his body, sweeping towards Feng Xiang, who was more than 10 zhang away. At this very moment, Nian Bing's body seemed to have completely fused with nature. Under the contrast of the 4 colors of the 4 magic blades, he appeared so calm and harmonious. The proud heaven blade and morning dew dagger floating in the air were completely displayed. Although this fusion of ice and wind magic was only at the 7th step, but under the almost perfect fusion of Nian Bing, it actually erupted with the might of a spell at the 9th step. Feng Xiang's biggest mistake was to give Nian Bing the opportunity to chant a powerful spell. After entering the realm of Archmage, although he had just reached it, he could already use spells at the 7th step. For ice and fire, he could even barely use single-target spells at the 8th step. Facing such a mage, if he had the time to chant an incantation, it would be very difficult for a warrior at the level of a pugilist to win. If Feng Xiang was at her peak state, perhaps she could give it a try, but the injuries in her body made it impossible for her to display her full strength. Moreover, due to Nian Bing's strong control over magic, the hurricane ice rain, which was clearly a group spell, could be used as a single-target spell in his hands. It was just like the blizzard from before. It was just that its might was much stronger than the blizzard. The wind carried the ice, rushing down from all directions. They only had one target. That was Feng Xiang, burning with golden phoenix flames. Those ice spikes shot out directly. Under the effect of the rotation of the wind, their might was so great that even Nian Bing himself did not expect it. Feng Xiang let out a resonant phoenix cry. She raised her hands, and the phoenix flames were propped up by her to form a golden flame boundary. The ice spikes at the beginning of the attack rushed into the flames and melted. But it was very obvious that these ice spikes, which were condensed with many ice elements, were not so easy to deal with. Although they were melted by the flames, with every ice spike that melted, Feng Xiang's phoenix flames would weaken a little. She did not even have the chance to escape now. Looking at the ice spikes that covered the sky, Feng Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a look of despair. The cold light in Nian Bing's eyes suddenly weakened a little. With a wave of his right hand, the powerful impact of the spell suddenly changed direction under his control. At this moment, the phoenix flames surrounding Feng Xiang's body were only burning on the surface of her skin. Through the golden flames, one could faintly see her pale and despairing face. Under Nian Bing's control, the hurricane ice rain swept a circle and became more condensed. Just as Nian Bing was thinking of how to deal with this powerful spell, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, the hurricane ice rain suddenly attacked behind him. The huge hurricane swept past, and he himself quickly rushed forward a few steps before turning around. The same golden flames were burning, but this golden flames had a pair of fiery red wings. Elder Feng Kong calmly looked at Nian Bing. Although the hurricane ice rain blocked his path, it was unable to extinguish his phoenix flames in the slightest. Nian Bing sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was very clear about the gap between him and swordsman. But at this time, he did not have any burden. Running away was impossible. Wasn't racing against swordsmen the same as courting death? Now, he could only take advantage of the time he had to chant the incantation and risk his life. Perhaps, he might still have a chance of survival. The Hurricane Ice Rain's attack method suddenly changed. The original forward charge suddenly stopped under Nian Bing's control. The hurricane, with Elder Feng Kong as the center, suddenly blew in all directions. However, it was blowing in a certain direction, and in an instant, it formed a huge tornado. The wind was blowing even more fiercely than before. The tornado carried a rolling cold current, and in addition to the ice spikes that could pierce through metal and stone, it was constantly squeezing and attacking. It trapped Elder Feng Kong within it. Nian Bing did not hesitate. He quickly chanted the incantation, and his eyes shone with a determined light. He remembered something that Garamandes had once said. If you want to become strong, you have to struggle on the edge of death. Running away might allow you to get lucky for a moment, but it was impossible to be lucky for your whole life. All along, Nian Bing had relied on his wisdom to avoid many dangers. However, after hearing Garamandes' words, he gradually understood that if he focused on running away from everything, then he would never be able to become a truly strong person. How could a person who always ran away have the aura of a strong person? And in a battle between true experts, the aura would often determine the direction of victory. At this moment when there was no chance to run away, Nian Bing finally understood the meaning behind Garamandes' words. At this moment, he secretly vowed that no matter what kind of problem he encountered in the future, he would never run away again. In this kind of situation, as long as he didn't die, the speed of his strength would inevitably increase substantially. He might not necessarily have no chance to contend against the ice goddess. The determination in his heart did not affect the speed of his incantation. On the contrary, his incantation was a bit faster than usual. Amidst the cadence of the incantation, the longsword Holy Glory that was originally inserted into the ground had already arrived in Nian Bing's hands. Surging golden light unceasingly rose under the effect of the incantation. Dazzling rays of light unceasingly emitted from the Holy Glory. Perhaps it felt Nian Bing's indomitable determination. This time, the speed at which the Holy Glory condensed light essence was a lot faster than usual. The surging golden light filled Nian Bing's surroundings with warmth. His heart also became abnormally calm under the effect of the light essence. Nian Bing didn't make the next move, but stared closely at Elder Feng Kong, who was trapped in the ice rain hurricane. The appearance of Elder Feng Kong gave Nian Bing a huge shock, and he also made the decision to fight to the death. But Elder Feng Kong's shock was a lot greater than Nian Bing's. When he woke up, Feng Su had sent Feng Xiang to kill Nian Bing, but he wasn't worried at all. At that time, Feng Su was asking Feng knew everything about Nian Bing. And he wasn't willing to see that kind of scene, and even more so didn't like that kind of oppressive atmosphere, so he went in the direction of Feng Xiang's return. When Nian Bing used the ice rain hurricane, Feng Kong felt the agitation of the magic essence, and in addition to Feng Xiang's despairing and mournful phoenix cry, he rushed over at his fastest speed, just in time to see the scene of Nian Bing controlling the magic to pass by Feng Xiang's side. Hurricane Ice Rain, a fusion of wind and ice magic, caught Feng Kong off guard. For a moment, although he had already prepared the royal feathers of the second transformation of the phoenix, in the face of a fusion magic of the ninth step, it was very difficult to rush out. After all, the fusion of wind and ice was so perfect. Combining the characteristics of wind and ice, the berserk nature of the wind and the gloomy coldness of the ice posed a great threat to Feng Kong, who had a body of the fire attribute. Adding to that his injuries, wanting to rush out of this fusion magic unscathed wasn't an easy matter. Fusion magic was extremely rare on the continent, and only a few genius mages were capable of it. Moreover, these mages had to have a constitution of 2 elements. He had never expected that this human that Feng knew had secretly fallen in love with would be so powerful. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Duke of Blue Feather. The golden light in Nian Bing's hand gradually turned white, and the yang blade ignited with a magnificent flame. Nian Bing bit the tip of his tongue, and concentrated his spiritual force to a high degree, quickly chanting an incantation. His voice was very low, but the flames on the yang blade became more and more intense, and the scorching flames continued to merge with the golden light on the holy radiance blade. Nian Bing's incantation was completed, but the process of his magic condensation seemed to be endless. His bright blue eyes had already turned white due to the excessive consumption of his spiritual force and magical force, and the magic aura around his body was unstable. The white light on the holy radiance blade constantly fluctuated like flames, and the light became brighter and brighter. Its brightness seemed to have surpassed the afternoon sun, and the surrounding forest was shining brightly. Under the illumination of this strong light, the plants in the forest were actually growing at a discernible speed, and a strange aura was constantly spreading around Nianbing's body. Golden flames lit up behind Nianbing, and that was a scorching aura. Did Nianbing not feel it? Of course he wouldn't, but he didn't care. That slender figure with the golden flames suddenly crashed into the white light surrounding Nianbing. She screamed in agony, and her body was sent flying back at twice the speed she had used to charge in. The person who suddenly launched a sneak attack was Feng Xiang, who Nianbing had let go of earlier. Feng Xiang, who cultivated the 9 abandonment battle energy, had her clothes charred black from the backlash of the flames. Her body suffered a huge impact, and she fainted on the ground in the warmth, completely losing the ability to fight. Nianbing stood there without moving. At this moment, he only had eyes for elder Feng people, Feng Kong, who was in the midst of the ice rain hurricane. He was very clear that the real threat was about to arrive. Feng Kong naturally felt Nianbing's gaze, especially the magic that he was constantly condensing. It actually brought great pressure to elder Feng Kong, who was in the swordsman realm. Seeing that it was unknown whether Feng Xiang was dead or alive, Feng Kong no longer held back. The golden flames around his body instantly rose, and his whole body became illusory. It was the 3rd transformation of the Phoenix transformation, illusory Phoenix demonic body. The golden flames transformed into the shape of a phoenix, and it actually flew along with the hurricane. The phoenix's body swallowed the hurricane, and when the flames changed direction and rushed towards Nianbing, the ice rain hurricane had already completely disappeared, and the wind that was originally blowing had also become quiet. At this moment, the entire forest seemed to have become still. The fire phoenix that was slightly weakened by the ice rain hurricane constantly flashed with elder Feng Kong's figure, and instantly rushed in front of Nianbing. The golden flames were just like the ice rain hurricane that wrapped around Feng Kong, enveloping Nianbing's body. Nianbing moved. In an instant, he abandoned the righteous yang blade and held the thick handle of the holy radiance blade with both hands. With the belt on his back, with the belt on his back, with the arm on his back, and with the arm on his hand, his whole body seemed to be moving along with the holy radiance blade. Countless indiscernible blade shadows constantly flickered in the air. Feng Kong, who had transformed into a fire phoenix, suddenly discovered to his horror that the Nianbing in front of him had actually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by 9 huge dragons that were burning in the huge white flames. The 9 huge white dragons were surrounded by flames and pounced towards him from different directions. The pure aura of light and the scorching aura of flames had all reached their limits in an instant. The combination of light and fire formed the holy radiance, which was then displayed with the might of the rain dragon's dance. This was the attack in front of Nianbing. Fusing magic was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Even if it was the same magic, if it was used in different forms and in different ways, the power would be completely different. And the rain dragon's dance in front of him was obviously the best way to display this holy radiance. The 9 huge white dragons were no longer as simple as carving. Under the effect of the holy radiance, its power was definitely not inferior to any martial technique. Only Nianbing could think of using the carving technique in magic. The golden flames and the white flames rose as they collided with each other. All the plants within a radius of 100 feet were turned into flying ashes. When the light reached its limit, it gradually dimmed. Nianbing's body was like a broken gunny sack, rubbing out a long gully on the ground. The clothes on his body had completely disappeared, not even his hair was left. His entire body had been charred black under the effect of the phoenix's flames. Lying there, he was like a piece of charcoal. Feng Kong was indeed injured in the afternoon, but after all, he was a swordsman. Although Nianbing had used all his potential when he used this last move, the gap between a magic shooter and a swordsman could not be completely made up. After all, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. However, if Nianbing was still awake now, he would definitely be proud of his achievements. Because, although he was standing, Feng Kong's body was also charred. It was just that his body could still move. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Feng Kong looked at Nian Bing in the distance and said with some difficulty, "Such a strange magician, such a young and powerful magician, this is the first time I've seen such a strange magician. You were actually able to use 4 types of magic elements to attack me. If you were a little stronger, perhaps the one who would die would be me. Unfortunately, you're still not strong enough. Actually I shouldn't have killed you. You just let Feng Xiang go, Speaking up to here, Feng Kong suddenly remembered Feng Xiang who was sent flying by Nian Bing. Shocked, he clenched his teeth and endured the pain coming from his body. With a few flashes, he arrived at the place where Feng Xiang was unconscious. What surprised him the most was that Feng Xiang was actually lying there unscathed. She was not affected by the explosion of the 2 flames. After probing her, he found that although Feng Xiang had fainted, her aura was still stable. There were no signs of her being injured. Feng Kong picked up Feng Xiang from the ground and let out a long sigh. He shook his head helplessly and took a deep look at Nian Bing, who had been charred black. He started to walk slowly towards the depths of the forest. Just as Feng Kong's figure disappeared, a man dressed in red leisurely walked out from behind a big tree in the distance. Although it looked like he was walking very slowly, he only took 2 steps to arrive in front of the charred Nian Bing. He was the Fire Dragon King Garamandes. Looking at Nian Bing's miserable appearance, Garamandes couldn't help but burst out laughing. Usually, you're the one who roasts meat for me to eat. I didn't expect that someone else would roast it this time. And it smells so bad. It's not fragrant at all. Your roasted meat is more delicious. You stinking brat, don't pretend to be dead. Get up for me. As he said this, he kicked Nian Bing's waist and sent him flying. A blood-curdling scream came from the charred Nian Bing's mouth. Spurting out a large mouthful of blood, he said in a weak voice, F***ck, Garamandes, you don't have any F***king sympathy. You were clearly nearby, why didn't you save me? F***ck, don't think of making me cook for you again. Garamandes pretended to be wronged and said, who said I was nearby? I just rushed over, and it was already too late for me to make a move. Sigh, can you blame me for this? The pitch-black Nian Bing sat up straight and opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anger. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't know? If it wasn't for my luck, I would have been roasted alive. Garamandes chuckled and said, since you have your own way, why should I help you? Even at the most critical moment, you still had the strength to protect that woman. How could you die? However, I don't understand why you don't fight with all your might under the various circumstances you created. You and that guy from Feng people are basically on par. Why take the risk? Are you so sure that you won't die? Nian Bing snorted and shook off the charcoal on her body. Revealing a touch of blue radiance, an ice-cold aura pervaded the air. It was the sigh of the ice goddess, Morning Dew Dagger. Garamandes suddenly said, good lad, so you relied on it to avoid a calamity. No wonder you were so sure. Nian Bing weakly gasped for breath, swordsman is really not easy to deal with. I didn't expect that the weakened elder Feng Kong would still be so fierce in the end. Fortunately, I had a backup plan and prepared the Morning Dew Dagger. Otherwise, I would have definitely died. I am not a fool. If I didn't have the confidence in the end, I would have definitely used the cursed land. I saved Feng Xiang because I didn't want to form a deep enmity with Feng people. For Feng knew, I had no choice but to take the risk. It hurts. While speaking, the wounds on her body were affected. Nian Bing's body couldn't help but spasm. Glaring angrily at Garamandes, she said, don't you have any sympathy? Why aren't you treating me? Garamandes thought deeply for a moment, and said, I'm sorry, Nian Bing. I forgot how to use light magic's mimic. Nian Bing angrily said, bullshit. Did you forget about the light element magic? You don't know how to use the water element magic? I am currently suffering from a fire injury. Garamandes still had the same expression, but I also forgot about the water element magic. How about this, I will be a good person and help you. While speaking, he waved his hand and the holy radiance dagger that had fallen not far away was sucked into his hand. Then he threw it in front of Nian Bing, heal yourself. Nian Bing wanted to argue, but she already didn't have much strength to speak. heal herself. If she still had magic power, would she still need him to say it? Gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, she reluctantly gathered the last bit of magic power in her body and applied an ordinary water healing technique. Although the effect was very poor, it was better than nothing. Her mind was dizzy and the feeling of dizziness was getting stronger and stronger. She wanted to fall asleep on the ground. At this moment, a scorching hot air entered her body, causing her body to tremble. Garamandis's deep voice sounded, "Nian Bing, if you don't want your magic to deteriorate, then immediately meditate. If you want to save your parents, then you must be stronger than anyone else." Nian Bing's body trembled and her mind suddenly became clearer. She opened her eyes and looked at Garamandis. From Garamandis's eyes, she saw a trace of seriousness. She took a deep breath and forced herself to sit cross-legged. She didn't say another word and immediately began to meditate. It's not that she didn't want to complain, but she didn't have the extra strength to do so now. Seeing that Nian Bing had entered a meditative state, Garamandis withdrew his hand from her body and looked at Nian Bing with a smile. Her eyes showed a hint of approval as she muttered to herself, "This kid's perception is really good. His innate conditions are good. He is a promising talent. I will help him. After all, I still have to eat the food he cooks." In the previous battle, Nian Bing made the best judgment after discovering Feng Kong's appearance. If they were to fight below, she knew that she was definitely not Feng Kong's opponent. However, as a magician, as long as she could complete the spell, she would have a stronger attack power than a warrior of the same level. Therefore, she immediately used her powerful spiritual force to exert the greatest power of her ice rain. Taking advantage of Feng Kong's unstable footing, she launched a strong attack. The purpose was not to hurt the other party, but to weaken the other party's strength. Nian Bing's calculation was very accurate. He knew that Feng Kong and Feng Xiang were the same. Both of them were injured in the battle with Yu Rian in the afternoon. Internal injuries wouldn't be so easy to heal. Even if the doqi was strong, the body still needed time to recover. It was because of this point that he didn't use a curse to increase his strength. Then, she used the strongest magic attack she could use at present. The siege of the hurricane and the ice rain gave Nian Bing a chance to recite the spell for a long time. After the 7th step spell, Divine Light, was used with the help of the Holy Radiance Blade, she immediately launched her strongest fire spell of the 8th step, Burning the Heavens. In order to survive, she didn't hold back in the slightest. She bet all her magic power on the fusion of light and fire. Since light magic and fire magic didn't have any conflict, there was no difficulty in fusing two spells of the 8th step and the 7th step. When Feng Kong was weakened and used the illusory phoenix demon body to attack her, she used the dance of the dragon to trigger the fusion of her magic, Sacred Flame, which immediately displayed an unimaginable power. The hurricane and ice rain reached the 9th step, but Nian Bing's Sacred Flame surpassed the 9th step. It entered the range of the 10th step. An injured and weakened swordsman facing her magic attack that reached the level of a magister wouldn't necessarily have an advantage. This was something she had calculated long ago. Sacred Flame was based on the idea of using the dance of the dragon under the pressure of Garamandis. These days, the use of mimicry and fusion magic, in addition to the increase in her own strength, allowed Ling Nian Bing to have such an improvement. If it wasn't for the effect of the ice rain just now, even she wouldn't dare to believe that all this was true. However, after all, a martial saint was still a martial saint. Compared to Nian Bing, who had used up all of his potential and magic power to cast a single 10th step offensive spell, Feng Kong's strength had been greatly weakened due to various circumstances. But he was still a bit stronger than Nian Bing imagined. The tyrannical phoenix flame with the illusory phoenix demon body as the foundation almost took Nian Bing's life. Fortunately, Nian Bing had prepared the Morning Dew dagger in advance and relied on the Sigh of the Ice Goddess to resolve the remaining fire poison. Coupled with the fact that her body had been strengthened by Garamandis, she was able to survive. His judgment was right. Feng Kong was much easier to talk to than Feng Su, and he was already seriously injured from his attack. Naturally, he wouldn't look at his charred body, which was why he pretended to be dead. Of course. At that time, he was only a hair's breadth away from fainting. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to make sure that he was safe, he might have already fainted. Another important reason was that he had to retrieve his treasured blades. Those were treasures that were as precious as his life. Without them, Nianbing wouldn't have been able to perform as well as he did today. Unfortunately, although he pretended to be dead to deceive Feng Kong, he couldn't deceive Garamandes. With the help of the energy that Garamandes injected into her, Nianbing's almost depleted magic power once again condensed and began the process of recovery. Perhaps it was because she had used up too much magic power, but when she entered meditation this time, her spiritual power completely entered a state of deep sleep and she lost all sense of the outside world. I beg you, Elder Su, please let Nianbing go. I won't leave the Feng people for him. I beg you. Feng Nu knelt in front of Elder Feng Su with tears streaming down her face. Her beautiful face was filled with pleading, and her beautiful blue eyes were filled with worry. Feng Su coldly looked at Feng Nu kneeling in front of him and said indifferently, "It's too late. I won't allow any chance to exist. Feng Xiang has already gone to kill that brat, and I think she should be back soon. Although Feng Xiang isn't as strong as you should know that as long as it's my order, she won't disobey." Feng Nu's body shook violently and she cried out, "What? You already let Sister Xiang go? Why? Feng Nu was very clear about Nianbing's strength. Although Nianbing's magic was very strange, Feng Xiang was a swordsman pugilist. It was only because Feng Xiang's comprehension was weaker than her that she couldn't enter the swordsman realm. In terms of cultivation time, Feng Xiang had cultivated for at least 3 years more than her. In Feng Nu's opinion, if Nianbing encountered the cold and emotionless Feng Xiang alone, she wouldn't have any chance. Right now, she only had a trace of hope in her heart. She hoped that Nianbing wouldn't leave the Duke's mansion, or that she would always be with that dragon. Feng Su calmly looked at the pale Feng Nu as the phoenix of hope of the Feng people. "You should know how much responsibility you have. You are the future of the Feng people, and I won't allow anyone to destroy your loyalty to the clan. I don't object to you expressing your feelings, but the other party can only be a member of the clan. Even if that brat only has one-sided feelings for you, you can't let him go." Why? Feng Nu impolitely looked at the elder in front of her. "When I was young, I didn't have a childhood at all. From the day I could understand things, we worked hard together to cultivate. At that time, you all taught me that I had to work hard for the future of the Feng people. You and the other elders took care of me meticulously and were strict with me. For more than 10 years, there wasn't a moment when I wasn't thinking about how to improve my strength. In order to get back the 9 abandonment battle force that Hua Tian stole from our clan, I found him. He used his own body to forge the Parting Heaven sword as a final memento. Before he died, he taught me his miraculous forging skills. Elder Su, you should know that I have a strong sense of responsibility. No matter what I do, I always put the clan first. Why can't you trust me? Why must you kill the innocent?" Feng Su let out a long sigh. "Child, perhaps you still don't understand matters of the heart. If feelings really come, you won't be able to stop them. Love is a mysterious power. Back then, your mother..." Feng Su suddenly stopped, as if he had said something wrong. He coughed to cover his awkwardness. Feng Nu trembled. "Elder, my mother? What happened to my mother? Didn't you say that she sacrificed herself for the safety of the clan?" "You..." Feng Su was about to explain when heavy footsteps sounded. Frowning, he turned around and saw red flames rising from his body. "Elder brother, it's me." A weak voice came with the heavy footsteps. Feng Su was shocked. He recognized Feng Kong's voice and rushed over, just in time to see the charred Feng Kong staggering back with Feng Xiang in his arms. "Brother Kong, what happened to you?" Shocked, Feng Su took Feng Xiang from Feng Kong's hands. Feng Nu flashed to Elder Feng Kong's side and helped him up. She also transferred her pure battle force into Feng Kong's body. With Feng Nu's help, Feng Kong's spirits were lifted. He shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I won't die. Feng Xiang just fainted." "She's fine." Feng Su's eyes flashed coldly. "Is it little Yan?" In his opinion, only Yu Ruyan would be able to injure He Fengxiang to this extent. Feng Kong shook his head. "No, it's not little Yan. Elder brother, haven't you realized that little Yan isn't hostile to us? Like that fire dragon said, if little Yen had reached the sixth change, we wouldn't be her match even if we worked together. She should be infinitely close to a divine master. Other than Feng Nu, I haven't seen anyone with better talent than her. Feng Su looked at Feng Kong in shock. Then who is it? Who else could be so strong? Feng Kong glanced at Feng Nu hesitantly and sighed. It's that kid. Feng Su trembled. Impossible. I don't believe that he can reach the level of a swordsman at such a young age. Feng Kong smiled bitterly. Elder brother, he's not a warrior. He's a magician. You could say that he's a genius magician. He was actually able to use 4 types of magic elements. Although he couldn't compete with me in terms of strength, the fusion magic he used was extremely powerful. Hearing Feng Kong's words, Feng Su couldn't help but become absent-minded. Could it be that the incident from back then is going to repeat itself? Feng Kong shook his head. It won't happen again. Although he's much stronger than we expected, I didn't kill him. Compared to his magic, a magician's body is weaker than a normal person's. He has no chance of survival after being hit by my phoenix flames. What? That's great. Feng Su cheered excitedly. Phoenix Girl, on the other hand, trembled as if the sky was falling down. Blood rushed to her brain and everything in front of her turned red. She knew that Elder Feng Kong wouldn't lie. Since he said that Nian Bing was dead, then he must be dead. He must be dead. However, how could Feng Nu be willing to believe this? No. This can't be true. This can't be true. Nian Bing won't die. He's with that dragon. Feng Kong sighed and said, Girl, calm down. That brat was lured into the forest by Feng Xiang disguised as you. No one followed him. Actually, his character is very good. He had a chance to kill Xiang, but he gave it up. If it wasn't for the fact that his last spell was too powerful, perhaps I would have let him live. However, if I had let my guard down in the slightest, I would have been the one to die. Girl. That person is already dead. Don't think too much. Why, the sky seems to be collapsing at this moment. Feng Nu's body kept trembling. Her bright eyes were covered with a layer of gray. It was only at this moment that she could confirm that Nian Bing had left an indelible mark in her heart. She didn't know if this was love, but she knew that pushing Nian Bing caused her so much pain. If Nian Bing wasn't dead, Feng Nu definitely wouldn't go against the elders' wishes and follow them back to the Feng people. But now that Nian Bing was dead, all the thoughts that Feng Nu suppressed kept rising in her heart. All she could think of now was how good Nian Bing was. From the first time they met, Nian Bing made her pigeon meat rice to the end when Nian Bing gave up her freedom and even her life to save everyone in the fire dragon's cave. Those scenes were so clear in front of her. The wind blew gently. The spring wind was supposed to be warm, but Feng Nu's heart was so cold. Feng Nu stood there in a daze, completely unaware that her body was gradually burning with red flames. The color of the flames was changing, following the strange changes in her heart. The red light gradually turned dark red, then dark red. Gradually, it became even darker. Her large blue eyes were turning into a deathly gray color, and a pair of huge dark red feathers floated out from her back. Her loud voice was so mournful that it came completely from the pain in her heart. Under the shock of her voice, the leaves in the surrounding forest fell like tears. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Feng Kong and Feng Su. Why can't you kill him? What did Nian Bing do wrong? Without him, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Why must you kill him? Why must you force me into a dead end? Why won't you believe my explanation? I finally understand why Senior Feng Yan chose to mate with that human. Because, you didn't even give her a chance to explain. Nian Bing is innocent, he was implicated by me. He's dead. While she was in a daze, the parting heaven sword left its sheath. Feng Su and Feng Kong were shocked to find that the dark red flames around Feng Nu's body were even hotter than the golden flames of the phoenix. It seemed to be burning with anger and sadness. The parting heaven sword released an incomparably strong hatred. Holding the sword with both hands, Feng Nu faced the two elders. The tyrannical aura emitted from her body made Feng Su's heart tremble. The feeling of being completely locked on by hatred was unbearable. He suddenly found that fear once again appeared in his heart. No, I can't kill you, I can't fight with you. It was you who raised me. Kill. Feng Nu's body suddenly floated off the ground, and the parting heaven sword that was originally aimed at the two elders suddenly swung to the side. The dark red light spread for nearly 10 feet, sweeping through the vegetation. Feng Su's movements were very fast. In the instant that Feng Nu swung the parting heaven sword, he was already in front of her and chopped at her slender neck with his palm. After swinging the sword, Feng Nu's body seemed to have been sucked dry. Coupled with this palm strike, her body slowly fell to the ground. The moment her delicate body fell to the ground, Feng Su and Feng Kong could clearly see 2 drops of light red tears flowing down her cheeks. At this moment, there was a rustling sound in the forest. The place where the dark red light passed by, whether it was the shrubs or the tall trees, turned completely gray. No, to be precise, it turned into ashes. In just a few blinks of an eye, a large fan-shaped clearing had appeared in the forest under the caress of the breeze. Feng Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens! What kind of power is this? Big brother, are you sure you can block it? Feng Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now I'm also doubting whether my previous decision was correct. Feng Nu's phoenix flame seemed to have undergone some changes. The attack just now seemed to have drained all her battle chi. But even I'm not sure if I can block this attack. Was it right to kill that boy? This girl's reaction is so big. It seems that she's really moved by that boy. Feng Kong sighed. I have to admit, that boy's magic is very strong, and he's also very handsome. Girls will inevitably be attracted to him. Big brother, you don't have to worry too much. Didn't you see that Feng Nu still maintained a trace of consciousness at the last moment and didn't attack us? Let's take her back and talk to her slowly. I believe that she's a sensible girl. Feng Su took a deep breath and said, at least, there's already a thorn in her heart that can't be removed. But we Feng people can't take any more losses. When big brother Feng Ming passed away, he left Xian in our care, but she chose to marry an outsider. She didn't want to take over big brother Feng Ming's position. 5 years ago, Feng Tian also passed away. Of the original 5 elders, only 3 are left. If we can't have 2 more, how can we hold the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony that only happens once every 50 years? Sigh. I'm really worried. Feng Kong's eyes dimmed. I'm also worried about this. Big brother, Xian actually reached the 6th transformation. She's much stronger than we thought. We came this time to invite her back. How about we don't ask her to kill that boy called Lan Yu anymore? Let her come back with us to host the ceremony. With her 6th transformation ability and some guidance, Feng Nu will definitely be able to reach the 3rd transformation sooner. With the 3 of us, we'll have 5 3rd transformation royals and can hold the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Plus, with the 6th transformation Xian hosting, the ceremony will be much easier. Feng Su shook his head and said coldly, even if we don't ask her to kill Lan Yu, do you think she'll go back with us? Don't forget that in Xiaoyan's eyes, we're the ones who killed her daughter. Maybe she'll let us go because of old feelings, but she'll never admit that she's part of the Feng people's royal family. Feng Kong said anxiously, but we didn't kill her daughter back then. Feng Su's eyes glowed coldly. He glanced at the unconscious Phoenix girl and said, do you want me to tell her that Phoenix girl was the little girl who was burned to ashes in the fire back then? Feng Kong nodded and said, that is the truth. At that time, Big Brother used his Doqi to secretly protect Phoenix girl's body and kept her alive. Facts have proven that your choice was correct. Phoenix girl has perfectly inherited her mother's genes. In terms of comprehension, she is not inferior to Little Yen. Perhaps our decision not to marry outsiders was a mistake in the first place. Bullshit. Feng Su flew into a rage. The royal bloodline must be kept pure. In order to protect the dignity of the clan, in order to uphold the rules of the clan, the secret of the Phoenix girl's identity must not be leaked. Otherwise, where would the authority of the clan's rules be? Feng Kong said excitedly, Big brother, is prestige really that important? Right now, we have to face the ceremony in 2 years. Right now, not only does Little Yen hate us, even Phoenix Maiden is holding a grudge against us. How did we end up in such a situation with both internal and external troubles? Feng Su bent down to pick up Feng Nu and threw a porcelain bottle to Feng Kong. Take some medicine first. We'll talk after we leave. There's still 2 years. We'll find a way. That brat you killed should be related to Xiaoyan. I don't want her to know that we did it. If we still can't find a way in the end, maybe I'll go find Xiaoyan again and explain everything. After saying that, he walked to the side and held Feng Xiang in his arms. Step by step, he walked into the distance. Looking at Feng Su's back, he sighed. Big brother, why do you have to do this? You clearly miss Xiaoyan the most, but you pretended to be righteous. You were the one who decided to let Xiaoyan and her husband go back then. The 2 different sensations of warmth and coolness continued to nourish his body. His dormant spirit and spiritual power were fully rested. When his spiritual power gradually woke up, Nian Bingswell in his body saw a strange scene. It was a red and blue ball of light. The red ball of light was at the bottom of his dantian, while the blue ball of light was at the top. It stopped at the top of his chest, near his throat. The red and blue balls of light emitted rings of light, mixing with each other in her body. The strange thing was that when the 2 types of light came into contact, they didn't clash. Instead, they easily passed through each other. When Yan Bing used her spiritual power to feel the 2 balls of light, she was surprised to find that the 2 balls of light were highly condensed ice and fire magic. However, they were constantly changing. But no matter what, when the fire and ice magic came into contact, the fire magic would completely disappear and become abnormally calm, while the ice magic would become much more active. Although the 2 types of magic had different characteristics, they didn't seem to be incompatible. Instead, they complemented each other. Every time they came into contact, they would absorb magic from the outside to replenish themselves and strengthen Yan Bing's magic power. Not only was there a change in his magic power, but his mental strength was also different from before. This was especially reflected in his observation of magic elements. Under full concentration, he could clearly see the minute changes in every single magic element. This could only mean one thing, and that was the improvement of his mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing slowly opened his eyes in joy. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly saw a large wave of blue light rippling towards him. He subconsciously raised his hand to release a rank 2 ice and fire fusion magic attack, but before the attack could display its power, it was already swallowed by the blue light. His whole body turned cold, and Yan Bing's whole body was swayed up. What kind of blue light was that? It was clearly water. Wave after wave of water strongly attacked Yan Bing's body. The water waves suddenly turned left and right, and Yan Bing could clearly see black debris flying out of his body, revealing his originally smooth skin. It was impossible to breathe underwater, and the feeling of suffocation made Ling Yan Bing's whole body extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, he suddenly felt the magic ripples in his body suddenly increase in speed. Moreover, there were some subtle changes in the interaction between the ice and fire elements. When the ice element met the fire element, it actually produced a burning sensation. Just as Yan Bing thought he was going crazy, the feeling of suffocation disappeared. He didn't need to open his mouth to breathe, and he could still live normally in the water. What was going on? Nian Bing was very surprised, but he quickly discovered that when the ice element in his body was burned, it released a faint bubble. The bubble merged into his body, and naturally, he didn't feel suffocated anymore. The blue waves finally disappeared, and Nian Bing stood on the ground naked. Fortunately, his shoes were still on, and the black charcoal on his body had been completely washed away. His white skin emitted a layer of pink healthy luster. The cool and refreshing feeling came along with the refreshing feeling, and the fire element naturally circulated around his skin to expel the chill. Hey, Nian Bing boy, didn't you drink some water? Garamandes' surprised voice sounded, and he walked out from behind a tree in his red clothes. Nian Bing took out a set of rough clothes from his spatial ring and changed into it. He sighed inwardly. It was really a pity that Shuijing gave him the clothes. After all, it was good stuff. It was gone just like that. He looked at Garamandes unhappily and said, "You deliberately soaked me with water, didn't you?" Garamandes laughed and said matter-of-factly, "You're so dirty, it's too embarrassing to be with me. Since you're already awake, you naturally have to clean your body, Kid, you've been meditating for a day and night. Looks like you've made quite a bit of progress. Although you humans can't compare to us dragons, your perception is indeed not bad. Nianbing was very grateful to Garamandes in his heart. At this time, his spiritual force had completely recovered, and he already understood everything that had happened before. Garamandes was by his side, and if he was in danger, he would definitely help. And when he saw him fighting against Feng Xiang and Feng Kong, it was nothing more than to practice his magic, so that he could have a breakthrough in actual combat. After he successfully concealed himself from Feng Kong and restored his safety, he helped him to meditate, so that his magic made new progress. He wanted to say some words of gratitude, but he didn't know why, but looking at Garamandes's playful smile, he couldn't say anything. Nianbing, I have a question to ask you. That day, when you were fighting against that elder, you had time to use the strongest fusion of ice and fire. Why did you choose the fusion of light and fire instead of the fusion of ice and fire? After all, the magic used by the mimicry is a bit weaker than your own magic. Nianbing said, that day, I really hesitated. These days, I can basically control two kinds of mimicry magic. Ice and fire magic can barely be used as a single target attack of the 8th step. Later, the reason why I chose to use the fusion of fire magic of the 8th step and light magic of the 7th step was mainly because light magic itself has healing ability, so that it can better protect my breath. Moreover, ice and fire magic are very extreme. After their fusion, the power produced is mainly explosive. Magic of the 8th step is the limit of my control. If I use the strongest fusion magic, my control will be much worse, and there is the possibility of a backlash. Taking a step back, although the power of the magic attack will decrease a bit, I can control it more cleverly. Garamandes suddenly said, so that's how it is. Your understanding of magic is very thorough. However, at that time, the magic in your body was probably not enough to fuse two spells of the 8th step. Here. With a wave of his hand, 4 rays of light shone at the same time. Morning Dew Dagger, Righteous Young Dagger, Holy Radiance Dagger, and Proud Heaven Dagger fell in front of Nianbing at the same time. Keep these treasures well. Without them, you are only the lowest level of Archmage. But with them, you can display magic close to that of an Archmage. There is something I have to tell you. Although mimicry magic is very useful, and can produce the effect of fusion magic, if you rely too much on it, you will inevitably encounter a great hindrance in the future. Magic power is the root of magic advancement, do you understand? However, I am a bit greedy for you now. Ice and fire magic of the same origin, the speed at which you absorb magic essence is much faster than ordinary people. Maybe, within 10 years, you really have the possibility of becoming a divine mage. Nianbing was overjoyed, really? If that's the case, I can find the ice goddess priest for revenge. Garamandes snorted disdainfully and said, I'm just saying that it's possible. The improvement of magic not only requires hard work, but also luck and comprehension. It's up to you whether you can achieve it or not. Moreover, even if you reach the level of a divine mage, you won't be a match for that ice goddess priest. She has been a divine mage for many years, and the magic she can use is not something you can imagine. Nianbing resolutely said, no matter what, I won't give up. The enmity of my parents is absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, if I reach the level of a divine mage, I won't just be a divine mage of a single magic. If I use fusion magic, even if she has been training for longer than me, I may still have a chance. Garamandes stared blankly for a moment, saying, what you said is actually somewhat reasonable. However, I've never seen a God's Descent master use fusion magic before. Nianbing looked at Garamandes and said, you haven't used it before? Your magic should be at the level of a divine mage, right? Why don't you try using fusion magic? Garamandes shook his head and said, no, we dragons are different from you humans. Mimicry magic is only one of the special skills we specialize in. I've told you before that I can only use spells up to the 9th grade for the other elements. What we dragons are truly adept at is the dragon tongue magic of our own element. Spells of that level combined with ordinary 9th grade spells are completely useless. You are still too weak now. When you really reach that level, you will naturally understand the meaning of my words. Alright, let's go. We have been out for a whole day. I'm afraid that your new mother of yours is already anxious. Nianbing was shocked and didn't say anything more. He hurriedly cast a blizzard on himself and followed Garamandes back to Alan City. After this battle, his greed for magic increased greatly. He could even contend against a warrior of swordsman's level. This undoubtedly proved the strength of fusion magic. Although Feng Kong was injured at that time and under the influence of various circumstances, Nianbing's greed had increased by a lot. He believed that if he reached the high level of a magic shooter, he would definitely be able to defeat swordsman who was a level higher than him. Nianbing, where did you go? Why didn't you say hello to me? Seeing Nianbing appear, Yurian's face was filled with dissatisfaction. After Nianbing disappeared yesterday, she was very worried. She sent people to look for him in the city but didn't find any trace of him. This made her think of Elder Feng and the others. Fortunately, she found that Garamandes had also disappeared. Only then did she feel relieved. Feeling Yurian's concern, Nianbing's heart was filled with warmth. He lowered his head and recounted what happened yesterday in detail. However, in front of Lan Yu, he gave most of the credit for his survival to Garamandes. The current him didn't want too many people to know his true strength. After hearing Nianbing's words, Yurian frowned and turned to look at Duke Lan Yu sitting behind the desk. Brother Yu, should we take action? Lan Yu looked at Nianbing and sighed. Don't tell me you want to capture the elders? You should know their tempers. Forget it. Nianbing has Mr. Dragon with her. After this failure, I believe that the Feng people won't act rashly again. Nianbing, you should stay in the residence for a few more days. When the Feng people and the elders know that they can't do anything, they will naturally leave the Ottoman Empire. Nianbing shook his head. Godfather, don't worry. With this lesson, I will be more careful in the future. There won't be any danger. Mother, I suddenly thought of something today. It made me feel very strange. Garamandes had already returned to his room to sleep. He didn't have any scruples when speaking. Moreover, he was becoming less and less wary of Garamandes. Yurian pulled Nianbing to sit down and helped him comb his messy golden hair. Her movements were gentle and natural. Her warm hands kept brushing Nianbing's hair, making him feel very comfortable. What is it? Is it about the Feng people? Nianbing said, on the way back, I thought about it carefully. I realized that I have a very special feeling about you. I also have this feeling about Feng Nu. Yurian smiled and said, maybe it's because we were once the hope of the Feng people. That's why you have this feeling. It's nothing. However, that girl is indeed very outstanding. She can reach the level of the royal feathers so quickly. It can be seen that her comprehension is very high. She is definitely not below me in the past. As long as she is willing to work hard, she will definitely become the pride of the Feng people. Nianbing shook his head and said, no, mother. It's not the aura of the Feng people. It's an indescribable feeling. You also know that I am a magician. As a magician, I am very sensitive in this aspect. Thinking back to the time when I was with Feng Nu, I realized that her mannerisms were very similar to yours. Even her appearance was somewhat similar. Moreover, her eyes and nose were very similar to Godfather's. It was as if she was a fusion of you and Godfather. Didn't you notice this? Yurian's body trembled. She immediately fell into deep thought. Because of the appearance of the Feng people's elders that day, her mind was in a mess. She didn't observe carefully. Now that she recalled Feng Nu's appearance and thought about Nianbing's words, the strong feeling became stronger and stronger. She suddenly turned to look at her husband, Lan Yu, and found that Lan Yu was also looking at her. The two of them looked at Nianbing. Lan. You said, Nianbing, you mean? Nianbing smiled and said, it's just a bold guess. Back then, Godfather and Mother didn't die under the pursuit of the Feng people. Mother said that she didn't understand why she was spared at that time. Now that I think about it, the Feng people's elders might not be heartless. After all, Mother was raised by them. I think they must have treated you like a daughter. If that's the case, how could they bear to really hurt you? That's why they spared you and Godfather. Inferring from this, your daughter might not have really died back then. Even if her body was in the flames, with the Feng people's understanding of fire, They could have made some camouflage to cover the truth. Of course, this is just a guess. I still need to verify it carefully. Urian's eyes revealed a layer of hazy light. Her monster body trembled slightly. Could it be that our daughter didn't die? She didn't die. Feng Nu, the daughter of Wind of Hope? Elder Feng Su. You really didn't kill our daughter? Then didn't all the hatred in my heart go to waste? No, I have to find him and ask him clearly. With that, she flashed out of the door. A blue figure blocked Urian's path. Lan Yu pulled his wife into his arms. Don't go, Ruyan. Calm down first. Nianbing also walked to Urian's side and said, Mother, Godfather is right. Calm down first. This is just a guess. Even if it's true, Feng Nu won't be in danger with the elders. There will be many opportunities in the future. You can't be too hasty. Think about it. If you interrogate Elder Feng Su and the others like this, will they admit it? Moreover, Feng Nu doesn't know the truth. If you just go like this, she won't be able to accept it either. We have plenty of time. Let's slowly investigate. If we really find out that Feng Nu is your daughter, it won't be too late to act then. Lan Yu nodded. Nianbing is right. Moreover, with the Ottoman Empire's current situation, how can we leave? The Empire has done us a favor. We have to put more effort into recruiting soldiers. The country is big, but the individual is small. We have to look at the big picture. We can't ignore the country because of our personal matters. Do you understand? Urian's body was still trembling. Tears rolled down her face. She leaned into her husband's arms and said with a choked voice, but when I think about our daughter being alive, my heart can't calm down. I really can't help but want to see her. Nianbing is right. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Feng Nu is similar to you and me. However, she seems to be more like you while Qinshan is more like me. Brother Yu, Lan Yu sighed and said, if our daughter were still alive, how wonderful would that be? However, we can't rush this matter. How about this, Nianbing and Feng Nu have a close relationship. Moreover, he wants to travel the continent. Why don't we let him help us verify everything? If Feng Nu really has feelings for him, they will definitely meet again. As long as we test it with blood, we will know whether Feng Nu is our daughter or not. During this time, we also need to develop the Ottoman Empire. I hope we can find more time. Nianbing looked at Duke Lan Yu and couldn't help but admire his rationality. He could see that the sadness and hope in Duke Lan Yu's eyes were no less than Urian's. However, he was able to control his emotions and look at the bigger picture. Nianbing knew he couldn't do it. Godfather, Mother, don't worry. Your matter is my matter. I think I will definitely have a chance to meet Feng Nu again. Leave this matter to me. Although I don't know if the next time I see Feng Nu will be during the examination, I promise. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Urian had also calmed down by now. She knew that there was only a 50% chance that the Phoenix Maiden was their daughter. Everything was still unknown. She wiped the tears off her face and said to Nianbing, Child, I'll have to trouble you then. As a mother, if I can find my lost daughter, then. She couldn't help but cry again. Nianbing sighed in her heart. Feng Nu, are you really Mother's daughter? I really hope you are. That way, whether you are Mother or not, it will be so happy. Sigh, at least you have a chance to find Mother. But what about me? I know where my parents are buried, but I can't go and find them. The ice goddess is like an insurmountable mountain in front of me. Mother, I want to leave tomorrow and go to the Huarong Empire to do some things. You and Godfather should prepare the things for the reunion today. I will leave tomorrow morning. Urian was surprised. Is it that urgent? Stay for a few more days. We've been separated from our daughter for nearly 20 years, and it's not even a few days. Nianbing shook her head. No, Mother. I do have important things to do. Moreover, I want to improve my strength. After that, I will find a way to find Feng Nu and then find a place to practice magic. On the continent, if one didn't have enough strength as a guarantee, everything would be in vain. Duke Bluefeather nodded. You are right. Strength is everything. Just like the Huarong Empire, they often make small moves. But who can say anything about them? There is only one reason, and that is because they are strong enough. Whether it is an individual or a country, strength is the best deterrent. I approve of your actions. Yu Ruyan looked at Nian with bright eyes. Child, I know you have hatred in your heart because of what happened to your parents. Don't let it blind you. In the future, if you want to seek revenge, you must tell mother and let me accompany you. That way, we can take care of each other, okay? Nian nodded slowly. She knew that she could not refuse Yu Ruyan at this time. But when it came to her revenge, would it involve her mother? At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps came from outside. A deep voice sounded from outside. Captain Xianxia and Knight Qingming are here to report. Yu Ruyan wiped the tears from her face. Come in. When the door opened, Nian Bing's familiar figure walked in. It was Qingming and her sister. The two siblings had changed into the silver light armor of the Silver Feather Knights. Qingjian's head had a white feather while Qingming's helmet had an ordinary green feather. As soon as the two entered, they saw Nian standing in the middle of the room. They couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Nian, you, why are you here? Qingjian shouted excitedly and rushed in front of Nian. He opened his arms and hugged her. Yu Ruyan was a little sensitive due to the events of the past 2 days. With a flash of silver light, Qingjian was knocked back to his original position. Impudent, this is the Duke's residence. Only then did Qingjian realize his own impulsiveness and hurriedly kowtowed with his sister to the Duke and his wife. Nian said, Mother, they are my friends. We parted in the Fire Dragon Cave. Brother Qingming, you really came to the Silver Feather Knights. When Qingjian and Qingjian heard Nian call Yu Ruyan mother, they couldn't help but be stunned. Qingjian said hesitantly, Nian, why your Lord Dukes? Blue Feather smiled. She walked up to Nian and hugged his shoulder. Yes, he is my lion. Although he is not my biological son, I still see him as my son. Are you the Qingjian that Ruyan admires so much? I heard that you have the berserk physique. Qingjian glanced at Nian in bewilderment and said, Yes, Duke. I have had the berserk physique since I was young. However, is it useful? I can't even tell friend from foe. Blue Feather solemnly said, Berserk warriors are the strongest human warriors. They are also the most destructive. The weakness of Berserk warriors is their mental state. Although it is difficult to solve, it is not impossible. Perhaps you have heard that this Duke is a Berserk warrior. After many years of cultivation, I have learned a few things. Since Ruyan recommended you and you are Nian friend, I am willing to pass on my knowledge to you. Are you willing to learn? Qingjian was still in a daze when Qingming gave him a push. Brother, hurry up and greet your master. The Duke is an expert on the level of swordsman. Only then did Qingjian come to his senses. His majestic body fell to his knees like a mountain of gold, and he respectfully performed the ceremony of becoming Bluefeather's disciple. Bluefeather smiled and helped Qingjian up. From now on, you will live in the Duke's mansion as my personal bodyguard. We will talk about this again after you have some accomplishments in the berserk physique. As for your sister, Ruyan will teach her some martial arts and see how much she can comprehend. That will depend on your luck. Big brother Violet Dream has already handed you over to me. I will be very strict with you. Qingjian and Qingjian were shaken and looked at Blue Feather in shock. They had concealed their identities when they joined the Silver Feather Legion. Yu Ruyan smiled. As the upper echelons of the Empire, how can we trust you if we don't even know your identities? You can rest assured. Although the Duke is on good terms with your father, the Duke is not someone to be trifled with. He will not seek personal gain because of this. If you want to stand at the top, you will have to rely on your own efforts. Headmaster Violet Dream has already decided to let the elites of the Academy serve the Empire. They will be led by your teachers and will arrive soon. With their help, I believe the Empire will gradually grow stronger. On this point, I am very confident. Alright, you can leave first. Nian, take them to Lan Sun and arrange a place for them to stay. After leaving the Duke's study, Xianxia seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness of having his identity exposed. He said excitedly, "Brother Nianbing, how did you run out?" "It's great that you can come back safely." Nianbing smiled. "Big brother Qingjian, Garamandes is not that scary. He won't harm us humans." "What about you? Did you come here after leaving that day?" Qingming rushed to say, "When we left the Flaming Dragon Cave, Commander Carlo brought his people back. Feng Nu also left. We waited outside for a few days, but you still didn't come out. We could only follow our original plan and come here, hoping to see you again. The Duchess values us very much and took us in as part of the Silver Feather Legion. Big brother is already a small captain. So you are actually the Duke's son. I really didn't expect this. Why didn't you say anything when we said we were in the Silver Feather Legion?" Nianbing looked at Qingming's bright eyes. "It's not that I didn't want to say it, but I didn't know what would happen. I just acknowledged the Duke and his wife as my parents yesterday." Then, he told Qingming about himself and Yu Ruyan, but skipped over the matter of the Feng people. Qingming smiled and said, "So we misunderstood you. Nianbing, what do you plan to do in the future? Do you want to stay here and join the Silver Feather Legion? I heard from the Duchess that the Duke also has the idea of adding magicians into the Legion. Only then can we compete with the Huarong Empire's Order of the Flaming Lion." Nianbing shook his head. "I will leave tomorrow. There are still some things I need to take care of." Qingming was a little disappointed. "Why do you always have things to take care of? Is there something you can't say? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were very mysterious." Nianbing smiled and said, "Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? That's their own domain. Alright, I will take you to Brother Lan Sun and let him arrange things for you." In the past 2 days, the most excited person was Lan Sun. He got his beloved back and the Duke promised to marry Rui. Lan Sun was very happy and grateful to Nianbing. If it wasn't for Nianbing's guidance, he wouldn't have had the confidence to propose marriage to the Duke of Blue Feather. He wouldn't have been able to enjoy the good times he had now. After Lan Sun proved his love for her, Rui's lonely mood gradually changed. After going through so many things together, she especially cherished this relationship. When Nianbing found Lan Sun, he was talking to Rui about the things that happened in the Duke's mansion in the past 2 years. When he heard that Nianbing wanted him to help make arrangements for Qingming and her sister, he quickly agreed. After handing Qingming and her sister over to Lan Sun, Nianbing didn't stay any longer and returned to his room. Right now, he didn't care about anything else. Only increasing his strength was what he was most passionate about. Every word Garamandes said to him was engraved in his heart. After returning to his room, he immediately began to meditate. Only by seizing every moment would he be able to increase his strength. The sun shone down on the earth, making the spring feeling even stronger. Walking on the main road outside Alan City, Nianbing looked at the sparkling jade bottle in his hand. Early in the morning, he said goodbye to Yu Ruyan and her husband and left Alan City under the escort of Lan Sun, Qingjian and his sister. The jade bottle in his hand contained Yu Ruyan's blood. This was the only thing that could prove whether or not Feng Nu was their daughter. "Nianbing, can you walk faster? If you dilly-dally, when will we reach the next city?" Garamandes kicked Nianbing in dissatisfaction. Nianbing glared at him in annoyance and said, "You must have been born in winter. Otherwise, why do you always move your hands and feet like this? Didn't I just make you shredded chicken rice this morning?" Garamandes smacked his lips, an intoxicated look in his eyes. The shredded chicken rice is indeed delicious. My taste is very high now. In the future, you have to make such exquisite food for me. Otherwise, don't think of learning anything from me." Nianbing put the jade bottle into his spatial ring and said, "Garamandes, other than meditation, what do you think I should do to increase my magic level?" Garamandes said, "That's simple. Find the top magical gems of the other elements and train your mimicry to a completely mature level. Aren't you very experienced in fusing magic? Every magical element has its own way of countering each other. When facing different enemies, you naturally have to use different magic to deal with them. Even fusing magic is the same. Only by applying mimicry to each element can you do it. Nianbing nodded and said, but, it's so easy to find top-grade magic gems. My luck is already pretty good, and I only have 4 pieces now. He was still missing the earth, space, and darkness attributes. Do you know where I can find them? You have so many gems in your collection, don't you have any top-grade gems? Garamandes said with slight anger, good boy, you're trying to trick me. No, if you want to use them, find them yourself. Don't forget, even those gems of yours should belong to me. I'm just lending them to you now. You said you were going to take me to Aolan City to eat some special delicacies. Bullshit, we haven't even walked around Aolan City enough, you're obviously just going to find someone. Nianbing said with some embarrassment, you saw it too, because of the war, the Ottoman Empire is in such a bad state, of course there are very few delicacies. After all, only when the country is prosperous can all industries prosper. This time is different, our destination is the prosperous Huarong Empire, when that time comes, there will naturally be good food. My teacher once said that the Huarong Empire has the most high-level chefs. Garamandes Nianbing gestured with his fist and said, that's 4. The best, if I find out that you lied to me again, you're dead meat. Nianbing laughed and said, lied to you? How could I? Garamandes, I thought of another magic combination, how about you let me try it? You're the target. Garamandes was stunned and said, you want to use me as a target? Dream on. Nianbing said temptingly, a big pot of pearl jade white jade kanji. Do you want it? Hearing this, Garamandes was immediately moved. Looking at Nianbing, he hesitated. Nianbing hurriedly said, great Garamandes, you know, if I directly use magic, it will definitely cause a lot of magic waves, easily attracting unnecessary trouble. But with you, it's different, you can easily block my magic with a simple barrier. There are 2 pots of pearl, jadeite and white jade kanji. You have to cook them wholeheartedly for me, otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Garamandes made his request. No problem. I'll keep my word. Nianbing looked at Garamandes with a smile. No matter if it was a human or a dragon, as long as there was a weakness, there was no need to be afraid that he would not submit. A red light flashed, and enveloped Nianbing's body. Then, a silver light flashed, and the 2 disappeared from the official road at the same time. Half an hour later, there were 2 more people on the official road. One was naturally the complacent Garamandes, and the other was. It was Nianbing, who was covered in dust and whose face was pale. Why is this happening? Garamandes, you freak, how can you reflect magic? Although Nianbing's voice was filled with anger, it sounded weak. Garamandes chuckled. Do you think your enemy will show mercy to you? If you want to live a better life, you have to work hard and think of a way yourself. When will the pearl and jade kanji be made? Nianbing fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand. The magic he thought of this time was using the same origin of ice and fire, plus 2 kinds of mimicry, a total of 4 kinds of magic fusion, but the power produced was not as strong as the 2 kanji that day. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? Kid, I know what you're thinking. How about this, turn 2 pots into 3 pots of pearl and jade kanji, and I'll tell you where you went wrong. Nianbing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, okay, no problem, 3 pots it is, tell me quickly. Why did I consume more than 80% of my magic power, and use 2 7th grade and 2 6th grade magic fusion, a total of 4 magic fusion, but the power was not much stronger. Although it looked gorgeous, the effect was too poor, and was not proportional to the magic power consumed. Garamandes chuckled and said, you idiot, do you think it's so easy to use magic fusion? Even if you have the same origin of ice and fire as a guide, when using 4 kinds of magic, you can't bring out the characteristics of each element of magic. Especially when 4 kinds of magic are used at the same time, there will be repelling or attracting characteristics between each other. These characteristics are very subtle, even if you use the same magic, there will be different changes every time. Unless your spiritual power is strong enough to withstand higher level magic, why would you use the difficult and undesirable method of fusing 4 kinds of magic? So, I'll tell you a simple theory. Fusing magic is not bad, but fusing 2 kinds of magic is enough. Fusing more kinds of magic will only produce the opposite effect. When you used that magic just now, I almost laughed out loud, wanting to see you make a fool of yourself. Fortunately, your strength is not bad, and it was not reflected. In the future, if you do this and become a joke to others, don't say that you followed me. Hearing Garamandes' words, Nianbing's heart suddenly had a feeling of suddenly being enlightened. Yes, too much fusion is not something that I can withstand. Just like a powerful giant dragon like Garamandes, his strongest magic is only one kind of fire element. Why should I pursue too many magic fusion? It's better to fully grasp the characteristics of each element of magic, and use different combinations when facing different enemies. The effect will naturally be much better. Understanding this point, Nianbing's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. At this time, Garamandes' face suddenly changed, and said in a deep voice, "Wait for me here, don't move." A red light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The moment Garamandes left, Nianbing's heart tightened, because she clearly felt a heavy killing intent from Garamandes' body. This is the first time she felt such an aura since knowing Garamandes. Although she did not understand why, but she knew, to be able to cause Garamandes' killing intent, to be able to become Garamandes' enemy, is definitely not someone that she can deal with. Walking to the side of a big tree and sitting down, Nianbing slowly recovered the magic that she had previously lost, carefully observing the surrounding movements. Not long after, the red light flashed again. Garamandes returned. His handsome face was full of anger. His body was surrounded by a red light, and coming in front of Nianbing, he suddenly hit a big tree with his palm. Immediately, the tree trunk was completely turned into flying ash, covering Nianbing's face. Bastard. Damn, I let him escape again. What a bastard, running faster than a monkey. Garamandes cursed angrily. Nianbing brushed the dust off her body and asked, "What did you find?" Garamandes said, "Just now, I suddenly felt the aura of Mudas's bottle of sealing, and immediately chased after it, but that guy escaped again with space magic." Nianbing said strangely, "Did that guy steal your Mudas's bottle of sealing and run around to tease you? Isn't he tired of living?" Garamandes shook his head and said, "No. Although the one just now was also Mudas's bottle of sealing, it was not the aura of my bottle. Although the 7 Mudas's bottle of sealing are exactly the same, because they are under the protection of our 7 dragon kings. Each one will more or less be stained with some of our aura. I can be sure that the one that appeared just now was not mine. It seems that these guys really do have some ability to actually attack our 7 dragon kings at the same time. Nianbing, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your pearl jade white jade porridge for the time being. Things are much more serious than I thought. I have to gather the other 6 dragon king now to see how many of Mudas's bottle of sealing have been stolen. The task given to us by the dragon god must not be sloppy in the slightest. Be careful, I will come back to you when I'm done with these things." Nianbing looked at Garamandes in surprise. "You mean, you're leaving now?" Garamandes looked at her angrily and said, "Haven't you always wanted to be free? What? Now you regret it? Do you still want to go with me to see the other 6 dragon king? No humans were allowed to enter the draconic world. You're on your own. As for your future training, you just need to follow the rules and meditate to enhance your magic power, and look for top gems when you have the chance. I'll lend you this first. Don't worry, it's easy for me to find you. Be careful to protect your own life, you can't die before you give me back my 3 pearl jade white jade porridge." The red light turned into silver light, and a dazzling silver light appeared in Garamandes' hand. It was an opening, a strange opening. In the middle of the weapon was a hexagonal gem. The gem was silver, but the silver light was constantly changing, and every time it changed, it would cause the whole weapon to flash. With the hexagonal silver gem as the center, 6 blades extended out. Each blade was about half a foot long, and the silver light flashed. Nianbing didn't doubt its sharpness. Garamandes raised his hand, and the 6-edged silver blade in his palm started to spin quickly. No matter how he waved his arm, the blade kept flashing as if it was attached to his palm. The silver light jumped along with Garamandes' palm. He muttered a few spells, and the blade suddenly disappeared. When Nianbing's mind moved, the 6-edged silver blade appeared 10 feet away, drawing a beautiful arc, and all the plants in its path were cut into pieces. The 6-edged silver blade returned to Garamandes' hand, and it was still spinning. Garamandes said, "Look at lucid dream." This saber is very difficult to control. Whether or not you can truly unleash its power is up to you. You should have noticed that the gem in the middle is a high-quality spatial magic gem. The preciousness of spatial magic gems is no less than that of light and darkness gems. Moreover, for the current you, if you can use camouflage to master spatial magic, the benefits will be the greatest. At least it can help you better save your life. But you have to be careful, don't cut off your hand before you use it. This blade can be used in many ways, it depends on your wisdom. The blade is called Xianxia, and the one who made it was a master blacksmith from ancient times. He completed it with the help of 12 spatial magic tutors. Compared to the Holy Radiance blade, it is a lot more mysterious, but its origin is not small at all. You can experience it yourself. Oh, right, it has its own name, you don't need to give it another name. The divine weapon of 100 transformations, Xianxia blade. With a flash of silver light, it had already landed at Nianbing's feet. In the next moment, Garamandi's figure disappeared in the red light. I only have this one high-quality magic gem, keep it carefully. Remember the pearl jade white jade porridge you owe me, take care of yourself. The voice faded away, and the dragon's breath in the air completely disappeared. He had regained his freedom, but at this moment, Nianbing's heart was filled with disappointment. Even he himself did not understand why, but looking at the strangely shaped Xianxia blade on the ground, his heart was filled with reluctance. Garamandi's handsome appearance and joking voice kept echoing in his mind, his heart trembled slightly. Garamandi's, you are leaving just like that. Suddenly, Nianbing raised his head and shouted at the blue sky, Garamandi's, listen to me, if you don't come to me in 3 months, what I owe you is null and void. His voice was very loud, and it startled the birds in the forest. Nianbing slowly lowered his head after he finished shouting. He muttered to himself, if you can come back in 3 months, I'll definitely cook for you, no matter what the conditions are. In fact, even he himself did not know that after 2 months of contact, Garamandi's was both a teacher and a friend in his heart. The sudden separation made him feel a little lost. What was in Murta's sealed bottle? Garamandi's refused to tell him, what was the secret sealed in the 7 bottles? Nianbing's heart was full of doubts, but at the same time, he was full of curiosity. He found that there were too many things in this Shangon continent that he did not know. It was not on his level. If he wanted to understand everything, he had to start from himself. Shaking his head hard, Nianbing threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and the sense of loss gradually disappeared. After all, Garamandi's would still come back, and he would definitely be reluctant to part with the delicious food that he made. Now, what he had to do was to go to the Huarong Empire's capital, Dutian City, and fulfill his promise to Long Ji. He remembered that when he left Dutian City, he was only 7 years old. After more than 10 years, he was finally going back. Nianbing was not in a hurry. Every time he went to a city, he would rest for a few days to meditate and study magic. When he left Aulin City, there were still 3 months before the 5 countries' new magician competition. 3 months was enough for him to hurry. Just like what he heard in Aulin City, the further he went to the south of the Ottoman Empire, the more barren the surroundings became. Walking on the road, he could often see a desolate scene. This phenomenon only stopped when Nianbing entered the Huarong Empire from the southwest of the Ottoman Empire. Nianbing nodded, and said, but, top-grade magic gems are so easy to find. My luck is already quite good, and I only have 4 pieces now. He was still missing the earth, space, and darkness attributes. Do you know where I can find them? You have so many collections, don't you have any top-grade gems? Garamandi's was slightly angry, and said, good boy, you're trying to take advantage of me. No, if you want to use them, find them yourself. Don't forget, even those gems of yours should belong to me. I'm just lending them to you now. What do you mean you're bringing me to Aulin City to eat special delicacies? Bullshit, we haven't even walked around Aulin City enough to leave. You're obviously just going to find someone. Nianbing said awkwardly, you've seen it too. Because of the war, the Ottoman Empire is in such a bad state. Of course, there are very few delicacies. After all, only when the country is prosperous can all industries prosper. This time, it's different. Our destination is the prosperous Huarong Empire. When that time comes, there will naturally be good food. My teacher once said that the Huarong Empire has the most number of top-grade chefs. Garamandes Nianbing waved his fist and said, that's for the best. If I find out that you're lying to me again, you're dead meat. Nianbing chuckled and said, lying to you? Why would I? Garamandes, I've thought of another magic combination. Why don't you let me try it? I'll use you as my target. Garamandes was stunned and said, you want to use me as your target? Dream on. Nianbing tempted, a big pot of pearl jade white jade kanji. Do you want it? Hearing this, Garamandes was immediately moved. He glanced at Nianbing and hesitated. Nianbing hurriedly said, Great Garamandes, you know that if I directly use magic, it will definitely cause a lot of magic waves, and it will easily attract unnecessary trouble. But with you, it's different. Any barrier of yours can easily block my magic. 2 pots of pearl jade white jade kanji. You have to make it for me wholeheartedly, otherwise, there's no need to talk. Garamandes made his request. No problem, I'll keep my word. Nianbing looked at Garamandes with a smile. No matter if it's a human or a dragon, as long as there's a weakness, there's no need to be afraid that he won't comply. A red light flashed, enveloping Nianbing's body, followed by a silver light, and the two disappeared on the official road at the same time. Half an hour later, there were 2 more people on the official road. One was naturally the complacent Garamandes, and the other. It was Nianbing, who was covered in dust and whose face was pale. Why is it like this, Garamandes, you pervert, how can you reflect magic? Although Nianbing's voice was filled with anger, it sounded weak. Garamandes chuckled. Do you think your enemy will show mercy to you? If you want to survive better, you have to work hard to think of a way. When will the pearl jade white jade kanji be made? Nianbing fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand. The magic he thought of this time was to use the same source of ice and fire, and 2 kinds of mimicry. A total of 4 kinds of magic fused, but the power produced was not as strong as the one that day. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? Boy, I know what you're thinking. How about this, turn 2 pots into 3 pots of pearl jade white jade kanji, and I'll tell you where you went wrong. Nianbing's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, okay, no problem, 3 pots it is, tell me quickly. Why was it that I had spent more than 80% of my mana to cast 2 spells of the 7th step and 2 spells of the 6th step, a total of 4 spells of the 6th step, but the power wasn't that much stronger. Although it looked a little more beautiful, the effect was too poor. It was completely disproportionate to the amount of mana consumed. Garamandes laughed and said, you idiot, do you think it's so easy to fuse magic? Even if you have the same source of ice and fire, when you use 4 kinds of magic, you can't bring out the characteristics of each element of magic. Especially when 4 kinds of magic are used at the same time, there will be repelling or attracting characteristics. These characteristics are very subtle. Even if you use the same magic, there will be different changes every time. Unless your spiritual power is strong enough to withstand higher level magic, why would you use the difficult and undesirable method of fusing 4 kinds of magic? So, I'll tell you a simple theory. Fusing magic is not bad, but fusing 2 kinds of magic is enough. Fusing more kinds of magic will only produce the opposite effect. Just now when you used that magic, I almost laughed out loud. I wanted to see you make a fool of yourself. Fortunately, your strength is not bad, and it was not reversed. In the future, if you do this and become a joke to others, don't say that you followed me. Hearing Garamandes's words, Nianbing suddenly felt enlightened. Yes, too much fusion is not something I can withstand. Just like a powerful dragon like Garamandes, his strongest magic is only 1 kind of fire element. Why should I pursue too much fusion of magic? It's better to fully grasp the characteristics of each element of magic, and use different combinations when facing different enemies. That way the effect will be much better. Understanding this point, Nianbing's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. At this time, Garamandes's face suddenly changed, and said in a deep voice, wait for me here, don't move. A red light flashed, and his figure disappeared. The moment Garamandes left, Nian Bing's heart tightened, because she clearly felt a heavy murderous intent from Garamandes. This is the first time she felt such an aura since she met Garamandes. Although she did not understand why, she knew that someone who could cause Garamandes to have such a murderous intent and become an enemy of Garamandes was definitely not someone she could deal with. Walking to the side of a big tree and sitting down, Nian Bing slowly recovered the magic she had lost, and carefully observed the surrounding movements. Not long after, the red light shone again. Garamandes returned. His handsome face was full of anger. The red light around his body was faintly discernible. Coming in front of Nian Bing, he suddenly hit a big tree with his palm. Immediately, the tree trunk was completely turned into flying ash, covering Nian Bing's face. Scoundrel. Damn, I let him run away again. What a scoundrel, he runs faster than a monkey. Garamandes cursed angrily. Nian Bing brushed the dust off her body and asked, "What did you find?" Garamandes said, "Just now, I suddenly felt the aura of Muta's bottle of sealing and immediately chased after it, but that guy used spatial magic to escape again." Nian Bing said strangely, "Did that guy steal your Muta's bottle of sealing and run around to tease you? Isn't he tired of living?" Garamandes shook his head and said, "No. Although that was also Muta's bottle of sealing, it was not the aura of mine. Although the 7 Muta's bottle of sealing are exactly the same, because they are under the protection of the 7 Dragon Kings, some of them will be tainted. Every single one of them would more or less carry some of our aura. I am certain that the one that appeared just now wasn't mine. It seems that these guys really do have some ability to actually attack the 7 Dragon Kings at the same time. Nian Bing, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink your pearl jade white jade porridge for the time being. Things are much more serious than I thought. I have to gather the other 6 Dragon King now to see how many of Muta's bottle of sealing have been stolen. The task given to us by the Dragon God must not be sloppy in the slightest. Be careful, I'll come back for you when I'm done with these things." Nian Bing looked at Garamandes in surprise. "You mean, you're leaving now?" Garamandes looked at her angrily and said, "Haven't you always wanted to be free? What? Now you regret it. Do you still want to go with me to see the other 6 Dragon King? No humans were allowed to enter Draconic World. You're on your own. As for your future training, you just need to follow the rules and meditate to increase your magic power. If you have the chance, look for a top gem. I'll lend you this first. Don't worry, it's easy for me to find you. Be careful to protect your own life. You can't die before you give me back my 3 pearl jade white jade porridge." The red light turned into silver light, and a dazzling silver light appeared in Garamandes' hand. It was an opening, a strange opening. In the center of the weapon was a hexagonal gem. The gem was silver, but the silver light was constantly changing. Every time it changed, it would cause the whole weapon to flash. With the hexagonal silver gem as the center, 6 blades extended outwards. Each blade was about half a foot long, and the silver light flickered. Nian Bing didn't doubt its sharpness. Garamandes raised his palm, and the 6-edged silver knife began to spin rapidly in his palm. No matter how he waved his arm, the knife kept flashing as if it was stuck to his palm. The silver light danced along with Garamandes' palm. He murmured a few incantations, and the knife suddenly disappeared. When Nian Bing's mind moved, the 6-edged silver knife appeared 100 feet away. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, and all the plants in its path were cut into pieces. The 6 silver blades returned to Garamandes' hand, and it was still spinning. Garamandes said, "See clearly now. This saber is very difficult to control. Whether or not you can truly unleash its power is up to you. You should have already noticed that the gem in the center is a top-quality spatial magic gem. The preciousness of spatial magic gems is not inferior to light and darkness gems. Moreover, for the current you, if you can use the camouflage to master spatial magic, the benefits will be the greatest. At least it can help you better save your life. But you have to be careful, don't cut off your hand before you use it. This blade can be used in many ways, it depends on your wisdom. The blade is called Xianxia. The one who made it was a master blacksmith in ancient times. He completed it with the help of 12 spatial magic tutors. Compared to the Holy Radiance blade, it is a lot more mysterious, but its origin is not small at all. You can experience it yourself. Oh, right, it has its own name, you don't need to give it another name. The divine weapon of 100 transformations, Xuanji blade. With a flash of silver light, it landed at Nianbing's feet. In the next moment, Garamandi's figure disappeared in the red light. I only have one piece of top-quality magic gem, keep it carefully. Remember the pearl jade white jade porridge you owe me, take care of yourself. The voice faded away, and the dragon's breath in the air completely disappeared. He regained his freedom, but at this moment, Nianbing's heart was filled with disappointment. Even he himself did not understand why, but looking at the strangely shaped Xuanji blade on the ground, his heart was filled with reluctance. Garamandi's handsome appearance and joking voice kept echoing in his mind. His heart trembled slightly. Garamandi's, you are leaving just like that. Suddenly, Nianbing raised his head and shouted at the blue sky. Garamandi's, listen to me, if you don't come to me in 3 months, what I owe you is null and void. His voice was very loud, and it startled the birds in the forest. Nianbing slowly lowered his head after he finished shouting. He muttered to himself, if you can come back in 3 months, I'll definitely cook for you, no matter what the conditions are. In fact, even he himself did not know that after 2 months of contact, Garamandi's was both a teacher and a friend in his heart. The sudden separation made him feel a little lost. What was in Murta's sealed bottle? Garamandi's refused to tell him, what was the secret sealed in the 7 bottles? Nianbing's heart was filled with doubt, but at the same time, he was filled with curiosity. He realized that there were too many things that he did not know about the Yangon continent. They were not on his level. If he wanted to understand everything, he had to start from himself. Nianbing shook his head hard and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The sense of loss gradually disappeared. After all, Garamandi's would still come back. He would definitely be reluctant to part with the delicious food that he had cooked. Now, what he had to do was to go to the capital of the Huarong Empire, Dutian City, and fulfill his promise to Long Ji. He remembered that he was only 7 years old when he left Dutian City. It had been more than 10 years, and he was finally going back. Nianbing was not in a hurry. Every time he went to a city, he would rest for a few days to meditate and study magic. When he left Alan City, there were still 3 months before the 5 Nations New Magician competition. 3 months was enough for him to hurry on. Just like what he had heard in Alan City, the further he went to the south of the Ottoman Empire, the more barren the surroundings became. When he walked on the road, he would often see desolate scenes. This phenomenon only stopped when Nianbing entered the Huarong Empire from the southwest of the Ottoman Empire. In the distance, a huge city crawled on the vast plains like a monster. It could no longer be described as a city. Straddling the border between the Ottoman Empire and the Huarong Empire, Turu City was clearly a huge fortress. On both sides of the fortress, the Huarong Empire's army stretched for hundreds of miles. The Huarong Empire's geographical location was extremely good. It was an empire deep in the south, occupying a large amount of fertile land. Moreover, its southwest was facing the sea. Although it bordered the Longmu, Kiru, and Aland empires, the area it needed to defend was not large. The Huarong Empire placed great importance on military affairs. The empire's main fighting force was made up of 4 major armies. They were the Northern Army, which was stationed at the border between the Longmu Empire and the Longmu Empire in the north, the Northeastern Army, which was stationed near Turu City in the northeast, the Eastern Army, which was stationed at the border between the Kiru Empire and the Eastern Army, and the Central Army, which was stationed near the capital, Dutian City. The number of soldiers serving in the empire was no less than 1.2 million. To the other empires, it would be a huge burden to maintain so many soldiers. However, to the rich Huarong Empire, this was not a difficult matter. For example, when they attacked the surrounding areas, they did not really want to steal anything. More importantly, it was to train the soldiers. After all, soldiers who had never been on the battlefield were not qualified soldiers. The 4 armies of the Huarong Empire were each led by a marshal. Among them, the Central Army was the most powerful. The famous Order of the Flaming Lion was the elite of the elites in the Central Army. What Nianbing saw now was the Huarong Empire's Northeastern Army, which was stationed at Turu City. Turu City was not like Binglan City, which was controlled by 2 empires. The Huarong Empire's army was stationed here, while the Ottoman Empire's army retreated inland. No matter if it was in terms of equipment, soldiers' pay, or numbers, the Ottoman Empire was far inferior to the Huarong Empire. If it was not for the Longmu Empire, which was also a powerful country, restraining the Huarong Empire, the Huarong Empire would have already opened its flaming lion's mouth and swallowed the Ottoman Empire. Before reaching Turu City, Nianbing first had to pass through the Huarong Empire's defense line. It would be strictly inspected. If it aroused even a trace of suspicion, it would be banned from the Huarong Empire. However, Nianbing had his own way of dealing with the inspection. After all, he was a citizen of the Huarong Empire. His understanding of the Huarong Empire was mostly limited to what his father had told him. Although he did not have much love for his motherland, his roots were in Huarong. His memories of the Huarong Empire were deeply engraved in his mind. Standing at the back of the inspection line, Nianbing looked up at the huge city gate of Turu City that was like the mouth of a giant lion. He murmured, "Huarong, I'm back. After more than 10 years, I'm back. I remember when I left that year, I passed by here. Father, don't worry. If possible, I will definitely take back what we deserve." The inspection was very fast. Most of the civilians and merchants entering the city had a pass issued by the Huarong Empire. With this pass, they could easily enter the city. After all, there were very few people who dared to cause trouble in the Huarong Empire. It was not a time of war. Naturally, the inspection was not very strict. When it was finally Nianbing's turn, the armored commander spoke to him like he did to the others, "Show me your pass." His tone was not strict. This was because he saw Nianbing's long blonde hair. Blonde hair was very common in the Huarong Empire. The guards would always be more polite to their own people. Someone once calculated that more than 90% of the upper nobles of the Huarong Empire had blonde hair. Shaking his head, Nianbing said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I don't have a pass." "You don't?" The guard commander looked at him with some surprise. Nianbing did not have any luggage on him, and his clothes were very ordinary. However, the guard commander who had seen a lot of people saw an unusual temperament from him. "Since you don't have a pass, we need to search your body. Please go over there." As he said that, he pointed to a simple house next to the city gate. Shaking his head again, Nianbing stretched out his right hand. "I don't think it's necessary." With a poof, a flame burned in the palm of his hand. The flame swayed in the breeze, and suddenly the surrounding temperature rose a few degrees. "I'm a magician." The guard commander's surprise suddenly turned into respect. "So it's Mr. Magician. Please enter the city." After saying that, he hurriedly stepped aside. Nianbing stepped in and did not encounter any obstacles. The Huarong Empire was a country that worshipped fire. Due to the prosperity of magic in the country, the king and the commoners were very respectful of magicians, especially powerful magicians. Therefore, the king once issued an order that as long as one was a magician, no matter which country they were from, they could enter the Huarong Empire. Especially fire magicians, they were the most popular target in the Huarong Empire. Coupled with Nianbing's blonde hair, the guards naturally did not stop him. The first feeling he had when he entered Turu City was that it was prosperous. It was a sharp contrast to the Ottoman Empire. The streets were bustling with people, and there was no lack of soldiers on vacation. No matter what kind of business they ran, the business was very good. As a border city, it was actually so prosperous. Perhaps only the Huarong Empire could do so. No one here would be worried about the invasion of foreign enemies. After all, the Huarong Empire's northeast army stationed here was not to be trifled with. Taking a deep breath, Nianbing sighed. "Is this the air of the motherland?" "My motherland, I'm afraid no one will admit that I belong to the Huarong Empire." As a citizen of the Huarong Empire, he came back this time to represent the Ice Moon Empire to participate in the New Star Magician tournament. To him, this was not considered an irony. Walking on the streets, Nianbing was looking for a hotel to stay in. There were still 2 months before the magician tournament. Although it was not close to the capital city, he still had half a month to get there. Therefore, he had plenty of time. Nianbing's mind was filled with magicians. He had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. On the way to the Huarong Empire, He had already decided to use the 3 months before the tournament as his journey to practice magic. Every time he arrived at a place, he would stop for at least a day to practice the various spells that he had thought about on the way. Especially the newly obtained 4-star sword, which was the most important part of his practice. Someone once said that warriors were the nemesis of magicians at close range. However, spatial magicians were the nemesis of all warriors. From this, one could see the status of spatial magic in the magic world of the continent. Having spatial magic was equivalent to having a protective talisman in front of warriors. Of course, spatial magicians also had their own weaknesses. Sun meant that their attack power was weaker. Spatial magicians were best at teleportation and imprisonment. Only when they reached the level of Archmage and above would their attacking power gradually show. Suddenly, Nianbing saw that the people on the streets were rushing in one direction, as if something had happened. He thought to himself, could it be that there was someone in Taru City who dared to make trouble? There couldn't be such a stupid person. The people were surging. Pushed by the flow of people, Nianbing did not study and moved in that direction. Curiously, he asked a passerby next to him, "What's going on over there? Why is everyone going there?" The passerby said, "Little brother, you must have just arrived here. This is a grand event that only happens once every few years. The Huarong restaurant in the Taru City Square holds a cooking competition every 3 years. It just started today and will last for 3 days. These 3 days, our Taru City will celebrate. Famous chefs from all over the country will come here to participate in the challenge. This competition seems to be second only to the Master Chef tournament in the cooking world. It's a pity not to watch it. Hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to see it." Nianbing's heart moved. He had never heard Cha Ji mention this Huarong cooking competition. He thought that it had just started in recent years. However, since it was said to be second only to the Master Chef tournament, it should be worth watching. Under the influence of curiosity, he hurriedly followed the flow of people to the Taru Square. From afar, a huge square could be seen. This square was so big that it occupied 1/3 of the area of Taru City. It was originally a drill ground specially used for soldiers. But now it had become the venue for the cooking competition. The whole square was crowded with at least 100,000 people. A large number of guards were maintaining order in the square, so no trouble was caused. In the center of the square, there was a round table with a height of nearly 2 zhang and a diameter of about 15 zhang. The table was covered with a red carpet. Even from below, it was very eye-catching. What surprised Nianbing the most was that this giant round table could rotate. Around the round table, there were a total of 10 new stoves. Behind them, there were some necessary kitchen tools. Obviously, it could accommodate 10 chefs at the same time for the competition. Seeing such a huge cooking competition, Nianbing couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. As a chef, it was a wonderful thing to be able to show his cooking skills on such a stage. No wonder his master had said that the Huarong Empire had the most outstanding chefs. It seemed that he was not wrong. Perhaps only in the Huarong Empire would there be such a flourishing cooking world. On both sides of the round table, there was a raised platform with a ceiling. There were chairs placed inside. Obviously, this was where the VIPs were seated. At this time, a dozen people walked up to the giant round platform. From their clothes, it was easy to tell that they were all high-ranking officials of the Huarong Empire. One of them walked up to the round platform. This person was a little fat. He was wearing a red robe with golden edges, which made him look very gorgeous. His small eyes were shining, and he was holding a strange thing in his hand. There seemed to be a magical light shining on it. "Everyone, quiet down. Please listen to me." He did not shout at the top of his lungs, but his deep voice easily reached everyone's ears. Nianbing was shocked. If it was a swordsman-level expert, he could naturally do this with his powerful dou qi. However, this person clearly didn't use any dou qi. In an instant, he understood. He secretly cried out in surprise because he found that the object in the person's hand was actually a magic loudspeaker. To be able to emit such a sound, the loudspeaker must be backed by an extremely precious magic gem. It seemed that the cost of this competition was not small. The square gradually quieted down. The 5,000 soldiers in charge of maintaining order appeared to be in an orderly manner. The spears in their hands were pointed at the sky. They were watching the surrounding people at all times to prevent any changes. Fatso looked down at the people below from the rotating platform. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone. I think that as long as you are a citizen of Taru City, you should recognize me. Yes, I am Hualong Restaurant's Hua Feizi. You can call me Fatso." Fatso, Fatso, Fatso. Suddenly, the audience cheered. Looking at the excited appearance of the commoners, it was clear that this Hualong Restaurant's Hua Feizi was very popular in Taru City. Nianbing asked a cheering commoner next to her and found out that this Hua Fatso was the owner of the Hualong Restaurant. He was an extremely easygoing person. Moreover, he was very charitable. Every year, he would donate 80% of the money earned by the Hualong Restaurant to the government, the military, and the Huarong Empire's Magicians' Union. Moreover, he would often introduce some delicious food for the commoners. Therefore, he had an excellent reputation in all aspects. He was even conferred the title of Viscount by His Majesty the King of the Huarong Empire. It was precisely because of him that this Hualong cooking competition was more popular than the previous one. It was gradually catching up with the influence of the god of cooking competition. Hua Fatso opened his mouth again. "Thank you for your support of this competition. This is already the 4th competition of the Hualong cooking competition. I, Hua Fatso, am gradually getting old. However, our Huarong Empire's cooking industry is constantly flourishing. I am very honored to be able to see the current prosperity. Well, I don't want to talk nonsense. I don't want you to throw eggs at me." As he spoke, he also made a funny expression, which immediately caused the people below to burst into laughter. Hua Fatso smiled and waited for the people below to stop laughing. Only then did he say, "The rules are the same as before. The competition still has 3 stages, the preliminary round, the semi-final round, and the final round. The preliminary round will be held on the south side of the square in our Hualong restaurant. It has already been 10 days. In these 10 days, we have selected over 100 outstanding chefs. They will participate in the semi-final round here. I will choose 3 main ingredients in the semi-final round. These chefs will cook a variety of delicious dishes for everyone to judge. In the end, 10 people will be selected to participate in the final round. The final round will be held the day after tomorrow. All the dishes made in this competition will be presented to the most respectable people of our Huarong Empire. That is, the Northeast Field Army that has always protected our homeland." When he said the last 5 words, he deliberately raised his voice. Suddenly, the whole scene showed an explosion of cheers. The sound waves surged, and even the people outside of Taru City could hear it. The enthusiasm of the atmosphere made Nianbing very surprised. From this scene, it could be seen how much the commoners of the Huarong Empire respected the military. With such a culture, how could the empire not be strong? No wonder it could become the strongest country in the continent. A slender man walked out from the crowd. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was slender. His waist was soft when he walked. He wore a white robe that accentuated his handsome face. It was impossible to tell his age from his appearance. Without using a magic loudspeaker, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Fatso Hua. You may not know me, but let me introduce myself. I am the new marshal of the Northeast Army. My name is Arc Light." His voice was a little soft, but his voice was even clearer than Fatty Hua's voice when he was using a magic loudspeaker. The crowd was in an uproar. This marshal who looked like a woman did not make the people feel disgusted. Most of the people showed strong respect in their eyes. Nianbing could vaguely hear someone beside her saying, "Heavens! Was he the Arc-Light Marshal who was also known as the Demon Marshal? He was transferred from the Northern Army to us. This is great. I heard that he is swordsman." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. This marshal, who seemed to be his sister-in-law, actually had the strength of a martial sage. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with since he had been transferred from the Northern Army to be the marshal here. She asked the enthusiastic crowd in a low voice and immediately found out some things about Arc Light. It turned out that before Arc Light came to the Northeast Army, he was the deputy marshal of the Northern Army. He had led the army to many battles with the Longmu Empire. He was known for his cruelty and bloodthirstiness. It was said that his sword had drunk the blood of thousands. If anyone was fooled by his appearance, they would be the first to die. Now that he was transferred here, it was obvious that he had been promoted. His nickname in the imperial capital was Demon Snake. However, the people of the Huarong Empire were very respectful to him and directly called him the Demon Marshal. On the stage, Demon Marshal Arclight revealed a smile that could mesmerize men. Well, I won't disturb everyone's appreciation of the gorgeous culinary skills. This time, Huafatso and I will be the chief judges. My tongue is very sharp, so the chefs who are preparing to participate in the competition should work hard. After saying that, he nodded slightly to everyone and walked over from behind the round table. The crowd automatically parted to the sides and watched as the Arclight and Guizhou warriors walked up to the left and right stands. At this time only Huafatso was left on the stage. Fatty Hua cleared his throat and smiled faintly, the fat on his face constantly trembling. I, Fatty Hua, have only one hobby in my entire life. For this hobby, I started learning how to cook when I was 7 years old, and I've worshipped many masters. This year, I have been cooking for 50 years. Now, I only have one wish. It was to promote his culinary skills and let more people eat delicious food. The rewards for this competition are more generous than before. In the previous competitions, we were the ones who recommended the champions to participate in the God of Cookery competition. However, with the increasing influence of the Huarong Culinary Challenge, I discussed with the organizing committee of the God of Cookery competition. This time, the top 3 of the competition will have the opportunity to participate in the God of Cookery competition. At the same time, the rewards have also been increased. The chefs who enter the semi-finals will each be rewarded 100 purple gold coins, and the 10 chefs who enter the finals will each be rewarded 500 purple gold coins. The top 3 will be rewarded with 2,000 purple gold coins, 1,500 purple gold coins, and 800 purple gold coins respectively. Sigh, Huafatso is going to go bankrupt again. Those who still want to sign up should hurry up. Today is the last day of registration. His funny appearance caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Nianbing's heart was beating violently. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He didn't care about the reward. What he cared about was the opportunity to compete with high-level chefs. Whether it was Zhao Ji's previous narration or his own experience, they all told him that under the pressure of a competition, chefs would often perform in 2 ways. One was to lose their standard due to nervousness, and the other was to exceed their standard and make more delicious food. Without a doubt, Nianbing belonged to the latter. Without any hesitation, he asked the crowd about the location of the Hualong restaurant and immediately squeezed out of the crowd. Whether it was the Hualong Chef Challenge or the God of Cookery competition, he would never give up. The Hualong restaurant was much more luxurious than Nianbing had imagined. If the Daiqing Pavilion was the representative of luxuriousness, then the Hualong restaurant was the peak of luxuriousness. The 11-story building represented the highest level of architecture in the Yangon continent. The entire building was semicircular, like a big mouth facing the Taru Square. The whole building was completely covered in gold. The 4 words Hualong restaurant each occupied an area of about 10 feet. The golden brilliance was particularly obvious under the sunlight. Although there were only 4 waitresses at the entrance responsible for receiving guests, their quality was much higher than those at the Daiqing Pavilion. They were all about 1.75 meters tall, their slender figures were so moving under the white dress. Their beautiful faces were pure and charming. Although they were not as stunning as Feng Nu, they could still be considered as high-class beauties. At the entrance of the restaurant, Nianbing was just about to enter when he was stopped by a sister-in-law. Her charming face maintained a charming smile. "Sir, I'm sorry. Because of the Hualong cooking competition, the restaurant is temporarily closed." Nianbing smiled slightly, his handsome face causing the woman to be slightly stunned. "Hello, I'm here to sign up." The young woman was obviously the head of the 4 women at the entrance. Whether it was her manners or her appearance, she was the best. After a slight loss of composure, she immediately returned to normal. Somewhat surprised, she said, "You want to participate in this competition? But, you are so young." The golden age of a chef was between 40 and 50 years old. Whether it was their physical condition or the time and experience of cooking, it was the best. Although there were young people participating in this competition, it was extremely rare. There was only one young person who was able to enter the semifinals. Nianbing nodded and said, "Could it be that the competition has an age limit?" As the saying goes, one's ambition is not determined by one's age. The level of cooking is not used to measure one's talent. The young woman bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry, sir. It's my fault. Please come with me." Her gentle attitude of service immediately increased Ling Nianbing's favorable impression of her. He nodded with a smile and followed the young woman into the Hualong restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw a huge hall. The center of the hall was obviously for reception, and there were hundreds of tables placed on both sides. The decorations were mainly golden, and coupled with a clean red carpet, it looked exceptionally gorgeous. Just the surrounding pillars around the hall were carved with golden dragons. The value was unimaginable. The craftsmanship was very exquisite, and even the dragon scales could be seen clearly. Under the guidance of the young waitress, Nianbing was directly brought to the second floor. According to the waitress, the entire second floor was the kitchen of the Hualong restaurant. Sure enough, when they arrived at the second floor, Nianbing was shocked by the scene in front of him. The entire second floor was made up of kitchens, and it was divided into several parts. The largest part was where ordinary chefs cooked. At this moment, the preliminary round of the Hualong culinary competition was being held here. At least 100 chefs were working hard in order to enter the semifinals and show their faces on the huge round platform. There were also many people waiting on the side. Beside the chefs who were cooking, some people in blue clothes were patrolling back and forth. Each of them held a board in their hands and were constantly recording something on it. "Sir, look, this is the competition venue. The innermost part is the judging panel. After the dishes are finished, they will be sent to taste and judge, and they will decide whether or not they can enter the semifinals." The beautiful waitress explained to Nianbing. Nianbing's handsome appearance made her more talkative than usual. Nianbing nodded and said, "Then what's the place that's been separated? Is it also the kitchen?" The beautiful waitress said, "Yes, that is the place where the senior chefs of our Hualong restaurant cook. In this competition, our Hualong restaurant also sent 3 chefs to participate, and they have already entered the semifinals. Alright, I will take you to sign up." Under her guidance, the two of them came to a small room beside the kitchen hall. There was an old man sitting in the room, who looked to be 60 or 70 years old. Lazily leaning on the back of the chair, he was dozing off. His appearance was very ordinary, and there was no difference between him and an ordinary old man, but there was a small sarcoma on his forehead. Seeing this scene, Nianbing couldn't help but feel moved. The beautiful waitress walked to the old man's side. Respectfully, she said, "Elder Ling, someone has signed up." The old man opened his eyes, and when he saw the young girl, he immediately revealed a kind smile. "Girl, it's you again. Are you tired standing outside? I already told Hua Fatso to change your workplace, but you refused. Really, it's not good for your skin to stand outside all the time." The young girl faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. If you have time, can't you make some good food for us to eat?" Nianbing took a step forward and said, "Hello, I want to sign up for the competition." The old man's gaze turned to Nianbing, and when he saw his handsome appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "You want to sign up, right? What is your name, and do you have any cooking skills that you are good at?" "This is a cooking competition, and we don't accept cooked wheaten food masters and cold spices masters to sign up. My name is Nianbing, and I don't have any special skills. I can cook most dishes." The old man curled his lips. "Young man, your tone is not small. Alright, I want to see what skills you have. There is no fee for signing up for this competition, but you will need to pass my test." As he said that, he took out a shiny wooden tablet from under the table and handed it to Nianbing, saying, "No matter what method you use, you have to neatly engrave your name on it. I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Nianbing took the wooden tablet, but didn't move. His gaze fell on the old man's hands, which were definitely not a pair of hands that should appear on someone of his age. The old man's hands were slender and white, emitting a faint glow. His hands were glowing, and his nails were extremely neatly trimmed. Even though his hands didn't have prominent joints, Nian Bing could clearly feel that they were filled with explosive power. He subconsciously exclaimed, "Spiritual Chef Na Yan." Hearing these 4 words, the old man's eyes lit up, and the contempt from before completely disappeared. "You know me?" Nian Bing faintly smiled, and said, "I didn't expect to see you here. Let me finish your test first." Holding the wooden tablet in his left hand, he extended his right index finger, and a faint blue light condensed on it. Nian Bing waved his hand, and 2 words appeared on the wooden tablet. These 2 words were completely natural, without the slightest trace of carving, yet they were deeply confined within the wooden tablet. Spirit Chef Na Yan didn't look at the wooden tablet in Nian Bing's hand, but sized him up. "There aren't many people who can recognize you, and I don't think we've met before. How did you do it?" Nian Bing faintly smiled, and said, "This isn't difficult. Spirit chefs seem to have 2 titles, one is the double-head chef, the other is the jade-hand chef. Although these 2 titles aren't as illustrious as the name Spirit Chef, I saw these 2 characteristics on you. After a bold guess, I actually hit the jackpot." Na Yan deeply glanced at Nian Bing. "So you should be the disciple of an old friend. There aren't many people who know of these 2 titles of mine. Who's your master?" Nian Bing faintly smiled, and said, "Senior Spirit Chef, you don't have to ask me now. You'll naturally understand once you watch my competition. The reason I didn't say it wasn't because I didn't respect you, but because I was afraid of weakening my master's name. May I ask where I should participate in the preliminaries?" As he spoke, he extended his hand in front of Na Yan. At this moment, the female attendant at the side noticed that Nian Bing's hand was actually extremely similar to Na Yan's, similarly slender and smooth, and even slightly more lustrous. Na Yan's eyes repeatedly flickered. "I didn't expect to meet the disciple of an old friend. Young man, you're very interesting. Ling Dang, take him directly to the semifinals to register, and say that I said he doesn't have to participate in the preliminaries." The attendant, Ling Dang, was stunned, and said, "Elder Ling, this isn't good. It doesn't conform to the rules." Na Yan indifferently smiled, and said, "I'm here for the assessment. Yuli girl, if you go and watch the competition, you'll understand what I mean. Young man, you have to work hard. I hope to see you in the finals. Don't be careless." Among the people participating in the competition this time, there are some that even I don't have the confidence to defeat. Nian Bing's heart was startled. Even the Spirit Chef God, ranked 4th among the 5 gods of cookery, said this. It could be seen that the strength of the competition's opponents were strong. She immediately nodded her head in agreement. Ling Dang brought Nian Bing to register, but the Spirit Chef Na Yan's eyes revealed deep emotions. "Old ghost, I haven't seen you for several decades. I didn't expect your disciple to actually come out of the mountain." Although he didn't say it clearly, how could I not recognize the technique that evolved from his ghost condor knife technique? The successor of the continent's #1 ghost chef also came to participate in the competition. It seems that I can't sit still here. Smoothly obtaining the qualifications for the semifinals, Nian Bing was arranged to be on the 2nd day of the competition. After asking, she found out that there were no more people signing up. In the past 10 days, there were a total of 130 chefs who had entered the semifinals. Finally, after a cooking show on the round stage outside, after a comprehensive evaluation, only 10 people entered the finals. On the last day of the competition, they would compete together to determine the ranking. The competition was very simple. The preliminary round was to process the materials stipulated by Hua Long, and the semifinals was to cook a dish that one was good at. The final competition would be divided into 3 rounds. The first round was for the people of Hua Long to choose the materials to process. The second round was for the examiners to propose various requirements for the finalists to complete. The last round was free to do as one wished. Holding the wooden sign with the symbol, Nian Bing left Hua Long restaurant. Since her competition was tomorrow, then she would watch the competition of others. As for what dish she would cook tomorrow, Nian Bing was not worried at all. After all, for a chef of her ability, there was no flaw in her self-confidence. Today, Ling Nianbing's biggest gain was that she met the Spirit Chef Na Yan. Jia Ji had once told her that although the 5 gods of cooking were ranked one after the other, in fact, the difference in cooking skills between them was very small. Everyone had their own unique skills. Nianbing now very much wanted to see Nian's cooking skills. Only by competing with a master chef would she be able to help her the most. The semi-finals in the Taru Square were already in full swing. When Nianbing came to the square again, she was already unable to squeeze into the crowd to watch closely. The surging tide of people was not noisy. It seemed that the people here all understood that only by giving the chefs the best environment could they see the best cooking skills. Fortunately, Nianbing's eyesight was amazing after eating the snake gall. Although the distance was very far, she was barely able to see it clearly. After some observation, Nianbing was shocked to discover that the chefs who had made it into the semi-finals were all rather capable. Not only were they skilled in cooking, but the creativity they displayed in their culinary skills was something that ordinary chefs couldn't compare to. All kinds of gorgeous cooking skills were constantly displayed on the competition stage. Seeing this, Nianbing did not shrink back in the slightest. Instead, she was very excited. She knew that her decision to participate in the competition was very correct. Every chef here had something to learn from him. After all, high-level chefs could not be compared to ordinary chefs. Although there were only 10 people cooking on the stage, because the height of the competition stage was suitable, coupled with their profound cooking skills, the fragrance actually covered most of the area of the Taru Square. The competition went on round after round. Because the competition stage was always rotating slowly, Nianbing could not see the movements of everyone clearly. However, just by observing a part of it, she was already inspired by it. In particular, some of the chefs used special methods when cooking, which made her greatly admire them. When it came to the 5th round of the semi-finals, Nianbing's eyes lit up. She saw a young man who was about the same age as her. Although this person's appearance was ordinary, his body exuded a familiar feeling. When the 5th round of the semi-finals began, the others were already busy cooking their own dishes, but he did not move. Instead, he concentrated on a few simple vegetables on the kitchen table. His eyes were very calm, but very focused, as if he wanted to see through the vegetables on the kitchen table and see the expression on his face. Nianbing knew that she had met the strongest opponent after Xianxia. She was too familiar with this expression. Only top-level chefs could have this kind of expression. Perhaps feeling Nianbing's concentration, the young man raised his head. His eyes just happened to meet with Nianbing's. The light in their eyes ignited intense sparks in the air. The young man pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth rose. Nianbing threw a provocative look at him. Nianbing looked at him calmly. At this time, the young man's hand moved. Phantom. Nianbing saw a phantom in her eyes. The young man's simple right hand actually brought out a phantom in the air. In an instant, the vegetables on the kitchen table disappeared. At this time, his eyes were still looking at Nianbing. The afterimages of the hands filled the air. Aside from not being able to block the gaze that was like a cold star, they actually completely blocked the young man's body. It was as if there were thousands of hands waving continuously. Every time they waved, they would bring about several colors. Those were the colors of vegetables. The audience below also noticed this strange scene. Their eyes immediately focused on the young man. Nianbing exclaimed in her heart, "Phantom split thousand slicing hands." She actually saw one of the 7 great forbidden hands in this competition. This phantom split thousand slicing hands was ranked 5th among the 7 great forbidden hands. It was slightly inferior to the mysterious jade hands. From the young man's proficiency and his free and easy movements, Nianbing could clearly feel that this young man had completely grasped the mystery of the 1,000 slicing hands. Needless to say, this young man was definitely a genius chef. When Nianbing wanted to see what this young man could do, it was a little too late. This was because the round table had already spun in another direction. When the round table turned again, the young man's hands had already stopped moving. He quietly left the round table, leaving behind a plate of colorful vegetables. Looking at this dish, Nianbing knew that this young man would definitely be able to enter the finals on the last day. It wasn't just because of the appearance of the 1,000 slicing hands. Just the perfect combination of the vegetables and the oil was enough to tell her everything. The 5th round of the semifinals ended. The results would only be announced on the 2nd day of the competition. Just before the sixth round of the semifinals began, Nian Bing's mental strength suddenly stirred. She felt that someone was looking at her. Subconsciously, she turned around to look. She discovered that not far behind her, the young man who had displayed the phantom split thousand slicing hands was looking at her. His face revealed a trace of a smile. Nian Bing turned around and slowly walked in front of the young man. The two of them stared at each other. As they got closer, Nian Bing could clearly feel that this young man wasn't ordinary. He had an ordinary appearance, but he exuded an otherworldly aura. It was a little out of proportion to his body. His hands were about an inch long, and his hands were very big. They were also a little out of proportion to his body. His fingernails were about an inch long, and they were sparkling like jade. They looked extremely clean. Nian Bing knew that people who were proficient in the phantom split thousand cut hands would not use a kitchen knife. His hands were the best weapons. "Hello, your performance just now was very exciting." Nian Bing took the initiative to greet the other party. The young man smiled indifferently and said, "Since you were able to look at him from the beginning, I presume you are also a fellow practitioner?" Nian Bing nodded and said, "My semi-finals will be tomorrow." The young man smiled slightly. "I am called Little Tian. I am Nian Bing. I am very pleased to meet you. I think we will meet in the finals." Little Tian smiled confidently. Although his smile was somewhat provocative, it was not annoying. "With me here, I am afraid you can only be third place. I will do my best in the finals." "Third place?" Nian Bing looked at him with some surprise. Little Tian pursed his lips in the direction of the semifinal stage and said, "Although I have not seen your skills, you will not be able to surpass me. But I don't think you can surpass her, but I believe that she can't beat me." Nian Bing turned around to look. The sixth semifinals had already begun. There was no need for Little Tian to point it out. He already knew who Little Tian was talking about. It was a young girl with the same ordinary appearance as Little Tian. She wore a pure white chef's uniform and looked so clean. The young girl on the stage did not observe with great concentration like Little Tian. However, a faint layer of light rose in front of her. It was a gentle and bright light. It was not magic. The light and shadow were brought out by her pair of nimble little hands. If Little Tian's hands were big, then this young girl's hands were small. Her pure white hands were abnormally white. In front of her was a cauliflower. Under the effect of her small hands, the cauliflower was being broken into small even pieces. The light was produced because she was too fast and the luster on her hands was illuminated by the sunlight. Nian Bing said with some astonishment, "This should be the white snow floating heavenly spirit hand. This is the extinct legacy of spirit chef Senior Yin. The white snow floating heavenly spirit hand. It was ranked 6th among the 7 great forbidden hands. It was an effective method to cut any material. It was said that as long as a material was cut by the heavenly spirit hand, it would be imbued with spirituality." Of course, Nian Bing knew that this saying was wrong. In fact, the heavenly spirit hand's greatest characteristic was that it could bring out the advantages of the material in an instant. It was the best preparation method before cooking. Just from the material aspect, it was above the 1,000 cutting hands. It was just that the 1,000 cutting hands could be used in a wider range, which was why it was ranked above it. The young girl's movements were not obvious. It was far from Little Tian's gorgeous technique. However, her calmness told Nian Bing clearly that this was an extremely strong opponent. Moreover, she definitely had an inseparable relationship with Spirit Chef Na Yan. If it was said that Zi Qingming had only learned 30% of Zi Xiu's cooking skills, then Nian Bing was sure that this young girl had at least 80% of Spirit Chef Na Yan's strength. No wonder Na Yan himself did not participate in the competition. It turned out that he already had a suitable successor. It seemed that he was not without opponents in the younger generation. She's called Momo. She's Spirit Chef Na Yan's niece. She started learning cooking from Na Yan when she was 5 years old. It's said that not only did she completely inherit Na Yan's cooking skills, she even surpassed them. This time, she has always been my greatest opponent before coming to participate in the Chinese Dragon competition. Of course, now there's also you. Even so, I will still win." Little Tian's voice was full of confidence. Nian Bing turned around and looked at him. she said indifferently, let's see who's the real deal in the competition. Saying anything now is unnecessary. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the plaza. To him, there was no need to continue watching. He had already seen what he needed to see. Little Tian's challenge had aroused Nian Bing's desire to battle. Looking at Nian Bing's departing figure, little Tian smiled. As expected of someone who I consider to be my opponent. It seems that the world of cooking is full of newcomers. His hands seem to be very special. I just don't know what he's good at. Just as Nian Bing left, two more people appeared in the viewing area. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in white robes. He brought a petite young girl to the rostrum and sat down beside Devil Marshal Arc-Light. Arc-Light turned his head and revealed an excited smile. Old Shi, you're finally here. Don't look at me like that. Don't you think you're disgusting? The middle-aged man's words shocked everyone in the VIP seats. It wasn't the first time they saw someone who dared to speak to Demon Marshal Arc-Light like that. Arc-Light didn't seem to hear the other party's sarcasm. He chuckled and said, Old Shi, I haven't seen you for a few years. You're not the same as before. I just didn't expect you to really come. This isn't your style. The middle-aged man said unhappily, do you think I wanted to come here? I had no choice but to be tortured by Kitty. The middle-aged man was the continent's only dragon summoner, Hillard. Naturally, his beloved daughter, Kitty, came with him. Kitty blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Arc-Light. Little magic snake, my pet just so happens to be lacking a little snake. Arc-Light seemed to be a little afraid of Kitty. His expression changed and he smiled bitterly. Kitty, you should call me uncle. Kitty looked at him curiously and said, but, even Daddy doesn't know whether you're uncle or auntie. Daddy said that a man who doesn't like women can't be called uncle. Little magic snake, I heard that your magic snake guard has increased again. Can you take me to play? Arc-Light felt a chill in his heart. He clearly remembered the last time Kitty was playing in his famous demonic snake guards in Huarong Empire. It seemed that a fox had casually urinated in the guards, and as a result, it attracted the master's magical beast, causing the whole demonic snake guards to be in a mess. Some of them had accidentally drunk the water in the tank where the fox had urinated. They had to lie in bed for a whole month before they could regain their fighting strength. In his eyes, Kitty was definitely a little witch. Kitty, I sent the magic snake guard out on business. Let's talk about it later. Kitty blinked her big eyes. Really? But we clearly saw them when we came. I even let the fox and the cow go into play. Arc-Light's expression changed greatly. He stood up abruptly and looked at Hillard. However, Hillard was looking at the chefs competing on the round table as if everything had nothing to do with him. Arc-Light coughed awkwardly and said, You guys watch first. I have something to deal with first. His figure flashed and disappeared, leaving behind a faint silver light on the spot where he had been standing. Kitty giggled. Daddy, little magic snake is so interesting. His face became so pale. Hillard looked at his beloved daughter dotingly and said, You're just making trouble for me. Although Arc-Light is not like a man in some aspects, his strength is definitely in the top 10 in the Huarong Empire. I'm afraid he can't do anything to you. Don't tease him in the future. After all, he's a dignified marshal. Kitty snorted and said, No, I want to tease him. Who asked him to acknowledge me as his goddaughter last time? Hillard said helplessly, You little girl. You're making trouble for me as soon as you go out. Next time, if I find out that you let that slutty fox pee everywhere, I'll castrate it. Kitty giggled and said, Dad, you won't. The fox is very smart. It's the first of my pets to enter the second stage. How can you bear to let it go? Hillard glared at Kitty and said, I'm regretting teaching you summoning more and more now. You little girl, you simply want to see the world in chaos. This time, if it weren't for the great improvement in your spiritual power and the evolution of your pets to the second stage, I wouldn't have brought you out to play. You better behave, or I'll bring you home early. Kitty stuck out her cute little tongue and said, Okay, I'll be good. But Dad, do you think Brother Nian Bing will come to participate in this Hualong culinary competition? If he comes, he'll definitely be the champion, right? Hillard snorted and said, as the saying goes, there's always someone better than you. Although Nian Bing's culinary skills are good, he may not be able to win against everyone. Kitty's eyes showed a trace of confusion and muttered, I wonder how brother Nian Bing is now. I really want to eat his barbecue. Hillard said, you won't have much chance to see him in the future. Don't forget. He's a chef. If you hang out with him, sooner or later, he'll make dishes out of your pets. Kitty retorted, no way. Brother Nian Bing has the best heart. I don't want Kitty to be sad. Looking at his daughter's persistent expression, Hillard was shocked. He thought to himself, is it right to bring Kitty out this time? If I really meet Nian Bing, what will I do? Kill him? No, it was better to go back as soon as possible. In a corner of the Taru Square, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in front of a tall man, attracting curious gazes from the surrounding people from time to time. The man was over 2 meters tall, and his short gray hair looked very unique. Especially his pair of black eyes. Its eyeballs were completely black. His body was very thin, and he looked to be around 30 years old. His face was chiseled, and although he was very thin, his body seemed to be made of steel. It was clear and gave people a sense of sturdiness. Dressed in a black shirt and pants, he looked a little cold. His hands were propped up behind his back to protect his front. In the place where he saw the protection, there was a little girl about the same age as Kitty. She had a head of dark blue hair, combed into a braid, and a pair of dark green eyes that looked very attractive. Her overly white skin showed a color that was not considered healthy. On her beautiful little face, there was a trace of evil smile, which was not a smile that could be displayed at her age. Brother Ping Chow, I want to eat the food they make. It looks delicious. The girl looked up at the tall man who was half a body taller than her and said. The tall man's expression was still cold, and he said lightly, no, miss, I have to ensure your safety. The girl was dissatisfied. Suddenly, she stepped on Ping Chow's toes, and at the same time, she pinched his inner thigh with her hand. Ping Chow's face suddenly changed. His pale face was slightly distorted, but he didn't move. It seemed that he was used to the girl's actions. I told you to call me Yu. If you call me miss again, I will pinch your philtrum. After saying that, Yu maliciously glanced at a certain part of Ping Chow's body. Ping Chow's face changed greatly, and he coughed, yes, miss, I will call you Yu. Yu then turned back to watch the competition on the stage with satisfaction, but the wicked smile on the corner of her mouth became more intense. At this moment, Yu suddenly saw a petite figure running onto the competition's round stage. No one stopped her. That figure moved quickly. Unexpectedly, she had a pair of chopsticks in her hand. She kept picking up the dishes on the kitchen table and stuffing them into her mouth. While stuffing them, she was also muttering something. Yu's eyes showed anger, and she stamped Ping Chow's feet. You see, why can she go up and eat, but I can't? I don't care, I want to eat too. After saying that, she was about to walk towards the crowd. Ping Chow's huge black cloak unfolded, and Yu came back and said in a low voice, don't make trouble, we should go back. Yu, did you forget what the Moon Lord said before we came out? Yu glared hatefully at Ping Chow. Her small mouth pouted, but in the end, she did not refute. She used her hand to pinch Ping Chow hard at a convenient place. Only then did she unwillingly turn around and leave. Before leaving, she fiercely glared at the petite girl on the stage. She already had a plan in mind. The one eating on the stage was Kitty. As she ate, she criticized the chef's cooking skills. Most of her comments were only one sentence, it's not as good as my big brother Nian Bing's cooking. There were many people in charge of security, but when Kitty went on stage, no one stopped her. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop her, but when Kitty walked past them, the guards felt their minds go blank, and they just watched her walk up. The last person Kitty tasted was Momo, who little Tian had praised earlier. Wow, big sister, your cooking is so good. It's so soft and fragrant. Momo looked at the girl in front of her in surprise and smiled, is it good? Then you should eat more. At this moment, the guards had already noticed Kitty, the little troublemaker, and they all rushed up the stage. Kitty stuffed 2 mouthfuls of cauliflower into her mouth and smiled at Momo, big sister, I still want to eat your cooking next time. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, she skipped down the round platform. When she passed by the guards, the same thing happened again. The guards could only watch her leave in a daze. If it was someone else, the people below would probably be unhappy, but Kitty was really too cute. Every action of hers would make the spokesperson feel pity for her. Unexpectedly, no one expressed any dissatisfaction because of her. Hillard frowned and looked at his daughter, who ran back. He said in a low voice, "Did I teach you mental magic so that you can steal food?" Kitty grabbed her father's soft and white hand and said coquettishly, "Didn't Mommy always say that this family is a gluttonous kitten?" "Daddy, if you scold me again, I'll tell Mommy when I get back. She'll let you sleep on the floor." The muscles on Hillard's face twitched. You only know how to use Mommy to pressure me." Kitty giggled and said, "Mommy said that you have tracheitis." "Daddy, what does tracheitis mean?" Hillard was speechless. As a powerful dragon summoner, he could not do anything about it. Perhaps only his daughter and wife could do that. If the two of them were to broadcast together, he would be completely defeated. After leaving the Teru Square, Nianbing didn't go far. He found a hotel nearby and stayed there. He still had a lot of money left from selling the scrolls. Although the price of this hotel wasn't cheap, he didn't care too much about it. Fortunately, the hotel was worth it. The clean and tidy environment and the spacious room that was bathed in sunlight gave Nianbing a good impression. After eating a simple meal, he crossed his legs on the bed and meditated while thinking about what happened today. Little Tian and Momo were respectively good at the Phantom Split Thousand Cut Hands and the White Snow Floating Heavenly Spirit Hands. The Heavenly Spirit Hands was the famous skill of Spirit Chef Na Yen, but the Split Thousand Cut Hands was not a skill that any of the 5 god chefs were good at. The origin of mini heaven and earth was still a mystery to Nianbing. However, from little Tian's strong confidence, Nianbing could tell that his cooking skills were not as simple as the 1,000 cut hands. However, Nianbing didn't think too much of it because of his confidence. After all, he thought that no matter how good little Tian's cooking skills were, it couldn't be compared to Hunchback God Chef Xiao. Casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Nianbing slowly closed his eyes and entered a deeper state of meditation. He only left a trace of spiritual energy outside his body to maintain vigilance. Before entering the state of meditation, he had already used a magic scroll to lay down a barrier around his body. Ever since he had obtained the 6 Lights divine ability, the 4 Stars Blade, his attainments in magic formations had improved by leaps and bounds. After all, with a better understanding of space, magic formations could be inscribed with endless transformations. Ever since he had made a breakthrough in the origin of ice and fire, it had become a habit for Nianbing to meditate for a long time every day. He was not a person who liked to be quiet, but the benefits of meditation were too obvious. The origin of ice and fire produced a strong attraction to the magical elements, which allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort during meditation. Every time he meditated, he would have a new feeling, and his magical energy was significantly improved. It was precisely because of these reasons that Nianbing's interest in long-term meditation increased greatly. This time, before participating in the Magician's Rising Star competition, he must hurry to Tiandu City as soon as possible, and then meditate in seclusion until the start of the competition. Meditation caused Nianbing's spirit to become abnormally focused. Red and blue magical elements continuously rushed into his body. In the best state of magic, his magical energy was increasing bit by bit. Now, he had completely stabilized his cultivation as a magic shooter. Time always passed very quickly during meditation. Unknowingly, the sky outside had already darkened, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared. It was already late at night. Nianbing, who was in the middle of meditation, suddenly felt a slight movement of his spiritual energy. A trace of magical fluctuation awakened him from his meditation. He opened his eyes. The darkness in the room did not affect his vision. He released his spiritual energy and carefully felt the magical fluctuation. The magical fluctuation brought a cold feeling. The target was not him, but toward the east of Takian City. It was already so late, how could there be a magician moving? Moreover, judging from the movement speed of the magical fluctuation, it did not seem like an ordinary magician. Could it be a wind magician? No, that cold feeling was not from the few types of magic that he had come into contact with. It seemed to have an evil aura. Could it be a dark magician? As soon as he thought of the dark magician, Nian Bing remembered the stolen sealing bottle of Miorda's. Out of curiosity, he opened the window and cast a blizzard on himself. He suddenly accelerated and chased in the direction of the magical fluctuation. Nian Bing flew very high. With his current magical power and spiritual energy, he could maintain the blizzard for a long time. Relying on the perception of his spiritual energy, he soon caught up with the magical fluctuation. There were two people. The person in front was covered by a large black cloak. She did not look tall. Her body seemed to be flying close to the ground. There was no feeling of jumping. Behind her, there was a tall man. Every time his toes touched the ground, he would move at least 10 feet horizontally. He was easily following the person in front. The magical fluctuation that Nian Bing felt before was emitted by the person in front. Seeing the real appearance of the two people, he was even more certain that the two people were emitting a dark aura. They seemed to be emitting a faint black mist, and that cold aura was full of evil. Nian Bing did not disturb them. He quietly followed them in the distance. He took out the 4-star saber from his spatial ring. Using the same source of ice and fire, he completely restrained his aura with the 4-star saber. There were actually dark magicians in Taru City. What were they going to do? After a short time, the two people suddenly stopped. The person in front took off the cloak on her head, revealing a long dark blue braid. The place where they stopped was a very good-looking inn. The blue-haired girl looked around. Seeing that there were no pedestrians, she stretched out her white and tender hands and began to carve something on the wall. Nian Bing looked from afar and was surprised to find that it was a magic array that he had never seen before. A faint black mist was constantly drifting out from the magic array and into the inn. Judging from the other party's magical fluctuations, the magic power was not very strong, but this dark magic was really strange. The mist seemed to have a life of its own and was moving in a direction inside the inn. Nian Bing hesitated in his heart. Should he come forward? Dark magicians were extremely rare on the continent. Perhaps he could find some clues about the sealed bottle of Morda's. At this time a low roar sounded. Moo, moo, the black mist that poured into the inn flew back. The girl was obviously surprised and turned her head to look at her companion. The side door of the inn opened and a charming and lazy voice sounded. Who is so annoying to disturb other people's sleep at night? Kitty, whose black hair was a little messy, came out of the side door riding a cow and just happened to meet the dark magician. Seeing Kitty appear, Nian Bing in the distant sky could not help but be stunned. He had a very good impression of Kitty, this cute little girl. When he saw her appear, his heart was suddenly happy. But on second thought, he realized that the dark magician had come for Kitty. Where is Hillard? Could it be that Kitty had snuck out again? Yu was depressed. When she woke up, she was going to use the hypnotism that she was good at to knock Kitty out, and then catch her out to play with her. But she didn't expect that her hypnotism didn't work at all. Instead, it let her out. She looked at Ping Chao and raised her head. Little girl, you dare to eat during the day. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Kitty rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Yu. Who are you calling a little girl? Are you older than me? Yu snorted, and a light flashed in her hand. Then, a small and exquisite magic staff appeared in her hand. The magic staff was about a foot long, and a blue gem was inlaid on top of it. Then, a faint black fog started to revolve around Yu as soon as the magic staff appeared. Huh? Kitty also noticed the change, but instead of being afraid, she shouted excitedly. Dark magicians. Dad said that dark magicians are the most difficult to deal with. Today I actually met 2 of them. That's great. Hey, who are you? Yu still raised her head and said. I am the beautiful, generous, gentle, and evil super witch Yu who is loved by everyone. What about you? Kitty stuck out her tongue and said without showing any weakness. What super witch, at most a little witch. Me, I am gentle and lovely, Xianxia, beautiful super summoner Kitty. Yu froze for a moment and said in surprise. You are a teacher? Kitty proudly said. How about it, are you afraid? Yu snorted and said. Afraid of your head? You can only summon a cow. I'll let you see my power, lost sheep. Under the guidance of the great darkness. Be prepared, the darkness will. Yu's incantation was only half finished when suddenly a white light flashed in Kitty's eyes. A sharp sound abruptly interrupted Yu's incantation. The dark magic elements that she had condensed also dissipated. Ping Chao whispered. Spiritual magic. Miss, oh no, Yu, be careful. Yu was not convinced. What's so great about it? Isn't it just interrupting my magic? Kitty, if you have the ability, find a place where no one is around and have a fight with me. If you lose, you have to recognize me as your sister. In the future, if you have anything delicious, you have to give it to me first. Ping Chao almost choked on her own saliva when she heard Yu's words. Great Moon Lord. How could your daughter be like this? Kitty snappily snorted and said. Who cares about you? I still want to sleep. How long will it take to deal with you? Cow, attack. The huge black and white body of the cow suddenly stood up. Kitty grabbed its two ears to stabilize her body. 8 white lights shot out and went straight to Yu and Ping Chao. Ping Chao's figure flashed and blocked in front of Yu. Her black cloak was raised horizontally and blocked the 8 white lights. In an instant, Ping Chao's eyes turned into a strange red. Her body seemed to swell a little. 2 fangs came out of her mouth. She stared at Kitty and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Kitty looked at Ping Chao's red eyes and couldn't help but feel a little scared. She took a step back and quickly chanted. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Tian Tian. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Tian Tian. I summon you in the name of Xian. Come out, my pet, Guan. Suddenly, the huge mouse, the obscene fox, and the pink and tender pig appeared one after another in the faint halo. Seeing this, Nian Bing, who was in the air, could not help but laugh. After not seeing each other for half a year, Kitty still had these precious pets protecting her. However, in terms of attack power, her pets were indeed not very strong. It seemed like only that little pig Guan was more powerful. The fox's first action as soon as it appeared was to jump on the head of the cow. It seemed to have sensed the existence of danger. It blinked its small eyes and looked around. The fox had some changes compared to the last time Nian Bing saw it. Its body was a little bigger, and the fiery red fur on its body looked more lustrous. Especially its eyes, which looked very cunning. Seeing the fox, Nian Bing's first thought was that it had attracted the golden-backed Dragon King when it peed. Wasn't Hillard going to let the Dragon King be Kitty's pet? Why didn't Kitty summon it? Yu pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. Are these all your summoned beasts? They're so cute. Kitty pushed Ping Chao away and looked at Kitty curiously. These are all your summoned beasts? They're so cute. Kitty said proudly, of course, they are my 4 summoned beasts. How about it? Are you scared? If you're willing to call me sister, I'll let you go. In the future, you have to give me good food first. Yu snorted and said, a cow, a pig, a mouse, and a fox. What's there to be afraid of? I'll let you see my power. As she said that, she reached into her pocket and took out a dark green skull. The skull was glowing with a gloomy green light and looked a little gloomy. Yu's hand shook and she threw the skull out. Suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound in the air. Countless black gas spewed out from the skull and wrapped around Kitty and her pets. Kitty blinked her big cute eyes. Tian Tian, go. The big mouse, Tian Tian, suddenly jumped up, its body emitting a layer of gray light. It exposed its sharp teeth and pounced directly at the skull. The black light could not penetrate the gray light around its body. Yu's eyes showed a trace of disdain and she said softly, explode. The green skeleton that was charging forward suddenly stopped in midair. The black air that was originally surrounding it suddenly condensed into a ball. Unexpectedly, it was also in the shape of a skeleton, but it was much larger than the dark green skeleton. The skeleton instantly rushed forward and directly rushed in front of Tian Tian. Tian Tian plunged into the black skull. The gray light around its body suddenly dimmed. Kitty exclaimed and hurriedly shouted, Tian Tian, go back. Guan, beast blood boil. The little pig Guan jumped out of Kitty's arms. Its originally pink body instantly turned red. Its two small pig eyes shone brightly. In an instant, it emitted a strong king's aura. Its body swelled a bit, and the red light around its body revealed a faint golden light. It let out a sharp cry unique to pigs. It lowered its head and rushed forward. At that time, relying on Guan Guan's boiling beast puppet, it had once temporarily repelled the gold-backed Earth Dragon King. Its charging power was much stronger than the big mouse Tian Tian. The king's chi around its body was instantly released, and it actually tore that black skull to pieces. The pig head directly collided with the dark green skull's body. With a bang, the sturdy dark green skull was sent flying back. Guan's charging momentum did not change. It's huge but twisted in the air and directly rushed towards Yuyu. Yuyu blinked. The magic staff in her hand suddenly disappeared. A big dark green hand appeared in front of her. She muttered a few incantations. The big hand seized the opportunity when Guan's charging momentum was not fierce. The king's aura around its body also decreased. Guan Guan kept struggling, and the squeals of the pig sounded a little ear-piercing. Faintly Yu controlled the big hand to grab Guan Guan in front of her and pinched its pig nose. You little fat pig, what are you squeaking for? You dare to fly my green head, I'll spank your butt. As she spoke, she held Guan's little tail with one hand and lifted it upside down. Her small hand slapped its pink pig but a few times. Kitty angrily said, don't bully my Qing pet. Yuyu snorted and hit Guan 2 more times. I just want to bully it. What about it? If you admit defeat and call me sister, I'll let it go. Kitty was very anxious. When she didn't know what to do, she suddenly saw Guan's body turn red again. The originally anxious little face suddenly showed an excited expression. You can hit it. Anyway, Guan is not obedient. You can teach it a lesson for me. Yuyu was stunned. At this time, Ping Chao, who had been standing beside Yuyu, suddenly shouted, be careful. He stepped forward and cut off the connection between Yuyu and the big magic hand. His right palm waved, and an explosion sounded. Guan Guan flew up together with the big magic hand at the same time. In an instant, the dark night seemed to be illuminated. The dazzling golden light was instantly released. The dark green magic hand was completely blown into pieces. The pink Guan floated in the air in silence. The original chubby body swelled. The Golden King's aura was constantly released. Even Yan Bing, who was far away in the air, could feel the powerful feeling. Yeah, Guan, you finally evolved to the 2nd rank. That's great. Cat was excited. Brother Ping Chao, kill that hateful pig for me. Yuyu's fear was replaced by anger. She looked at Guan in the air with hatred. Ping Chao moved. His tall body rushed toward Guan in the air like a black cold lightning. In an instant, his eyes turned completely blood red. Black nails grew on the fingertips of his right hand. The rich dark aura was frightening. Seeing this, Nianbing couldn't help but jump in fright. That was Dark Do Chi. He knew that he couldn't watch any longer. If Kitty was hurt, it would be too late to regret. Guan and Ping Chao collided. In the ear-piercing pig's cry, Guan, who had just evolved to the 2nd rank, was sent flying by Ping Chao before he had time to use his beast blood boil skill. His fat body glided in the air like a round ball. Cat? With a cry of surprise, he jumped down from the cow and shouted, then, hurry up. The fiery red fox shrunk his head obscenely. Suddenly, he raised his leg and peed on the cow's head. The originally simple and honest cow let out an angry roar, while the obscene fox had already run off to God knows where. The cow stood up on its hind legs, and a white light kept flashing under its belly, as if its milk was limitless. It madly attacked faintly in front of it in the sky. The black Li Guang star appeared in front of faintly faint, and the dark green radiance around her petite body shone brightly. Dark tentacles, devour all the unknown energy. Countless black radiances interweaved in front of her, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the cows. Kitty looked down at the fox hiding behind her and said discontentedly, then, you're getting worse. After reaching the 2nd rank, your urine has the effect of the blood drain skill. But you can't just use it on Nyonyo's body. If he gets tired, I'll spank you and let little Stutterer ravage you." The fox blinked its eyes. Its obscene appearance seemed to be a little scared. It shook its head repeatedly, squeaked twice, and rushed up again. In the air, although Guan was sent flying by Ping Chao, his body quickly stabilized. A pair of pink wings grew out of his back. He stabilized his body and rushed towards Ping Chao again. Nian Bing had already flown over when Guan was knocked flying. He did not expect Guan to have wings to fly back. The man and the pig collided into each other coincidentally. The spell that Nian Bing had prepared to attack Ping Chao ended up exploding on Guan. It was an instant cast explosion spell that was a combination spell of ice and fire. With a loud bang, Nian Bing was sent flying high into the air by the recoil. Poor Guan, on the other hand, changed direction and crashed into the ground like a stray bullet. The dizzy Nian Bing subconsciously shouted, "Damn, flying divine pig." Coincidentally, Guan's fall and direction happened to coincide with Yu, who was continuously using her dark tentacles to block the cow's attacks. With a loud bang, the dark aura was completely shattered by Guan's free fall. Yu cried out in alarm, and her delicate body was wrapped in a layer of dark green light as she flew out. Even though she reacted quickly, she was still covered in dust. "Damn pig, you dirted Yu's clothes. You're dead." Yu was furious. Just as she was about to chant a powerful spell, Nian Bing and Ping Chao had already landed on the ground. Nian Bing stood in front of Kitty, shielding her. At this moment, dawn, which had pierced through the heavens and earth, was already in his hands. The golden halo on the blade was particularly eye-catching in the night. The holy aura dispersed the evil in the night. Standing in front of Kitty, Nian Bing was like a war god. The light emitted by the holy light stone covered his body in a layer of golden luster. "Who are you?" Looking at the blade in Nian Bing's hand, Ping Chao's face changed. From the exceptionally pure power of light, he felt an irresistible power. He subconsciously retreated in front of Yu to block her body. The fox, who had rushed out, saw someone come forward and immediately retreated. The dizzy Guan also joined Kitty's side. Only the cow, who was still spurting out urine, was blocked by Ping Chao's continuous wave of the cloak. The effect of the fox's spokesperson going berserk was really strong. "Nian Bing Gij." Kitty's voice was full of surprise. She rushed up from behind and grabbed Nian Bing's big hand. Because of excitement, Kitty's small face was flushed red. She shook Nian Bing's hand hard, as if she had forgotten that she was facing a strong enemy. Nian Bing looked at Kitty awkwardly, then immediately stared at Ping Chao and coldly said, "People from the dark, why are you attacking my friend?" Ping Chao did not answer Nian Bing's question. He stared at the holy brilliance sword in his hand. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently and his upper body bent down. Nian Bing thought that he was going to attack, so he immediately held the long sword in his hand horizontally and quickly chanted a spell. "Yu, it's the power of light. Let's leave here first." The golden light on the holy brilliance sword gave Ping Chao an unfathomable feeling. Although he was not afraid, he had to take Yu into consideration. Yu's angry eyes stared at the piglet Guan, and her hands constantly patted the dust on her body. For her, who was obsessed with cleanliness, Guan's behavior was unforgivable. Ping Chao suddenly made a sharp cry. Fine short hair grew on his body, and the fangs under his lips became more prominent. His red eyes were full of a strange feeling. Suddenly, his bent body shook violently, and two huge wings appeared as a cloak. Seeing this strange scene, Nian Bing could not help but be stunned for a moment. There was a short pause in the incantation in his mouth. Taking advantage of this moment, the black fog suddenly expanded. Ping Chao's body retreated like lightning. In the illusion, Yu had already arrived on his back. The huge wings suddenly flapped, and countless black air currents shot towards Nian Bing like wind blades. Nian Bing's incantation was also completed at this moment. Just like how Ping Chao was afraid of harming Yu, he was also afraid of harming Kitty. He didn't want to be meritorious, but he wanted to avoid making any mistakes. The golden radiance with a holy aura suddenly flourished. The post-radiance saber brought up a golden barrier of light. When the black airflow came into contact with the holy golden light, it immediately disappeared without a trace. It didn't even produce much impact. Light was the nemesis of darkness, and this was especially evident on the holy radiance blade that had once been used by the sacred teacher. The dark air current disappeared along with the golden light. When Nian Bing and Mao Mao looked again, Ping Chao had already turned into a black dot in the night sky with Yu Yu. Yu Yu's hateful voice clearly traveled into their ears. "Little pig, just you wait. I won't let you get away with dirtying my clothes. I will definitely make you regret being a pig in this world." Guan suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He subconsciously shivered and hid behind the cow. His intuition told him that Yu Yu's words weren't as simple as a threat. At this time, the cow had already stopped spraying milk. It seemed to have used up a lot of energy. Hot air was constantly coming out of its nose, and a pair of angry cow eyes were firmly fixed on Fox Na not far away. Nian Bing didn't chase. In his opinion, the people of the underworld didn't have any direct connection or threat to him. As long as they didn't harm his fundamental interests, why should he be an enemy? He already had enough troubles. He turned to look at Kitty and was just about to ask a few words of concern. Kitty suddenly jumped, and Nian Bing's neck tightened. Kitty had already hugged him. Kitty was much shorter than Nian Bing, and with this hug, she was hanging on to Nian Bing. "Big brother Nian Bing, I missed you so much. It's so good to finally see you again." Nian Bing awkwardly hugged Kitty's waist. Although Kitty was only about 16 years old, the fragrance of a young girl on her body made the hot-blooded Nian Bing panic. "Kitty, don't be like this. Come down first. Your little pets are still watching." "No, I won't come down. I want you to hug me. Big brother Nian Bing, don't you treat me as a little sister?" Kitty insisted on clinging to him, and didn't want to let go no matter what. Hearing the word little sister, Nian Bing's heart calmed down. That's right. Didn't he always treat Kitty as a little sister? How dare he let his imagination run wild just now? He really deserved a beating. No longer feeling awkward, he hugged the cat's delicate body and smiled, saying, "How could that be? In brother Nian Bing's heart, you're the cutest little sister." "Kitty, what happened just now? Why did those two people attack you?" Kitty pouted angrily and said, "Who knows why they did that? That Yu Yu called herself a little witch. She's so annoying. I was just about to go to sleep when she attacked me. Fortunately, my spiritual magic senses are very sensitive, so they didn't succeed in their sneak attack. Just now, the way they left was so strange. That big guy seemed to have turned into a beast." Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Are you sure that it was a beast? How can a person turn into a beast? Does that guy have a non-human bloodline?" Kitty let go of Nian Bing's hand and let him hold her. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. But I can feel that the moment they left, that person released the aura of a beast." Nian Bing put Kitty down and said, "Put away your precious pets first. It's not good to let others see them. Oh, by the way, Kitty, you didn't run out alone again, did you?" Kitty giggled and waved her hands to put away the piglet, fox, and cow. She said, "No, I'm the most obedient. This time I came out with Daddy." Hearing that Hillard was also there, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel nervous. He still clearly remembered Hillard's warning to him last time. That unfathomable dragon summoner was extraordinarily powerful. However, such an obvious dark aura had appeared, and the target was his daughter. Why didn't he come out to help? There was no reason for him not to feel it. Kitty saw Nian Bing's thoughts and giggled. She said, "Daddy went to drink with Uncle Little Magic Snake. Uncle Little Magic Snake didn't seem to welcome me, so he didn't take me." She then told him how she came to Taru City. It turned out that when she was brought home by her father, no matter how much Hillard pressured Kitty, she just didn't cultivate her spiritual magic. She was the apple of Hillard's eye, and she had her mother to support her. Even if Hillard's magic was strong, he couldn't do anything to her. In the end, Hillard had no choice but to promise her that as long as her magic made a certain amount of progress, he would take her to play around the continent. Only then did Kitty give in and seriously learn her spiritual magic. More than half a year had passed. Her innate comprehension was good, and she had made a lot of progress in her spiritual magic and summoning magic. Coincidentally, Demon General Arc Light sent them an invitation to come to Taru City to watch the Hualong cooking challenge. In order to encourage his daughter, Hillard took her here. After listening to Kitty's words, Nianbing couldn't help but be surprised. The powerful Hillard really had a wide circle of friends. Even a military officer like the Demon General was his friend. Kitty, have you really never seen those two people before? Think about it carefully. Although they used the power of darkness, even people in the dark wouldn't easily make a move if they didn't have a certain purpose. Kitty pouted and said, "You don't believe me? I really haven't seen them before. Although that Yu looks very loathsome, but this time she has helped me out. Guan Guan has evolved to the second stage. It seems that the stimulation of the outside world is very good for their evolution. In the future, I'll have to find ways to stimulate them more." Her poor pets were in a daze in Kitty's space, and their upcoming fate was pitiful. Nianbing's mind turned. Kitty wouldn't lie to her. But why did those two people attack her? What the hell was going on? However, from the other party's attack, it seemed that they didn't have the intention to kill Kitty. Just as he thought of this, suddenly, his spiritual power shook violently, and the huge pressure made him take a step back. His eyes instantly locked onto the darkness not far away. The holy radiance sword in his hand was raised again, and a tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness. "Nianbing, why are you here?" "Senior, it's you." The person who came was Hillard, although his expression was very calm. But his eyes flashed with a cold light. Kitty also saw her father, but she didn't run over. She said with dissatisfaction, "Dad, why did you come back so late?" Kitty was bullied just now. "Fortunately, Brother Nianbing saved me. Otherwise, I would have suffered a big loss." Kitty's words were naturally a bit exaggerated. Even if Nianbing didn't make a move, it wouldn't be easy for Yu and the others to hurt her with the second-order fox and piglet. Hillard walked to his daughter and said in surprise, "Someone bullied you? Who was it?" Kitty told what had happened before, and described Yu as a terrible witch. Hillard was frightened when he heard this. He put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and confirmed that Kitty didn't suffer any harm. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He hugged his daughter's shoulder and said to himself, "It turned out to be a vampire. I haven't seen this kind of creature for many years. Kitty, the next time you meet them, try not to pay attention to them." "Humph, they attacked my daughter when I wasn't around. It seems that these dark guys are ready to make a move again." Kitty said in surprise, "Vampire? Isn't that a bat?" "Dad, I want a bat as a pet." Hillard frowned and said, "Vampires are a kind of pure dark creature. They have the ability to turn into bats, but they aren't real bats. They have the blood of humans, so they can't be pets. Furthermore, dark creatures have stronger mental strength than other creatures. If something goes wrong, it will be very easy for them to backfire. Vampires are very strong and fast. If it was a prince-level vampire, I'm afraid that only Karadis would be able to deal with it. However, it is almost impossible for a prince-level vampire to exist. After all, during the ancient war." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Vampires aren't very scary. They have their own weaknesses. Every day, no matter how strong a vampire is, their combat strength will decrease a lot. Our people used to raise dark pets, and they were called dark summoners. However, raising a dark pet requires a lot of effort, especially one's own blood and soul. Although they can quickly increase their strength in a short period of time, it is impossible for them to become a truly powerful summoner. To have the protection of a vampire, that little witch called you must have an extraordinary background. You have to be careful in the future and try not to leave my side." Kitty was a little unconvinced and said, "Then why can that little witch have a vampire as a pet?" Hillard smiled and said, "Silly girl, that's not a pet. It should be a servant or something. Although the dark magic that little girl used wasn't very strong, from what you said, it should be the most authentic dark magic. Her elder's abilities are probably not below mine. It's natural for her to have a vampire as a servant." Hearing this, Nianbing couldn't help but interject, "They don't seem to have any hostility. They didn't really try to kill Kitty." Hillard raised his head and looked at Nianbing. "It's hard to predict the situation of the dark creatures. Their thoughts are extreme and their actions are often different from ordinary people. Why are you here? It seems like a coincidence. Nianbing was furious. She knew that Hillard was always wary of her, so she suppressed her anger and said indifferently, Senior Hillard, I came to Taru City to participate in the Hualong Culinary Challenge. When I was meditating, I discovered the dark aura and came out. Kitty has already told me what happened after that. I treat Kitty as my little sister. She was in danger, so how could I not help? It's too late, you and Kitty should go to bed. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and walked in the direction of her hotel without waiting for Hillard to ask again. Brother Nianbing, don't go, okay? Kitty anxiously called out to Nianbing. Nianbing stopped and looked back at Kitty. She smiled and said, hurry up and go back to sleep with your father. Girls don't look pretty if they sleep too late. Brother also has to go back. Goodbye, Kitty. He quickly chanted the spell, and the blizzard carried his body high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was full of resentment towards Hillard's wariness, but at the same time, his desire for power was strengthened. He knew very well that whoever was stronger would have more power. If his strength could reach the same height as Hillard's, would Hillard still treat him like this? Looking at Nianbing leaving, Hillard frowned. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him for just half a year, but this kid's strength seems to have increased a lot. The same origin of ice and fire is really extraordinary. Dad, why did you drive Nianbing away? He saved me. Not only did you not thank him, but you were also cold to him. Nianbing didn't offend you. Kitty's voice was full of indignation. Hillard said sternly, Kitty, you have to remember that you are a white person. We white people have our own world. It's better to have less contact with the outside world. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. The human heart is the most difficult thing to see clearly in the world. What you see is only the good side of Nianbing, but you don't really understand him. Remember, don't contact him in the future, understand? No, I don't understand, Kitty said. Brother Nianbing is so good to me, how can he be a bad person? He was willing to sacrifice himself to save me. Is all this fake? Dad, you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. How dare you talk to Dad like that? Hillard's face darkened. If it were another person, they would have been frightened by his strong mental pressure. However, Kitty could be said to be his nemesis. She looked at her father without giving in. I'm not wrong. Brother Nianbing is good to me. Dad is bad. Boo-hoo, Kitty doesn't have a brother. It's not easy to find a brother, but Dad is so fierce to him. Boo-hoo, Dad is bad. When I go back, I will tell Mom that you have to sleep on the floor for a month, no, 3 months. Hillard looked at his daughter. He really couldn't do anything to her. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent rose in his heart. He knew very well that although Kitty only regarded Nianbing as a brother now, if she continued to be in contact with him, when Kitty gradually matured, it was difficult to say that she would not have feelings for Nianbing. After all, Nianbing was the best choice in terms of appearance and strength. He was born with a strong attraction to girls. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. As his heir, Kitty's future husband could only be a white man. Okay. Don't cry. Dad promises you that when I see Nianbing in the future, I will treat him better. That's okay, right? Think about it, Hillard comforted his daughter. When Kitty heard this, she immediately smiled through her tears. She hugged Hillard's arm and said, Dad is the best. Kitty will definitely be obedient. The naive girl didn't know that her pleading had brought a fatal disaster to Nianbing. Holding his daughter's delicate body, a cold light flashed in Hillard's eyes. He looked in the direction where Nianbing disappeared and had a plan in mind. Back in the restaurant, with strong willpower, Nianbing quickly forgot the previous unhappiness. He didn't hold a grudge against Hillard. Hillard had already told him very clearly that the reason why he wasn't allowed to get close to Kitty was because he was a white man. After all, only Caucasians could practice summoning magic, especially dragon summoners like them who were of the same lineage. Nianbing's heart was very open. After all, he only saw Kitty as that. Now, the only women who had a place in his heart were the pitiful Long Ling and the beautiful Tian Xiangfeng Nu. The second day of the Hualong Culinary Challenge was as lively as the first day. There were 6 semifinals today. When the last 60 semifinalists finished competing, the finalists for the last day would be announced. No commoner would want to miss this grand event that was held once in a few years. Although they couldn't eat those magical delicacies, they were very satisfied to be able to see the skills of these high-level chefs. Nianbing stood in the middle of the round platform and the rostrum. From afar, he had already seen Kitty and Hillard on the rostrum, but he didn't greet them. He wore the bamboo hat on his head that he had bought earlier to cover his face. He had already asked, and his semi-final was the last one of all the semi-finals. He was afraid that it would be held after noon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to observe the cooking skills of others first. After a night of meditation, his mental power had reached its peak. Today, he was close to the competition stage, so he could clearly see every movement of the chefs on the stage. Soon, Nianbing forgot about everything around him and wholeheartedly immersed himself in appreciating the cooking skills. All the chefs who could enter the semi-finals had their own things that he could learn from. Even though there were no other great culinary masters like Little Tian and Momo, the unique designs and ideas of these chefs had opened up his mind. When he learned about his own cooking skills, he instantly had many new and interesting ideas. When one was focused, time often passed the fastest. Unknowingly, the 5th semi-final had already ended. The MC on the stage announced the 6th semi-final. When he read Nianbing's name, he woke up from his immersion in cooking and realized that it was time for him to go on stage. He didn't want to easily show off his magical cooking skills in front of so many people. Before he went on stage, he first took out the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god and put them in his pocket. Then, using the same origin of ice and fire as a foundation, he placed a seal on the 2 treasured swords so that they wouldn't be obvious on the surface. However, the magical aura on the sword still existed. Walking up the stage, Nianbing walked at the back. As the last group of the semi-final, there were only 7 contestants, including him. Other than Nianbing, the other 6 contestants were between 30 and 50 years old. They all had calm temperaments and calm expressions. With a single glance, one could tell that they were high-level chefs who had been cooking for many years. The MC led Nianbing and the 6 chefs to their respective cooking tables. Everyone, you are the last group in the semi-finals. You have to work hard if you want to catch up with your colleagues in front of you. I'm sure you have seen a lot in the past 2 days. The rules are the same. All kinds of ingredients are in the center of the round table. You can take them as you please and make the dishes that you are best at. After that, our people will bring them to the rostrum for judging. The time limit is 1 hour. Those who can't finish their dish will be deemed as having given up. The 6 chefs immediately walked to the table in the center where all kinds of materials were placed as soon as they heard the MC's announcement. The round table used for the competition was huge, and the storage table in the center took up 2/3 of the space. Hundreds of materials were neatly placed in square boxes. After the 5th group of chefs finished cooking, they had all kinds of new seasonings on the kitchen tables. It could be said that as long as it was a chef's dish, everything was ready. Nianbing didn't choose the materials as quickly as the other chefs did. She raised her head and looked at the rostrum. Other than Kitty and Hillard, there were a few other familiar faces. Chef Na Yan was sitting at a seat at the edge of the rostrum. Momo was standing behind Na Yan and looking at her. A hint of curiosity appeared in Momo's eyes. She smiled at Nianbing and nodded her head. Although her appearance was very ordinary, the gentle smile on her face gave people a good impression of her. Nianbing also nodded at Momo. At that moment, her mental energy moved slightly. She looked to the side and met Little Tian's gaze. Although Little Tian didn't stand out in the crowd, his sharp gaze easily attracted the attention of someone with strong mental energy like Nianbing. A hint of provocation appeared in Little Tian's eyes. He looked at Nianbing and then at the kitchen table. It was as if he was saying, "Let's see what you can do." Nianbing smiled calmly. Her gaze returned to the kitchen table. What should she do? Before coming here, under the influence of her strong self-confidence, she didn't even consider this question. She smiled, and her eyes shone brightly. she had already thought of it. Since little Tian and Momo were holding back, she definitely couldn't reveal her strongest skills. Since that was the case, she would take a step back and use some ordinary cooking skills to enter the finals. With that thought, Nian Bing turned around and walked to the center of the rostrum to choose the materials she needed. At this time, the other chefs had already started various preparations before cooking. As the Hualong Culinary Arts competition only allowed the chefs to participate, and there were no assistants, so everything had to be done by the chefs themselves. For the chefs who were usually only responsible for the final cooking, the 1-hour time limit seemed to be a lot more tight. In the previous few competitions, some chefs couldn't finish the dishes because the dishes they cooked were too complicated. Therefore, they couldn't finish it in the end. Therefore, the chefs who were going to participate in the semi-finals had to hurry up and finish the competition as soon as possible. Nian Bing didn't wait for the rostrum to turn to the other side. After preparing the materials, she immediately started. She held the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god in her hands. She raised her head to look at little Tian before starting. The morning dew dagger and the righteous yang dagger shone with a faint red light and blue light respectively. As the light shone, it was just like when little Tian used the 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. All the dishes on the chopping board jumped up. Nian Bing's hands created afterimages, and as the light flickered, countless rays of light shot out. Below the rostrum, little Tian's eyes lit up. Lotus severing silk knife technique. This lotus severing silk knife technique was often used by Nian Bing when she was making the 9 Azure Divine Dragon Bing Yun. Although it wasn't one of the 5 divine knives and most ordinary chefs could use it, it was extremely difficult to master it. Its biggest feature was that the knife had to be cut from both sides so that the materials could be completely extended. The so-called lotus severing silk connecting naturally meant that the thinner the connection, the better. However, the materials couldn't be broken and had to have a sense of integrity. This depended on the chef's attainment in knife skills. Under the training of Garamandes, Nian Bing's physical strength was far from what it used to be. He had even mastered the #1 knife in the cooking world, the Dance of the Dragon, not to mention the lotus severing silk knife technique, which wasn't even listed in the 5 divine knives. With his current level of spiritual power, even if he didn't observe carefully like little Tian, he could still recognize the various complicated situations in the materials. Under the perception of the various textures in the materials, he didn't need to pay attention to his technique at all. He subconsciously used his spiritual power to move his wrists and fingers, and the 2 divine knives had already displayed the effects they should have. At this time, even a trace of excessive fluctuation could bring about extreme changes. However, Nian Bing's hands holding the knives were so stable. From the outside, his knife technique was far less beautiful than little Tian's 1,000 slicing hands yesterday. However, in the eyes of a cooking expert, they could faintly see that Nian Bing's 2 knives formed a field formed by the blades. In this field, all the materials changed according to his thoughts. The knife light disappeared, and Nian Bing casually waved his hand. With a flicker of light, a few materials floated on top of the steamer. He simply took a few spices and evenly sprinkled them on the materials he had accumulated. Then, he closed the lid and directly steamed it over the fire. His movements were extremely fast, and the people below couldn't see it clearly. However, little Tian saw it, and so did the spirit chefs Na Yan and Momo. The materials Nian Bing prepared were very simple, 4 green peppers and 5 different types of meat. The people didn't notice, but these cooking experts couldn't. When the 4 green peppers were placed on the steamer, the 5 types of meat that were swept into the air together with the green peppers disappeared at the same time. Although each piece of meat wasn't much, what did the sudden disappearance mean? The spices Nian Bing put in were very simple. It was nothing more than a chef's usual salt and cooking wine. However, when Nian Bing put in the spices, no one saw what he did. Nian Bing put away his dual knives and looked at the chopping board. There were only a few green pepper seeds left on the chopping board. These were the seeds that had fallen when he used his knife technique. He revealed a knowing smile and muttered to himself, "I haven't used it like this in a long time. It seems like my knife technique and senses haven't deteriorated, and my speed is much faster than before. Master, can you see it?" Nian Bing didn't care about the steamer and leisurely watched the chefs cook. When the other chefs began to cook, he had already started the steamer. A faint aroma wafted out. Nianbing took out his Xianxia saber again. The saber flashed 4 times, and 4 green peppers appeared steadily on the small plate. He didn't decorate it too much. He directly signaled to the MC that his dish was complete. Although his cooking process was not the fastest, it only took him half the time. The master of the ceremony came to Nianbing's side in shock. After seeing little Tian and Momo's cooking skills, he didn't dare to look down on any young chefs. However, when he saw the 4 green peppers on the plate in front of Nianbing, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Nianbing doubtfully and asked, "Are you really going to use these 4 steamed green peppers for your semifinal dish?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Are you doubting how I entered the semifinal from the preliminary round?" The master of the ceremony's face turned red. No, as long as a chef can enter the semifinal, they naturally have a certain level of ability. Our Hualong cooking competition has always been known for its fairness and princess. Nianbing said indifferently, "It's true that I didn't pass the preliminary round. I entered the semifinals with special permission." As soon as he said that, it immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Countless doubtful gazes shot towards the rostrum. The MC's expression changed greatly. Of course, he knew how bad Nianbing's words would be. He looked up at Fatso Hua on the rostrum, whose expression had changed greatly. Just as he didn't know how to deal with it, Nianbing opened his mouth again. This time, he was facing the hundreds of thousands of audience. "Everyone, don't question the fairness of the competition. Do you want to know why I didn't participate in the preliminary round? It's because it's meaningless to me. I only have one purpose in participating in this competition, and that is to become the champion. Everyone can continue watching. It won't take long. Everything will be revealed tomorrow." After saying that, he glanced at little Tian, whose expression was not good. He raised his head and walked off the stage proudly. The audience was silent for a moment. Then, they pointed at Nianbing's 4 green peppers and burst into laughter. Obviously, they thought that Nianbing was bragging. After all, from the beginning of the semifinals until now, no chef's dish was so ugly. Walking off the stage and putting on his bamboo hat, Nianbing quickly blended into the crowd. After all, there were too many people. At first, some people still noticed him, but soon, he was drowned out by the crowd. Nianbing lowered his head and kept thinking. What's wrong with me today? I'm not used to being too high profile. Why did I say something like that today? The last group of semifinals ended very quickly. As Nianbing was the first to finish, his 4 green peppers were naturally the first to go up to the judging panel. The judges at the judging panel looked at the 4 dark green peppers. Only 2 of them did not look at them with disdain. One of them was the dragon summoner Hillard, who was specially invited to be a judge for this competition. The other was the immortal chef god, Na Yan. Hillard could remain calm. It was because he had seen Nianbing's cooking skills. Na Yan was the only one among the judges who could barely see what Nianbing had cooked. Hua Fatso glanced at the demon general arc light beside him and said in a low voice, "I think there's no need to taste this dish. It's such an ugly dish. Just based on its color, meaning, and shape, it's not enough to enter the finals." Just now, that chef said that it didn't pass the preliminary round. Is that true? Elder Ling. You are the person in charge of the preliminary round, this. Na Yan smiled indifferently and said, "That's right. I allowed this person to not participate in the preliminary round." Just as he said, the preliminary round has no purpose for him. Perhaps I'm the only one who believes that he will become the champion of this year's Hualong culinary competition. Who said that? I also think that brother Nianbing can win this competition. Kitty, who was sitting next to Hillard, immediately interjected when she heard Na Yan's words. Demon Commander Arc Light looked at Hillard in surprise and said, "Did you bring that person here?" Old she. Hillard shook his head and said, "No, my daughter and I have only met him a few times. His cooking skills are indeed very good. I think that these 4 green peppers aren't as simple as they look on the surface." Na Yan smiled and glanced at Hua Fatso. "Fatso, oh Fatso, you've been immersed in cooking for so many years, but you can't even see this. Culinary works are generally judged based on color, fragrance, taste, meaning, and shape. You said that his dish doesn't have the advantages of color, meaning, and shape because you don't know what he did with it. Huafatso was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at the green peppers in front of him. Previously, he didn't pay attention to Nian Bing's appearance when she was cooking, so he really didn't know what Nian Bing did with the green peppers. He looked at Na Yan in confusion and said, "Elder Ling, you know that although I like cooking, my talent in this area isn't that great. Don't keep me in suspense. What's so special about these 4 green peppers? Could it be that these 4 green peppers can compare to Miss Momo's cooking skills?" Na Yan chuckled and said, "Then are you willing to make a bet with me? I'll bet that brat Nian Bing will become the champion. If you lose, you'll give me 2 jars of your precious 100-year-old wine. If he doesn't become the champion, I won't ask for any compensation from you in the future. How about it? That's fair, right?" Huafatso looked at Na Yan in shock. It had to be known that Na Yan's salary was astronomical. Although the 2 jars of 100-year-old wine weren't cheap, it couldn't compare to his salary. However, as a businessman, he wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He chuckled and said, "There's no need for a bet. If you want to drink wine, I'll give you 2 jars. Hurry up and tell me, what's so special about these green peppers?" Na Yan turned his head and nodded at Momo. Momo took out a pair of very thin silver chopsticks and handed it to him. Na Yan glanced at the judges and smiled. "Look carefully." As he spoke, he used the silver chopsticks to reach for the green peppers. Unexpectedly, the chopsticks weren't obstructed by the green peppers and went straight in. He gently picked it up and slowly raised the chopsticks. At that moment, everyone saw a strange scene. Under Na Yan's chopsticks, a circle of thin filaments came out from the green peppers. It wasn't a single filament, but rather a combination of 6 filaments. Although the difference between the other 5 filaments wasn't obvious, it could still be seen from the surface. The 6 filaments were evenly arranged. Na Yan stood up and raised his chopsticks even higher. The filaments didn't show any signs of breaking. The whole green peppers became smaller and smaller, but the filaments grew longer and longer. Other than Na Yan, everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They couldn't believe that this was real. The green peppers didn't have any special features on the surface, but there was actually such a mystery hidden within. Na Yan said indifferently, "Now, do you still think that this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, and shape? Among the older chefs, we all know that this dish is called 6-filament spiral pepper. However, the number of people who have actually seen it is pitifully few. Generally speaking, this dish isn't used to eat, but to train one's knife skills. You all should know about the lotus-cutting silk knife skill. This 6-filament spiral pepper is the result of practicing the lotus-cutting silk knife skill to the extreme. I know that I can do it too, but I might not be able to do it as easily as that young man. Although this green pepper looks like a whole, it's actually made up of extremely thin green pepper filaments. The 5 filaments are lamb, pork, beef, horse, and donkey. The 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are glued together through the stickiness of the meat filaments. During the process of eating, there isn't a single bit scattered. The flavor of the dish is also because the 5 filaments and the green pepper filaments are perfectly merged together during the steaming process. That's why it's so unique. Even if this dish doesn't have any special features in terms of color, meaning, or shape, just the taste alone is enough to make up for it. Judging from that young man's calm and fast movements, his attainments in knife skills are definitely the most exquisite in this cooking competition. Now, you should understand why I gave him a bye in the preliminary round, right? For a chef like this, he definitely has the ability to directly participate in the finals. Alright, let's have a taste. Looking at the astonishment in the eyes of the judges, Na Yan secretly said in his heart. Old friend, I didn't expect you to have taught such an outstanding disciple. I'm really envious. I hope that the ghost chef's skills can once again appear in this world. Huafatso was rejoicing in his heart, rejoicing that he didn't make a bet with Na Yan. Looking at the magical 6-filament spiral pepper in front of him, he really couldn't believe that this was made using only knife skills. The judges didn't say anything more. They all moved their chopsticks, each picking up some 6-filament spiral pepper and putting it into their mouths. Exclamations of surprise sounded one after another. Just as Na Yan said, just based on the taste alone, this dish was enough to enter the finals. Among the crowd, the one who was the most astonished was Na Yan. As one of the most outstanding culinary talents in the culinary world, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers had given him a huge shock. Compared to the 6 shredded spiral peppers of the past, Nian Bing's 6 shredded spiral peppers was much more varied in taste. However, Na Yan couldn't tell where those additional variations came from. After all, a spirit chef was a spirit chef. After a short moment of thought, he immediately remembered the 2 knives in Nian Bing's hands. He naturally recognized the righteous yang knife. As for the morning dew knife, although it didn't look conspicuous on the surface, its simple design also left a deep impression on him. Na Yan immediately realized that the changes in the 6-filament spiral pepper must have something to do with the 2 knives. Very quickly, the results of the semifinals were announced. Little Tian, Momo, and Nian Bing had all entered the finals. In order to dispel the doubts of the audience, Fatso instructed the master of ceremonies to display a complete 6-filament spiral pepper in front of the audience. Only then did the audience accept the fact that Nian Bing had entered the finals. Little Tian had been watching from below the stage. He had been cultivating his culinary arts for many years, so he naturally knew about the famous 6-filament spiral pepper. After hearing the master of ceremonies' explanation, his eyes shone brightly and his fighting spirit rose to an unprecedented level. Nian Bing, it seems that I still underestimated you. However, the champion of this competition can only be me. Even if I use all of my abilities, I definitely won't lose to you. Nian Bing walked out from the crowd and headed towards the hotel. If it weren't for the presence of the spirit chef Na Yan today, he definitely wouldn't have chosen the 6-filament spiral pepper. After all, without a lot of experience, it would be very difficult for a normal chef to distinguish the secret behind the dish. At this moment, his mood had calmed down a lot. He didn't stroll around Teru City and directly returned to the hotel. After eating something, he once again entered meditation. On a certain mountain in the Longmu Empire, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Gusts of wind blew past, bringing along snowflakes. Due to the high altitude, this place was already a white world. Even those with extremely powerful martial skills would find it very difficult to climb up this mountain range. Only some plants that were extremely resistant to cold could grow here, bringing some vitality to the snowy peaks. Suddenly, the originally clear sky darkened. A dragon's roar rang out from the distance. A huge white dragon drilled out from the clouds and circled around in the air. It brought with it an intense white light that completely enveloped its huge body. Suddenly, the light disappeared, and a handsome man covered in white clothes appeared on the highest snowy peak. He looked at his clothes with satisfaction and said to himself in an intoxicated manner, "The more I look at the human body, the more comfortable it feels. It's much more flexible than a dragon body. Not bad. Caudilus, you're intoxicated by yourself again." The loud and clear voice shook the snowy peak, as if an avalanche could happen at any time. A mass of cyan light fell on the peak like a meteor. Beside the white-clothed Caudilus, a young man in cyan clothes suddenly appeared. He looked more handsome than Caudilus. His whole body emitted a faint aura. "Caradyrus, is this how you talk to your brother? Recently, you've been hanging out with those white summoners. You're getting more and more talkative." The cyan-clothed man was the wind dragon Caradyrus. Caradyrus smiled faintly and said, "Brother, we haven't seen each other in hundreds of years. So you still remember that I'm your brother. But, who was it that stole my high-quality silver crystal?" Caudilus' eyes revealed a trace of awkwardness. This can't be blamed on me. You're the Wind Dragon King. Why would you want a high-quality spatial gem? That thing is only useful to me. You know that we dragons love gems of our element the most, especially high-quality ones. Caradyrus reached out his hand unhappily and said, "Now you can return it to me. No matter what, I found that thing. Or, you can give me something of equivalent value in exchange." Caudilus' eyes flashed with anger. "Don't mention it. I wanted to return it to you, but it was stolen less than a year after I got it. Damn, just thinking about it makes me depressed." Caradyrus said with some disdain, "We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, and you've even learned how to swear. However, your lies are too fake. Who could steal a gem from your space dragon king? Caudilus pointed his right middle finger at the sky and said, although I took your silver crystal, I, Caudilus, disdain to lie. Damn, it's all because of that bastard Garamandes. Other than him, who else would have the guts to steal from me? You also know that Garamandes' strength is the most despicable among the 7 dragon kings. It's impossible to guard against him. Humph, I reckon he'll be here soon. When the time comes, we brothers will attack together. I'm not afraid that he won't submit. You can take back the silver crystal, but I want to vent my anger on that bastard Garamandes. Caradyrus looked at Caudilus' hand gesture and couldn't help but frown. He took a step back and said, can't you be a bit more civilized? You're really throwing away the face of us dragons. At this time, a mocking voice suddenly sounded, oh, Carlo. Your brother has always been like this. Having such a brother, I really feel sorry for you. A red light flashed and a figure appeared in the air, floating slowly towards the snowy peak. It was the fire dragon King Garamandes that Caudilus hated so much that his teeth itched. Garamandes, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. A silver light flashed and Caudilus' body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Garamandes and suddenly punched towards his chest. In the instant that Caudilus' human fist punched out, a silver hexagram suddenly shone brightly. The silver light enveloped Garamandes from all directions. Garamandes chuckled. In an instant, his entire body emitted a layer of fiery red aura. The red light instantly enveloped an area of 1,000 gri. The huge silver hexagram immediately disappeared, and the heat brought by the red light immediately melted the originally towering snowy peak into water. The height of the entire snowy peak rapidly decreased. The wind dragon King Caradyrus cursed angrily. He hurriedly rode the wind and circled in the air. Only then did he not get caught in the crossfire. Garamandes was still floating there, while Caudilus was 100 meters away. He was panting slightly, and his expression had changed a bit. Garamandes chuckled and said, Cow, I admit that I can't compare to you in terms of running away. However, in terms of combat strength, you are far inferior. If you want to fight me, you'll have to go back and train for a few thousand years. Your sealing technique is ineffective against me. The space dragon King Caudilus angrily said, damn it. Garamandes, you freak. You've been holed up all these years. Have you been training every day? Garamandes proudly said, for someone as great as me, even if I don't train for a day, I can easily beat you. Cow, I advise you to save your strength. Wait until I inherit the position of the dragon god. Maybe I'll treat you better. Ha 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 ha. His smug look made Caudilus very unhappy, but he also knew that he was no match for him. He could only retaliate with an angry look. Tui, tui, tui. You want to inherit the position of the dragon god? Only I have that possibility. Don't think that it's enough just because your attack power is strong. If you want to become the successor of the dragon god, wisdom is more important. In this aspect, you've always been the worst. Caudilus looked at Garamandes disdainfully, but he did not attack again. Caradyrus floated to the same height, looked at Garamandes, and said, Old Garamandes, my brother said that you took the silver crystal. Is that true? Garamandes very naturally said, yes. I did take it. That day, I accidentally saw your brother proudly flying off to God knows where. I secretly followed him and heard him say something about how that idiot Caro could find such a good quality silver crystal. This time, it's my lucky day. Hee hee, with this silver crystal. My magic power will definitely increase by a lot. In the future, the 7 dragon kings will definitely respect me. He imitated Caudilus very well. Hearing this, Caudilus roared angrily and charged towards Garamandes again. The red flames instantly turned purple, and Garamandes' draconic aura suddenly increased, forcing Caudilus to retreat. Although Caudilus, as the space dragon king, had a deep understanding of space, his magic power was indeed much weaker than Garamandes at their level. Although technique was still important, absolute power was the foundation. Garamandes did not give Caudilus a chance to use any techniques. Relying on pure energy attacks, Caudilus naturally could not do anything to him. Hee, Caro, you saw it too. I didn't lie. What I hate the most is your brother's self-satisfied look, so I stole the silver crystal. At that time, he chased me for tens of thousands of miles, wanting to snatch it back. Unfortunately, although I was not as good as him in technique, it was not easy for him to hurt me with his strength. In the end, he could only give up dejectedly. Karadirus glared at his brother and said angrily, I even called you brother. You're becoming more and more obscene, just like Kitty summoned Fox. Garamandes, I don't care what happened back then. Give me back the silver crystal. As for the matter between you and my brother, I can't be bothered. You can fight however you want. Garamandes spread out his hands and said, Caro, it's not that I don't want to give it back to you, but later on, I used your silver crystal to make a blade and gave it to a human. I can't give it back to you even if I want to. Karadirus said angrily, Garamandes, don't tell me you want to covet my treasure? Others don't know where your earth dragon's nest is, but I know very well. Be careful, or I'll steal your treasures. Garamandes' expression didn't change as he said, I'm telling the truth. You also know that although I have a little problem, I, the great fire dragon King Garamandes, never lie. Besides, I don't need to lie to you. That silver crystal is useless to me, so I really gave it away. If you really want it, you can ask that human for it yourself. Caudillus rolled his eyes and said, Little brother, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight, but if others take my things, I can't stand it. Garamandes made a disdainful gesture at Caudillus. If you're not AF * king troublemaker, then I'm a gentleman. Cow, if you're not convinced, then let's fight. Oh, you're all here. It seems that the two of us are a bit late. The two of them, one gold and one black, were really a bit late. Two balls of light, one gold and one black, rapidly approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the three dragon kings. With a flash of light, the two figures of Garamandes quickly shrank. A man and a woman stopped beside the three of them. Their position just happened to separate Garamandes from Caudillus. The golden-clothed woman was very tall. Her slender and plump figure could definitely be regarded as a peerless beauty of the human race. Her long golden hair draped over her back. Her whole body was filled with a holy aura. Under the faint golden luster, she was as moving as a goddess descending to the mortal world. His right thumb and index finger kept moving in front of him, emitting beautiful golden flowers. The black-clothed man looked extremely cold on the surface. Standing beside the golden-clothed woman, he didn't utter a word. His somewhat pale face looked very grave and stern. However, whether it was Carlo, Cow, or the arrogant Garamandes, their gazes were fixed on his handsome yet pale face. The previous quarrel immediately stopped. The golden-haired beauty smiled sweetly and said, Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you quarreling very loudly just now? Continue. Continue. Caudillus laughed mischievously and said, Demantetti, don't make fun of us. You also know that we were just messing around. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Boss Kagarosis, you look pretty good. The black-clothed, black-haired Kagarosis' eyes flashed coldly and he spat out two words, nonsense. Caudillus seemed to have a strong fear of Kagarosis and didn't say anything else. He laughed dryly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Garamandes appeared very calm. He smiled and said, Kagioxis, both of you are here. How come Bing Bing and the Dark Dragon King are husband and wife? This is practically unimaginable. Demantetti said with a smile, Garamandes, it looks like your strength has improved quite a bit these years. Kagarosis' mood hasn't been very good recently. If you want to fight, you can exchange pointers with him. I won't interfere. Garamandes snorted and said, Don't make sarcastic remarks. Who doesn't know that you, the eldest miss, are always protecting her own? Kagarosis is your husband. Not to mention that I can't beat him, even if I beat him, would you let it go? Sometimes, I really don't understand who is the light and who is the darkness between the two of you. Caudillus laughed mischievously and said, Demantetti, I'm not the kind of person to pick a fight. However, if I were you, I wouldn't do it. Shut up. Kagarosis shouted impatiently. Caudillus' body shook and he immediately closed his mouth with an apologetic smile. Demantedi giggled and said, Garamandes, your courage seems to be a lot smaller than before. Didn't you always want to challenge Kagarosis in the past? Why are you shrinking back now? Don't worry. I don't have the ability to help him now. Our baby is about to be born. I don't want to affect the fetus. As she said that, she looked at her flat belly with a blush. Her current appearance was completely an illusion and not her original body, so there were no signs of pregnancy. Kagarosis's cold and arrogant face revealed a rare touch of gentleness. He looked up at Garamandes and said, Are you interested? Garamandes's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He shook his head and said, Not interested. Congratulations. This time, we didn't gather together to fight. Let's wait for Bing Bing and Fatso to come and discuss proper business. Demantedi looked deeply at Garamandes and said with a smile, They won't be coming. I received a message from them. Bing Bing has recently completed the last transformation and is about to completely transform into the Dragon King form. Fatso said that he is going into seclusion, so he won't be coming either. Seclusion? That damn Fatso will be in seclusion. His dragon belly is so fat that he can't fly. I think he must have gone to the beach to eat. Demantedi, we should think of a way to help him lose weight. Caudilus said in a strange tone. Garamandes nodded and said, Caudilus is right. Among the 7 of us, Fatso loves to eat more than me. That guy doesn't have any taste when it comes to eating. He only knows how to win with quantity. Demantedi looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, So you are saying that you have a good taste when it comes to eating? I remember that when you ate with Fatso, you didn't look much better than him. Garamandes snorted and said, It's different now. I specially hired the best chef. Eating is an art. Eating the best delicacy, even if it's just a bite, is much better than eating hundreds of pounds of ordinary food. Delicacies need to be tasted. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis looked at Garamandes with some surprise and said, That makes sense. Demantedi looked at Garamandes with surprise, Professional chef? Garamandes, you didn't forget the Dragon God's instructions, right? We can't harass humans. Garamandes snorted and said, That human was willing to cook for me. Besides, I also gave him a reward. Wind Dragon King Karadiris, who had been silent all this time, said with dissatisfaction, Don't tell me it's my silver crystal. Garamandes laughed and said, I don't have any use for that thing, so I gave it to him. If you want it, you can go by yourself. You, Dark Dragon King Kagarosis's eyes shone with cold light and said coldly, Let's talk business. Demantedi said, Yes, let's talk business. You can deal with your private matters when the time comes. Hearing the strongest duo of the 7 Dragon Kings speak, Garamandes and the other 3 dragons' expressions became serious. Space Dragon King Caudilus was the first to lower his head and said, I lost my sealing bottle of Mordos. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis said calmly, It happened. Space Dragon King Caudilus looked at the other 4 Dragon Kings and stammered, I saw a beautiful girl last time. She also had a good impression of me. Then we lived a happy life together. But not long after, I found that she suddenly disappeared. The sealing bottle of Mordos that I kept also disappeared. You can't blame me for this. How would I know that she was a spy? Demantedi frowned, You trash. You still can't change your lecherous habits. Although Caudilus said it simply, the other 4 Dragon King all knew that things were not that simple. Garamandes couldn't help but say, I'm afraid she didn't steal it. With your lecherous nature, you might have even given it away. Space Dragon King Caudilus chuckled and said, She said that the bottle was very beautiful and unique, so you should die. The black light suddenly shone brightly. Even Kagarosis, who was the best at dodging, had no chance to escape. There was a shocking explosion in the air. His human body was instantly beaten back to its original form. He suddenly rushed away and let out a miserable dragon roar. Dark Dragon King Kagarosis looked at Space Dragon King Caudilus and smiled, My hands have been itching recently. Caxiang, after this matter is over, please come to my house and Diamond's house as a guest for a while. Caudilus, who had just flown back, screamed, Boss Sith, no. I know I was wrong. Garamandes rejoiced in his misfortune, It's too late to realize your mistake. Didn't you see Teosis laughing? You even said such a long sentence. You're in trouble, but you should have been punished like this long ago. Damn, Auntie snorted coldly. Garamandes, don't be so happy. According to the information I received, you should have lost the bottle in your hand. Also, how did the three of you complete the mission of the dragon god? Tell me about your situation. Garamandes said somewhat awkwardly, well, it's not that I wasn't careful, but the enemy was too cunning. They actually prepared a spatial scroll above the 10th step, and took advantage of the moment when I was distracted to snatch the bottle and run. I couldn't catch it in time. A few days ago, I suddenly felt the aura of the bottle, but when I chased after it, the aura disappeared. I received your message and hurried over. Dark Dragon King Tiasis laughed again. Good. You're really getting more and more capable. In your opinion, losing one bottle shouldn't be a problem, right? You should also come over to our place as a guest. This time, it was Caudilla's turn to rejoice in his misfortune. Garrett, this time Tiasis' words seemed to be even longer. You're in trouble, hee hee. If we brothers work together, we won't necessarily suffer any losses. Garamandes said proudly, who's your brother? I'll be your guest, but let me say this first. Tiasis, I definitely won't work together with that filthy bastard Caudillus. If you're itching to fight, let's fight one-on-one. Dark Dragon King Tiasis nodded coldly. You're ambitious. You're stronger than him. Demanteti's gaze turned to Wine Dragon King Caradiris and asked, Caro, where's your bottle? Caradiris said, I'm not as careless as they are. I used my dragon power to seal the bottle in a secret place in the White Village. With the protection of 4 powerful Caucasian summoners, with the strength of their spirit magic, it is impossible for the enemy to steal it. If we were to fight head-on, the summoning magic of those 4 Caucasian summoners isn't something that anyone can resist. Furthermore, the Caucasian friend that I have a contract with recently subdued a golden-back Earth Dragon King that has already evolved into a straight dragon. There won't be any problems. Demantegni nodded and said, you have always been cautious, we can trust you on this point. However, after we go back, we will have to deal with you. It's better that you don't guard it personally. Judging from the current situation, the enemy's acquisition of 3 sealing bottles of Mudas was clearly organized and premeditated. The remaining 4 bottles in our possession must be their target. Not only do we have to protect these 4 bottles, but we also have to try our best to find the other 3 bottles. Otherwise, the dragon god will blame us, and none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Wind Dragon King Caradiris said, Diamond, the enemy is hiding in the dark. Since they dare to steal the bottle, they naturally have the ability to cover up the scent of the bottle. Do they really want to open the space door and let those abandoned races come back? Demanteti nodded and said, apart from this purpose, I really can't think of any other reason. Now most of the gods are sleeping. Once those abandoned races return to the Yangon continent, there will be a bloody storm. Even if the gods can wake up in time, they may not be able to avoid the catastrophe. After so many years, who knows how powerful those abandoned races are? After all, during the War of the Gods, they were only defeated and seriously injured the gods. If the gods had the power to destroy them, they would have done it long ago. Space Dragon King Caradiris said in annoyance, what gods? Abandoned races? Isn't that just a farce of humans? I really don't understand. Since these bottles are so important, why don't the gods guard them themselves, but let us guard them? Demanteti snorted and said, there are many things you don't understand. If the gods could guard the 7 bottles themselves, they would have done so long ago. These 7 bottles also have a great impact on us dragons. You should understand this. Cal Caradiris said, it's not the magician Sith, those people. At this point, he suddenly felt Sith's sharp gaze, and he couldn't continue his sentence. Demanteti's eyes flashed with cold light. I hope you understand that Sith is one of us. Although he was once the prince of the Dark Dragons, he has nothing to do with the Dark Dragons anymore. If anyone brings up his sad past again, don't blame me for being hostile. Cal Caradiris said embarrassedly, I'm the fastest. Sorry, but Diamond, when will you change your temper? You're going to be a mother soon. If you pass this temper on to your child, it won't be a good thing. Demanteti said in annoyance, none of your business. My child will definitely be the best. Garamandes looked deeply at Demanteti and said, I also want to see what attributes the child of the Dark Dragon King and Light Dragon King will have. Since the enemy has been confirmed, we should start moving. We still have 4 bottles in our hands. The first thing to do is for the magicians to protect these 4 bottles. Diamond, you're about to give birth, and when that time comes, your strength will be greatly weakened. In order to take care of you, I'm afraid that Caesar won't be able to take care of too many things. Your child will also need some time to hatch, so I want to find Fatty Caesar. That guy is too lazy, so I'll let him go find the stolen bottle. After I find him, I'll immediately look for you and protect you while you give birth. A trace of gentleness flashed in the eyes of the Dark Dragon King. Thank you. Garamandes coldly said, there's no need to thank me. You should know that I'm not doing this for you, but for Diamond. I don't want anything to happen to her. After all, I've only loved her in my life. Although she chose you, she will always be important in my heart. Do you know, Kagiosis? I've hoped more than once that you don't treat her well. That way, I'll have a reason to snatch her back. Kagiosis calmly looked at Garamandes and said in an exceptionally firm tone, unless I die, no one can harm or snatch away my beloved. Although you are my rival in love, I've never seen you as an enemy. Do you know why? Garamandes coldly looked at him. You seem to be very talkative today. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I'm going to look for a bumpkin. Before I come back, protect Diamond well. And you, cow, remember to set up some barriers around Diamond's place of birth. After saying that, his human figure suddenly expanded and turned back into the Fire Dragon King. The huge dragon wings made the surrounding white clouds drift away. He disappeared in the blink of an eye like an arrow leaving the bow. Caudillus looked at Garamandes' huge back gradually disappearing and asked curiously, Boss Sith, why don't you see him as an enemy? I'm not a troublemaker. However, when he chased after Diamond, he was like a fly that saw shit. Kagiosis disdainfully snorted but didn't say anything. Instead, Demanteti seemed to recall something and said indifferently, that's because. In Kagiosis' eyes, Garamandes is a real man. At least, he knows what true love is. In order to make me happy, he finally gave up his pursuit of me. At that time, if not for his help, the dragon gods wouldn't have allowed me to marry Kagiosis. The rest of you don't know about that matter, but Garamandes is really a good person. If there's an afterlife, maybe I'll marry him. No, even if he's a good person, even if there's an afterlife, you can only be mine. Kagiosis' voice was deep and powerful. It was filled with an insufferably domineering aura. He hugged Demanteti's waist and looked deeply into her golden eyes. Alright, you're just like a vinegar jar. I'm just saying that it's possible. Alright, Caro, go back and protect your bottle. Cow, come with us. 4 figures rose into the sky at the same time. The gold, black, green, and silver dragons circled in the sky and then flew in different directions. The tall mountain range returned to its calm state. Only the snowy peak, which had been lowered by several hundred meters because of Garamandes, could bear witness to the special changes that had happened before. Early in the morning, Nianbing stood in front of the window and bathed in the warm sunlight. He casually stretched his body. The feeling of sunbathing after a night of meditation was what he liked the most. Today, the finals of the Hualong Culinary Academy were going to be held. He was going to face Momo and Little Tian. He was confident in himself, but he definitely wouldn't underestimate his opponents. Little Tian's confidence definitely wasn't without reason. He took a comfortable bath and changed into a new set of rough clothes. He rubbed the spatial ring on his hand. The ice and fire origin power in his body circulated harmoniously. The circulation path was extremely clear. The ice and fire elements in the surrounding air continuously gathered towards his body. It was as if magic was taking shape with every movement he made. This kind of feeling was extremely wonderful. Nianbing knew that he had taken a step forward on the path of magic. These days of continuous training hadn't been in vain. However, what he didn't know was that his achievements today were greatly related to his 8 years of training in the Peach Blossom Forest. During those years, Nianbing only felt that his magic was gradually improving. In reality, he didn't know that he had been relying on the Ice Goddess Stone and Cannon God Stone to continuously train every day. The energy from the 2 top-quality gems had long since nourished his body. 8 years of continuous meditation had already subtly changed his body. After the Fire Dragon King Garamandes helped him get rid of the acrobatics in his body, the results of his 8 years of meditation finally gradually appeared. This was the main reason why his magic had improved so quickly recently. Of course, the improvement in magic also couldn't be separated from his continuous comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing used his mental strength to conceal the magic waves around his body. He used his 10 fingers to simply comb his golden hair. After last night's meditation, he suddenly understood some things. Whether it was magic or cooking, there was no need to hide it anymore. The ice goddess priestess was known as every mage on the continent. Who would dare to provoke her? No, the reason was very simple. Because she was strong enough. As long as he showed his strength of the same origin of ice and fire in the eyes of others, then the pressure in the future would become his biggest motivation. Therefore, he had already made 2 decisions. And today, the first thing he had to accomplish was his first goal as a mage. There was still an hour before the start of the finals, and the Teru Square was already crowded with people. Before the competition, Huafatso was eating his meal. The waiters of Hua Long Restaurant distributed some snacks made by the restaurant to the spectators. Although the number of snacks was limited, and only some of the spectators were able to get them, his way of doing things made the people of Teru City burst into thunderous cheers. For a time, the prestige of Hua Long Restaurant had reached a new height. It was undeniable that Huafatso was an extremely outstanding businessman. His vision was very far-sighted, and he was deeply liked by the people of Teru City. This way, there would be more business. On the rostrum, Demon General Arc Light was sitting in the center. Dragon Summoner Hillard was sitting beside him, his eyes flashing. The divine light in his eyes was constantly moving, as if he was looking for something in the crowd. Kitty was standing behind her father. She was also looking at the sea of people below. She had full confidence in Nian Bing. Now, she was fantasizing about tasting the delicious food that Nian Bing would make in the finals. Spirit Chef Na Yan was sitting at the edge of the rostrum, leisurely dozing off. Those high-ranking officials of Teru City and the gourmet specially hired by Huafatso were whispering anxiously, discussing who would be the final champion this time. Time passed by, and there was only an hour left before the start of the competition. At this time, Fatso, who was sweating profusely, had already changed into a new set of clothes and walked to the central round platform. The staff had also arranged all kinds of materials needed for the competition. The fat on Huafatso's face slightly trembled. He held a magic loudspeaker and said, "Everyone, Fatso is dying of exhaustion. Everyone, please be quiet. The finals will start in a while." Although Fatso has lost a few pounds of fat in the past 2 days, Fatso's mood is always excited. It is an honor for so many friends to support the Hualong cooking competition organized by Fatso. Without your support, there would be no Hualong today. Alright, Fatso, let's not waste any more words. Before the competition starts, let's welcome the 10 contestants. First, let's welcome the only female contestant in the finals, Miss Momo. Following Huafatso's shout, Momo, who was still wearing a white chef's robe, slowly walked up to the stage. Her steps were light, and every movement looked very gentle. Although she couldn't be considered a beauty, she was the only female contestant in the finals of the Hualong cooking competition. Immediately, she received a round of applause from the audience. Fatso smiled and said, "Miss Momo's cooking skills are exquisite, and she has received unanimous praise from the judges. I hope that she can create another good result in the competition. Miss Momo, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Momo smiled and shook her head. She walked to the kitchen table at the side and stood behind it. Huafatso smiled and said, "She's a girl, so of course she's a bit shy. Alright, let's welcome the next contestant, Little Tian. Tian." As he dragged out his last word, Little Tian agilely stepped onto the rotating platform. Today, he was wearing a warrior's outfit. It was also white, and he had broad shoulders and a thin waist. In addition to his handsome face and feigned arrogance, he immediately received a round of cheers from the girls below the stage. Without waiting for Fatty Hua to open his mouth, he took the magic megaphone and said, I am very honored to be able to enter the finals of this competition. Although this is what I have long expected, there is only one result that I am satisfied with in today's finals, and that is to be the champion. Second place is meaningless to me. I will show all my skills. The crowd's cheers weren't as enthusiastic as when Momo went up on stage. After all, everyone didn't like arrogant chefs. Lil Tian was just like Nian Bing yesterday. Many people looked at him with disdain. Fatty Hua wasn't dissatisfied with Lil Tian's performance. To him, chefs with excellent cooking skills all had their own personalities. Only such chefs would not be mediocre. Next, under Hua Fatso's introduction, another 7 chefs went up on stage. They were all elites of the cooking world that had emerged from this competition. Just from their auras, they were already very different from the contestants in the semifinals. The 9 of them stood on the rotating platform as if they each had their own territory. No one gave in to their auras. Hua Fatso coughed and said, "Alright, let's welcome the last contestant to enter the finals, Nian Bing. Yesterday, he gave me a great shock. That wonderful 6 filigree spiral pepper made me gasp in amazement. I hope that he can show us some magical cooking skills today. Let's welcome Chef Nian Bing." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone waited for Nian Bing to appear. However, there was no new figure at the entrance of the rotating platform. Hua Fatso revealed an awkward expression and said again, "Let's welcome Chef Nian Bing to the stage." After calling out again, there was still no sign of Nian Bing. Hua Fatso frowned and said loudly, "Is Chef Nian Bing here yet? If you don't go up on stage, it means that you have given up on this competition." He had already spent a lot of time introducing the top 9 chefs. Now, it was almost time for the competition to begin. At that moment, the west side of the Teru Plaza suddenly turned fiery red. Demon Marshal Gu Guang suddenly stood up. A layer of faint silver light flashed as he looked in the direction of the fiery red light. At that moment, Dragon's cry rang out. The sound shook the entire plaza and attracted the gazes of everyone. Instantly, a commotion broke out because no one knew what was happening there. At that moment, a ball of red light suddenly rose into the air. The shape of the red light was revealed. It turned out to be a giant dragon made of flames. The dragon was more than 10 meters long. Although it was made of flames, its head, body, and claws were very clear. The loud and clear dragon roar came from its mouth. The sudden appearance of this magnificent scene shocked everyone present. Demon Marshal Gu Guang was startled. Was this a troublemaker? Looking at the appearance of this fire dragon, it should be at least a spell of rank 8 or above. It was actually a magic shooter. There were many people in the plaza. Once this kind of high-level spell exploded, it would definitely cause countless casualties. As the commander of the Northeast Field Army, Gu Guang didn't dare to be negligent. If something happened in the Teru Plaza, even he couldn't bear the responsibility. Just as he was about to use his doqi to destroy the fire dragon, Hillard pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't worry. That's not an enemy. It's Nian Bing. Look at the dragon's head." After listening to Hillard's words, Gu Guang noticed that there was a person standing on the dragon's head. He was wearing ordinary clothes, had long blonde hair, and a handsome face. It was Nian Bing who entered the finals of the Hualong culinary competition with 6-strand spiral pepper yesterday. Seeing this, Gu Guang couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't he a chef? How did he become a magician? Hillard said indifferently, "The last time I saw him, he was a great magician. However, although his magic has improved, it's impossible for him to reach the realm of a magic shooter so quickly. Although this fire dragon looks gorgeous, it's just a little clever in the control of magic. Its real rank is only rank 6. I haven't seen him for more than half a year. This kid's tricks are much more than before." Kitty's beautiful big eyes were like stars. "Wow, brother Nian Bing is so handsome. This magic is great. Daddy, when can my little stutterer use it? I want a dragon too." Hillard smiled and said, "You little girl, now you know the consequences of not working hard. If you want to have your own dragon, you need to reach a higher level of strength. It's not something that can be obtained by just talking. Do you understand? Unless your mental strength is more than 60% of mine, I won't let you try to control your little stutterer." A dignified dragon was actually given such a name by you. Sigh. While they were talking, Nian Bing had already arrived at the top of the round platform under the escort of the huge fire dragon. Nian Bing stood on the dragon's back with her hands behind her back. Hua Fatso nodded and said, I'm sorry, there are too many people outside. I had to use this method to come in. After all, Hua Fatso was a person who had seen the world. After a short moment of surprise, he immediately smiled and said, so you're not only a chef, but also a powerful magician. This is the first time I've seen such a strange combination of professions. Since you're already here, let's prepare for the competition. Under the control of Nian Bing's mental strength, the fire dragon lowered its big head and sent her directly to the round platform. The scorching air completely disappeared the moment Nian Bing stepped on the round platform. The fire dragon turned into sparks and was blown away by the wind. The blonde Nian Bing didn't say anything more and went directly to the last kitchen table. The whole scene became more lively because of the appearance of Nian Bing's appearance. Fire was the most revered magic element in the Huarong Empire. The gorgeous fire dragon ignited the atmosphere of the whole arena. All kinds of cheers sounded one after another. After all, how many people could see that the fire dragon was strong in appearance but weak in reality like Hillard? Didn't Nian Bing have the ability to use the true fire dragon? Of course not. Having reached the level of Archmage, he was already close to being able to control a spell of the 8th level like the fire dragon. However, he was only using the fire dragon to send himself onto the stage, not to fight. The rational him would naturally prioritize conserving magic power. Since he could achieve the same effect, why waste so much? Little Tian and Momo, who were originally the most likely to win the competition, were completely suppressed by Nian Bing. It was quite a coincidence. Nian Bing was standing between Momo and Little Tian. Nian Bing smiled in a friendly manner while Little Tian's eyes were filled with a challenging flame. Nian Bing looked at Little Tian and smiled. Do you still think you can beat me now? Little Tian coldly said, why not? Although the fire magic you know is very beneficial to your cooking, that doesn't mean that your cooking is better than mine. Let's see who's better. There's no point in saying anything now. Nian Bing smiled. Is that what you think? Very well, I would also like to know what you are relying on. Let's see if you surprise me more. Or if I surprise you more. The competition had yet to begin. The rotating platform was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Hua Fatso chuckled. He looked at Nian Bing and then at Little Tian. In his heart, these two were rising stars in the cooking world. In this competition, the strongest person representing the Hua Long restaurant was Momo. Fatty Hua had originally hoped that Momo could get first place to show the prestige of the Hua Long restaurant. However, he had a better plan now. Nian Bing and Little Tian were top-notch chefs with real skills. As long as he could recruit one of them, it would be much better than those who had a false reputation. After coughing, Hua Fatso loudly said through the magic loudspeaker, all right, it's about time. I've already announced the rules. The finals will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage will be held in the morning, the second stage will be held in the afternoon, and the last stage will be held in the evening. If everyone is hungry, my Hua Long restaurant has prepared some simple food and water for everyone. I'll only charge you the cost price. You can go and buy them. I, Hua Fatso, will definitely not make a profit at this time. As soon as he said that, the audience cheered. Even if it was ordinary food, the Hua Long restaurant's food was definitely better than the food outside. Nian Bing looked at Hua Fatso and thought to herself, this guy is really talented. It would be a waste if he didn't go into diplomacy. Smiling slightly, Hua Fatso said, don't be so polite, everyone. This is what I should do. In the first stage of the competition, the judges will decide the main ingredient, and the 10 finalists will cook it. Now, I'll announce the main ingredient, that is. At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, watermelon. Watermelon not only shocked the audience, but also the chefs on the stage could not help but be surprised. No one thought that these judges would come up with such a strange main ingredient. Watermelon contains a lot of water and is the most common ingredient for fruit plates. It is cool and juicy, tastes sweet, and has the effect of relieving summer heat. However, it seems that it is not so easy to cook with watermelon. While the chefs were in the process of thinking, the competition staff had already brought the main ingredient. It was really difficult for Huafatso. The 10 watermelons of the 10 chefs were almost the same size, and there was no difference. Nianbing lowered her head to look at the watermelons, and then looked at Huafatso. She knew that these watermelons were not only the same size, but also the same degree of ripeness. Only in this way could the fairness of the competition be seen. Little Tian held his own watermelon and kept throwing it up, but his eyes fell on Nianbing. He said with some schadenfreude, "So what if you're a magician? I want to see how you apply fire magic on a fireproof watermelon." Nianbing looked at her own watermelon and stroked the even tiger skin pattern with her hand. She said indifferently, "You don't care about what's going on outside and only focus on writing. You'd better take care of yourself." Gotcha, there was already an impatient chef who cut his own watermelon in half. Nianbing's eyes swept over and saw that the watermelon that was cut was just right. It was red and black, and had a sweet smell. It was indeed a good watermelon. Since the finals were split into 3 stages, it was obvious that the final champion would be decided by the sum of the results of the 3 stages. This was the first round, and no matter what, she had to take the initiative. Since that was the case, she could not hide her abilities. At the thought of this, Nianbing carefully placed the watermelon in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, everything around him was completely filtered out by his spiritual power. Not a single noise could affect his mood at all. Fatso Hua had already returned to the rostrum when Nianbing and Little Tian were arguing. Now, there were only the MC and the 10 chefs on the round stage. 7 of the 10 top chefs were busy. They were either cutting the watermelons, removing the seeds, or carving. In an instant, the round stage was bustling with activity. The 3 people who did not move were Nianbing, Little Tian, and Momo. Little Tian and Momo were carefully looking at their own watermelons. As the main ingredient of the first round, they cleverly chose to observe it carefully before cooking. Only Nianbing's expression was the strangest. She gently pressed her hands on both sides of the watermelon and closed her eyes. No one knew what she was doing. Her mental power covered the entire watermelon like an eye. In an instant, Nianbing's mental power was filled with a red color. It was the red color of the watermelon. Under the effect of her mental power, she could not hear anything other than the sound of the watermelon. She could only slowly spin the watermelon in her hands and use her mental power to carefully investigate. What she needed now was to understand everything that she needed. That was because she could not make any mistakes in the control of her cooking skills. This required that not only did she have to be completely clear about the texture of the watermelon, she also had to understand the invisible watermelon inside. To an ordinary person, this was naturally impossible. However, Nianbing's mental power was so strong that it far surpassed that of an ordinary sorcerer. This was not difficult for her, but she had to constantly strive for perfection. She could not be careless. Among the 3 of them, Momo was the first to move. A small and exquisite carving knife appeared in her nimble hands. The snow-floating heavenly spirit hands was equally magical when it came to carving. Complex patterns gradually appeared on the watermelon that she kept spinning. Not long after Momo started, Little Tian started as well. His watermelon was split into 8 portions by the illusion. The complicated movements were done with great ease in his hands. When he started cooking, he no longer paid attention to Nianbing. He was completely focused on his own cooking. However, even after the other 9 chefs started cooking, Nianbing still maintained her original position. Her eyes were still closed as she slowly spun the watermelon in her hands. With watermelon as the main ingredient, most of the chefs chose to stir-fry it. After all, the fruit platter was simply too ordinary. In order to win by surprise, Little Tian's cooking method naturally took advantage of the situation. Time slowly passed. The audience below the stage was completely silent. They stared at the 10 chefs on the rotating platform, especially Nianbing, who appeared as a fire dragon. However, they were gradually disappointed. The platform spun round and round, but Nianbing still didn't do anything. From the audience, it seemed like she was sleeping while standing. The time limit for cooking didn't change. Every competition had a time limit of 2 hours. After 2 hours passed, almost half of the chefs had finished their work. However, Nian Bing was still standing there. Little Tian had already finished his dish. He let out a long breath and looked at the work in his hands with satisfaction. He was filled with confidence. Under the pressure of Nian Bing's appearance, he displayed his culinary skills. During the process of cooking, he used more than 10 exquisite techniques. He was very confident that he could win. He turned his head to look at Nian Bing. He wanted to see what this magic chef had done. When he saw that Nian Bing was still standing there, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why wasn't she moving? What was she thinking? As a top-grade chef, he naturally knew that Nian Bing couldn't be sleeping at this time. However, even if she was observing the ingredients, she was still taking too long. Just as little Tian was puzzled, Nian Bing finally moved. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing 2 cold lights. When that beautiful blue light jumped into her hand, little Tian couldn't help but tremble. He involuntarily cried out, "Ghost carving godly saber." The ghost eagle kept jumping between Nian Bing's 5 fingers, but he was not in a hurry to cut. His left hand rested on the watermelon, and the ghost eagle in his right hand flicked lightly. A plate with a diameter of 1.5 feet appeared on the board. He raised his left hand. The moment the watermelon was placed on the plate, the bottom of the watermelon was cut off by Nian Bing so that it could rest steadily on the plate. Then, 9 small cups of water were picked up by Ghost Condor and placed evenly around the watermelon. The distance between each cup was exactly the same. With a faint smile, Nian Bing's eyes shone brightly. "Little Tian, it's up to you. I want you to be convinced." The blue light kissed the watermelon. This time, Nian Bing didn't use his exquisite carving method, but the penetrating knife method. Every time the ghost eagle stretched out and retracted, it would move the watermelon and take out a watermelon seed, but it only left a small mark on the watermelon. Strangely, there was no watermelon juice flowing out of the small holes. As the watermelon seeds jumped out of the plate one by one, little Tiandi's face became more and more dignified. He racked his brains but still couldn't figure out how Nian Bing knew where those watermelon seeds were inside the watermelon. It was simply amazing. The ghost eagle kept hovering in Nian Bing's palm. It kept rotating around the watermelon at a seemingly slow speed. Every movement of Nian Bing made the watermelon tremble slightly. But from the surface, there was no change. However, the watermelon didn't change at all. A clear chant rang out from Nian Bing's mouth. His movements gradually became faster as he chanted, "Ghost bewildering moon, Ice Valley shatters. Carving into a jade-green phoenix return. Divine music song clear sound. The sound of the knife moves the clouds and startles the birds." It was still the ghost eagle divine knife for universe as the head of the chant, but it was completely different from before. The rain dragon dance knife technique performed by the ghost eagle could become the #1 knife in the cooking world, not only because it could carve a real dragon, but also because its subtlety was extensive and profound, and it could be applied to every field of cooking. What Nian Bing was performing at this time was another form of the rain dragon dance knife technique. This was studied by Cha Ji after he returned to the peach blossom forest. Compared to before, its subtlety was much better. Little Tian was stunned. Of course, he had heard of the rain dragon dance knife technique, but this was the first time he saw it. On the rostrum, the god of spiritual cooking, who had been lazy, stood up excitedly. His body was trembling slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It appeared again, did it appear again? The ghost eagle, it's really the ghost eagle. Dragon mist dance saber technique. Old ghost, I didn't expect you to have taught such an outstanding disciple. So what if the lotus root is broken and the thread is still connected? This is a true divine saber. Old ghost, you have suppressed us all our lives, and now you have taught such an abnormal disciple. The world has really changed. These young children are much more talented than us at that time." Along with the last word of the chant, Nian Bing fiercely raised the knife. When the ghost eagle reached the highest point in the right hand, it disappeared in an instant, and everything returned to calm. Watermelon, it was that watermelon. If one didn't look carefully, it didn't seem to have changed, but everything was over. Nian Bing was the last to finish, but only a few people could see that he had finished. 10 dishes with watermelon as the main ingredient were placed on the chef's cooking tables. Huafatso, Nayan, Hillard, Kitty, and the judges went on stage one after another. The MC announced the judging process. First, the chefs would describe the characteristics of their dish, and then the judges would taste it. In the end, the judges would determine the scores. The judges would use stars as the score, and 10 stars was the full score. They would proceed according to the order of the judges. The first one to describe was Momo. Nianbing placed his hand on the watermelon in front of him, which hadn't changed its shape, and carefully listened to her description. The MC indicated that Momo could start and handed the magic loudspeaker to her. Momo took the magic loudspeaker and smiled calmly. My dish is called Emerald Crystal Cage, and it uses watermelon as the main ingredient. I first removed the dark green outer layer of the watermelon, turning it white. Then, I carved a simple carving of the Hua Long restaurant on it. I started from a third of the watermelon, then dug out the seeds and carefully hollowed out the inside of the watermelon. At this moment, the entire outer layer of the watermelon looks completely transparent. From the outside, you can see the changes in color inside. It looks like a crystal. After removing the seeds, I cut the watermelon into strips and wrapped them in egg yolks to keep the water in. Then, I soaked them in coconut juice. The taste of watermelon is very pure, and there are very few ingredients that can match it. Coconut juice is one of the few ingredients that can complement the watermelon. After soaking them for a while, I heated up the pot and added water. I dipped the watermelon strips in some batter and cooked them. During the cooking process, I used all kinds of supplementary ingredients to make the juice. When the batter wrapped around the watermelon strips was cooked, I directly poured it into the outer layer of the watermelon. Then, I poured the thick juice on top of the watermelon and covered the watermelon. From the outside, this dish looks like a crystal ball, and the watermelon inside looks like a jade under the contrast of the vegetable juice. That's why I named it Emerald Crystal Cage. This dish is mainly fresh and sweet, and with the fragrance of the watermelon, it can suit the tastes of people of any age. Judges, please taste it. Looking at the crystal ball in front of Momo that looked like white jade, it was hard to imagine that Xingqing was a watermelon. Nianbing exclaimed in his heart. Just this idea alone was already very original. Although Momo made it sound simple, the technique required to make this dish was very high. Just the almost transparent carving on the watermelon's surface already required very high craftsmanship. Furthermore, when the interior was hollowed out, it had to be evenly balanced. If it wasn't for the fact that she was extremely skilled, it would have been very easy for her to dig out the watermelon shell. Momo made it sound very simple, but Nianbing thought that she must have used some special techniques and ingredients during the process of making the juice. If not, the juice wouldn't have a jade green color. The combination of juice and watermelon was a very good idea, but she didn't know how it would taste. The judges all looked at Momo with praise. Momo personally opened the watermelon shell and invited them to taste it. A look of praise appeared on the face of one of the judges. Demon General Arclight smiled and said, "The taste is not bad. It's very special and very unique. I think it can get full marks." His words immediately gained the approval of the others, and the judges all nodded. Kitty slipped to Nianbing's side and whispered, "Big brother Nianbing, the food that sister made is really delicious. It has a light fragrance and a faint sweetness. It's very comfortable when you eat it. You have to work hard." Wait. Little Tian suddenly stood up and looked at Momo's dish. "I think that it's a bit early for the judges to make a decision." Demon General Arclight's gaze landed on little Tian's face. "Oh? Are you saying that Miss Momo's dish isn't enough to get 10 stars? Little Tian shook her head and said calmly, "I didn't taste it, so I can't judge how good Miss Momo's skills are. However, if the judges are in a hurry to give a score, it's unfair to the chefs behind us. After all, the highest score is 10 stars. If Miss Momo gets such a score, then even if the chefs behind her surpass her in terms of skill, they can only tie in terms of points. This is unfair. I hope that the judges can give their comments after tasting the dishes made by all the chefs. Only then can it be considered a public treat." Her words were firm and powerful. What she said was the loophole in the judging. The judges looked at each other and didn't know how to decide. After all, what little Tian said was reasonable. Demon General Arc Light turned to Huafatso and said, "Do you think that the judging rules need to be changed?" Before Huafatso could say anything, Spirit Chef Na Yan, who had been silent all this time, said, "I think that the rules need to be changed. Chef Little Tian's words are reasonable. We can change it according to his words." Arc Light turned to Momo and said, "Miss Momo, what do you think?" Momo smiled and said, "Little Tian is right. This change is very suitable. I think that his suggestion is very good. This will be fair to all the chefs." Arc Light smiled and said, "All right, then it's decided. After we judge the other 9 chefs' dishes, we will give a final score. Little Tian, it's your turn next." Momo handed the magic loudspeaker in her hand to Little Tian. Little Tian revealed a confident smile and said, "The most outstanding part of my dish is its fragrance. It's called jade fragrance. Everyone, please take a look." As he said that, he pointed at the plate in front of him. On the plate, there was a white cube. It indeed looked like a jade. It was a watermelon rind with its green outer layer removed. If one looked carefully, they could see that the half-foot square white jade was pieced together by many small pieces. However, there weren't any gaps between them. Red light flowed within the white jade, as if there was something inside. The surface of the white jade was sparkling and translucent, reflecting a dazzling luster under the sunlight. Little Tian Hui smiled and said, "Everyone should be able to see that this cube of mine is made from 14 pieces of watermelon rind. The rind itself is edible. After being processed by my special pearl, it became even crisper. Inside the watermelon rind, I hollowed out the rind. Then, I used watermelon rind as the main ingredient and poured it into the rind. Finally, I sealed the rind of the watermelon rind and piled it together to form this jade fragrance. I won't introduce too much. Judges, please taste it. I believe that this dish won't disappoint you." After saying that, he passed the magic loudspeaker to the MC at the side. He stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say anything else. His gaze met with Nian Bing, as if he was asking, "Can you compare to me?" Nian Bing's expression didn't change, but her heart was in turmoil. On the surface, many people might think that Little Tian's method of hollowing out the rind of the watermelon rind was very difficult, especially when he had to seal it up neatly. However, Nian Bing understood that the crux of this dish was the juice inside each piece of watermelon rind. Since Little Tian said that this dish was mainly fragrant, then the juice made from the rind of the watermelon rind would definitely have a fragrant characteristic. How did he do it? What could be mixed with the watermelon rind without affecting the taste of the watermelon and instead make it even more fragrant? While Nian Bing was deep in thought, the judges had already taken action. Just as Little Tian had said, every watermelon strip could be seen flashing with a red light. When the demon martial arc light was the first to bite through a watermelon strip, a thick aroma immediately filled the rotating platform. The thick aroma contained the sweetness of the watermelon, but the aroma was even thicker. Nian Bing sniffed hard and quickly identified the various seasonings in her heart. Very soon, she understood. She raised her head to look at Little Tian and nodded at him. "It smells so good." Kitty's beautiful moan seemed to have said the thoughts of all the judges. The crisp and refreshing watermelon rind and the warm and fragrant juice caused Little Tian's dish to become almost perfect. After a while, every judge, including the spirit chef, revealed an intoxicated expression. In reality, when Nian Bing identified the contents of the watermelon rind, he already knew that Little Tian had surpassed Momo. Although the main ingredient in the watermelon rind was the rind of the watermelon, the true source of the fragrance was the yolk of the salted duck egg. The yolk of the salted duck egg had always been a very fragrant food, but when it was still raw, it was in a liquid state like a normal egg yolk. Only after it was cooked and turned into a solid state would its fragrance be released. However, Little Tian had used the yolk of the salted duck egg to make this dish. Although Nian Bing understood the basic principles of this dish, he knew that he couldn't do it. Just not turning the salted duck egg from a liquid state to a solid state was something that Nian Bing couldn't do. At that moment, every single one of the judges understood what Little Tian meant. Indeed, no matter how they looked at it, his dish was better than Momo's. Next, the other 7 chefs introduced their dishes one by one. However, compared to Momo and Little Tian, whether it was in terms of creativity or taste, they were much inferior. After the judges walked around the rotating table, they finally arrived in front of Nianbing. After seeing the beautiful dishes made by the first 9 chefs, when they saw the watermelon in Nianbing's hands, they couldn't help but reveal curious expressions. Because of the 6 shredded spiral pepper yesterday, this time, no one dared to look down on Nianbing, especially when he used the beautiful fire dragon magic to get on the stage. That scene became the focus of this competition. The MC passed the magic loudspeaker to Nianbing. He looked at the watermelon in his hands in confusion and said, "Chef Nianbing, please start your introduction." Nianbing smiled faintly, and said through the magic loudspeaker, "Actually, there's nothing much to introduce about this dish of mine. Perhaps they've seen how I made it. When I made this dish, I didn't use any seasoning. I believe that watermelons are the best of the best fruits, and no other fruit can have the characteristics of watermelons. Therefore, with watermelons as the main dish, there's no need for other ingredients to complement it. Since watermelon is used to make a fruit platter, it should be used as such. Why should I spend so much effort to cook it? There's nothing much to introduce about my dish. Please take a look. The name of this dish is Phoenix Blood Juice." As he spoke, he let go of his left hand that was pressing on the watermelon and lifted the plate. The watermelon was naturally in the center of the plate that was half a foot in diameter. Around the watermelon were 9 cups. The distance between each cup was exactly the same. However, was this a dish? Just as everyone was still in doubt, a voice suddenly rang out. The watermelon on the plate suddenly moved on its own. 9 thin watermelon shreds fell down and landed in the 9 cups. Immediately after, those shreds of watermelon gradually turned red. A drop of bright red juice slid down the shreds of watermelon into the cups. Perhaps the audience below couldn't see clearly, but the judges on the stage were shocked, including Spirit Chef Na Yan. No one understood what Nianbing had done. The red watermelon juice flowed down the shreds of watermelon into the cups. As more and more juice filled the cups, the watermelon began to emit a slight cracking sound. It was like an egg that was about to hatch. The sound was fine and crisp. There wasn't the slightest pause. Just when everyone was shocked to the point they were unable to close their mouths, a change suddenly occurred. The clearly visible cracks on the watermelon suddenly emitted a faint golden radiance. Suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance rose from the watermelon and shot into the sky. At this moment, no one was able to see clearly what was happening in front of them. The watermelon that Nianbing was holding was like the sun, emitting an abnormally strong luster. It was a holy aura, a gentle aura, and a dense fragrance that seemed to bring people to the fields. That refreshing and ice-cold feeling refreshed the heart and mind, and it was so comfortable. Finally, the golden radiance gradually dimmed. Only the plate was still covered by a layer of golden light, preventing people from seeing what was happening inside. Nianbing waved her right hand, and the golden light disappeared in an instant. Cries of surprise rang out. Because everyone discovered that in the center of the plate, there was actually a vivid and lifelike fire phoenix spreading its wings. At the phoenix's feet, there were pieces of flame-shaped carvings. It looked so mystical. An ice-cold aura pervaded the air. The fire phoenix that was sparkling like agate seemed to be alive, faintly fluctuating with the circulation of the halo. Nianbing placed the plate in front of everyone. "Please have a taste." Phoenix blood juice. Arc Light was the first to pick up the cup. He took a deep look at Nianbing, and lightly drank a mouthful of the juice. Immediately, an indescribable sweetness mixed with ice-cold aura penetrated his lungs and spread to every corner of his body. At this moment, the pores on his skin opened up. Arc Light shivered, and an abnormally comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. He couldn't wait to finish the entire cup of watermelon juice in one gulp. The holy aura nourished his body, and the blood in his meridians seemed to flow more smoothly. It was so comfortable, as if he had been baptized by a light magic. His mental state immediately reached its peak. The 9 kinds of delicacies that he had tasted before had completely faded away at this moment. His mind was only filled with the gorgeous fire phoenix in front of him. Subconsciously, Arc Light exclaimed in admiration. Good phoenix blood juice. Nianbing, I'm really curious. Although I know that you used magic in this dish, what kind of magician are you? The appearance of the fire dragon, the carving of the watermelon, and the baptism of light magic just now. All these shouldn't appear on the same person at the same time. Nianbing faintly smiled. There are many miraculous aspects of magic that we are still unable to comprehend. This is only a dish. There aren't as many mysteries as you said. Actually, this dish of his couldn't be considered as a very amazing dish. It was only a watermelon juice that was infused with light aura. However, Spirit Chef Na Yan had once said that a dish had 5 aspects: color, aroma, taste, meaning, and shape. When one of those aspects reached an unimaginable realm, even if the other aspects were lacking, it could be completely made up for. Nianbing's phoenix blood juice had already reached the pinnacle in color, taste, and shape. Its aroma and taste were also not bad. Adding on the miraculous effects of magic, it naturally received the praise of the judges. No one felt that this dish was ordinary. Little Tian walked to Nianbing's side. He said in a low voice, "Why do you have so many elements of magic? Using magic to cook, this must be your unique skill. However, I am very suspicious of the effects of magic on cooking. Other than being gorgeous, what else can it do? I lost the first round, but not because of your magic, but because of the continent's #1 knife technique, Rain Dragon Dance. However, the same thing won't happen again." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "I will show you the effects of magic on culinary skills. Your cooking skills are not bad, but if you want to win against me, your performance just now is not enough." He understood little Tian's current feelings. If one wasn't a real magician, they would definitely not be able to feel the effects of magic on cooking. It wasn't just gorgeous. Magic could play an extremely important role in all aspects of cooking. Just now, Nianbing had used a lightning-fast technique to remove the watermelon seeds. This was the effect of spiritual energy. Without the miraculous use of spiritual energy, how could he detect the position of every watermelon seed? The results of the competition were quickly announced. It was just as Nianbing and little Tian had deduced from their conversation. Nianbing obtained a full score of 10 stars, while little Tian obtained 9 stars and Momo obtained 8 stars. They were the top 3 of the first round of the competition. In order to allow the chefs to perform better, the second round of the competition would be held in the afternoon. The 10 chefs went down the stage one by one. Under the guidance of the staff, they went to the resting area to rest. The second round of the competition would be held in the afternoon. The resting area had all kinds of the best equipment. Every chef in the finals had a comfortable sofa to rest on. All kinds of snacks and drinks were provided. "Nianbing, come out for a moment." Nianbing sat down in the resting area. Before she could sit down properly, she was called out by the spirit chef, Na Yan. "Senior, are you looking for me?" Nianbing smiled at Na Yan. She had a lot of respect for this senior in the cooking world. Na Yan nodded and said, "Nianbing, how is your master? Originally, when I first saw you, I could tell that you were Old Ghost's disciple. However, I wasn't completely sure. Today, you used the Rain Dragon's dance, allowing me to see Old Ghost's unique skill. Even Old Ghost had never used the watermelon carving before. It seems like you've already surpassed him." Nianbing lowered his head and said dejectedly, "No, my culinary skills are far inferior to my master's. I only had a slight advantage because of my magic. If I hadn't frozen the watermelon pulp beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to carve it like that. In terms of culinary experience, I can't compare to seniors like you. I still have a long way to go. As for that senior Yan, my master passed away half a year ago." Nayan's body shook. "What? You said Old Ghost is dead? How could that be? That's impossible. Old Ghost's body is the best among us. How could he die?" Nianbing let out a long sigh. "Everyone has to die. When Master lost the bet, he severed the tendons in his hands and legs. The impact on his body was not as heavy as the impact on his mind. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to bear it. When I finished my craft, Master passed away. He passed away very peacefully. Perhaps it was because he had already passed down his skills. Dead, Old Ghost actually died just like that." It seems like us old fellows are really gradually withdrawing from the stage of history. The future of the cooking world will belong to you youngsters. Alright, you should go and rest. I'm leaving. Na Yan left. His back seemed a little bleak. When he left, the deep sadness in his eyes made Nian Bing think of everything that happened in Jiaji. Master, oh master, you have so many good friends who miss you. Why did you have to live in seclusion? If you could have maintained a better mood, perhaps you wouldn't have passed away so early. Big brother Nian Bing, you're amazing. Kitty jumped out of nowhere and giggled. She came to Nian Bing's side and held his big hand. Her eyes were full of excitement. Seeing Kitty, Nian Bing's heavy mood suddenly eased a lot. How is it? Is the watermelon juice good? Kitty shouted and giggled. Of course it's good, but it's too little. Big brother Nian Bing, next time you make it for pineapple, okay? Nian Bing smiled. Of course it's good. Kitty, you should go back. Don't make Senior Shi Wide anxious. He didn't want Kitty to be reprimanded by Hillard because of him. Kitty giggled and said, of course it's good, but it's too little. Big brother Nian Bing, next time you make it for Kitty, okay? Nian Bing smiled. Of course it's good. Kitty, you should go back. Don't make Senior Shi Wide anxious. He didn't want Kitty to be reprimanded by Hillard because of him. Kitty nodded obediently and said, Big brother, you must win the next 2 games. Kitty will cheer for you. Nian Bing smiled. I'll do that. But if you're willing to give your pets to me to make ingredients, maybe I'll have a better chance of winning. Kitty was shocked. Seeing Nian Bing's strange smile, she realized that she had been fooled. Big brother Nian Bing, you're so bad. Don't keep thinking about other people's pets. They're all good. I'm leaving. After Kitty left, Nian Bing returned to the lounge. The other 9 chefs didn't talk to each other and did their own things. Nian Bing was also happy to be idle. He sat in his seat and entered a half-meditative state. The pursuit of magic was what he desired most now. He didn't want to waste any time. Hillard and Kitty were invited by Arc Light to rest in the barracks. Sitting in the comfortable carriage, Hillard closed his eyes and thought about the appearance of Nian Bing's dish. At first, he thought that Nian Bing was just a great magician. However, when the light shone, he realized that he had underestimated Nian Bing. Magicians with the same origin of ice and fire were extremely rare. How could he have the power of light? What was going on? Should he act according to the original plan and make him unable to come into contact with his daughter? Just as Hillard was deep in thought, Demon Marshal Arc Light spoke. Although his soft voice sounded very comfortable, it was hard for a man to accept such a voice. Old Shi. What do you think of that chef called Nian Bing? You're an expert in magic. How could he have 3 types of magic? Is there a magician on the continent who can cast 3 types of magic at the same time? It can't be that bad. In my opinion, he should be a fire mage. As for ice and light magic, he should be using magic scrolls to cast them. End of chapter 88. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.